Next candidate Lu Chen. Blood Vitality 0. 5. Star Force Affinity 0. Comprehensive Evaluation Unqualified. Recommendation Expulsion. At the combat assessment grounds of Jiangcheng No.3 High School, an icy mechanical female voice reverberated over the playground. Under the blazing sun, the entire formation of 12th grade students instantly erupted into chaos. A blood vitality of 0. 5. Even that big yellow dog at the market entrance tested at 0. 8. He has utterly disgraced the reputation of our school. Even a pig, after absorbing Star Force for 3 years, wouldn't end up with numbers like that. Lu Chen stood on the testing platform and casually let out a yawn. He rubbed his ear, turning a deaf ear to the jeers. As a transmigrator, this body of his indeed could not absorb even a trace of that flashy Star Force. Yet for the past 3 years he had spent his days madly eating meat and sleeping, faintly sensing that something else was hidden within his muscles. With both hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled off the platform. Stop right there. A figure wreathed in scorching heat blocked his path. It was the campus heartthrob of Jiangcheng No.3 High School, the Chu family's young master Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao wore a set of high-grade Star Beast leather armor, a cluster of orange-eared flame dancing between his fingers. Lu Chen, you waste of air. How do you still have the face to remain in the advanced martial class? If I were you, I would have jumped into the sewer and drowned myself long ago. The surrounding temperature rose in tandem with the flickering of that flame. The students in the front row began to sweat profusely, retreating one after another, terrified of being scorched by enscraved fire talent. Lu Chen picked at his nose and flicked the result onto the ground. A good dog doesn't block the road. Move aside. You're standing in my sunlight. The entire field fell into dead silence. No one had expected a so-called bottom-tier good-for-nothing to dare speak to enscraved prodigy in such a manner. On the highest tier of the spectator stands in the VIP section, the school's universally acknowledged aloof belle, Su Qingyuan, lowered her gaze to watch the scene below. A thin layer of icy frost armor covered her body, refracting a chilling, bone-piercing light beneath the sun. Overestimating himself, she murmured, crimson lips parting, her voice as cold as ice cubes falling onto a silver plate. She raised the iced coffee at her side and took a sip, lacking even the interest to spare Lu Chen another glance. At that very moment, a crisp mechanical chime suddenly rang out within Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Post-skeletal development detected as complete. Supreme barbaric strength system successfully bound. Removing physical limiters, removal complete. Current pure physical strength of host 100,000 tons. Lu Chen halted mid-stride. He suddenly felt his heart pounding like a supernuclear engine roaring to life. The sound of blood surging through his veins reached his eardrums like a tidal wave crashing. His entire skeleton crackled with a series of teeth-aching pops. That feeling of every single cell in his body being crammed full of pure kinetic energy made him unconsciously stretch lazily. Crack! Beneath his feet, the high-strength alloy ground was forcibly stamped into 2 footprints 3 inches deep. Facing him, Chu Tianjiao watched Lu Chen not only ignore him, but even stretch, and the muscles in his face twisted instantly. You shameless wretch. Today I'll cripple those legs of yours and consider it cleaning up trash for the school. Chu Tianjiao roared, and the orange-eared flame in his hand surged violently. The fire transformed into a howling wolf of pure flame, its scorching presence burning the very air as it lunged straight for Lu Chen's face. This was Chu Tianjiao's signature move, enscraved martial technique, Infernal Flame Wolf. The discipline director Li Jiangwo watched from the sidelines and not only refrained from intervening, but even lifted his insulated mug to take a sip of tea. In his eyes, offending the Chu young master meant this backgroundless loser deserved to have his legs shattered. The fire wolf carrying terrifying heat bore down. Lu Chen's eyes ached from the glare of the flames. So noisy, he muttered, turning his head to the side. At the edge of the combat arena stood a row of alloy support pillars for the protective barrier. Each pillar was half a meter thick, sunk 3 meters deep into the concrete foundations underground. Lu Chen walked over, extended his right hand, and wrapped his fingers around one of the pillars. He tightened his grip. With a muffled pft, that titanium pillar, capable of withstanding the full-force strike of a high-tier Star Warrior, yielded like soft tofu as his fingers gouged 5 deep indentations into the metal. Every gaze in the arena froze. Lu Chen drew a deep breath, his waist muscles suddenly tensing, and with one hand he heaved upward in a savage pull. Rumble! The earth shuddered. Gravel and chunks of concrete shot outward like bullets. That alloy support pillar, 10 meters long and still attached to its massive concrete base, was wrenched out of the ground by Lu Chen's single hand. Discipline Director Li Jiangwo's insulated mug slipped from his hand with a clatter, scalding tea splashing over his polished leather shoes, yet he could not muster even a shout. Lu Chen held the massive metal pillar upside down in one hand. He turned, facing the fire wolf that had already rushed up to him, and beyond it the slack-jawed Chu Tianjiao. So gaudy, are we playing baseball now? The muscles of Lu Chen's right arm bulged at once, veins coiling like wyverns beneath his skin. He aligned his hips and waist, then swung the alloy pillar like a bat in a ferocious arc before him. Bang! Air was compressed to the extreme by absolute speed and force. A ring of white sonic boom vapor blossomed at the tip of the pillar. The deafening sonic blast tore through every inch of space above the playground. That seemingly ferocious infernal flame wolf did not even touch the pillar. It was extinguished outright by the terrifying supersonic wind pressure of the swing. Not even a spark remained. Chu Tianjiao's mouth hung open, his throat unable to produce a sound. The wind pressure slammed brutally into his chest. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp, rapid sound of ribs snapping filled the air. Chu Tianjiao spewed a mouthful of blood as his body flew backward like a kite, with its string cut tumbling dozens of meters away. He crashed heavily into the alloy barrier of the stands, and stuck there impossible to pry free. The aftermath of that single swing had not yet subsided. The pillar's colossal fan-shaped air current swept forward like a Category 12 hurricane, surging straight toward the VIP stands above. Su Qingyuan was still holding her iced coffee. The howling gale descended. Her vaunted, absolute zero ice armor did not last even a second against pure physical wind pressure. Crack, boom. The solid ice shattered into a spray of powder. The iced coffee splashed all over her brown liquid, trailing down her fair collarbone. The gale whipped her long hair into a wild tangle and sent her skirt billowing. Su Qingyuan's legs went weak, and with a dull thump she collapsed onto the cold floor of the stands. Her perpetually aloof, icy features were now frozen in utter stupefaction. Her clear, cool peach blossom eyes instantly brimmed with moisture. Tear droplets spun in her sockets, the corners of her eyes reddened like a frightened little rabbit. The entire field was deathly silent. Only the sound of wind sighing across the playground remained. Lu Chen casually tossed the bent, deformed alloy pillar onto the ground. The earth shuddered 3 more times beneath the impact. He brushed dust from his hands and dug idly at his ear. This lousy pipe has terrible quality. It bent after just one swing. The chief combat examiner trembled all over as he crawled out from under the judge's table. Pointing with a trembling finger at the testing machine nearby, the examiner shouted, Lu Chen, go and punch that force tester once. Lu Chen, go throw a punch at that strength tester. The chief examiner's voice trembled distinctly as it echoed across the empty playground. The finger he was using to point at the strength tester was shaking like it was plucking cotton. The 1,000+ people on the field were still in a state of mental shutdown. The image of Chu Tianjiao being swung through the air and smashed into the wall was far too visually shocking. Yet no one was willing to believe that such a thing had been done by a so-called waste with a qi and blood value of 0.5. It must be that the pillar was too old, all rusted inside. Director of Discipline, Li Jiangguo, clutched the railing of the stands with white knuckles, shouting himself hoarse. Young Master Chu was just careless and got caught by that brat's cheap sneak attack. Li Jiangguo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, desperately searching for an excuse for the absurd scene just now. With the director having set the tone, a chorus of agreement immediately rose from the third-year formation. Scared me half to death. I almost thought he'd really turned into a monster. That load-bearing pillar has been exposed to wind and sun for years. It's probably as brittle as a cracker by now. If it were me, I could have pulled it out too. You think raw brute force can beat star skills? What a joke. The students patted their chests, claiming they'd almost been fooled by Lu Chen's bluffing. Murong Shui, the class beauty of class 5, twitched her lips and let out a cold snort. Putting on a spooky act. Once he throws that punch at the tester, let's see how he cries when his bones fracture. Lu Chen could not be bothered to respond to their wild imaginings. He yawned, strolling lazily toward the strength tester at the edge of the combat field. This was no ordinary machine. It was the latest high-grade strength tester recently allocated by the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. Its base was cast from 10 tons of pure steel, as heavy and solid as a main battle tank. The target disc was made of a special alloy capable of absorbing Starforce impact, its surface shimmering with a dim blue luster. This tail feels great, perfect for swinging a big windmill. Lu Chen chuckled coldly, his feet digging deep into the ground like rooted steel. Lu Chen stood before the target disc and reached out to tap the cold alloy surface. A dull thudding echo rang out. The chief examiner swallowed hard and raised his loudspeaker to explain in a booming voice. This is a special titanium steel alloy capable of withstanding an absolute impact force of 100,000 G. As long as you strike with all your strength, it will accurately measure your true physical capacity. Before the examiner could finish his sentence, Lu Chen was already moving. No deep breath, no horse stance, and certainly no flashy circulation of star force. Lu Chen did not even bother to twist his waist. He simply lifted his right fist in an offhand manner. Lightly, casually, he sent it forward. The posture was like that of an old man in the park at dawn, pushing at the air while practicing Tai Chi. Murong Shui could not hold back and burst into muffled laughter behind her hand. That movement is so feeble it couldn't even kill a chicken. As expected, he's just a good for nothing. Yet in the very next instant, Lu Chen's fist touched the alloy target plate of the strength tester. A deafening blast erupted across its surface, louder by a factor of 10 than the sound of the collapsing pillar earlier. A white ring-shaped airwave, clearly visible to the naked eye, exploded outward and surged madly in all directions. Several students, standing in the front rows, were swept off their feet and hurled to the ground by the blast. They rolled across the grass for more than a dozen turns before barely coming to a stop, their ears ringing with a piercing hum. Crack! Across the supposedly indestructible alloy target played a web of fine cracks spread in an instant. The cracks, like wildly proliferating vines, rapidly extended down into the entire tinted pure steel base. The shrill sound of metal tearing made everyone's teeth ache. Bang! The latest strength tester, worth a staggering 8 million, exploded on the spot. Countless gears, springs, steel plates, and electronic components were shredded as if they had been fed into a pulverizer. They turned into a storm of scrap metal, shooting out in all directions like a shower of scattered blossoms. The largest shard of the display screen streaked past Director Li Jiangwo's head with a sharp whistle. Its razor-sharp edge sheared off the last few stubborn strands of hair at the center of his scalp. A small patch of bloodied skin along with those hairs fell to the ground. Clack! Li Jiangwo's insulated mug slipped from his hand, spilling scalding goji-infused water all over the floor. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees on the concrete of the stands. Warm liquid seeped uncontrollably from his crotch, spreading a darker stain over his gray dress pants. A pungent stench of urine began to permeate the air. The playground fell into such utter stillness that even a pin dropping would have been audible. Everyone's mouths hung agape, their eyes bulging as if about to pop from their sockets. The chief examiner unconsciously crushed his tin loudspeaker in his grip. He stared first at the field of twisted metal remains, then at Lu Chen's fair, uninjured right hand. 10 tons of pure steel shattered by a single punch. Was this something a carbon-based life form could do? The students who had just accused Lu Chen of cheap tricks and sneak attacks now had faces flushed a livid pig liver hue. Some began slapping their own faces frantically, trying to verify whether they were dreaming. The smile on Murong Shue's face froze completely, her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the grass. Her lips, delicately glossed, parted wide as she lay there, unable to get up for a long moment like a dying fish. Lu Chen withdrew his fist and casually flicked his wrist. The quality is terrible. I didn't even use 10% of my strength. They're not going to make me pay for this, are they? Lu Chen turned toward the chief examiner, his tone tinged with faint disdain. A shiver ran through the chief examiner from head to toe, and he shook his head like a rattling drum. No, you don't have to pay. The machine was old. It counts as natural damage. Absolutely no compensation. After all, who would dare ask a monster that had just punched apart 10 tons of pure steel to pay? If this boy got upset and decided to test his fist on human skulls, what then? At the very top of the stands in the VIP seating area, Su Qingyuan still remained where she had fallen. Brown iced coffee was trickling down her fair neck into her collar, staining her expensive silk school uniform. On any normal day, this iceberg school belle, with severe misophobia, would have exploded in fury. Anyone who dared stain her clothing would surely be beaten by every male student on campus until he dropped out. Yet now she had even forgotten to wipe herself clean. Su Qingyuan's cool peach blossom eyes were locked firmly on Lu Chen's back at the center of the field. In that brief instant of explosive shockwave, the wind pressure had utterly shredded this great ice armor she had always prided herself on. It was the feeling of absolute strength grinding everything into dust. An unprecedented shudder raced up her spine and crashed into the crown of her skull. All her life, she had been surrounded by supposedly noble Star Force prodigies, refined and elegant. Before fighting, they would form seals, recite lines, and strike handsome poses. As if Star Force were not meant for killing, but for walking a fashion runway. Lu Chen, however, was different. This so-called waste, mocked by the entire school, fought using nothing but pure physical destruction. Uprooting pillars, smashing people, pulverizing pure steel with a single punch. Violent, savage, utterly unreasonable. Su Qingyuan's heartbeat grew ever faster. Bang, bang, bang. Each thump felt like a drumbeat pounding inside her chest. She bit down on her lower lip as a strange blush rose over her pale cheeks. Once the fear ebbed, a pathological emotion named Stockholm Syndrome began to sprout wildly within her heart. Gazing at Lu Chen's broad back and the explosive muscle lines hidden beneath his uniform, Su Qingyuan actually felt a suffocating sense of security. If those arms that could crush steel were to hold her in an embrace, then even if the world were to end, wouldn't those terrifying alien beasts be smashed to pulp by his fists? The icy school goddess persona collapsed completely in that moment. Her breathing grew rapid as she stared at Lu Chen. Her gaze turned increasingly moist and hazy. Her eyes seemed to spin out crystalline threads that clung to Lu Chen's figure, impossible to tear away. Several rich young masters beside her hurried over, eager to ingratiate themselves. "Su School Belle, are you alright? That Lu Chen is far too rough. He didn't scare you, did he?" A boy in a designer suit reached out, intending to help her up. Su Qingyuan slapped away his outstretched hand in disgust. "Don't touch me." Bracing herself on the ground, she rose to her feet, for once ignoring the sticky coffee stains on her clothes. Her peach blossom eyes remained fixed, unblinking, on Lu Chen down on the field. "Get away from me. Don't block my view of him." Though her voice was cool, a twisted Yandera-like tremor was plainly audible in her tone. The wealthy young masters exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. The most aloof ice goddess of Jiangcheng No.3 High was actually swooning over a violent maniac. That look in her eyes just now had clearly been the gaze of someone wanting to devour Lu Chen alive. Out on the combat field, Lu Chen had no idea that one punch had already smashed apart the school belle's emotional defenses. His steps rang crisply as he walked across the carpet of steel fragments. Dusting off his hands, Chen sauntered lazily, intending to head back to the classroom for a nap. His physical exertion today had been considerable. Back in class, he would need to add a meal and eat 2 whole roasted lambs. Clatter! From the ruins of the alloy wall, not far away, came the sound of bricks and rubble shifting. Chu Tianjiao, who had been smashed into the wall by the pillar, crawled out with his face covered in blood. The hair he had always kept meticulously groomed was now entirely matted with dust. The high-grade Star Beast leather armor he had prided himself on was torn into ragged strips, hanging from him like a beggar's rags. His chest showed a glaring depression where the ribs had caved in. Every breath Chu Tianjiao took made him twitch with pain. As the eldest young master of the Chu family of Jiangcheng, he had never suffered such a humiliating disgrace. In front of the entire school, he had been treated like a baseball and smashed by a waist with no star force. Chu Tianjiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and glared fixedly at Chen's back. Humiliation and unwillingness filled his eyes with bloodshot veins, making him look like a rabid stray dog. He knew that charging over now would be suicide. Chen's punch could shatter pure steel. If it landed on him, it would turn his body into minced flesh. But Chu Tianjiao could not swallow this insult, and the Chu family of Jiangcheng could not afford to lose face like this. If he could not win openly, he would pay others to strike from the shadows. His trembling hand fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a phone with a shattered screen barely still usable. Supporting himself against the broken wall, Chu Tianjiao roared at Chen's back with venomous hatred. Chen, just you wait. After school, I'll have people from the Thunder Martial Hall block you at the school gate. Chen, wait for me. After school, I'll have the people from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy block you at the school gate. Chu Tianjiao's furious roar seemed to still echo across the playground. In the blink of an eye, it was time for classes to end at Jiangcheng No.3 Middle School. The usually deserted school gate was now crowded with over 1,000 students. The setting sun cast long shadows outside the gate. 8 muscular men, bare-chested and with bulging muscles, stood side by side like iron towers in the middle of the school gate. They all bore a striking blue lightning symbol on their chests. That was the exclusive tattoo of advanced students from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. The surrounding students were so frightened they hid dozens of meters away, whispering to each other. It's over, young Master Chu really brought the elite of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy here. The one in the lead is Wang Ming, a second-tier star warrior rumored to be able to kill a low-tier star beast with a single punch. Even if Chen is strong, can he take on 8 experts enhanced by star power? The newly dressed Principal Li Jiangguo hid in the guard room, secretly watching through the glass, wishing for Chen to be beaten half to death. He still had sleep crusts in the corners of his eyes, and his stomach let out a loud growl at the right moment. I'm starving. Why is the cafeteria closed so early? He still had sleep crusts in the corners of his eyes, and his stomach let out a loud growl at the right moment. I'm starving. Why is the cafeteria closed so early today? They didn't even leave me any leftover buns. Chen complained while walking straight past the 8 meat mountains without even looking at them. Stop! Wang Ming stepped forward, abruptly blocking his path. Blue electric arcs flickered all over his body, and the fluctuation of star power made the surrounding air feel scorching. Are you the blind one called Chen? Young Master Chu offered $1 million for us to break 3 of your legs. Wang Ming clenched his fist as big as a sandbag, and the joints cracked like popping beans. Chen stopped, rubbed his flat stomach, and didn't even lift his eyelids. If you're going to hit me, do it quickly. I'm in a hurry to eat at the corner barbecue place. If I'm late, there won't be any pork belly left. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding students collectively gasped. Facing imminent death, this useless person was still thinking about eating barbecue. At the back of the crowd, the aloof school beauty, Su Qingyuan, now dressed in a brand new uniform, quietly watched from behind a baseball cap. Hearing Chen's words, she didn't find it arrogant. Instead, her fingertips uncontrollably tightened around the hem of her clothes. A sickly sense of anticipation made her cheeks flush slightly. Wang Ming felt that his dignity had been seriously provoked. He let out a loud roar, and the blue electric arcs on his body surged violently, gathering onto his right fist. Thunderstorm Bull Fist. The dazzling lightning light blinded everyone's eyes. The other 7 muscular men also took their stances, and colorful star techniques lit up one after another at the school gate. Red fire, green poison, yellow earth. The flashy effects were comparable to a large holographic concert. Chen sighed. Are these people out of their minds? Do they need to summon a rainbow dragon before fighting? He was too lazy to deal with them one by one. He found it bothersome. Chen turned his head, his gaze falling on an old utility pole by the roadside outside the school gate. It was a sturdy concrete pole about 10 meters tall and nearly half a meter in diameter. Due to years of neglect, the insulation layer on it had come off, and the wires at the top were still sparking blue electricity. Chen stepped forward and walked straight to the utility pole. He extended his hands, wrapping them around the rough concrete pole, one on each side. Wang Ming was stunned, and the lightning on his fist paused for a moment. Is this kid scared silly? What's he doing hugging a utility pole? Trying to connect to the power supplies. The next second, Chen slightly spread his legs. The asphalt road beneath his feet suddenly cracked with a loud catching, creating 2 half-meter deep pits. His forearm muscles bulged like inflated tires with veins resembling thick serpents writhing beneath his skin. Chen shouted lowly, exerting force with his waist and back. Boom. The entire road shook violently, as if a magnitude 7 earthquake had struck. Under the terrified gaze of all the teachers and students, that utility pole buried deep underground and weighing several tons was uprooted by Chen as easily as pulling a carrot. As dirt flew, the underground water pipe burst, shooting a column of water into the sky. The severed high-voltage wire swung around, exploding into dazzling sparks. Chen hoisted this 10-meter giant still leaking electricity, turned around, and looked at the dumbfounded 8 men. Come on, let me see what's tougher, your rainbow punches, or this concrete pillar. Wang Ming's jaw nearly hit the ground. His once proud star power electric arcs looked laughable, like a firefly in front of the 100,000-volt sparks Chen was carrying. Is this something a carbon-based life form can do? Run quickly. Go back to the martial arts academy and report. Wang Ming shouted, using all his lightning star power to escape, turning and rushing across the street. Too late. Chen took a deep breath, gripped the bottom of the utility pole with both hands. He pivoted at his waist and suddenly made a sweeping motion of 180 degrees. Whoosh, bang. The terrifying physical wind pressure descended once more upon Jiangcheng No.3 Middle School. The massive concrete pillar with immense force and violent electric sparks swept past like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Even the air was compressed into explosive sounds by this brute force. The 8 muscular men couldn't even scream. They were like bowling pins struck by a bowling ball, instantly flying backward. The rainbow star technique lights in midair were shattered by the pillar, turning into countless light spots. Boom. The 8 men uniformly crashed into a dilapidated building across the street, collapsing an entire wall of red bricks. Bricks mixed with concrete came crashing down. Dust and smoke rose, obscuring the sky. The entire scene fell silent, with only the sound of the broken water pipe gushing water. The girls covered their mouths, their screams stuck in their throats. Principal Li Jiangguo in the guardroom rolled his eye. At the back of the crowd, Su Qingyuan was panting heavily, her peach blossom eyes filled with obsessive fervor. Chen casually dropped the leaking utility pole on the ground and brushed off the dust from his hands. With this little skill, you're still wasting my time for barbecue. Just then, a harsh metal grinding sound came from the ruins across the street. Creak. Next, there was a pitchy scream from a girl. My gosh, who smashed my car? Chen looked closely. Under the collapsed red brick wall lay a limited edition pink Star Energy supercar. The roof had been crushed by the flying muscular men, and the 8 of them were piled up on the hood like dead pigs. A delicate white hand struggled to push open the deformed car door. Shen Wanwan emerged from the gap, her hair covered in dust. She was originally wearing an exquisite Lolita dress, now completely covered in dirt, resembling a doll just dug out of a coal mine. The daughter of Jiangcheng's richest man was heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. She looked at the wrecked car, and then back at Chen, who had lifted the leaking pole. Others would have run far away from such a monster, but Shen Wanwan's thought process had always been different from others. She gazed at Chen's explosive muscle lines, and a crazy idea flashed through her mind. Shen Wanwan dashed across the messy street, filled with the scent of her perfume, and leaped directly at Chen. She hugged his thigh tightly, pouting angrily. You smashed my limited edition sports car. You have to take responsibility for me. Meet compensation. You broke my limited edition sports car. You must take responsibility and compensate me with your flesh. Shen Wanwan clung tightly to Chen's thigh, raising her delicate little face covered in dust and shouting with righteous indignation. Thousands of onlooking students at the school gate were left dumbfounded. The air was filled with the mist of a broken water pipe, yet it was quiet enough to hear the sound of water droplets falling onto the leaves. The boys were so jealous that their teeth ground together. Who was that? Shen Wanwan, the beloved daughter of Shen Wanshan, the richest man in Jiangcheng. Usually she had a dozen bodyguards escorting her, and how many young heirs from wealthy families had to line up just to say a word to her. This girl usually wouldn't even spare a glance at those talented star warriors. Now she was actually clinging to the leg of a poor student, demanding compensation. Has the world gone mad? At the back of the crowd, Su Qingyuan heard this, and her high heels stomped down hard on the asphalt, leaving a white mark. She clenched the edge of her baseball cap tightly, her knuckles turning a pale white. The usually calm peach blossom eyes were now swirling with an indescribable agitation. That position was supposed to be hers. She should have rushed up earlier instead of secretly following from behind. Chen looked down at this koala-like creature clinging to his leg, his brows furrowed into a knot. The image of sizzling pork belly on a grill still lingered in his mind. This rich little girl was shamelessly delaying. Chen was not impressed by the daughter of the richest man. He raised his right hand, aiming at Shen Wanwan's smooth and plump forehead. With a slight twist of his wrist, he curled his middle finger. Smack! A crisp and loud slap, or rather a sharp smack, accurately struck Shen Wanwan's forehead. This was the result of Chen holding back 99.9% of his strength. Even so, Shen Wanwan was sent flying half a meter away like a struck billiard ball. She landed on the muddy concrete ground with a thud. Ouch! Shen Wanwan covered her instantly swollen forehead, her big eyes quickly filling with tears. Wow. She squatted on the ground crying pitifully. You hit me. Not even my dad has laid a finger on me since, you barbaric brute, how could you hit a girl? Shin Wanwan cried, her dress covered in mud, looking as miserable as. Lu Chen rubbed his stomach, waving his hand impatiently. Who told you to block my way to the Aliokaniat barbecue? Your car was damaged by those 8 sandbags that flew over. Go find them for compensation and stop trying to frame me. The surrounding boys were completely shattered in their worldview. Someone slapped themselves hard to confirm if they were dreaming. That was a billion-dollar rich girl who actually sought to cling to Lu Chen and was sent crying away with just a slap. Is this kid's head made of titanium alloy? Su Qingyuan watched this scene, her tense shoulders inexplicably relaxed. She lifted her baseball cap slightly and let out a sigh. So Lu Chen was just as ruthless towards other women. The sense of defeat from being rejected moments ago vanished without a trace. Shin Wanwan squatted on the ground, crying for half a minute. Through her fingers, she secretly peered at Lu Chen's impatient face. There were no flattery, no attempts to please, nor any fears stemming from her identity. In Lu Chen's eyes, her charm was actually worth less than a street-side Aliokaniat barbecue. A novel experience unlike anything she had ever felt before struck Shin Wanwan's heart like a jolt of electricity. All those rich young masters who surrounded her were only after the Shun family's money, so fake, it made her nauseous. But this man before her exuded a wild, domineering aura, utterly dismissive of worldly conventions. The image of him wielding an electric pole as a weapon replayed in Shin Wanwan's mind. That raw, pure power was so manly. Shin Wanwan didn't even bother to wipe her tears and sprang to her feet. She didn't even care to brush off the mud from her Lolita dress. Her fair hand dove into her limited edition bag, pulling out a pure black card. The edges of the black card were lined with a circle of crushed diamonds sparkling in the sunset. This card has 1 billion in pocket money. The password is 6/8. Shin Wanwan raised the black card in both hands in front of Lu Chen, her cheeks flushed with excitement. I've made my decision. Ooh, I want to support you. From now on, you will be my exclusive bodyguard and boyfriend. Whatever barbecue meals you want, I will cover. The crowd fell into silence once again. 1 billion. A normal person would never earn even a fraction of that in 10 lifetimes. The boys pounded their chests, wishing they could rush up to take that slap for Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked down at the black card. He reached out and took it. Shin Wanwan's eyes lit up, thinking Lu Chen had finally succumbed to her financial allure. Instead, Lu Chen squeezed the black card in his hand, testing its firmness. It's hard, but it can't be eaten like teppan. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Chen tossed the black card like a dart, and with a whoosh it embedded itself into the asphalt by Shin Wanwan's feet. Put away your broken plastic card. Don't insult a food lover's dignity with such things. Lu Chen snapped his fingers, bypassing the stunned Shin Wanwan, and continued walking towards the street corner. Shin Wanwan stared at the black card stuck in the asphalt, her heart racing. Faced with the temptation of 1 billion, he actually called it a broken plastic card. He treats money like dirt full of hard bones. The light in Shin Wanwan's eyes grew brighter. This was the true man destined for her. Lu Chen, don't think you can run. The person I set my sights on, even if they run to the ends of the earth, I will buy you. Shin Wanwan pulled out the black card and chased after him in her muddy little shoes. Su Qingyuan stood in the crowd watching Shin Wanwan cling to Lu Chen like a little tail, her breath becoming a bit uneven. She bit her lip, pressed her baseball cap down, and quietly followed. A tumultuous scene of romantic intrigue was unfolding at the entrance of Jiangcheng No.3 High School. While everyone was watching the drama unfold, suddenly a sound of rubble shifting came from the ruins of a collapsed building across the street. Crash! A red brick was pushed aside. A bloodied, muscular arm reached out from the pile of debris. Zhao Gang, the instructor of the Thunder Martial Arts School, crawled out from the bricks, blood covering his head. He was lucky, landing on a soft pile of sand, unlike others who had passed out directly. However, his right leg was broken by a utility pole, now twisted at a bizarre angle. Gasping for breath, Zhao Gang's eyes were fixated on Lu Chen's back, who was several dozen meters away. The mixture of humiliation and anger made him tremble all over. As a martial arts instructor, being swept away like trash by a high school student using a utility pole was utterly humiliating. If this got out, how could he continue in Jiangcheng's martial arts community? Zhao Gang pulled out a red fury pill and swallowed it whole. As the pill entered his stomach, the violent star power instantly broke through his original meridian limits. Blood oozed from his skin, with blue veins bulging like worms. After a brief period of excruciating pain, he gained terrifying strength far beyond his usual capacity. Zhao Gang stared at Lu Chen's back, revealing a mouthful of bloody teeth. No matter how strong this kid was, his physical body couldn't possibly withstand a direct assault from star power martial techniques. As long as he caught him off guard and pierced his heart, with one blow the 1 million bounty would be his. Zhao Gang crawled on the ground, moving like a venomous snake, silently closing the distance. Lu Chen was utterly annoyed by Shin Wanwan's persistence. If you keep following me, I will tie you to a lamppost as a decoration. Lu Chen stopped and turned to threaten her. Instead of being afraid, Shin Wanwan puffed out her not fully developed chest and leaned forward. Go ahead and tie me up. What kind of rope will you use? Should I go buy you some high-quality ones? Lu Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. Just at that moment of distraction, Zhao Gang, with blood-red eyes, suddenly lunged out from behind a wrecked car. He stepped on the car's hood and leaped into the air like a predatory vulture. The violent lightning attribute star power condensed crazily in his right palm. The originally blue electric arcs under the enhancement of the Fury pill dimly transformed into a terrifying dark purple. The surrounding air was ionized by the high voltage, emitting a piercing zzz sound. Su Qingyuan, walking at the back of the crowd, caught sight of this scene and dropped her bag in fright. Lu Chun, watch out behind you. Su Qingyuan shouted without regard for her image, wanting to conjure ice armor for assistance, but realized it was too far away to make it in time. Shen Wanwan also sensed the scorching wave of heat above her head. Looking up, her small face turned pale. That dark purple lightning carried a destructive aura bearing down on Lu Chen's back. The martial arts instructor gathered all his star power in his palm and lunged at Lu Chen's back, shouting in rage, "Little beast, take this thunder split palm and die." The dark purple lightning, carrying a destructive aura, instantaneously illuminated the surrounding street for several meters. The violent current crackled through the air, even producing a sharp scent of ozone. Zhao Gang's face twisted and contorted under the illumination of the lightning, resembling a demon that had just crawled out of hell. He was 100% certain that if he struck with this palm, Lu Chen's heart would explode like a ripe tomato. Shen Wanwan stood right in front of Lu Chun, paralyzed with fear as she watched the terrifying purple light. She covered her eyes with her hands and let out a desperate scream. Several meters away, Su Qingyuan gasped, her beautiful high heels crushing the gravel beneath her. She tried to conjure an ice wall for protection, but as soon as a hint of frost appeared at her fingertips, Zhao Gang's palm wind was already pressing against Lu Chen's school uniform. Die! Zhao Gang roared like a beast from his throat. At this critical moment, Lu Chun let out a long yawn. He didn't even turn his head, not sparing a glance at the world-destroying lightning behind him. He simply extended his left hand nonchalantly. The gesture was casual, like scratching an itch on his back. Smack! A sound not very loud, but somewhat muffled, echoed as flesh met flesh. The violent dark purple lightning at that moment seemed to have its power suddenly cut off. It extinguished in an instant. Zhao Gang's bloodshot eyes widened in horror, his eyeballs nearly popping out. He felt as if his wrist was tightly gripped by a hydraulic iron clamp. Forget about smashing Lu Chen's heart. He couldn't even muster the strength to withdraw his hand. Do you have a disorder? Lu Chen's lazy voice came through. Shouting behind people's backs like that you'd think you stepped in dog. Zhao Gang desperately urged the star power within him, trying to paralyze Lu Chen's arm with lightning. However, the lightning as it crawled up his wrist vanished like a cow into the sea, failing to even electrify a single hair on Lu Chun. What kind of monster are you? Zhao Gang's voice trembled. Lu Chun turned his head, glancing at Zhao Gang, who was half suspended in midair, smirking slightly. I'm your granduncle. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Chun exerted force with his left hand. His fingertips dug painfully into the bone gaps of Zhao Gang's wrist. Crack! Zhao Gang let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, his wrist bones crushed to dust. But this was... Lu Chun lowered his waist, his back muscles tensing instantly, the terrifying outline of his lats visible even through his school uniform. He seized Zhao Gang's severed hand as if lifting a light tattered sack. A perfectly executed over-the-shoulder throw, standard to the extreme. No star power enhancements. No flashy effects. Only pure speed, mass, and absolute violent kinetic energy. Boom. Zhao Gang's 200-plus pound body traced a tragic arc in the air, smashed violently against the asphalt road before him. The sound of the earth shaking was louder than the earlier sound of a telephone pole being pulled down. A visible white shockwave exploded along the ground. Debris and asphalt fragments flew around like shotgun pellets. Shen Wanwan screamed, crouching down to protect her head. Lu Chun waved his hand casually, using the palm wind to deflect all the flying debris away from the rich girl. As the dust settled, every spectator's jaw dropped to the ground in unison. A half-meter-deep, human-shaped pit appeared in the middle of the road. Zhao Gang was embedded at the bottom of the pit, his limbs twisted into a tangled, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. The violent effects of the pills and the remnants of the lightning attribute star power within him shattered under the pure physical impact like broken glass tubes. With a puff, the star power completely dissipated, turning into specks of blue light that vanished into the air. Zhao Gang couldn't even groan a second time before rolling his eyes back and fainting. Lu Chen dusted off his hands, pulled out a crumpled tissue to wipe his hands. I thought taking the pills would make me tougher, but it turns out this flashy star technique is even less useful than a piece of toilet paper. He crumpled the used tissue into a ball and precisely threw it into the nearby trash can. The scene fell into dead silence. That was a second-tier star warrior who had taken a berserk pill. Even an armored vehicle would have been left with a huge hole from that lightning palm strike. And yet, he was slammed into the ground by Lu Chen's over-the-shoulder throw like hitting a pile of mud, unable to get back up. Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed through the crowd. The surrounding boys trembled, looking at Lu Chun as if he were a living god of death. Shen Wanwan, squatting on the ground, slowly raised her head. She looked at Lu Chun, who stood in front of her, her big eyes having forgotten to shed tears. The rich girl's small face was flushed like a ripe red apple. So handsome. Chen No.3 mumbled softly. She usually despised those muscular men reeking of sweat, finding them crude and lacking in taste. But the moment Lu Chen threw Zhao Gang to the ground earlier, he had completely redefined the aesthetics of violence. Such a sense of security. Even if the end of the world were to come, this man could clear a path with his fists. Shin Wanwan stood up, disregarding the mud on her Lolita dress, and opened her arms to pounce towards Lu Chun. Bodyguard brother, I've made up my mind. I not only want to support you, but I also want to marry you. Lu Chun disdainfully extended a finger, pressing it against the rich girl's forehead, forcefully creating distance. Don't get too close. I don't want your mud getting on my clothes. I still need to wear this school uniform for a semester. At this moment, Su Qingyuan finally snapped out of her shock and rushed over in her high heels. She ran too quickly, her chest heaving violently, releasing a refreshing fragrance. The aloof school beauty grabbed Lu Chen's arm, inspecting him up and down. Lu Chen, are you alright? Are you hurt? Su Qingyuan's voice carried a hint of panic and concern she didn't even realize. In that brief moment earlier, she felt like her heart was about to stop. Now seeing Lu Chen standing unharmed, she felt she could finally breathe again. Lu Chen pulled his arm away, looking at Su Qingyuan as if she were crazy. What could possibly happen to me? The one in trouble is the one at the bottom of the pit. But you two, could you please not block my way to the buffet? Time is running out. If I'm late, the boss will take away the pork belly. Su Qingyuan was momentarily speechless, her exquisite face flushed red and pale. The boys nearby felt their hearts shatter. Two stunning beauties were vying for his attention, showing concern and affection, yet he was only thinking about getting to the 29 yuan per person barbecue buffet. What kind of mental structure does this guy have? Shin Wanwan, unwilling to be outdone, hugged Lu Chen's other arm. He'll book all the barbecue restaurants in the city for you to eat as much as you want. Su Qingyuan shot a cold glance at Shin Wanwan, her peach blossom eyes filled with hostility. Miss Shin, the daughter of the #1 wealthy family in Jiangcheng, isn't afraid of losing the Shun family's face while pulling and tugging in public. Shin Wanwan snorted, puffing out her small chest. What do you care? I'm clinging to him based on my own abilities. If you can, you do it too. The two girls locked eyes, and the air seemed to crackle with sparks. The peach blossom battlefield formed instantly. The boys who had once envied Lu Chun now had no energy left to feel envious, only a profound sense of helplessness. Lu Chen, caught in the middle, painfully rubbed his forehead. Are you two done yet? If you keep arguing, I might just throw you both into the pit to fill it up. This hardcore statement from him didn't scare the two girls away, instead it made them cling even tighter. It seemed that whoever let go first would lose in this battle. At that chaotic moment, a sharp alarm and the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from afar. Get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. Director Li Jiangwo, now wearing a fresh pair of dress pants, led a dozen security guards armed with riot sticks, forcefully pushing through the crowd. Li Jiangwo had been hiding in the guard room, already aware of the commotion outside. He had initially hoped that the martial arts school's people could teach Lu Chen a lesson, ideally leaving him half disabled. Who would have thought that the drugged instructor turned out to be useless, not even lasting a single move before being counter-killed? But he felt this was a perfect opportunity to seize leverage. It wouldn't be easy to explain to the young master of the Chu family, but he could use the pretext of Lu Chen injuring someone to directly expel him from Jiangcheng No.3 Middle School. Li Jiangwo, puffing out his beer belly, marched to the edge of the pit. Looking at the twisted Zhao Gang at the bottom of the pit, he gasped in shock, his eyelids twitching. Spit flew all over under the sunset as Director Li Jiangwo pointed at Lu Chen, yelling, "This is outrageous. Lu Chen, you dare to openly injure people. I'm declaring your expulsion right now. How dare you? Lu Chen, you openly harm others. I hereby announce your expulsion." Li Jiangwo's spittle flew wildly under the sunset, splashing a layer of moisture onto the asphalt road in front of Lu Chen. A dozen school security guards clutching riot forks trembled as they surrounded him. They glanced at the martial arts instructor in the pit, whose limbs were twisted like a pretzel, and then at their own lightweight plastic forks. The head of security swallowed hard, his legs shaking, not daring to take a step forward. This kid could swing a telephone pole like a broom. Would this plastic fork be enough to tickle him? Lu Chen pulled his arm free from the embrace of two girls. He rubbed his stomach, the protests of his hunger. Expel me. Lu Chen looked up at Li Jiangwo's shiny round face. He extended his right hand, bending his fingers one by one, producing a series of cracking sounds. The crisp sound of his knuckles cracking echoed in the silent street like a countdown to doom. Director Li, I think the school rules of Jiangcheng No.3 High School might be a bit outdated. Today I am feeling benevolent and will offer you a free physics tutoring session to help you reorganize the school's management structure. Lu Chen took a step forward towards Li Jiangwo. With each step he took, the asphalt beneath his feet cracked under the weight. Li Jiangwo's scalp tingled, the arrogance he had displayed moments ago shattered by the heavy footsteps. He stumbled back, tripping over his own feet, and fell into the muddy water. What are you doing? Do you dare to hit a teacher? Li Jiangwo screeched, scrambling backward on all fours, his dress pants splattered with mud. Just as Lu Chen raised his fist ready to deliver a blow to the director, a loud screech pierced the air at the school. A dozen pure black extended Rolls Royces surged onto the sidewalk like a torrent of black steel. They fanned out, blocking the entire street in front of the school. The car doors swung open in unison. Dozens of bodyguards dressed in black suits and sunglasses poured out instantly, taking control of the scene. The back door of the middle Rolls-Royce opened. A pair of long fair legs and silver high heels stepped out. Su Qingyuan, the ice queen of the school who rarely let anyone in at this moment, didn't even bother to adjust her baseball cap. She jogged straight through the wall of bodyguards, leaving a trail of cool fragrance. In the eyes of the entire school staff and students who stared at her like an alien, Su Qingyuan opened her arms firmly, standing in front of Lu Chen. She resembled a protective lioness, tilting her head up and fixing her gaze on the grounded Li Jiangguo. Let's see who dares to touch him today. Su Qingyuan's cold voice echoed in the wind, carrying an undeniable dominance. Li Jiangguo was stunned. Sitting in the mud, he stammered while pointing at Lu Chen. Su Schoolflower, what are you doing? This kid crippled someone from the Thunder Martial Arts School and provoked the young master of the Chu family. I am acting according to school rules. Su Qingyuan scoffed coldly. Her exquisite face was filled with frost. What does the Chu family matter? When did Jiangcheng No.3 High School become subject to the Chu family's authority? Su Qingyuan swiftly snatched a thick document from a nearby bodyguard. Without even glancing at it, she exerted force with her wrist, slamming the document onto Li Jiangguo's chubby face. Smack! The document spread, open white papers cascading over Li Jiangguo's head and face. Flustered, Li Jiangguo grabbed a sheet, glanced at it, and his pupils instantly dilated. Jiangcheng No.3 High School's highest board of directors equity transfer and investment agreement. He read the title, his voice trembling as if he had seen a ghost. Su Qingyuan looked down at him. Look closely at the numbers on it. Just now our Su family injected 1,000 billion into Jiangcheng No.3 High School's education fund. Now 90% of the equity of Jiangcheng No.3 High School is under my name. Su Qingyuan paused and glanced at Lu Chen. A hint of undeniable shyness flashed in her cold peach blossom eyes. But when she turned to look at Li Jiangguo, her expression returned to icy indifference. Lu Chen is the most outstanding martial arts genius in our school. If anyone dares to expel him, I will put them in a cement barrel and sink them into the Pacific Ocean to feed the sharks. A collective gasp filled the air, nearly sucking the oxygen out of the school gate. 1,000 billion, just to secure a boy's enrollment. This was not merely an investment, it was clearly a dowry that Su Qingyuan had prepared for Lu Chen. The boys were so envious their teeth bit into their lips, wishing they could crash into a telephone pole on the spot. Li Jiangguo was so frightened that his soul left his body, crawling and kneeling on the ground. Director Su, I was wrong. I apologize for not recognizing your greatness. He slapped his own face furiously, his palms making sharp sounds that echoed through the street, quickly swelling his cheeks to resemble that of a pig. What a joke! Offending the new major shareholder, the Su family had 100 ways to make him clean toilets by tomorrow. Lu Chen stood behind Su Qingyuan and let out a yawn. Are you done talking? If so, please step aside. You've blocked the road entirely, and I can't get to the buffet across the street. Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, Su Qingyuan's icy aura instantly collapsed. She turned around, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, her fingertips still warm. Lu Chen, if you're hungry, I can have a Michelin 3-star chef fly in by helicopter right now to cook for you. Before Lu Chen could refuse, the wealthy girl Shen Wanwan grew indignant. Shen Wanwan kicked a stone on the ground, angrily marching forward. 1,000 billion is impressive, huh? This young lady has plenty of money in her account. They'll spend 2,000 billion tomorrow to buy out every buffet in Jiangcheng, allowing only Lu Chen to eat. Shen Wanwan placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Su Qingyuan like a little chick with ruffled feathers. Su Qingyuan was unwilling to back down, puffing out her chest, her peach blossom eyes filled with provocation. Shen Wanwan, you may have money, but do you know how to take care of someone? I can wash clothes and cook, and I can also make the bed and fold blankets. Oh, what can you do? The two stunning beauties began to argue amidst the ruins. In their desperate bid to claim the title of caretaker for the useless guy, they nearly tore each other's hair out. The surrounding male classmates collectively burst into tears. What has happened to this world? The school flower and the daughter of the richest man, who usually wouldn't even glance at their love letters, were now arguing, blushing and heated over who would wash Lu Chen's clothes. Lu Chen was driven to headache by their shouting. Shut up. If anyone speaks again, I will throw you and Li Jiangguo into the sewer together. This statement proved to be more effective than any magic. Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan immediately fell silent, obedient, as two quails not daring to breathe too loudly. Lu Chen shook his head, pushed open the door of the Rolls-Royce, and walked straight out. Just as he was about to exit the encirclement, a girl in a super short skirt and heavy makeup squeezed her way out of the crowd. It was Mu Rongxue, the class flower of Class 5 in her senior year. Just moments ago, while Lu Chen had smashed the measuring device with a punch, she had been mocking him. Yet now she had witnessed Lu Chen single-handedly overpower a second-tier star warrior. She also bore witness to the crazy scene of the rich girl and the Ice Queen throwing 1,000 billion at him. Mu Rongxue, with her materialistic mind, quickly calculated the benefits. As long as she could be associated with Lu Chen, even if it meant being a maid serving tea, it was 1,000 times better than mingling with those ordinary young masters. She tugged at the hem of her super short skirt, revealing a large expanse of fair thigh. Then she deliberately pulled down the collar of her school uniform, creating a deep cleavage. Mu Rongxue stood in Lu Chen's path, her fingers crossed over her chest. She squeezed her legs together, swayed her hips, and in a coy voice called out, "Lu Chun, I knew you were the strongest." Mu Rongshue's voice was so sweet and high-pitched that it could squeeze out 3 pounds of industrial sweetener. Today she wore a pleated skirt that barely covered her thighs to attract the wealthy second generation. At this moment, she twisted her slender waist deliberately, pushing her snow-white chest forward. Her bare legs stood out conspicuously at the entrance of Jiangcheng No.3 Middle School. She pressed herself against Lu Chen's arm like an unremovable adhesive plaster, even closing her eyes and putting on a shy pose as if inviting him to pick her. In her mind, calculations were clicking away. As long as she could make some physical contact with this monstrous genius, no one would dare to mess with her in Jiangcity anymore. The air around suddenly dropped to freezing point. Su Qingyuan's cold peach blossom eyes narrowed sharply. An uncontrollable wave of chilling ice blue aura radiated from her. The water pooling on the ground from the fire hose instantly froze into white ice shards. The fingers gripping the Rolls-Royce key turned pale, and her nails dug deep into her palm. The dignified young lady of the Su family could not tolerate such a lowly green tea stealing attention in front of her. Shun Wanwan's reaction was even more violent and direct. This fiery-tempered rich girl bent down to take off the limited edition shoe on her foot. Weighing it in her hand, she gritted her small white teeth ready to smash it over the shameless woman's head. Hundreds of male classmates around held their breath. Someone gulped hard, staring intensely at Mu Rongxue, who was about to stick to Lu Chun. Usually even Chu Tianjiao would gladly accept such active attention from the flower of Class 5. But what happened next ground the entire school's male students' worldview into the dirt. Lu Chen stood still, his nose twitching twice. A strong, cheap scent of perfume surged into his brain. He frowned in disgust, not even glancing at Mu Rongxue, who was leaning in. His gaze was like that of a person looking at a bag of foul-smelling wet garbage. He casually lifted his right leg, bending his knees slightly, the solid muscle beneath his school uniform pants tightening. Without any shred of tenderness, he aimed directly at Mu Rongshue's flat abdomen and delivered a swift kick. This kick was purely out of disdain for her blocking his path. Bang! A dull thud of flesh colliding resonated at the school gate. Mu Rongshue's charming smile froze instantly, her features twisting into a mask of pain. She felt as if she had been slammed heat in by a raging star beast. Her body lifted off the ground, flying backward like a cannonball, skimming along the ground for over 10 meters. Clang! A half-meter-tall blue recyclable bin by the roadside was hit, its lid flying off. Mu Rongxue landed headfirst into the trash can in a perfect topple. The tremendous impact caused the trash can to shake violently. 2 legs clad in white silk flailed desperately outside the bin. Several pieces of waste paper covered with leftover soup landed squarely on her proud face. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves ceased. Su Qingyuan, who was ready to explode, froze in place, the icy aura around her dissipating completely. Shun Wanwan's hand, which was holding the shoe, hung awkwardly in the air, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an apple inside. Dozens of bodyguards in black suits, their sunglasses nearly falling off, stared in shock. That was a delicate girl, and this was right in public. Young Master Lu showed no mercy, casually kicking her into the trash can. Lu Chun brushed off the dust from his school uniform pants nonchalantly. His tone was thick with irritation and discontent. The smell of this cheap, pungent perfume has ruined my appetite. Go cool off where it's nice and breezy. Don't delay me from my business. Hearing this, several boys who secretly admired Mu Rongxue took 3 steps back in fright. They looked at her long white silk legs still twitching in the trash can, not daring to step up and help. Even a second-tier star warrior was treated like a sack of potatoes by Lu Chun. Who would dare to touch the woman he tossed into the trash? That would be seeking death. Su Qingyuan was the first to regain her senses. Looking at Lu Chen, a smile uncontrollably crept onto her lips, her inner frustration completely swept away. It turned out that in this man's eyes, those without power didn't even have the right to be looked at. She put the car key back into her limited edition bag and stepped forward in her high heels. Lu Chen, where are you going? Let me have the driver take you. Su Qingyuan's voice unexpectedly carried a hint of gentleness that even she herself didn't notice. Seeing this, Shin Wanwan quickly put on the shoe in her hand. She squeezed through the wall of bodyguards and hugged Lu Chen's unscathed arm. No way. Wherever you want to go, you're taking my helicopter. I'll have someone bring the best private jet in Jiangcity over immediately. Lu Chen rolled his eyes in silence, pulling his arm away with a slight tug. Stop following me. Oh, I'm going to the underground black market to get some handy equipment. I'm always pulling the roadside power poles and load-bearing columns. What if the city management team finds me? He waved his hand without looking back. Leaving behind 2 stunning beauties who were at odds with each other, Lu Chun walked confidently towards the old district of Jiangcity, hands in his pockets. As they watched his figure disappear completely around the corner, the crowd finally dared to erupt in gasps of disbelief. My God, is this still the Lu Chen we know? He didn't even give the school beauty and the richest girl any face. How arrogant. In the underground black market of Jiangcity, hidden within an abandoned air raid shelter in the old district, It was a place that never saw sunlight, with ventilation systems emitting harsh grating noises. The air was filled with the acrid smell of machine oil, dried blood, and cheap alcohol. On both sides of the narrow, damp alley, various unidentified star beast materials were piled high. Chen, dressed in a patched-up old-school uniform, strolled through the crowded crowd. The mercenaries and assassins with bulging muscles sneered at his outfit, seeing this naive student who stumbled into the black market as a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Chen ignored the sinister gazes and stopped in front of a shop with a sign that read Iron Bone Equipment Shop. The shop was sizable, filled with various metal ores and heavy weapons. Sparks from blacksmithing still lingered. Chen stepped across the threshold and approached the dark wooden counter. "Boss, do you have anything sturdy and heavy? Preferably a heavy weapon that can smash through star power shields without getting blunted." He extended 2 fingers and knocked firmly on the solid wood counter, producing a dull thud. Behind the counter, a bald man with a face full of flesh was lounging in a rocking chair, smoking. The bald boss had a fierce scar running across his nose, looking quite intimidating. Hearing the sound, he lazily opened his eyelids and scrutinized Chen from head to toe. From his faded school uniform to his worn-out sneakers, everything screamed poverty. The bald boss exhaled a thick puff of smoke, chuckling derisively. "Little kids still wet behind the ears, coming here to buy heavy weapons. With your delicate skin and tender flesh, can you even lift a 10-kilogram iron plate? Don't strain your back." Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He directly reached into his pocket, pulling out a high-level star beast crystal core he had just taken from the head of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Slap! He slammed it onto the counter. The blue crystal core, radiating a rich thunder attribute star power, instantly illuminated a small area of the dim shop. The bald boss' eyes lit up, and the cigarette, but in his hand, fell into his lap. He hurriedly extinguished the ember, his greedy gaze fixed firmly on the crystal core. This was the inner core of a second-tier thunder-type star beast worth at least 100,000 at an auction. A high school student holding such a fortune without an adult companion nearby was, in the eyes of the black market boss, a piece of meat delivered right to his mouth. The bald boss sneered coldly, a ruthless calculation flickering in his eyes. He turned and rummaged through the bottom layer of the junk shelves behind him. He pulled out a blackened, rusty iron rod. The surface of the iron rod was pitted, lacking a single smooth spot. He turned around and slammed the broken iron rod heavily onto the counter in front of Chen. Dust from the counter flew everywhere, causing people to cough. "This is a high-level star martial weapon made from deep-sea mysterious iron, priced at 500,000. The bald boss spoke nonsense while extending his rough hand. He casually pushed the star beast crystal core that Chen had placed on the table towards himself, covering it tightly. "This crystal core can barely count as a deposit. You'll need to add another 300,000 to take this divine weapon." Chen looked down at the rusted iron rod, still shedding rust. He extended a finger and lightly poked the surface of the iron rod. Crack! A piece of red iron skin flaked off, revealing a cross-section of inferior cast iron full of air holes. Forget smashing star power shields, it would even crack if used to crack walnuts. It was clearly a discarded scaffolding steel pipe, hastily coated with coal dust to deceive others. Chen raised his head, his gaze gradually turning dangerous. "You're trying to fool me with this broken pipe. Give me back the crystal core and find me a solid steel column that weighs at least a ton." The bald boss slammed his palm down on the solid wood counter. His 2-meter-tall, burly figure suddenly stood up, a strong, oppressive aura instantly enveloping the cramped space. The blood fluctuations of a peak first-tier star warrior were released without reservation. Several scar-faced mercenaries in the shop stopped their movements, crossing their arms. They blocked the shop door, looking like they were watching a show. Here, strong-arm tactics were common, and weak lambs would have even their bones swallowed. The bald boss touched the scar on his face, drawing out a half-meter-long machete from his waist. The blade was still stained with dried, dark blood, emitting a pungent smell. He pounded the counter hard with the back of the knife, his spit flying, his attitude arrogant to the extreme. Arriving at the black market equipment shop, the fleshy-faced and scrupulous boss tossed the inferior materials onto the table, sneering, "Just this scrap metal, take it or leave it, no refunds. With this broken junk, take it or leave it, no refunds." The bald owner spat out the half-burned cigarette from his mouth, and the heavy machete in his hand struck the solid wooden counter with a loud thud. Wood shavings flew everywhere. The sharp blade was less than 2 centimeters away from Chen's fingers. The mercenaries with scarred faces blocking the doorway immediately burst into laughter. This high school student probably hasn't even seen blood before, scared stiff and trembling. The young ones nowadays are so bold, coming to the black market without even a bodyguard. Today Baldly made an easy profit with a high-level crystal core. We should make him buy us drinks at Tiancheng Rinjian later. Chen glanced at the greasy machete without even blinking. He sighed and scratched the back of his head with his right hand. "I just wanted to quietly buy a handy iron rod. Why do you businessmen always insist on this forced buying and selling?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen's right hand suddenly transformed into a blur. There was no fluctuation of star power, no preparatory movement. It was just an ordinary slap fueled by morning irritation. Smack! A crisp sound exploded in the narrow shop loud enough that it felt like a firecracker had gone off right next to his ear. The bald owner, towering at 2 meters, didn't even have time to defend himself. His whole body flew like a frog struck by a speeding truck. His feet left the ground in an instant, and the flesh on his face rolled up from the impact. Several blood-stained molars shot out of his mouth like bullets, embedding themselves deep into the nearby concrete wall. Boom! The bald owner crashed onto the heavy wooden counter, shattering it into a shower of wooden splinters. His massive body continued its momentum, toppling over the 2 rows of iron shelves filled with weapons behind him. Blades and spears scattered across the floor, burying the bald owner beneath them. The shop fell into silence. The mercenaries at the door, who were ready to watch the show, had their laughter caught in their throats like chickens with their necks squeezed. The nearest mercenary, holding a cheap cigarette, dropped it onto his foot, burning a blister, but he didn't dare to shout out. A single slap sent a pinnacle first stage star warrior flying 10 meters away. Is this guy really a high school student? Chen bent down and picked up his second stage star beast crystal core from the floor, covered in wooden splinters. He wiped the dust off his clean clothes on the bald owner's outfit and stuffed it back into his pocket. What bad luck wasting my time to eat. Chen clapped his hands and turned to look at the scattered weapons. He walked over to a tungsten steel heavy sword, priced at 2 million, and pinched the blade with 2 fingers. With a gentle twist, crack, the heavy sword, supposedly capable of shattering the skulls of second stage star beasts, snapped in two like a thin pancake. Chen disdainfully tossed the broken sword onto the ground. He picked up a dark red heavy meteor hammer. After weighing it in his hands, he shook his head. Too light, it feels no different from holding a plastic balloon. He casually squeezed, and the precision steel spikes used for bloodletting on the surface of the meteor hammer crumpled into a pile of scrap metal. After inspecting over a dozen so-called treasures in the shop, they all shattered at a touch, mere pieces of junk. In such a large black market, I can't even find a sturdy iron rod to crack walnuts with. What a disappointment, Chen said, preparing to check out the next shop. Just as he turned around, his gaze swept across a wall deep in the shop. It was a thick, load-bearing wall. In the center, seamlessly embedded, was a giant pure steel safe over 2 meters tall and more than 3 meters wide. The black-gray brushed steel surface glimmered with a dense, cold metallic sheen. The edges of the safe were welded tightly to the internal structure of the load-bearing wall with rebar as thick as an arm. This was the ultimate vault used by the bald owner to store top-tier star beast materials and dirty money. The outer shell was cast in one piece from military-grade armor, steel resistant to explosions, shocks, and cuts. The steel plate's thickness reached an astonishing half a meter. Chen's eyes lit up as he strode towards the safe. He bent his middle finger and flicked it against the steel door. Dong! The dull, heavy metallic echo resonated throughout the shop. Good stuff, this thing is sturdy, much better than that broken junk. Chen stroked his chin, growing more satisfied with this massive hunk of iron. The mercenaries at the door exchanged glances, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. What does this kid plan to do? This safe weighs at least 10 tons, and with the load-bearing wall and foundation, even a crane couldn't move it. The next moment, Chen's actions shattered their entire worldview of martial arts. He didn't search for any unlocking tools, nor did he study the combination lock. He slightly spread his legs, stepping on the shattered tiles. His solid arm muscles tightened instantly, veins bulging from his hand to his collar. He directly extended both hands, fingers clawed like an eagle's. Aiming at the edge of the safe against the concrete wall, he thrust with all his might. Pooh! The hard, high-grade concrete wall was as fragile as a freshly baked cream cake before Chen's fingers. His forearm sank deep into the wall, firmly gripping the load-bearing rebar behind the safe. Lift for me! Chen shouted lowly, his back muscles taut like a drawn bow, and he exerted force. Rumble! The entire underground black market, converted from an air raid shelter, trembled violently at that moment. The ventilation ducts above emitted a creaking sound under the unbearable load, and dust began to rain down. Cracks spread across the wall like a spider web. The grating sound of twisting metal echoed throughout the passage. The rebar connecting the safe to the foundation was pulled and deformed, snapping in half. Bang! 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 The snapped rebar whipped against the wall like a whip, creating deep dents of various sizes, accompanied by a deafening boom. The Tintin giant pure steel safe, along with a large chunk of concrete base, was forcibly extracted from the wall by Chen. A massive black hole appeared in the depths of the shop, pulling down half of the wall of the adjacent store as well. Air rushed in, raising a cloud of dust. Chen lifted this colossal object with both hands, his knees not bending at all. With a swift twist of his wrist, he hoisted the Tintin safe onto his right shoulder. The absolute weight of 10 tons pressed down. The tiles and concrete floor beneath Chen exploded into powder, leaving 2 deep pits up to his ankles. He twisted his neck, emitting a series of cracking sounds from his joints. It's slightly light, but it will do as a brick. Chen, carrying the house's safe, turned around and walked out. With each step he took, the entire shop's floor shook, producing a sound like the earth trembling. The mercenaries, with scarred faces blocking the door, were so frightened that the knives in their hands fell to the ground. Their legs turned to jelly, and they crawled to the sides of the passage, terrified of being turned into meat paste under the feet of this Tintin steel behemoth. Monster! One mercenary rolled and crashed into the door of the opposite shop, soaking his pants and exuding an unpleasant odor. Chen swaggered past the threshold carrying the safe. Because the safe was too large, he inadvertently smashed down a large portion of the shop door frame. In the ruins of the shop, the bald owner buried under the iron rack finally caught his breath. He pushed aside the broken sword on him and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Looking at the empty wall and the big hole, the bald owner felt darkness before his eyes, almost fainting again. All his hard-earned savings and life from the past 10 years were in that safe. Robbery! The bald owner screamed mournfully like a fat pig being slaughtered. He fished out a red remote control from the bloodied ground, trembling thumb pressing the alarm button hard. Woo, woo, woo. The piercing sound of the highest-level red alarm instantly echoed throughout the underground black market. The shops on both sides of the passage hurriedly pulled down heavy rolling doors. From every alley and dark corner of the air raid shelter, a large number of heavily armed black market thugs surged out wielding glinting star energy, heavy knives exuding the bloody aura of desperate men. The sound of heavy footsteps surged like a tide. In just a few seconds, hundreds of elite thugs from the black market blocked both ends of the passage where Chen was. The crowd parted and a burly man with a cross-shaped scar on his left cheek stepped forward. He was the security captain of this black market at the pinnacle of second stage Star Warriors. The scarred man glanced at the terrifying safe on Chen's shoulder. His hand, holding the cigarette, trembled uncontrollably. Yet relying on their numbers, he slammed the star energy heavy knife heavily onto the ground. Dare to cause trouble in the Jiangcheng black market? Chop off his hands and feet. How dare you cause trouble at the Jiangcheng black market? Cut off his hands and feet. The scar-faced security captain slammed his heavy blade into the ground, bellowing in a hoarse, furious roar. The command was like ice water thrown into a vat of boiling oil. Over 100 fully armed black market enforcers instantly had murder in their eyes. They lived on the edge of a knife where face and rules were paramount. If they let a high school student in a uniform walk out unscathed today, the Jiangcheng black market might as well shut its doors forever. In the narrow underground passage, colorful glows of star energy flickered to life. One man raised a cleaver wreathed in searing flames. Another whipped out a steel chain dripping with eerie green venom. Yet another clasped his hands together, conjuring sharp spikes of earth. The war cries were deafening, spittle flying everywhere. Heavy boots stomped on the concrete floor, causing the fluorescent lights overhead to flicker. Chen stood his ground, watching the tide of people surge toward him like a horde of zombies. Instead of backing away an inch, he let out a long, bored yawn. Is this how gangsters fight these days? Running around setting off fireworks? Chen shifted the massive pure steel box on his right shoulder. The tintin weight of absolute mass bounced slightly with his movement. The hard ceramic tile beneath his feet shattered into powder, the ground sinking a dozen centimeters. Oh well, might as well use you blind fools to test if this new brick is handy. Chen's right hand locked onto a thick snapped steel rebar at the safe's edge. His left hand followed suit. Both hands gripped the load-bearing points of the tintin behemoth, one in front, one behind. The muscles in his arms swelled instantly as if inflated. The tattered sleeves of his school uniform let out a miserable tearing sound, shredding into strips that fluttered through the air. His solid muscle lines, chiseled like a Grecian statue, were exposed under the dim light of the bunker. The leading blade wielders, their flaming swords nearly upon him, were about to strike his head. The scorching wind from their blades even lifted the stray hairs on his forehead. Chen took a deep breath. The thunderous pounding of his heart echoed from his chest. He bent his legs slightly, the terrifying power in his waist and hips surging up through his thighs and into his spine. Then with a sudden colossal 180-degree turn, whoosh! The tintin military-grade pure steel safe was swung horizontally like an oversized fly. The air itself was compressed to its limit by the sheer mass and speed. A deafening sonic boom exploded within the confines of the bunker. A visible ring of white vapor formed a sonic boom cloud around the safe's edge. The dozen or so blade wielders in its path didn't even have time to scream. The moment their star energy long blades touched the safe, it was like noodles striking iron. The hardened alloy edges shattered inch by inch, scattering as a storm of metallic shards. Then the safe, carrying the overwhelming landslide-like kinetic force, slammed solidly into them. Thump, 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 thump. A dense cacophony of bone-shattering cracks rang out like firecrackers during New Year. Over 100 ferocious star cultivators were now, like bowling pins struck by a perfect strike. They flew backward at 10 times the speed they had charged in. The immense impact force shattered every star energy shield they had. Like tattered sandbags, they slammed into the walls on either side of the passage in clusters, stuck so hard they couldn't be pried off. But it wasn't over yet. The momentum from Chen's swing was simply too great. The safe, carrying a violent physical wind pressure, swept through and flattened the various shops lining the passage. Rumble! The pockmarked load-bearing wall of the iron bone equipment shop gave out first. Caught by the shockwave, the entire structure collapsed with a thunderous crash. The chain reaction spread like a plague. Half a street of illegally built shops crumbled under the sweep of the tintin pure steel hammer like toys built from blocks. Glass counters selling potions shattered into dust. Forging anvils were flattened into iron discs. Thick support pillars twisted and deformed under the impact, red brick walls reduced to powder. In just a dozen or so seconds, most of the underground black market was smashed into a flat, unobstructed pan by Lu Chen and his single safe. Thick dust obscured the dim ceiling lights. The acrid smell of dirt and concrete powder filled the air. The entire bunker fell silent save for the hiss of a burst water pipe. A few scattered bystanders who hadn't dared to rush forward were so terrified they fell to their knees. Their mouths hung open, jaws practically on the floor. They didn't even notice the drool dripping onto their clothes. Was this even human strength? This was clearly a Star Abyss Overlord-level beast in human skin. The scar-faced security captain who had given the order was lucky enough to have been hiding in the groove of a sturdy support pillar. He timidly poked half his head out. Staring at the flat ruins around him, devoid of any cover, his mind went completely blank. His pride and joy, his 100-man enforcer squad, were now all lying in the rubble, coughing up blood like dead pigs. A warm sensation spread in his crotch, and a pale yellow liquid ran down his pant leg, dripping onto the broken stones. All the courage he had mustered to cut off Lu Chen's hands and feet had been smashed to ashes by that single swing. The bald boss, buried deeper in the ruins, peered through a crack at his leveled Enterprise. A strange gurgling sound escaped his throat. His eyes rolled back, and this time he truly fainted dead away. Lu Chen eased off the force and hoisted the safe back onto his right shoulder, steady and firm. The quality is indeed good. Flattened half a street, and didn't even leave a dent. He patted the safe's cold, thick steel plating with his left hand, producing a satisfying thud. It's just that this thing has no handle, so it digs into my shoulder. They'll have to weld a steel handle on it tomorrow at the hardware store. Lu Chen stepped over the rubble and broken bricks, striding towards the black market's exit. As he passed, the still conscious black market thugs scrambled and crawled to press themselves against the walls on either side, desperately trying to squeeze into the cracks. They were terrified that even the slightest breath might anger this living god of death carrying a tinted steel block. The scar-faced captain clamped his hand over his mouth, not daring to even glance at Lu Chen. Lu Chen reached the stairwell and looked back at the mess he had made. Next time you do business, remember to be honest. Don't always try to force people into buying and selling. With that casual piece of advice, he hoisted the massive safe and walked up the steps out of the underground bunker. The sky outside had already darkened. The streetlights of the old city cast a dim, sickly yellow glow. The streets were littered with piles of junk and trash cans. Lu Chen, carrying the black iron box the size of a small room, walked to the curb. This thing was too big to fit in a taxi. He was just pondering whether to carry it all the way home to the slums, holding it above. Screech. A military green full-size off-road jeep, like a rampaging steel beast, suddenly roared up onto the sidewalk. The piercing screech of brakes tore through the quiet of the old city. 4 wide, heavy off-road tires left long black rubber marks on the asphalt. The jeep, carrying a wild gust of wind, came to a solid stop, less than 2 meters in front of Lu Chen. The door was violently shoved open from the inside with a loud bang. A pair of long straight legs clad in military combat boots and tight camouflage pants stepped out. Yin Hongya, this former ace female instructor of the stellar military, her face a mask of frost, walked over. She wore a black, tight-fitting tactical vest that accentuated her breathtaking fiery curves to the fullest. Fine beads of sweat from training in the gravity chamber still clung to her snow-white neck and slender arms. Yin Hongya strode up to Lu Chen. She completely ignored the absurdly large pure steel safe on his shoulder. Or rather, she didn't believe for a second it was a real solid tinted block of steel. In her understanding, even a Marquis-level powerhouse couldn't casually stroll around town, carrying over 10 tons of steel without breaking a sweat. It must be some kind of inflatable prop, made from high-tech lightweight star energy materials. Yin Hongya crossed her arms in front of her chest, the full curves pressed up by her arms inviting endless speculation. But her sharp, knife-like, beautiful eyes were locked onto Lu Chen's lazy ones. The scene from the school track earlier that day when Lu Chen had shattered the special gravity track had been nagging at her mind ever since. The military's most advanced detection instruments couldn't measure even a trace of star energy fluctuation from this kid. It was absolutely preposterous. Yin Hongya had trained countless recruits, and she was convinced that Lu Chen was definitely using some kind of banned substance or high-tech method to deliberately hide his true strength. She blocked Lu Chen's path, lifting her snow-white chin slightly. The cold evening wind stirred her neat, ear-length short hair. Yin Hongya's beautiful eyes narrowed, her voice carrying the hard-edged authority and pressure forged in the military. Just as he left the black market, a military jeep screeched to a halt, and the voluptuous military instructor, Yin Hongya, jumped out, blocking his path with a cold shout. Kid, your physical data is very suspicious. What are you hiding? Kid, your physical data seems off. What are you hiding? The cold voice of Yin Hongya echoed down the streets of the old. She stood in front of the military jeep with her tall, explosive figure like a mother leopard ready to pounce. Lu Chen halted his steps. He had a pure steel safe on his right shoulder, as large as a small house. The shadow of the safe enveloped Yin Hongya, casting her in darkness. Lu Chen let out a long yawn, his eyelids drooping. Annie, who are you? Are you sure you're not robbing the wrong person in the middle of the night? I don't even have a dime for barbecue. Hearing the word anti, the veins on Yan Hongya's forehead twitched. She was only 24 this year, in the prime of her. At the Jiangcheng military department, countless young officers had lined up to offer her flowers, yet she couldn't even spare them a glance. How dare this kid call her auntie? Yan Hongya took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to draw her gun. Her sharp eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen's muscular arms exposed to the air. Don't play dumb with me. During the day on the school playground, you didn't even use any star power and still broke the special alloy force gauge. The teachers at Jiangcheng No.3 who have never seen the world think you're a natural powerhouse, but you can't fool me. Yan Hongya said, striding around Lu Chen. Her combat boots clicked rhythmically against the asphalt. She reached out and patted the giant safe on Lu Chen's running around with such a big inflatable prop, trying to create an image of immense strength. You must have injected some kind of banned drug from the black market that burns life potential. Only those life-risking drugs can allow a person to unleash strength beyond the limits of the physical body in a short time. Lu Chen rolled his eyes, lacking even the desire to explain. He was both hungry and tired, just wanting to quickly return home, drop this heavy metal mass, and then find a street stall to indulge in a meal. Think what you want, but could you step aside? You're blocking my view of the streetlights. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words, stepping around Yan Hongya. Just as he took a step, the heavy safe crushed down on his foot, creating a deep pit in the pavement. Gravel flew clattering against the Jeep's bumper. Yan Hongya didn't even glance at the pit on the ground, treating it as just another shoddy project in the old city. Did I let you go? Yan Hongya's voice turned cold, her aura shifting dramatically. She was a top instructor who had returned from the front line of Xingyuan, having experienced true bloodshed. Against this kind of stubborn student on banned drugs, she had plenty of physical persuasion tactics. Yan Hongya pushed off the ground with her toes, her body shooting out like an arrow. She didn't use star power, relying solely on her honed combat skills from the military. A standard military grappling technique unfolded in an instant. Her left hand moved like lightning, aiming for Lu Chen's unoccupied left wrist. Her right hand clawed. Her movements were decisive and efficient. As long as she locked Lu Chen's joints, she was confident she could pin this high school student to the ground in a second. Lu Chen sighed. He didn't even lower his head, still steadily bearing the Tintin safe. Faced with Yan Hongya's approaching hands, he neither dodged nor flinched. He merely tightened the muscles in his left arm slightly. Bang! Yan Hongya's hands firmly gripped Lu Chen's wrist and shoulder. But in the next second, her expression changed completely. There was no fragile feeling in the joints she had imagined. She felt as if her proud eagle claw grip was clasping a solid high-density neutron star. Beneath Lu Chen's seemingly ordinary muscle lines lay a terrifying density that was despairing. A massive physical rebound surged back through Lu Chen's muscle fibers. Slap! Yan Hongya's hands, clad in tactical gloves, were abruptly pushed away by this rebound force. The high-strength nylon gloves ripped at the palms, revealing red skin beneath. Yan Hongya let out a muffled groan, her body jolted back repeatedly. She stumbled back 5 or 6 steps, her back slamming against the Jeep's door before she barely managed to stop. The Jeep's door was dented significantly. Yan Hongya raised her hands, her 10 fingers spasming uncontrollable. Blood even seeped from her tiger's mouth. Her entire arm felt numb and sore. She couldn't muster the strength to make a fist. She suddenly lifted her head, staring at Lu Chen's back like she had seen a ghost. How could this be? Even if she had taken the highest grade banned drugs, the physical defense shouldn't be this freakishly strong. That last rebound had no fluctuation of star power. It was purely the physical density crushing down that caused the rebound. Lu Chen stopped and turned to glance at her. Annie, do you have osteoporosis? I didn't even move, you came crashing into me, and I won't cover your medical expenses. After saying this, Lu Chen shook the safe on his shoulder and swaggered into the night. With each step he took, the ground trembled, leaving a long trail of shocking deep pits. Yan Hongya leaned against the Jeep, staring at the ankle-deep footprints, her chest rising and falling violently. At that moment her worldview cracked slightly. Could that iron box as big as a small house really be solid? Impossible. Carbon-based life forms definitely can't bear such weight. Yan Hongya gritted her teeth, shaking. Instead of backing down, her eyes ignited with a fiercer battle intent. Good kid, you're hiding deep. I want to see how long you can maintain this monstrous strength. Yan Hongya jumped into the Jeep, flooring the gas pedal, and the vehicle roared away into the street. The playground at Jiangcheng No.3 was bathed in bright sunlight. Over 2,000 senior students stood in neat rows according to their classes. Lu Chen stood at the back of Class 8, sporting 2 massive dark circles under his eyes. Last night, he had carried the Tintin heavy safe back to his rented apartment. As soon as he placed it in the bedroom, the old floorboards emitted a miserable cracking sound. He spent the whole night placing dozens of steel pipes underneath to prevent the safe from crashing through the floor into the kitchen of the old man downstairs. At this moment, he was so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open. He could fall asleep while standing. Up front, Principal Wang Defa held a microphone, his face glowing as he stood on the podium. His sparse hair shone under the sunlight. Students, quiet down. To prepare for the provincial martial arts examination in a month, the school has specially requested support from the Jiangcheng military department. Today we are fortunate to have a top officer from the military as our chief instructor during this final push for seniors. Let's give a warm welcome. A sparse applause erupted across the playground. Most students were indifferent to the military instructor, only feeling that the days ahead would be tough. At that moment, a synchronized sound of military boots stomping echoed from the entrance of the playground. Yin Hongya, dressed in a neatly fitted camouflage uniform of the Jiangcheng Military Department, strode into the playground. Her short hair fluttered in the wind. The tight uniform clung to her proud curves without an ounce of excess fat. The collar was slightly unbuttoned, revealing her fair long swan neck and alluring collarbone. A wide tactical belt cinched her waist, and her long legs were wrapped in military trousers, exuding a wild, powerful beauty. All the boys in the school instantly fixated on her. The previously dull playground erupted with wolfish gasps. My God, this instructor is too hot. Those legs, that figure, I suddenly feel like I love military training. If I could practice onion with her, I'd be willing to be beaten to death. In class, one of the senior year Chu Tianjiao, who had 8 broken ribs from being smashed by Lu Chun with a load-bearing column, was wrapped in bandages and sat in a wheelchair like a mummy. He watched Yin Hongya walk over, swallowing hard. His eyes were nearly popping out as he stared at her thighs. In the front row, Su Qingyuan retained her ice-cold demeanor. However, when she saw the reactions of the boys, especially Yin Hongya's aggressive figure, she unconsciously glanced down at her own chest. Su Qingyuan bit her silver teeth, clenched her delicate fists, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis rise. The rich heiress Shen Wanwan rolled her eyes dramatically in Class 5. Old woman, aren't you afraid of ripping your clothes with such tight-fitting attire? The rich girl muttered quietly, angrily kicking the grass. Yin Hongya was already used to these gazes. She walked up to the podium without even using the steps. With a sudden burst of strength in her legs, she performed a flawless jump, soaring over 2 meters high, landing squarely in the center of the podium without a hint of extra movement. This impressive display of muscle control instantly silenced the crowd. The boys' gasps caught in their throats, all aware that this fierce flower was not to be trifled with. Yin Hongya snatched the microphone from Wang Defa's hand. Her eyes, filled with wildness, scanned the crowd like... In the end, her gaze accurately pierced through the gaps between thousands of people, locking onto Lu Chun, who was dozing off. Yin Hongya gripped the microphone and leaped off the podium. She strode across the grass towards Class 8. The students along her path were intimidated by her iron-blooded aura, automatically parting like the Red Sea. Su Qingyuan watched Yin Hongya walk straight towards Lu Chun, her peach blossom eyes instantly freezing over. Shen Wanwan was even more anxious, tiptoeing with her big eyes fixed on this direction. Yin Hongya stopped in front of Lu Chun. Only then did Lu Chun barely open one eye, glancing at the somewhat familiar... Annie, are you here to study too? Lu Chun asked while yawning. The surrounding air instantly froze. Everyone gasped, looking at Lu Chun as if he were dead. Even Wang Defa on the podium broke out in a cold sweat. Yin Hongya didn't get angry. She turned around, raising her right hand clad in tactical gloves. Her finger pointed sharply at the enormous object that had been transported overnight by military truck to the edge of the playground. It was a circular track made entirely of black heavy metal. The surface of the track shimmered with oppressive dark red formation light, the surrounding air subtly distorted under this gravitational field. The Jiangcheng Military Department's exclusive training equipment, 10-fold gravity track. Yin Hongya turned her head, looking at Lu Chen's still sleepy face, her red lips curling into a provocative smirk. The next day, during morning exercises, Yin Hongya parachuted in as the chief instructor of Jiangcheng Sanzhong, provocatively pointing at the specially designed gravity track on the playground. If you dare run 10 laps on it. If you can last, I'll call you officer. If you have the guts, run 10 laps up there. If you can endure it, I'll call you commander. The provocative voice of Yin Hongya echoed across the playground of Jiangcheng No.3 High School. All the thousands of teachers and students in the school held their breath. That was the 10-fold gravity track specifically designed by the Star Army to torment elite recruits. The entire track was constructed from high-density, special tungsten steel alloy, immensely heavy. Not to mention, running on it, even a regular student would vomit blood from their organs just by stepping onto it. Even a first-tier Star Warrior would lose half their life after completing a lap. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Chun, waiting to see how this troublemaker would back down. Lu Chun yawned and casually dug at his ear with his pinky. Forget about commander, that sounds old. If you lose, you simply have to bring me 2 servings of pancakes with extra sausage and eggs every morning. The crowd erupted in disbelief. The boys looked at Lu Chun as if he were a madman, daring to let the military's retired tough girl run errands for breakfast. Is he tired of living? Yin Hongya let out a cold laugh, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. All right, as long as you can finish 10 laps, I'll personally deliver breakfast to your bedside. She turned first, her long legs stepping onto the dark red gravity track. Buzz. The formation activated and the air above the track instantly warped and twisted. The 10-fold gravity descended with a bang. A glaring red star power radiated from Yin Hongya's body as she braved the oppressive weight. Her military combat boots thudded heavily against the alloy surface. Yin Hongya turned her head, beckoning Lu Chun with her finger. Come up, I'll run with you. Let's see how long you can hold on. Lu Chun shrugged and slowly walked forward. He stepped onto the dark red track in his faded, worn canvas shoes. Principal Wang Defa trembled in fear. He shouted into his walkie-talkie medical team. Hurry and bring over a stretcher. If this kid's organs shatter, we need to rescue him immediately. However, the imagined scene of Lu Chun vomiting blood and collapsing did not occur. Standing under the tenfold gravity, Lu Chun even stretched leisurely. His entire body crackled with a series of popping sounds. It feels like I'm wearing a soaking wet military coat, and it's quite interesting. Lu Chun twisted his neck and commented. Yan Hongya's pupils constricted. This kid hadn't even mobilized a shred of star power, relying solely on his pure physical body to withstand the tenfold gravity. What a show. Running is where the real hell is. Yan Hongya snorted coldly, controlling her breath as she began to jog along the track. Lu Chun casually followed her with his hands in his pockets. After running half a lap, Lu Chun frowned. Auntie, your speed is way too slow. At this turtle pace, I'll miss the braised pork in the cafeteria for lunch. Yan Hongya was so furious that her chest heaved violently, nearly causing her to choke. Arrogant. If you're capable, speed up. Lu Chun sighed. Alright then, I'll just finish early. As soon as he spoke, Lu Chun pulled his right leg back half a step and his thigh muscles instantly bulged. The resilient fabric of his school pants was directly torn by the expanding muscles. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated on the track. The special tungsten steel alloy surface beneath Lu Chun cracked like a fragile cookie hit by a hammer. His entire body transformed into a cannonball shooting out at lightning speed. The velocity was so great that it created a white sonic boom cloud in the air. Yan Hongya only felt a gale blowing past, nearly knocking her over. She gaped in shock at the figure sprinting. This was tenfold gravity. Even high-level agile beasts in the star abyss could not run at supersonic speed. Lu Chun didn't care about gravity at all. He believed only in pure kinetic energy. As long as I run fast enough, gravity can't catch up with me. Bang, 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 bang. The entire playground felt like it was experiencing a barrage of artillery fire. With every heavy step Lu Chun took, the alloy surface of the track exploded into a half-meter deep pit. Countless shattered metal pieces scattered like bullets in all directions. The onlooking students screamed and ducked for cover, all huddling on the lawn to avoid the debris. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Lu Chun ran faster and faster until only a blurred afterimage could be seen racing across the playground. The expensive military gravity track met its doom beneath his feet. The alloy plates were twisted and deformed, and the formation nodes exploded one after another. The dark red glow flickered a few times before billowing out thick black smoke. On the stand, Su Qingyuan watched this, seeing her plastic water bottle and hands squished out of shape. Cool water splashed onto her slender white calves. Yet she remained oblivious, her peach blossom eyes filled with uncontrollable enthusiasm and fascination. Such a man seemed born to shatter all common sense. In Class 5's formation, the wealthy little girl Shen Wanwan was jumping with excitement, even kicking off one of her limited edition leather shoes. Lu Chun, go for it. Crush it. I'll compensate the school for 10 new tracks later. Shen Wanwan waved her small fist loudly, declaring her wealth and authority. Yan Hongya, who was still struggling on the track, had completely collapsed at this moment. The formation was short-circuited under Lu Chun's feet, making the gravity field extremely unstable. Sometimes 5 times, sometimes 12 times. The star power within Yan Hongya was flooding away like a burst dam. Her combat suit was completely soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body, outlining a breathtaking silhouette. Her lungs gasped like a billowing bellows, every breath tasted of blood. Her legs felt as heavy as lead. Whoosh! Lu Chun swept past her like a hurricane again. This was already her 5th lap. Auntie, are you alright? If not, just go rest. Lu Chun's teasing voice floated into Yan Hongya's ears with the wind. Yan Hongya gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. How could she, a dignified military tough girl, lose to a high school student in physical endurance? She squeezed out the last bit of star power from her dantian forcefully, trying to accelerate and catch up. But just then she stepped on a piece of alloy that had been crushed by Lu Chun. Her already exhausted legs instantly lost all strength. Oh! Yan Hongya exclaimed, her ankle giving way, and she uncontrollably toppled forward. Ahead was a sharp metal edge. If she fell, her face would be ruined. At the critical moment, Lu Chun at the end of the track suddenly skidded to a halt. Screech! The rubber soles of his canvas shoes screeched against the ground, leaving 2 long black marks. He made a swift turn and appeared in front of Yan Hongya in an instant. Lu Chun extended his strong right arm, wrapping it around Yan Hongya's delicate waist. The immense inertia caused both of them to slide several meters in the ruins before coming to a stop. Yan Hongya crashed heavily into Lu Chun's solid chest. In that moment, she felt as if she had collided not with flesh, but with an unmovable wall of size. The two were pressed closely together. Yan Hongya clung tightly to Lu Chen's school uniform lapel, gasping for breath. Her warm breath brushed against Lu Chen's chin. She could muster no strength at all now. Her legs were as weak as noodles. If Lu Chun hadn't held her waist, she would have collapsed to the ground. I can't take it anymore. Yan Hongya buried her head in Lu Chen's shoulder, her voice trembling with utter exhaustion. This female instructor, who had fought her way out of a bloodbath in the Star Abyss, had her worldview crushed by Lu Chun in the most brutal way. All she could think of now was that wild figure, and this body filled with a sense of security. The entire crowd fell silent. All the boys were so jealous their eyes were nearly bleeding. That was the fiery, cool military female instructor. How could she be so weak and limp in Lu Chen's arms, openly saying she couldn't take it anymore? Su Qingyuan stood in the front row, her water bottle completely shattered. She coldly tossed aside the water stains, gritting her silver teeth, wishing she could rush up and tear Yan Hongya away from Lu Chen. Shen Wanwan was so furious, she stomped her feet, picking up a small leather shoe from the ground and preparing to throw it onto the track. Old woman, let go of your hands. How shameless in broad daylight. Lu Chen, with one arm around the now limp Yan Hongya, sighed in exasperation. You promised 10 laps, but you didn't even complete 2. Remember tomorrow's pancakes, double eggs, and double sausage, with less green onion. He released his grip, tossing Yan Hongya to the approaching military medic. Then he swaggered out of the area that had been trampled into metallic powder, leaving Wang Defa kneeling in front of the track's wreckage, holding a handful of tungsten powder, tears streaming down his face. In a corner of the playground, Chu Tianjiao sat in his wheelchair, watching Lu Chen, who was drawing everyone's attention like a war god. He watched the school beauty grow jealous, the tycoon's daughter go wild, and the military goddess collapse in his embrace. Chu Tianjiao was so jealous that his features twisted, biting his lip until blood flowed into his mouth. He gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly with his uninjured left hand. The metal armrests were deformed under his grip. Chu Tianjiao's eyes were filled with resentment as he pulled out a black, encrypted satellite phone from his pocket. He skillfully dialed a death number that was only circulated on the dark web. As the call connected, a beast-like growl escaped from Chu Tianjiao's throat. In the corner of the playground, the injured Chu Tianjiao watched Lu Chen, who resembled a war god, with frenzied jealousy, dialing an encrypted dark web phone. I'll pay 50 million. Get rid of Lu Chen tonight. He'll pay 50 million. Take out Lu Chen tonight. Chu Tianjiao growled into the encrypted satellite phone in his hand, seated in his wheelchair. He gasped for air, fresh blood seeping through the bandages wrapped around his chest. A hoarse, grating laugh crackled from the other end of the line, like 2 rusted iron plates scraping against each other. Young Master Chu, 50 million to kill a high schooler. Generous indeed. Viper, the gold-ranked assassin of the dark web, at your service. Before midnight, I'll have his head in a box delivered to your bedside. The line went dead with a cold mechanical hum. Chu Tianjiao hurled the phone to the ground, shattering its screen. Staring at the gravity training track on the field, now reduced to rubble by Lu Chen, his face twisted into a demonic grimace. Night fell over a shantytown in Jiangcheng's old district. Lu Chen's rented shabby apartment was pitch black. In the center of the living room sat, you might be strong, but can you guard your throat while you sleep? Shh. Clutching his fractured ribs, Chu Tianjiao let out a maniacal, bitter laugh. Night fell over a shantytown in Jiangcheng's old district. Lu Chen's rented shabby apartment was pitch black. In the center of the living room sat a monstrous Tintin pure steel safe, squatting like some arrogant lord. To prevent the floor from collapsing under the weight, Lu Chen had propped it up with 40 heavy-duty steel beams scrounged from a construction site. The bedroom door was left ajar. Lu Chen lay sprawled on the wooden bed, fast asleep, snoring softly. Today had yanked out utility poles, hauled a safe, and run laps on a 10-fold gravity track. He hadn't even broken a sweat, but it was still tiring. He slept like the dead, oblivious to the stray cats yowling outside the window. Midnight struck. A faint shadow, barely discernible, slithered down the building's drainpipe and soundlessly slipped onto the third-floor windowsill. It was Viper. Clad in a light-absorbing, skin-tight night suit, he seemed to melt into the darkness. His entire body was shrouded in shadow star power, perfectly masking his heartbeat and breathing. Viper extended his gloved right hand and used a thin wire to gently pry open the rusted window latch. Click. A faint, almost imperceptible sound. Like a true Viper, he slipped into the living room. As he touched down, he looked up and saw the absurdly large steel safe. Viper froze. In all his years of taking contracts on the dark web, had infiltrated countless mansions of the wealthy and powerful. Who the hell puts a Tintin vault door in the middle of their living room? Is this kid insane? Doesn't even have a decent sofa, but keeps this hunk of iron. Viper sneered inwardly. Ignoring the steel box, he crept along the wall, inching towards the ajar bedroom door. Through the gap, he saw Lu Chen sprawled out on the bed. The target was completely defenseless, sleeping like a log. Viper drew a strangely shaped dagger from the tactical strap on his thigh. The dagger was pitch black, its blade crafted from the polished mandible of a blood beast from the star abyss. Known as an armor-piercing marvel, it could easily pierce the scales of a tier 3-star beast. More deadly still, the blade gleamed with an eerie, deep blue light. It was coated in a neurotoxin refined from deep-sea venomous jellyfish. A single scratch would cause total paralysis and cardiac arrest within 3 seconds without even a scream. 50 million, just like that. Too easy. Viper shook his head, a little disappointed. He pushed open the bedroom door, walked to the bedside, and looked down at Lu Chen's, a vulnerable, exposed human carotid artery. Viper raised his poisoned, armor-piercing dagger. Shadow star power surged into the blade, causing it to emit a low hum. He intended to sever Lu Chen's windpipe in one clean, decisive strike. In your next life, remember not to mess with the rich, he thought to himself. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger tip became a black lightning bolt, plunging towards Lu Chen's throat. Viper put his all into this thrust, the full kinetic force of a peak tier 2-star warrior behind it. The dagger struck the skin of Lu Chen's neck with unerring accuracy. Viper was already anticipating the beautiful spray of blood. But then, clang! A crisp metallic clash of incredible intensity exploded in the silent bedroom. The sound was like a sledgehammer smashing into a bronze bell. Dazzling sparks erupted from the point where the dagger tip met Lu Chen's neck. The sparks illuminated the entire dark room as if it were day. Viper's eyes bulged like a dead fish's. He felt as if he hadn't struck human flesh at all, but a piece of cosmic meteoric iron tempered 1,000 times over with an unimaginable density. A terrifying shockwave like a tsunami surged back up the dagger's hilt and into his arm. Crack! The dagger famed for piercing Tier 3 beast scales snapped cleanly in two. The broken tip spun off and embedded itself with a thunk into the wardrobe door. Viper's right hand split open at the tiger's mouth, blood splattering across his face. The bones in his entire arm went numb as if hit by a high-speed train. He stumbled back 3 steps, his back slamming hard against the bedroom wall. Plaster dust rained down. Ignoring the searing pain in his hand, Viper stared intently at Lu Chen on the bed. He gasped, feeling his worldview being ground into the dirt. No fluctuations of a star power shield. No glow of a defensive technique. Just a layer of ordinary, slightly hairy human skin. It didn't even leave a white mark. Lu Chen's breathing rhythm hadn't been disturbed for even a second. Impossible. This is fucking impossible. Viper hissed, his voice like a man seeing a ghost. In his years on the dark web, had killed masters of iron shirt kung fu and heavily armored defense-type star warriors, but had never seen anyone take a full power blow from an armor-piercing dagger with bare skin. Was this guy even a carbon-based life form? Was his skin made of aircraft carrier deck plating? As Viper's worldview shattered into pieces, the sharp sound of breaking metal woke Lu Chen. He hated it when people made noise while he was sleeping. Frowning with a heavy dose of morning crankiness, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. In the darkness, those lazy eyes held no trace of sleepiness, only a deep, unsettling irritation. He sat up and rubbed the spot where the dagger had struck. Not even a red mark. He turned his head, looking at Viper, who was trembling against the wall. He glanced at the broken half-dagger in the man's hand, then at his professional night suit. Lu Chen sighed, threw off the covers, and got out of bed. He didn't even bother with shoes, walking barefoot across the cold floor step by step towards Viper. Viper was scared out of it. He desperately tried to channel his shadow star power to turn invisible and flee. But he found that in the presence of this barefoot high schooler, the very air around him felt like setting concrete. An absolute suppression of power made his legs feel as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. He reached out his right hand as casually as if he were pulling a weed from the roadside. He clamped it around Viper's neck. His 5 fingers, like steel-reinforced pincers, dug deep into the muscles of Viper's throat. The shadow star power within Viper was instantly crushed by this pure physical pressure. Lu Chen's arm flexed slightly. Viper was lifted single-handedly into the air, his feet kicking helplessly. His face turned purple, his eyes bulged, his airway completely cut off. Awakened by the sound of breaking metal and irritable from being disturbed, Lu Chen opened his eyes and grabbed the assassin's neck, his voice cold. "Are you sick? Coming here in the middle of the night to give me a scraping? In the middle of the night you come to give me gua sha? Are you sick?" Lu Chen's voice was laden with morning grumpiness. He held the snake's neck with one hand, as if he were squeezing a rat that had just crawled out of a sewer. The snake's legs dangled in the air, brain deprived of oxygen, its eyes nearly popping out from pressure. It desperately flailed its intact left hand, frantically pushing every button on its tactical belt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen finely crafted steel needles coated with lethal poison shot towards Lu Chen's chest at point-blank range. Immediately following were miniature crossbows that sprang from its sleeves, unleashing a torrent of attacks aimed at Lu Chen's face. This was the snake's last resort. Even a second-tier star beast would be instantly turned into a puddle of blood when hit by such a barrage of hidden weapons at close range. However, clang clang. A series of dense metallic sounds erupted on the surface of Lu Chen's skin. The poison needles and crossbow bolts, sharp enough to cut through iron, collided with Lu Chen's chest and face, bending and shattering upon impact. The broken needles bounced back along their original path. Several muffled sounds erupted as they all embedded themselves into the snake's own thigh and arm. The snake's mouth fell open in shock, forgetting to scream in pain. It looked down at Lu Chen's flawless skin, and then at the needles sticking out of its own thigh. A warm liquid trickled down its pant leg and dripped onto the floor. The snake was so frightened it lost control of its bladder. "It's so noisy, setting off fireworks in the middle of the night." Lu Chen wrinkled his brow in disgust and tightly gripped the snake's wrist. Crack! The wrist shattered into fragments in an instant. The snake couldn't even let out a scream before Lu Chen's large hand pressed down on its shoulder. The next minute was a long, torturous hell for the snake. Lu Chen's hands came down simultaneously as if kneading dough at a breakfast shop as he began to mercilessly manipulate the snake's body. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed like firecrackers in the room. Crack, crack, crack. The snake's arms were twisted and pinned against its back, while its legs were forcefully pressed against its chest. Lu Chen squeezed hard, compressing the snake's nearly 6-foot frame into a ball less than half a meter in diameter. To prevent this meatball from falling apart, Chen casually pulled off the tactical belt from the snake's waist and tied a tight knot around it. After finishing all this, Chen kicked the shattered meatball into the corner like a soccer ball. Finally quiet, I can sleep for another 4 hours. Chen yawned and fell back asleep. In the corner, the snake rolled its eyes, foaming at the mouth, unable even to beg for death. The next morning, on the way to Jiangcheng No.3 High School, the sun was just right. Chen carried the tightly bound human bowling ball with a casual air as he strolled towards the school. The surface of the meatball was wrapped in tattered night clothes, making it impossible to discern its structure from the outside. He had just reached the street outside the school gate. A pink limited edition star-powered sports car skidded to a stop at the roadside. Chen Wanwan, dressed in a brand new Lolita dress, jumped out of the car. She held a 3-tiered luxurious thermal container in her hand, scurrying toward Chen in her small leather shoes. Chen, bodyguard brother, I brought you a Wagyu breakfast made by a Michelin 3-star chef. Chen Wanwan reached Chen, her face flushed, her eyes sparkling as they focused intently on him. Yesterday, Chen's shoulder throw had knocked the soul out of this rich little girl. Now her mind was filled with Chen's powerful muscle lines. Chen sniffed and caught the aroma of the Wagyu. He grabbed the thermal container without hesitation, opening the lid and stuffing his mouth. It's okay, just a bit less cumin. Chen chewed the meat while mumbling his evaluation. Chen Wanwan propped her chin with both hands, gazing at Chen devouring the food with a look of admiration. She thought Chen looked so manly, even while eating 1,000 times better than those delicate young masters who savored their food slowly. Just then, Chen Wanwan's gaze fell upon the round black ball that Chen was holding. What are you holding? It looks like a giant bowling ball. Chen Wanwan curiously leaned in, wanting to poke it. Chen swallowed the meat in his mouth and casually tossed the meatball onto the ground. A giant rat came into my house last night, so I stuffed it together and was just about to toss it into the trash. The meatball hit the ground with a dull thud. Inside, the snake winced in pain, but under the tight bindings it couldn't even let out a muffled groan. When Chen Wanwan heard it was a rat, instead of being frightened, she found Chen amusing. Perfect, I wore new shoes today, let me be the garbage collector. Chen Wanwan took 2 steps back, excitedly rubbing her small hands together. She treated the black meaty ball as a Chen Wanwan took a running start, putting all her strength into her right foot and kicked the meatball hard. Here it goes. The meatball soared through the air in a beautiful parabolic arc, whistling past the gate of Jiangcheng No.3 High School. At this moment, inside Jiangcheng No.3 High School, Chu Tianjiao was sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by 2 lackeys swaggering towards the teaching building. His bandages were freshly changed, his face pale, yet the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. If I calculate the time right, the snake should have already taken Chen's head by now. Of course, when young Master Chu takes action, how could anything go wrong? Said a lackey with a beaming smile, fawning. As long as Chen is dead, isn't Su, the school beauty, going to obediently return to your embrace, young Master Chu? Chu Tianjiao raised his chin in pride, as if he could already envision Chen's head rolling. Later, when we get to the classroom, I will personally announce the news of that useless person's death. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly echoed from the sky. A dark round ball accompanied by a rushing wind descended from the sky, heading straight for Chu Tianjiao's face. Chu Tianjiao looked up and had no time to evade. Bang! A dull thud reverberated across the playground. The tightly bound meatball crashed down with overwhelming force, accurately hitting Chu Tianjiao's face. The tremendous impact flipped Chu Tianjiao along with his wheelchair onto the ground. His freshly repaired nasal bone shattered instantly, blood spraying out like a fountain. Chu Tianjiao rolled on the ground several times, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood and a few of his front teeth. The meatball that hit him loosened a bit due to the violent impact. The meatball rolled twice on the ground, revealing a face bruised and foaming at the mouth. Chu Tianjiao covered his face, peering through his fingers to see the head lying on the ground. His blood ran cold instantly. That face, even if turned to ash, he would recognize it. It was the infamous assassin snake he had hired from the dark web for 50 million. The snake rolled its eyes, its limbs still twisted in a ball, letting out intermittent moans of anguish. Chu Tianjiao's pupils trembled, his brain completely shut down. This was a peak second-tier shadow assassin. Why had it been bundled up like a ball of yarn and kicked in the face? An unprecedented fear shot up Chu Tianjiao's spine, reaching the crown of his head. He felt warmth in his pants, and the cushion of his wheelchair instantly became soaked. The students passing by were all dumbfounded. Is that a living person? Bundled into a ball. My gosh, young Master Chu was hit by a meatball and wet his pants. Gasping sounds erupted as no one had ever witnessed such an absurd scene. Chu Tianjiao, hit and bleeding on the ground, heard the school's loudspeaker suddenly blaring with Principal Wang Defa's excited voice. Attention all seniors, the wilderness simulation practical assessment is about to begin. Please form teams quickly. Principal Wang Defa's excited raspy voice blared through the school's loudspeakers. The sports ground instantly erupted into chaos. All the senior students, like a disturbed hornet's nest, buzzed about, frantically forming groups and alliances. The wilderness simulation combat assessment was the crucial battle that determined admission to the 4 Supreme Academies. The wilderness was teeming with star beasts and fraught with danger. Fighting alone was practically delivering oneself as a gift to the monsters. I'm a water class first rank star warrior. I can provide continuous healing. Looking for a high damage fire class big brother to team up with. A second rank Uthrock heavy armored warrior seeking a team. I can tank damage up front, need someone who can deal it out. Dazzling displays of star power lit up the sports ground one after another, resembling a bustling trade fair. Chen stood at the very back of Class 8's formation, letting out a long bored yawn. He was still holding the 3-layer insulated lunchbox Shun Wanwan had given him, using a bamboo skewer to spear the last piece of Wagyu beef into his mouth. He had absolutely zero interest in teaming up with anyone. Bringing a teammate meant having to split the roasted meat earned from hunting. That was a deal that lost money big time. He stood there alone, a clear 3-meter radius of empty space naturally forming around him. No one dared to approach him, and no one was willing to team up with him. Although Chen had snapped a load-bearing pillar and smashed a second-rank instructor into the ground yesterday, displaying monstrous physical strength, to these self-proclaimed genius star warriors lacking star power was the ultimate fatal flaw. What's the use of being strong? Once you're out in the wilderness and encounter a star beast with toxic miasma, without a star power shield you'd melt into a pool of blood in seconds. A guy who had awakened a wind-class talent curled his lip, his voice pitched just loud enough for those nearby to hear. Exactly. The wilderness assessment tests comprehensive survival skills and star technique coordination. Bringing him along, we couldn't even activate a star energy radar. He's a pure liability. A few lackeys who usually followed Chu Tianjiao around deliberately raised their voices in mockery. Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these brainless fools. He was too busy pondering whether to catch a wild boar to roast first or hunt down a rock bird to make soup once he got into. At the other end of the sports ground, the atmosphere was completely different. The aloof school beauty, Su Qingyuan, stood before Class 1's formation, surrounded by the most prominent young masters from wealthy families in the city. Today she wore a custom-fitted silver-tight combat suit. The form-fitting fabric accentuated her perfectly slender waist and long straight legs. Paired with her cold, frosty, stunningly beautiful face, it made the surrounding boys gulp nervously. Qingyuan, team up with me. I've got the family's latest portable star energy shield generator. The eldest young master of the Wang family from Jiangcheng puffed out his chest, waving a high-tech device in his hand. School beauty Su, come with me. I'm a second-rank fire class. My blazing dragon tornado perfectly complements your ice class star technique. The combo of ice and fire will definitely secure first place. Another aristocratic scion tried desperately to push forward, sweating profusely. Facing these fawning attentions, Su Qingyuan didn't even bat an eyelash. Her cold, peach blossom eyes swept over the sea of people, locking directly onto the boy picking his teeth in the corner of the sports ground. All those flashy star techniques, after witnessing the pure physical storm from yesterday, seemed like nothing more than clown tricks in a circus to her now. Could any dazzling star power shield compare to the security of an alloy pillar swung fast enough to break the sound barrier? Su Qingyuan bit her moist red lip. She reached up, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. A faint blush, unbidden, crept across her fair cheeks. She shoved aside a wealthy young master blocking her path. Move. Her voice was as cold as ice cubes dropping onto a silver platter. Su Qingyuan, in her custom combat boots, strode purposefully towards where Chen was standing. The crowd instinctively parted before her. Thousands of eyes were fixed on the ice goddess of Jiangcheng No.3 High School. Everyone assumed she was heading to Class 8 to find that hidden second-rank wood-class genius to team up with. But instead, Su Qingyuan's footsteps halted right in front of Chen. The air in that moment fell into dead silence. Chen, who was using his bamboo skewer to pick a piece of Wagyu from his teeth, looked up at her. What? There's no meat left in my box. If you want some, go buy your own. Chen protectively hid the empty lunchbox behind his back. Su Qingyuan was so angry at his reaction that her chest heaved, straining the silver combat suit in a breathtaking curve. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the frantic beating of her heart. Then, to the utter shock of every teacher and student present, Su Qingyuan extended her delicate fair hand and gently tugged on the hem of Chen's tattered school uniform. Chen, for the wilderness assessment, can I be on your team? Her voice grew quieter and quieter, ending as barely a whisper. That perpetually proud, icy-cold face was now as red as a ripe tomato. Her eyes darted away, filled with unconcealable shyness and a hint of girlish coyness. At that moment, the sound of countless hearts shattering echoed across the field. The star energy shield generator in the Wang family's eldest young master's hand clattered to the ground, and he didn't even feel the pain as it crushed his own toes. Did I hear that right? Goddess Su is begging that useless guy to team up. And she's blushing. The way she tugged his clothes, she looks just like a timid little wife. Flames of jealousy burned fiercely across the sports ground. The male students' eyes blazed with fury, wishing they could bore 1,000 holes into Chen with their glares alone. Chen frowned, pulling his clothes out of Su Qingyuan's grasp. No way. You're a delicate little miss. Out in the wilderness, I'd have to worry about protecting you. Besides, if we team up, I'd have to share half the game I hunt with you. Too much of a loss. Chen counted on his fingers, his face full of disdain. Su Qingyuan panicked. Here she was, the esteemed young lady of the Su family, lowering herself to chase after him, and he dared to complain that she ate too much. I don't want your game. I brought my own high-grade nutrient fluid. Su Qingyuan stomped her foot in frustration. And if you take me, you'll take care of all your school clothes from now on. He'll hand-wash them for you. Just to secure Lu Chun before that rich little girl Shun Wanwan could. Su Qingyuan shouted such things publicly. The sounds of wailing and disbelief spread across the field. The heiress of 100 billion fortune, the lofty ice goddess, hand-washing that smelly sweat-stained old uniform. The world might as well end right now. Lu Chun rubbed his chin, thinking for a full 3 seconds. Fine deal. I was just too lazy to wash my clothes anyway. But let me make one thing clear, don't run off when we're in the wilderness. I tend to be a bit forceful when I fight. Seeing him agree, Su Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with brilliant delight, and she nodded earnestly. He'll listen to everything you say. Suddenly a deep hum and a loud rumble echoed across the field. The 12 colossal teleportation arrays at the center of the sports ground simultaneously blazed with blinding white light. Spatial energy surged violently, tearing open massive blue portals that led to the wilderness. Attention all teams. The teleportation arrays are now active. The assessment will last for 3 days. Enter in an orderly fashion. The chief examiner bellowed through a megaphone. Lu Chunyan shoved his hands in his pockets and sauntered into the first teleportation array. Su Qingyuan, like an obedient little follower, stuck close behind him, not daring to fall a single step behind. A flash of white light, and the two vanished from the sports ground. After a strong sensation of weightlessness, Lu Chun felt his feet sink into soft, damp soil. The pungent stench of blood and decaying leaves immediately assaulted his nostrils. Before them lay a primeval forest that blotted out the sky, with colossal trees dozens of meters tall completely blocking out the sunlight. This was the high-risk zone on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, the 7th wilderness. The moment Su Qingyuan landed, she felt the air around her was bitingly cold and eerie. Instinctively, she edged closer to Lu Chun, her shoulder nearly brushing against his arm. As long as she was pressed against this man's solid muscles, the unknown fear dissipated instantly. Lu Chun rolled his neck, eliciting a series of satisfying cracks from his joints. The environment's not bad. I just wonder if the meat here is fresh. He was just about to find a sturdy tree branch to snap off and use as a toothpick when the leaf litter on the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. A thunderous rumbling sound erupted from the nearby undergrowth. The bushes were flattened as if by a massive bulldozer. Several trees as thick as a man's arm span were snapped clean in half, sending wood chips flying through the air. A powerful foul wind blasted towards them. A colossal beast, its size comparable to a small truck, charged out of the dense forest with earth-shaking momentum. It was a high-rank, iron-armored thornback boar. Its body was covered in a thick layer of black keratinous armor, bristling with sharp spikes over a meter long, as hard as refined steel spears. Its 2 curved tusks dripped with foul, stinking saliva. Su Qingyuan's face changed. This was a high-rank star beast with freakish defensive capabilities. An ordinary team of first-rank star warriors would only be able to run for their lives. She quickly began forming hand seals, and the moisture in the air instantly condensed into a thick frost shield in front of them. But Lu Chun reached out and firmly grabbed her hands, pulling her back behind him. Don't use that flashy cold air. Freeze the meat, and how are we supposed to roast it later? Lu Chun stared at the charging boar, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It was like he was looking at a perfect cut of marbled pork belly on a cutting board. Far from dodging, he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. As the teleportation array activated, Lu Chun and Su Qingyuan had just landed in the wilderness when a high-rank iron-armored thornback boar bristling with spikes charged at them, with red furious eyes letting out a thunderous roar. The hide-ear iron-armored boar's eyes were bloodshot, its 2 razor-sharp tusks aimed squarely at Lu Chun. Its 4 thick, powerful hooves stomped the ground, and it charged forward like an out-of-control heavy armored vehicle. The ground was gouged and pitted, dead leaves and mud flying everywhere in chaos. Beneath a towering ancient tree less than 30 meters from Lu Chun, a 5-person squad happened to be hiding. Leading the squad was Zhao Tian, the class monitor of Class 2 Senior Year 3, a first-tier fire-star warrior. Seeing this rampaging behemoth, Zhao Tian was so terrified that the long sword in his hand clattered to the ground. We're doomed. How did we run into a high-tier star beast right at the edge of the wilderness zone? Even the star military's machine guns can't penetrate this thing. Hurry up and use a star art to stop it. Zhao Tian's voice cracked with panic as his hands frantically formed seals. A ball of crimson fire the size of a washbasin shot from his hands and struck the boar right between the eyes. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere. But when the smoke cleared, Zhao Tian's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The black keratinous layer on the boar's forehead didn't even have a scratch. The fireball was like a cheap lighter flicking against it. It hadn't even singed a single bristle on its head. Captain, there's no way we can fight this thing. Another wind-type team member howled in despair, unleashing 3 azure wind blades in quick succession. The wind blades struck the boar's flank, producing a screeching sound of metal grinding against metal. Sparks flew half a meter high, and the wind blades shattered into countless motes of light. The boar's hide wasn't even pierced. It was like a pathetic tickle. not even worthy of rubbing someone's feet. It's hopeless, we can't even break its defense. Let's all scatter and run. Zhao Tian's legs were trembling violently as he turned to flee into the depths of the forest. The iron-armored boar, further enraged by these ticklish attacks, snorted 2 plumes of white mist from its nostrils. Ignoring the fleeing weaklings, it lowered its head, its gaze locked intently on Lu Chen, who stood blocking its path. In its simple mind, this human, who neither dodged nor fled, was its first meal of the day. Su Qingyuan was pressed firmly behind Lu Chen. She watched the boar bearing down on them like a small mountain, her breathing growing rapid. She wanted to conjure an ice wall, but Lu Chen's words still echoed in her ears. Su Qingyuan obediently dispersed the star energy in her hands. She wrung her hands together tightly, her palms slick with sweat. Usually in times like this, she was the proud daughter of heaven, standing at the forefront. But now, looking at Lu Chen's broad back, she only felt her cheeks flush, a strange sense of security welling up inside her. This pig is so ugly, covered in black mud. It's going to be a pain to wash it later. Lu Chen stood his ground, still muttering complaints about the boar's hygiene. The boar's 2 tusks, over a meter long, were about to pierce through Lu Chen's stomach. Zhao Tian, fleeing, glanced back and squeezed his eyes shut in terror. He could already picture the gruesome scene of Lu Chen being impaled, his guts spilling onto the ground. At that critical hair-trigger moment, Lu Chen finally moved. He didn't dodge, nor did he retreat. Instead, he took a step forward directly towards the boar's massive frame. The mud beneath his feet was instantly compressed into a half-meter deep crater. Lu Chen shot out his hands, and with unerring precision seized the boar's 2 thick tusks. Boom! A deafening thud exploded through the forest. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The iron-armored boar, carrying several tons of momentum and charging at 80 kilometers per hour, came to a dead stop half a meter in front of Lu Chen. The immense recoil sent the boar's hindquarters flipping up into the air. Lu Chen's arm muscles bulged, the fabric of his school uniform tearing with a strange sound. Get up! Lu Chen grunted, power surging from his waist and hips. Gripping the boar's tusks, he hoisted the multi-ton beast clear over his head. The boar let out a terrified squeal in midair. Its 4 stubby legs thrashed desperately, but they couldn't break free from Lu Chen's iron grip, which felt like a hydraulic press. Zhao Tian heard the sound, opened his eyes, and turned his head. He tripped over his own feet, face-planting into the mud. His chin slammed into a tree root, and he didn't even feel the pain as his front teeth snapped. Am I blind? He lifted that thing. What kind of monster is this guy? The team members behind Zhao Tian collapsed. 2 of the girls' legs gave out, and a warm stream trickled down their calves into the dirt, adding a pungent smell to the air. Lu Chen held the boar aloft, testing its weight. Decent weight. Should be enough for 2 days' worth of food. Just then, from the forest behind where the boar had charged, over a dozen azure wind wolves with drooling jaws burst forth. These smaller beasts had been following the boar, hoping to scavenge leftovers. Seeing Lu Chen, a soft-skinned human, the pack of azure wind wolves immediately lunged at him with jaws wide open. Perfect timing. Saves me from hunting for side dishes. Lu Chen grinned, flashing a row of white teeth. He grabbed the boar by its tusks, wielding the massive creature like an oversized spiked nunchaku. Powering from his waist, he swung his arms in a mighty arc. Whir, boom. The multi-ton iron-armored boar transformed into a blur of black wind in Lu Chen's hands. Pure physical mass combined with absolute speed created a ring of white sonic boom clouds in the air. The wind howled as dozens of large trees in the vicinity were snapped in half by the boar's body. With chips rained down like a torrential storm. The 5 or 6 azure wind wolves leading the charge didn't even have time to yelp. They were instantly crushed by the boar's hard armor and sharp spikes. Squelch, squelch. Flesh and blood flew, and the sound of breaking bones was incessant. The azure wind wolves' bodies burst apart like water balloons filled with red ink, turning into clouds of blood mist midair. Lu Chen, caught up in the swing, flicked his wrist. The boar's massive body traced a circle in the air before slamming down on the pack of wolves on the other side. Boom! The earth trembled and dirt flew everywhere. The remaining azure wind wolves were pulverized into a bloody pulp, not a single intact bone left. A shower of blood and mud rained down. The iron-armored boar, subjected to this violent thrashing, had long been shaken into unconsciousness, blood oozing from its 7 orifices. Lu Chen shook his hands in disgust and threw the boar heavily to the ground. Thud! The impact created a large crater in the earth. This meat should be tenderized enough from all that beating. It'll definitely absorb the flavor when grilled. Lu Chen dusted off his hands and turned to look at Su Qingyuan behind him. Su Qingyuan stood rooted to the spot, not a single drop of blood on her, all of it blocked by Lu Chen's body. She looked at Lu Chen, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with emotion. The image of Lu Chen swinging that multi-ton beast moments ago, that unparalleled dominance, was seared into her mind. Those so-called young lords from prestigious families, those high-tier star energy prodigies. Compared to this man who played with beasts like nunchucks, they weren't even fit to carry his shoes. Su Qingyuan bit her lower lip, pulling a pristine white handkerchief from the tactical pocket on her thigh. She stepped forward, rising onto her tiptoes. Gently she wiped a single drop of wolf blood splattered on Lu Chen's cheek. You must be hungry, right? He'll go gather firewood and grill the meat for you right now. The ice goddess of Jiangcheng No.3 High School, her voice now soft and gentle like a devoted wife. Not far away, Zhao Tian and his group watched the scene as if witnessing a deity, their worldview completely shattered into a QR code. The boys gnashed their teeth so hard they bit through their lips. He kills monsters effortlessly, and the school beauty is fighting to do the rough chores like making a fire and cooking. This treatment was simply unjust. Chen rubbed his chin, his stomach indeed starting to growl. He walked over to the boar's carcass, preparing to start pulling out the spikes. Suddenly the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently in a steady rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. Each tremor felt like a giant hammer striking his heart. In the distance, towering ancient trees fell in swathes, sending countless birds scattering into the sky. A suffocating pressure characteristic of a high-tier star beast swept in from the depths of the forest like a tsunami. The color that had just begun to return to Zhao Tian's face drained instantly, turning ashen. This pressure. This isn't a high-tier star beast, it's a Lord-class. Why is there a Lord-class beast in the assessment zone? Zhao Tian let out a miserable shriek, scrambling frantically towards the teleportation array. Chen paused, looking up towards the depths of the forest. He clicked his tongue, a flash of impatience crossing his eyes. Can't you just let me have my hot meal in peace? Is that too much to ask? At that moment, a disheveled figure stumbled out from the edge of the forest. It was Li Jiangwo, the dean of students, dressed in a suit, who had been patrolling the exam area in secret. Li Jiangwo was covered in blood, his gold-rimmed glasses broken, crawling out of the bushes in a panic. He immediately spotted Chen and Su Qingyuan standing beside the boar's carcass. Like grabbing a lifeline, Li Jiangwo scrambled towards Chen on all fours. Coughing up blood, he let out a desperate, distorted cry for help. Chen had just dropped the boar to prepare the meat when the earth shook and Li Jiangwo's desperate screams echoed from the distant forest. Help! A Lord-class demon ape has entered the combat zone. Run! Help! A Lord-tier demon ape has broken into the combat zone. Run! Li Jiangwo, like a mangy dog wallowing in the mud, scrambled desperately toward Chen. Half of his gold-rimmed glasses were shattered, his face a mess of tears, snot, and mud. The crotch of his suit pants was soaked through, reeking of a pungent, sour stench. Thud! 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 The dull seismic sounds grew closer, as if a moving mountain was approaching. Towering ancient trees, dozens of meters tall, were snapped in rows like toothpicks. Wood chips and leaves flew wildly through the air, crashing down to gouge large pits into the ground. A black demon ape nearly 30 meters tall shoved aside thick tree trunks and charged out with a roar, its eyes burning red. The beast was covered in black fur as stiff as steel needles, with a dark crimson totem pattern on its chest. With every breath, it expelled 2 visible streams of white vapor, sending fallen leaves on the ground spinning violently. High above, several monitoring instructors on flying hoverboards were attacking with all their might. You beast! Watch my third-tier Thunder Serpent dance. An instructor of the Star Master level frantically formed hand seals, and lightning as thick as an arm struck the demon ape's back. Clang! The lightning hit the black fur, bursting into sparks without even singeing a single hair. It was purely an electric massage for the ape. Another water-attributed instructor's high-pressure water blade shattered into plain water upon striking the ape's shoulder. The instructors, terrified out of their wits, turned and fled on their hoverboards. If even a third-tier star skill couldn't break its defense, this lower-tier demon ape was invincible in Zone 7. Li Jiangwo lay prostrate in the muddy water, clutching his head with both hands, trembling like a leaf. More fluid leaked from his crotch, and his body went limp like a pile of mud. It's over. How is there a Lord-tier monster in this exam hall? We're going to be ground into meat paste. The demon ape didn't even bother with the weaklings flying around in the sky. It lowered its head abruptly, its blood-red eyes, each as large as a water vat, locked onto Su Qingyuan on the ground. High-tier star beasts had an almost perverse acute sense for fluctuations in star power. To the ape, the pure, rich, ice-attributed aura emanating from Su Qingyuan was like the most thirst-quenching slice of chilled watermelon on a hot summer's day. Roar! The demon ape let out a greedy roar, revealing fangs still clinging to shreds of meat. It raised a palm larger than the front of a truck and slammed it down towards Su Qingyuan with a howling gale. A colossal shadow instantly enveloped the surrounding 100 meters. The air pressure plummeted, crushing the underbrush flat against the ground. Su Qingyuan stood frozen, her breath completely caught in her throat. She tried to raise a hand to form an ice shield, but under the terrifying Lord-tier pressure, the star power within her felt like frozen water, utterly immobile. Her face pale, she closed her eyes in despair. Nearby, Zhao Tian and the others, who had only made it halfway, threw themselves to the ground, kowtowing frantically, their will to flee shattered by the overwhelming force. At this critical moment of life and death, Chen clicked his tongue in annoyance. So noisy. You've got bad breath and you're spraying it everywhere. He casually tossed aside the 2 skewers of wild boar meat he had just prepared. The meat dropped into the mud, ruining the barbecue for good. The wrath of a man deprived of his meal was a serious matter. With no superfluous movements, Chen bent his knees slightly, his thigh muscles instantly swelling to an exaggerated degree. His sturdy school trousers emitted a tearing groan. Boom! A thunderclap erupted from the ground. The 10-meter-wide patch of mud beneath Lu Chen's feet looked as if it had been struck by a cruise missile. A funnel-shaped crater 3 meters deep formed in an instant. Mud and rocks shot upward against gravity. A ring of white vapor cloud exploded where Lu Chen had just been standing. The immense recoil flung the prostrate Li Jiangguo tumbling through the air, planting him headfirst into a mud pit. Lu Chen himself transformed into a reversed missile, breaking the sound barrier and shooting straight up into the sky. No star power wings, no flying combat techniques. Pure terrifying physical kinetic energy from his legs alone, stomping through the air's resistance. Midair, the ape's enormous palm descended like a collapsing mountain. Lu Chen didn't dodge or evade, he charged directly at the giant hand. Get out of the way. You are blocking the sun. Lu Chen twisted his waist in the air and swung his right fist. An unremarkable straight punch, carrying the absolute force of 100,000 tons from his physical body, slammed into the ape's palm. Crack! A sickening dull sound of bone and flesh shattering echoed through the sky, stopping hearts. The ape's formidable palm bones crumbled like a dry biscuit against Lu Chen's fist. Shockwaves rippled violently through the air, shearing off a large swath of the surrounding canopy. The demon ape let out a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Its entire right arm was bent backward into a grotesque right angle by the sheer force. Blood sprayed from the broken matted fur. But Lu Chen's movements didn't stop. Using the recoil, he performed a nimble flip in midair and landed squarely on the ape's broad shoulder. Lu Chen reached out his 10 fingers, digging into the muscle connecting the ape's neck and shoulder like hydraulics. Crack! His finger bones locked securely onto the ape's seemingly indestructible shoulder blade. Sensing the threat of death, the ape thrashed wildly, its third-turtle body convulsing. It swung its intact left arm, trying to crush the insignificant human on its shoulder. Break! A low growl rumbled from Lu Chen's throat. His arm muscles bulged violently, veins standing out like thick black snakes slithering beneath his skin. Engaging his core, he pulled his arms in opposite directions with a sudden ferocious jerk. No weapons needed. No star techniques needed. Absolute mass and brute force in this moment displayed the most primal aesthetic of violence. Ryup! A blood-curdling sound of tearing flesh echoed across the 7th wilderness zone. The ape's armor-plated hide was ripped open by Lu Chen, creating a massive gash down the middle. Warm beast blood sprayed out like a high-pressure hose. Lu Chen continued to pull the muscles in his arms, straining to their absolute limit. Splurt! The third-turtle lower-tier demon ape was torn in two from shoulder to chest right before their eyes. Its internal organs and broken bones scattered through the air. The two massive halves of the corpse, losing their support, crashed down into the primeval forest below. Trees collapsed in swathes, leaving 2 craters dozens of meters deep. A torrent of blood rained down, staining the leaves and earth a stark, dark crimson. On the ground, Zhao Tian and his teammates were dumbfounded. Their mouths hung agape, forgetting to breathe, eyes bulging as if they might pop out. A lower-tier star beast, something not even missiles could kill, had been torn apart with bare hands. Li Jiangguo pulled his face out of the mud, saw the half of the demon ape falling from the sky, rolled his eyes, and fainted on the spot. This wasn't a high school student. This was a monster more terrifying than a star abyss overlord. Su Qingyuan was still standing where she had been. The sheer wind pressure from Lu Chen's takeoff had sent her flying backward. She was suspended in midair, surrounded by falling blood rain and viscera fragments. She closed her eyes, feeling the weightless sensation of falling. Suddenly, a powerful arm caught her back, stabilizing her in midair. Another arm hooked under her knees. A perfect print. Lu Chen caused a sonic boom as he kicked the air, using the force to decelerate, and landed steadily on a clean rock. His school uniform was now stained dark red with the ape's blood. His solid chest was still heaving slightly from the exertion. Su Qingyuan opened her eyes, the first thing she saw being Lu Chen's profile streaked with blood and radiating wild intensity. Under the torrential blood rain, he looked like an Azura war god stepping out of hell. No refined star warrior attire, only the most primal aura of raw masculinity. Su Qingyuan's icy exterior melted completely into spring water in that instant. Her pale arms moved involuntarily, wrapping tightly around Lu Chen's sturdy neck. She pressed her cheek against his blood-stained chest, listening to the powerful thumping of his heart. That morbid sense of security and dependence spread through her body like a potent poison. She never wanted to let go. Lu Chen frowned, shifting the girl in his arms. You're not heavy, but you're all bloody and messy. You've gotten my clean pants dirty. As the bloody rain fell, Su Qingyuan, who had fallen from a great height, was caught securely in Lu Chen's arms. She clung tightly to his neck, her voice trembling as she asked Lu Chen, "What kind of monster are you really?" "Lu Chen, what kind of monster are you?" Su Qingyuan clung to Lu Chen's neck, her voice trembling, her peach blossom eyes brimming with tears. Lu Chen looked down at the delicate young lady in his arms. He shifted her weight, adjusting his grip as if he were hefting a monster. "I'm the man you'll never have. Also, have you put on weight lately? You're crushing the lighter in my pocket. I needed to cook that wild boar later." In the past, anyone who dared call the Ice Queen of Jiangcheng No.3 High School fat would end up in the ICU the next day. But now all Su Qingyuan could see was the brutal image of Lu Chen tearing apart a 30-meter demonic ape with his bare hands. Instead of getting angry, her fair cheeks flushed crimson. A delicate pink hue spread down her neck. She buried her head into his chest, clinging to him like a koala, holding on tighter and tighter. I'm not getting down. So what if I'm fat? My legs are weak, you have to carry me back. The aloof goddess was now acting coy, her voice laced with a hint of Yandra charm. In a nearby mud pit, Zhao Tian and his teammates stared in disbelief. Zhao Tian, who had just broken his front teeth, spoke with a whistle. Is that the school beauty Su? She's willingly clinging to a man and refusing to let go. No kidding. If you could tear a Lord-level demonic ape in half with your bare hands, the school beauty would be your accessory too. The supervising teacher, hovering on a flying skateboard, descended. But his legs gave way and he tumbled off face-plant. Staring at the two hill-sized chunks of demonic ape carcass on the ground, he trembled like a leaf. This was a Lord-level star beast with freakish defense. A monster that even his Tier 3 Thunder Art couldn't scratch, torn apart by Lu Chen's bare hands. No star energy fluctuation, just pure physical strength. The teacher's communicator slipped from his hand, its screen shattering on the ground. He swallowed hard, his hands shaking as he pressed the emergency assembly button. The assessment is over. Height ear threat neutralized in Zone 7. Danger cleared, activating teleportation array for return. In the center of the clearing, a massive blue teleportation array flickered to life. Lu Chen sighed, carrying Su Qingyuan, who refused to get down with one arm. He turned, using his free hand to grab a broken thick bone from the demonic ape. Since I'm here, this thing might be ugly, but it'll make a decent souvenir. Lu Chen's arm muscles bulged as he exerted force. Rumble. He dragged the half-done demonic ape carcass across the muddy ground like a sack of trash, carving a deep trench in the earth. Mud flew and rock shattered. Holding the stunning school beauty in his left arm and dragging the bloody beast carcass with his right, he strode into the teleportation array. At the grand sports field of Jiangcheng No.3 High School, thousands of teachers and students were oblivious to what had happened. All the teleportation arrays lit up simultaneously and the students were teleported back in a daze. What's going on? It's only been 10 minutes. I just found a nest of windblade rabbits. I didn't even get a single fur. As the crowd buzzed with confusion, teleportation array No.1 erupted with a blinding light. Bang! A massive dark shape was hurled out of the portal, crashing heavily onto the plastic track. The ground shook and the track was smashed into a crater dozens of meters wide. The thick coppery stench of blood instantly filled the air, making people gag. The entire school stared at the mass of flesh as if a collective hand had gripped their throats. A deadly silence fell over the field. It was half of a Lord-level demonic ape. Its entrails were still spilling out, and the torn muscle fibers at the break showed rough, jagged edges. This wasn't cut by a star technique, it was ripped apart by sheer brute force. Principal Wang Defa spat out the tea he had just drunk, spraying it all over the dean of students, Li Jiangguo. What in the world tore this thing apart? Did some ancient beast from the star abyss sneak into our school? A tall, well-built figure then stepped out of the Lu Chen's school uniform was stained with dark red blood, and he had a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. His left arm held the untouchable ice goddess of Jiangcheng No.3, Su Qingyuan. Su Qingyuan wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheek resting contentedly against his chest. Her peach blossom eyes were glazed over her face, screaming, "Him is now." The air on the field froze for a solid 10 seconds. Then a collective gasp erupted so loud it could have blown the roof off the teaching building. Mu Rongxue, the class flower of Class 5, senior year, dug her nails deep into her palm, her eyes turning red with jealousy. The wealthy young lady Shen Wanwan stomped her feet in fury, hurling her brand-new limited edition handbag to the ground. "Su Qingyuan, you vixen! Get down from there!" Shen Wanwan shouted across the field, her face puffed up with anger. "Lu Chen is my personal bodyguard. What right do you have to take advantage of him?" Su Qingyuan didn't get down. Instead, she shot Shen Wanwan a defiant look and clung to Lu Chen even tighter. Her haughty gaze seemed to say, "Go ahead and try to get him to hold you." The sound of 1,000 male hearts shattering echoed in the air. Chu Tianjiao had just been wheeled onto a new wheelchair by the medical team, his face swathed in thick bandages. He saw the scene, then looked at the half-demon ape carcass. He spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying 2 meters, and passed out cold in his wheelchair. The doctors couldn't revive him even by pinching his philtrum. Lu Chen was oblivious to the murderous glares around him. He just wanted to find a place to shower. His clothes reeked of blood. "Does your school offer laundry services? If not, I'm heading home." Lu Chen looked down at Su Qingyuan in his arms. She blushed and mumbled softly, "He'll do it. He'll wash your clothes from now on by hand." Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Holding Su Qingyuan, he sauntered across the field towards the school gates. Thousands of teachers and students automatically parted to create a wide path, as if welcoming a monarch. No one dared to stop him or speak. The half-demon ape carcass, still dripping blood on the field, was the best passport. The pair had just walked out of the main iron gates of Jiangcheng No.3 High School. Outside on the road, a crowd of over 100 people blocked the entire street. Leading them was a bald, burly man, 2 meters tall with muscles like solid rock. He was bare-chested, his bronze skin gleaming with a metallic sheen. A A striking blue lightning bolt was tattooed on his chest, and he carried a solid iron staff as thick as an arm. Seeing Lu Chen emerge, the bald man slammed his iron staff onto the asphalt. Boom! The ground cracked, forming a deep pit, and debris flew everywhere. The burly 2-meter-tall man, followed by dozens of disciples, blocked the way. He pointed at Lu Chen and roared, "I am Lei Beishan, the master of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Are you the one who injured my man? Take this iron shirt. Take this. I am Lei Beishan, the master of the Thunder Martial Arts School. Is it you who injured my man? Eat this iron shirt." A layer of dazzling dark golden star power suddenly emerged on the surface of his bronze skin. From a distance, he looked like a statue of an arhat cast from pure copper. The heavy sense of oppression thickened the air around him. With each step he took forward, a deep footprint was left on the asphalt. Dozens of disciples in matching training uniforms shouted frantically in support from behind. "Master is mighty. Let this kid witness the absolute defense of our Thunder Martial Arts School. This kid is delicate. He probably can't even break the master's protective chi." Lu Chen sighed and set Su Qingyuan down. Su Qingyuan's fair little hand tightly grasped the hem of Lu Chen's uniform, her face full of reluctance. She lowered her head, tidying her messy skirt, her pale cheeks still flushed. "Be careful. He's a peak second-tier martial artist with unorthodox skills." Su Qingyuan whispered a warning, though her tone lacked much concern. After all, she had witnessed this man tear a 30-meter-high demon ape in half with his bare hands. Lu Chen rubbed his slightly sore wrist, shaking off a few drops of demon ape blood. He glanced at Lei Beishan, who charged at him like a heavy tank, and helplessly curled his lips. "The ones who hurt you were blocking me from getting to the Aliokaniat barbecue. And now you bring so many people to block my way. Is the Thunder Martial Arts School specifically here to starve me?" Hearing this, Lei Beishan's anger turned to a sneer. He suddenly stopped, legs firmly rooted in a stable horse stance. "Kid, I heard you have innate strength and injured my instructor Zhao Gang. Today, if I don't bully you, I'll just stand here and let you hit me 3 times. If you can force me back even a step, we'll wipe today's incident clean." Lei Batian pounded his chest as hard as steel, producing a metallic clang. He had absolute confidence. This was a skill he had painstakingly honed over 20 years, tempered by waterfalls and the edges of lava. Even a full-force strike from a third-tier star beast he was confident he could withstand. Lu Chen yawned widely, 2 drops of physiological tears squeezed from the corners of his eyes. "Let me hit you 3 times while standing." "Are you sure?" Lei Batian scoffed, crossing his arms and lifting his chin. "With just a spit, I can pin a nail. Come on." The students of Jiangcheng No.3 High School widened their eyes, not daring to breathe. They knew Lu Chen was absurdly strong. But Lei Batian was a renowned defense expert in Jiangcheng. Now Lu Chen has encountered a tough opponent who Iron Shirt specifically counters purely physical attacks. Even if Lu Chen used a weight-bearing pillar to smash, he probably couldn't breach Master Lei's defense. The crowd whispered, retreating in fear of being caught in the aftermath of the battle. Lu Chen slowly stepped forward, not adopting any aggressive stance, not even twisting his waist. He simply raised his right hand, slowly extending a single index finger. Waving his finger casually in the air, he then pointed at Lei Beishan's broad chest. 3 punches would take too long. I'll just push with 1 finger. After that, I have to hurry home to take a shower." Lu Chen's voice was languid, devoid of any killing intent. Lei Batian was taken aback at first, then burst into a thunderous laugh. "Huh? 1 finger? Are you here to tickle me?" Dozens of martial arts disciples roared with laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Su Qingyuan stood back, watching Lei Beishan's oblivious expression, and quietly moved a little farther away. She was afraid the blood splattering would stain her newly changed shoes. Ignoring the laughter, Lu Chen lightly pushed his finger forward. The tip of his finger made contact with Lei Beishan's dark golden star power shield. In that instant, the muscle fibers in Lu Chen's arm vibrated at a frequency incomprehensible to humans. A terrifying energy of 100,000 tons was forcefully compressed into the tip of that 1 finger. Crack! A sound reminiscent of glass shattering echoed at the school gate. The Iron Shirt shield, which Lei Batian was so proud of and claimed could withstand the attacks of third-tier star beasts, didn't even last a mere 0.01 seconds. The dark golden light shattered into countless glowing specks. Lei Beishan's laughing face froze completely. He felt that what pressed against his chest was not a finger, but a super meteorite falling from outer space. A colossal force surged through his chest in an instant. Boom! The deafening blast created a gale of level 12. Lei Beishan's more than 200 pounds of brawny body left the ground in an instant. He became a blur, flying backward at an unimaginable speed. The speed was so great that it produced a piercing scream in the air. Bang! Lei Beishan's body crashed heavily into the solid cement wall at the entrance of Jiangcheng No.3 High School. The reinforced concrete wall shook violently, dust cascading down like a waterfall. Lei Batian was embedded deep into the wall like a nail hammered in by a giant hammer. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated from him across the wall. Silence enveloped the area. The dozens of disciples still laughing were frozen in shock. A metal rod someone was holding fell to the ground with a clatter, landing on their foot without any reaction. They gaped, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The students of Jiangcheng No. 3 High School collectively gasped in disbelief. Were they filming a sci-fi movie? A single finger had sent Jiangcheng's renowned master of defense flying, and it even pinned him against the wall like a poster. Chen withdrew his index finger and blew the dust off. The quality is too poor it didn't even make a sound before breaking. He shook his head and turned to call Su Qingyuan. From beyond the wall came a sound that made one's teeth ache. Lei Beishan, embedded in the wall, struggled to move his fingers. He clawed himself out from the big shaped hole in the wall. Thud! Lei Batian fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He pressed his hand against the large dent in his chest and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The layer of dark golden skin had returned to its normal color, now covered in bruises. Only then did the dozens of disciples awaken from their stupor and rushed forward in a panic. Master! Are you okay, Master? This kid used trickery. Everyone, let's get revenge for the Master. Several disciples' eyes turned bloodshot as they drew their weapons ready to fight Chen. Everyone shut up. Whoever dares to touch him, I will ruin you. Lei Batian suddenly let out a hoarse roar. He pushed away the disciples helping him and staggered to his feet. The disciples were frightened into halting their steps, looking confused at their master. Lei Batian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared intently at Chen, who was dozens of meters away. The anger and arrogance in his eyes had vanished without a trace. In its place was a near-manic fervor and adoration. In that brief moment of contact, while others hadn't seen it clearly, Lei Batian felt it distinctly. It was not a star technique, nor any flashy power techniques. It was pure, overwhelming, and absolute physical strength that crushed all common sense. This was the ultimate goal of his lifelong pursuit of unorthodox training. This was the true embodiment of a pure physical powerhouse. Ignoring the sharp pain in his chest, Lei Batian strode forward like a lustful rhino charging at Chen. Su Qingyuan gasped, thinking he was going to fight desperately, and hurriedly stepped forward to stand beside Chen. Chen also frowned, his right hand slowly tightening into a fist. Haven't you had enough? This time I'm going to use a whole fist. As Lei Batian reached less than 2 meters in front of Chen, he suddenly halted. His massive body crashed. Bang! Lei Batian knelt on the ground, creating 2 pits in the asphalt. All the students and disciples were collectively petrified. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lei Batian clawed himself out from the wall, his gaze shifting from arrogance to fervor as he knelt at Chen's feet and shouted, "This is the ultimate power. Master, please take me as your disciple. This is ultimate power. Master, please accept me as your disciple." Lei Beishan's roar, harsh as a cracked gong, reverberated at the entrance of Jiangcheng No.3 High School. Dozens of disciples from the Thunder Martial Hall dropped their iron staffs, their mouths agape, as if their very souls had been forcibly extracted. This was the esteemed master of the Thunder Martial Hall, the undisputed pinnacle of external martial arts in Jiangcheng. Even the mayor would offer him a cigarette with utmost respect. Yet now he knelt like a fawning dog at the feet of a high schooler devoid of any star power. Chen grimaced, taking a half step back to dodge Lei Beishan's grasping hands. Are you trying to scam me? I only used 1 finger. If your bones are broken, go to the hospital. Don't come here claiming kin. As he spoke, Chen wiped his hand on the frayed hem of his worn-out uniform. Lei Beishan, far from being offended, shuffled forward on his knees, knocking his head against the ground with thunderous thuds. His bald head cracked 2 half-inch deep craters into the hardened asphalt. Master, I, Lei Beishan, only respect true toughness. That single finger of yours has awakened my foolish mind. All those flashy Star Force shields are nothing but farts compared to your pure physical might. Lei Batian lifted his head, his fleshy face scrunched up, his eyes burning with the fervor of a zealot. He tore off his lightning-emblazoned training robe, exposing his hairy chest. Master, if you just teach me how to make my muscles as hard as yours, all 300+ members of my Thunder Martial Hall will wash your socks every day. Hearing this, the disciples nearby felt their legs go weak, nearly collapsing to their knees before Chen. He was utterly disgusted by the display. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. Get lost, get lost. Who wants a bunch of burly men washing my socks? I only accept disciples based on looks. You look like a Zhang Fei reincarnated. You'd ruin my appetite. Lei Batian was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his stubble-covered face. He turned to glare at the scar-faced disciple who had been shouting the loudest earlier. Quick, find me a razor. They'll shave this face clean right now. The scar-faced disciple trembled in fear and scrambled backward. Chen, exasperated by this stubborn fool, was about to kick him back to the martial hall when Su Qingyuan beside him suddenly coughed violently. Her usually icy, beautiful face was now flushed, as red as a ripe apple, a delicate pink blush spreading down her pale neck. Su Qingyuan bit her plump lower lip, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her silver combat suit. She looked at the kneeling Lei Batian and wished she could crawl into a sewer. Chen turned to her. What's wrong? Did the demon ape blood clog your throat? Su Qingyuan said nothing, but Lei Beishan's eyes lit up. Seeing a lifeline, he turned and shouted at Su Qingyuan. Su girl, aren't you a nominal disciple of our Quick, help me beg your master to accept me. Lei Beishan's shout blew Su Qingyuan's cover wide open. The gossip-loving souls of the entire school ignited instantly. All eyes darted between Chen, Lei Beishan, and Su Qingyuan. The ice-cold school beauty of Jiangcheng No. 3 High School, in order to build her strength, had been a nominal disciple at the Thunder Martial Hall since childhood. By the rules of the martial world, Lei Batian was considered her half-master. But now this half-master was kneeling at Lu Chen's feet, shamelessly begging to become his disciple. Lu Chen rubbed his chin, his gaze shifting between Lei Batian and Su Qingyuan. He suddenly grinned, flashing a set of pearly white teeth. Wait, let me get this straight. He's your half-master. If he becomes my disciple, what does that make you? Su Qingyuan's breath hitched. She snapped her head up, her peach blossom eyes glistening with a mix of 70% embarrassment and 30% panic. Lu Chen, shut up. Lu Chen ignored her warning, crossing his arms and looking at her with a smirk. We can't mess up the hierarchy. Come now, my dear grand disciple, let's hear you call me grandmaster. The entire scene fell into dead silence. The boys bit their hands fiercely to stifle their sobs. That untouchable frosty goddess publicly teased into being his grand disciple. This was 10 times more absurd than Lu Chen tearing the demon ape apart with his bare hands. Su Qingyuan stomped her high-heeled combat boot, cracking the ground beneath her. Her chest heaved with rage, straining against the silver suit in a breathtaking curve. She clenched her fists, wanting to rush forward and bite Lu Chen to death. But the violent image of him ripping the demon ape in half flashed through her mind, and her anger vanished instantly. What replaced it was a morbid sense of submission that frightened even her. She found it impossible to muster a single ounce of defiance against this man. Su Qingyuan lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes into a knot. She bit her lip and let out a barely audible "Gr. Grandmaster." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but it was crystal clear in the silent schoolyard. Boom. The mental defenses of every male student shattered completely. Some slapped themselves twice and ran back to the classroom howling in despair. Their untouchable goddess had actually bowed her head and called him grandmaster. Lei Batian, however, was overjoyed. He thought Su Qingyuan was paving the way for him and quickly kowtowed again. Master, your grand disciple has acknowledged you. Please accept this unworthy one as your disciple. I promise I won't hinder your meals. He'll cover all your food expenses in Jiangcheng. Hearing the words, all food expenses covered, Lu Chen's foot, which was about to kick out, retracted abruptly. He patted his empty stomach and pondered for 2 seconds. Buying meat every day was indeed costly. Having a free meal ticket didn't sound so bad. All right, for the sake of the barbecue, I'll take you on as a nominal disciple. Lu Chen waved his hand, looking like he was doing Lei Batian a huge favor. Lei Batian jumped 3 feet in the air with excitement, the 200-pound man bouncing around like a 300-month-old child. He turned and roared at his dazed disciples. What are you standing around for? Pay respects to your grandmaster. Dozens of muscular men bowed in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Greetings, grandmaster. The spectacle was so shocking that the nearby shopkeeper crushed his popsicle in fright. Lu Chen dug his ear, waving his hand dismissively. All right, disperse. I need to get home and sleep. Su Qingyuan stepped forward, mumbling softly with a red face. You promised to give me your clothes to wash. Lu Chen glanced at her, then took off his demonic blood-soaked jacket and tossed it directly onto her head. Remember, don't use the washing machine. Hand wash it and scrub that blood stain on the collar twice. Su Qingyuan hugged the blood-soaked jacket. Instead of showing disgust, she smiled, looking like a little girl who had just gotten a piece of candy. Just as this bizarre and comical ceremony was coming to an end, a grating, screeching voice came from the direction of the administration building. Principal Wang Defa, not bothering with the elevator, came sprinting down the stairs. His sparse hair fluttered wildly in the wind. He dashed out of the building, holding up a sparkling storage ring, and shouted, Student Lu Chen. This is a 10 million yuan reward and top-tier resources from the City Education Bureau. Principal Wang Defa sprinted out of the administrative building, clutching a gleaming golden storage ring and shouting, Student Lu Chen. The Municipal Education Bureau has awarded you a 10 million yuan prize and top-tier resources. Wang Defa was panting heavily, his sparse hair plastered to his forehead, resembling a drenched otter just pulled. He held the storage ring with both hands, presenting it reverently to Lu Chen. His posture was more devout than offering incense to ancestors during the new year. He had witnessed the entire scene of Lu Chen tearing apart the demonic ape on the school field from his office window. This was no ordinary student of Jiangcheng No.3 High School. This was a living ancestor capable of turning the entire city upside down. Lu Chen took the gleaming golden storage ring and tossed it casually in his hand. 10 million. Can this get me a lifetime VIP card at that self-service barbecue place in the east of the city? Lu Chen yawned and asked casually. Wang Defa's legs went weak, nearly buckling beneath him. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded frantically. Of course. Forget a lifetime VIP card, you could buy the whole street and live off the rent. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, about to pocket the ring. Hold it right there. A crisp, petulant female voice exploded from the school gate. Shen Wanwan, dressed in a Lolita dress, stormed out furiously from the Class 5 formation. Her limited edition leather shoes clacked sharply against the asphalt. Shen Wanwan ran up to Lu Chen, reached out with her delicate hand, and slapped away Wang Defa's plump hand that was offering the ring. Wang Defa, are you trying to fob us off with scraps? Brother Lu Chen tore apart a lord-level demonic ape with his bare hands, and all Jiangcheng No.3 High School can offer is a paltry 10 million. This is a blatant insult to my bodyguard brother's strength. Wang Defa, slapped and humiliated, didn't dare utter a word, only forcing a sycophantic smile. This young lady was the precious jewel of Shen Wanshan, the richest man in Jiangcheng. A single hair from her head was worth more than his entire leg. Shen Wanwan placed her hands on her hips, then pulled out a custom phone encrusted with diamonds from her designer bag. She dialed a number and began barking orders with the rapid-fire intensity of a machine gun. "Hello, Uncle Wang, haul out all the cash and high-grade crystal cores from my father's vault. Yes, deliver them to the gate of Jiangcheng No.3 High School. You have 3 minutes. Be 1 second late, and he'll pluck out your beard." Hanging up, Shen Wanwan lifted her chin triumphantly and shot a smug glance at Su Qingyuan standing nearby. Within 3 minutes, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from the road outside Jiangcheng No.3 High School. 12 heavy armored cash transport trucks, painted pitch black and fitted with half-meter-thick blast plating, charged in like steel beasts. The convoy blatantly ignored traffic laws, executing a synchronized drift to screech to a halt in front of the school gate. The heavy doors released a hiss of hydraulics and slowly slid open. Over 100 fully armed black-clad bodyguards jumped out and formed 2 lines. The contents of the trucks were fully exposed to the stunned students and faculty. Pink 100-yuan bills were stacked in bundles arranged like brick walls. The sunlight reflecting off them was blindingly bright. In the other trucks, high-tier beast crystal cores radiating the auras of various star forces were piled high. Crimson, sapphire, blue, dark violet, they were stacked into small mountains like worthless glass marbles. The dense fluctuation of star power made the surrounding air feel thick. The entire crowd of thousands gasped. The boys nearest to the trucks felt their legs give way and collapsed onto the ground. One student, to confirm he wasn't dreaming, bit down hard on his classmate's arm, leaving a bloody imprint. They had never seen this much money and top-tier cultivation resources in their lives. Shen Wanwan stepped through the dust and walked up to the trucks laden with wealth. She turned around, spreading her arms wide like a little queen surveying her domain. "Lu Chen, all of this is my pocket money for you. Just promise to be my personal bodyguard and you can drive these trucks straight home." Shen Wanwan looked at Lu Chen with pleading eyes, her desire to shower him with affection clearly written on her face. Lu Chen looked at the neatly stacked money, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Why did you bring all this scrap paper here? It's useless for eating or drinking. It would just take up space at home." Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Shen Wanwan was stunned, her face falling. This was billions in cash, and to Lu Chen, it was just waste paper taking up space. Su Qingyuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but smirk upon hearing Lu Chen's words. She hugged the school uniform stained with demonic ape blood tighter. Stepping forward, Su Qingyuan positioned herself between Shen Wanwan and Lu Chen. Her cold peach blossom eyes held a trace of victorious mockery. "Miss Shen, you think everyone is as obsessed with money? Would a man like Lu Chen, who pursues the ultimate in physical prowess, care about your mere scraps of paper?" Su Qingyuan turned her head to look at Lu Chen's profile, her voice instantly turning soft and sweet. "Lu Chen will go home right now and hand wash this uniform for you. He'll use the best fabric softener on the collar to ensure it's perfectly comfortable for you to wear tomorrow." Shen Wanwan watched Su Qingyuan's wifely act, and her anger reached a boiling point. She rushed forward, pointing a finger at Su Qingyuan's nose. "Su Qingyuan, you scheming vixen. Stop pretending to be so virtuous. Anyone can wash clothes. He'll go buy a fully automated laundry factory to wash them for him right now." Su Qingyuan let out a cold laugh, her gaze unyielding as she met Shen Wanwan's. "Clothes washed by a machine have no soul. Lu Chen said he wants me to hand wash them." The two women locked eyes, and the air crackled with invisible spark. A fierce rivalry ignited by the right to wash clothes and shower affection erupted at the gates of Jiangcheng No.3 High School. The male students around were collectively struck dumb. They clutched their chests, feeling as if their hearts were being sliced apart. The two most elite heiresses in Jiangcheng were arguing, sacrificing their reputations over the right to wash a bloodstained school uniform for a good-for-nothing. Lu Chen stood nearby, listening to the two women bicker, and felt a headache coming on. He hated it when people shouted, "Can you two just shut up?" Lu Chen grumbled, but the two women were too engrossed in their argument to hear him. He shook his head in exasperation. He walked over to the left side of the school gate, where 2 solid granite stone lions were placed for warding off evil. Each lion fixed to its base weighed at least 3 tons. Lu Chen extended his right hand, his fingers digging into the stone lion's head. His arm muscles bulged, instantly veins popping. With a crack, the concrete anchoring the base to the ground was ripped apart. He lifted the 3-ton granite lion with one hand. He stood between the two arguing beauties and began to raise and lower the stone lion. 1, 2, 3. The stone lion whooshed through the air, and the wind it generated whipped the skirts of Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan wildly. Lu Chen, looking as calm as ever, used the 3-ton stone as a dumbbell, focusing intently on his bicep curls. As long as he immersed himself in the world of lifting, he could perfectly block out the awkward noise around him. The arguing women instantly fell silent. They stared blankly at the man who tossed the stone lion into the air and caught it with one hand, their eyes burning with an even more intense fervor. The surrounding students were utterly numb. Seeing a threatened stone tossed around like a toy was starting to seem almost normal. Just as Chen was on his 50th rep, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. A deafening roar of helicopter rotors grew louder from the distant clouds. A violent gale descended, bending the trees around the school gate. Students shielded their faces, unable to keep their eyes open against the force of the wind. 3 matte black armed helicopters exuding a cold metallic aura hovered above Jiangcheng No.3 High School. A massive silver 6-pointed star was emblazoned on their fuselages. That was the insignia of the Star Legion's highest tier Special Forces unit. The door of the middle helicopter was kicked open and a thick nylon rope was thrown down. A middle-aged man in a major general's uniform, without even attaching a safety clip, grabbed the rope and slid down from a height of 30 meters. The major general's boots slammed onto the asphalt, cracking the hard surface. He dusted off his uniform, raised his head, revealing a face as hard and sharp as if carved from stone. A long scar over his left eye added to his aura of iron-blooded ferocity. The major general drew a specially made Star Energy pistol from his waist and casually released the safety. Ignoring the thousands of onlookers, he pushed through the crowd and strode directly to Chen. The major general looked up, his gaze fixed intently on Chen, who was still holding the stone lion aloft with one hand. Chen, in a bid to escape the awkwardness, had started using the stone lion as a dumbbell for his bicep workout. Suddenly, 3 heavily armed military helicopters descended from the sky, and a major general from the Star Legion stepped out, his gaze locked onto Chen. Chen, right. By the highest order of the military, you are to come with me. So you're Chen. The highest order from the military, come with me. The voice of the middle-aged major general was as sharp as metal scraping, carrying an undeniable air of authority. The thousands of teachers and students in the school dared not even breathe. That was the Star Army, representing the highest military force of Blue Planet. Even the city lord of Jiang City would have to respectfully salute this major general. Principal Wang Defa's smile instantly froze on his face, his legs trembling like noodles in the wind. Your Excellency, the Major General Chen is our treasure from Jiang City's No.3 High School. Is there some misunderstanding here? Wang Defa mustered his courage and stepped forward, trying to ingratiate himself. The Major General didn't even glance at him, suddenly exuding a terrifying aura of a 4th-tier Star Warrior. Blue star power radiated outward like a tangible force. Wang Defa was directly blown to the ground by this wave of energy, rolling 3 or 4 times before coming to a stop. Military affairs outsiders, step aside. The Major General strode towards Chen, his right hand already resting on the specially designed Star Energy handcuffs at his waist. Just as he was less than 3 meters away from Chen, 2 delicate figures stood firmly in front of him, one on each side. Dare to touch him and try. Shen Wanwan, like a little tiger guarding its food, spread her arms to block Chen. The daughter of the richest man in Jiang City was now fully embodying her spoiled temperament. She pointed to the nearby heavy armored cash transport vehicles filled with cash and crystal cores. Do you see that? Chen is currently my personal bodyguard, hired for hundreds of billions. If your military wants to abduct someone, have you considered the financial strength of the Shen family? The Major General frowned, about to reprimand. Beside him, Su Qingyuan stepped forward in her high-heeled combat boots, her face cold. The frost star power radiated from her, without reservation, instantly forming a layer of white ice flowers on the ground. The Star Army cannot forcibly take a civilian. No, forcibly take a student. Su Qingyuan bit her red lips, forcing back the words at her mouth. She lifted her snow-white chin, her cold peach blossom eyes filled with unwavering stubbornness. Chen is a martial arts genius heavily invested in by our Su family. He won't go anywhere. Your Excellency, the Major General, if you want to use force, you can try, and see if you can withstand the joint counterattack of Jiang City's 4 great families. The boys in the audience were dumbfounded. Just moments ago, these 2 beauties were arguing over who would do Chen's laundry. Now, facing the military's pressure, they remarkably formed a united front. The fierce display of these protective girls made the single guys around them almost shed tears. The scar on the Major General's face twitched twice, and his gaze became dangerous. He had killed countless high-tier beasts at the front lines of Star Abyss. When did it come to 2 young girls teaching him how to do his job? Shen family. Su family. In the face of the military's absolute power, they were nothing but chickens and dogs. Anyone who dares to stop me today will be treated as a traitor. The Major General was thoroughly enraged, his 4th-tier star power rampaging at the school gate like a volcanic eruption. A fierce wind kicked up the sand and stones on the ground, stinging the faces of the surrounding students. Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan were pressured to the point of turning pale, but neither girl took a step back. They gritted their teeth, standing like 2 guardian deities in front of Chen. Chen, who was behind them, was currently suffering from a headache. On the left was the little Lola's shrill screams, on the right was the Ice Queen's cold shouts, and in front was a scarred face blaring like a loudspeaker. It was louder than thousands of ducks quacking in his ears. 51. 52. Chen muttered to himself, completely ignoring the chaotic scene in front of him. He gripped the threatened heavy granite lion tightly, the muscle fibers in his arm bulging like steel cables. He bent down and began to do squats and one-arm bicep curls as if no one was watching. The threatened solid granite in his hands felt like a pink plastic dumbbell. He threw it up and caught it steadily. Caught it, then threw it up again. Hoo! Hoo! Each time the stone lion rose and fell in midair, it created a wave of violent physical wind pressure. The air compressed, emitting a dull sound of an explosion. The Major General was about to reach out to push aside the two girls blocking his way when he suddenly felt a gust of wind akin to a level 12 typhoon coming towards him. This wind pressure contained not a hint of star power fluctuation, purely kinetic energy from a rapidly moving object. Bang! The Major General's military cap, a symbol of honor, was directly blown away by the wind pressure. The military cap rolled in the air a dozen times before finally landing with a splash in a nearby stinky ditch. The Major General was stunned, his hand suspended in the air froze in place. He followed the source of the wind pressure over the shoulders of the two girls and looked toward Chen behind them. With just a glance, the battle-hardened Major General almost had his eyes pop out of their sockets. The high school student in tattered uniform was holding a giant stone lion connected to the cement foundation with one hand. The bottom of the stone lion was still hanging with forcibly torn steel bars. The Major General glanced roughly. That thing definitely weighed over 3 tons. And this high school student was actually using this threatened weight to train his biceps. He hadn't even taken a deep breath, his movements flowing as smoothly as lifting a bottle of mineral water. 53. You all chat among yourselves, don't mind me. I need to reach 100 today. Chen shook the stone lion in his hand and casually spoke to the 3 stunned individuals in front of him. Boom. Something shattered in the Major General's mind. He glanced down at the 4th-tier star power shield he had just unleashed. In the face of this pure and violent physical power, the blue glow of his shield was like a nearly depleted flashlight. The report from Yanhongya last night flashed back in his mind. The report stated the target is suspected of possessing a physical body that surpasses human limits and cannot be understood with common sense. At that time, the Major General had thrown the report onto the table, cursing Yanhongya for seeing illusions after running on the gravity track yesterday. Now he witnessed it with his own eyes. What the hell, this isn't an illusion. This is a living, breathing, humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Tossing a threatened granite around for fun, if that punch landed on him, his 4th-tier star power shield would probably be less effective than a sheet of paper. The Major General's violent aura instantly deflated like a balloon pricked by a needle. He instinctively took a half-step back, distancing himself slightly from the monsters swinging the stone. Su Qingyuan and Shun Wanwan were momentarily stunned as they watched the Major General suddenly deflate. The two girls turned back to look at Chen, whose arms were filled with explosive power, their eyes once again sparkling with admiration. Su Qingyuan took out a tissue, carefully attempting to wipe the sweat off Chen's brow. To her surprise, she found that Chen hadn't even broken a sweat. The Major General stood still, his face alternating between green and white. He had come with an absolute order from the military. By any means necessary, he had to recruit this monster into the army. A hard approach would definitely not work. The earlier military authority had been shattered by that threatened stone lion. The Major General took a deep breath, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. He rubbed his gloved hands together, his back involuntarily bending. The Major General swallowed hard, his attitude making a complete 180, suddenly turning servile. Mr. Lu, actually it was Commander Yanhongya who strongly recommended you. She wants to discuss your enlistment benefits with you privately tonight. What do you think? The Major swallowed hard, his attitude doing a complete 180 as he suddenly became obsequious. Well, Mr. Lu, it's actually Chief Instructor Yanhongya who highly recommended you. She wants to have a private chat with you tonight about your enlistment benefits. What do you think? Chen stopped, his bicep curls casually tossing aside the threatened granite lion statue. Boom. The asphalt road was smashed into a half-meter deep pit, gravel scattering everywhere. The Major jumped back in fright, fearing his toes would be crushed into mush. Going to work at the military. Chen scratched his ear. Does that mean I have to wake up at 6 every morning for reveille and fold those square blankets? The Major was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively nodded. The military rules are strict and the schedule is indeed quite regular, but it's all for the sake of protecting the home and country. Not going. Chen decisively interrupted him. Waking up early is worse than dying for me, and besides, the cafeteria food at your place might not even be enough. The Major panicked. This was a direct order from the highest levels of the military. He hurriedly stepped forward half a pace. The benefits can be negotiated, as long as you're willing to lend your name, you don't even have to clock in. Chen waved his hand dismissively, clearly annoyed. Uncle, are you annoying? I've already said I don't want to go. If you keep blocking my way home to sleep, I'll take down your helicopter and use it as a fan. The Major followed Chen's gaze and glanced at the military helicopter hovering overhead. He imagined Chen grabbing the rotor with one hand and swinging it around, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. If this monster truly went berserk, 3 helicopters wouldn't be enough for him to dismantle like plastic toys. The Major looked at Chen's impatient expression, his lips twitching uncontrollably. When had he, a senior officer in the Star Army, ever been treated with such disdain? But looking at the pit, the threatened granite lion had made the Major swallow his anger. I can't provoke him. I really can't. Sorry to bother you. You rest first, and we'll visit another day. The Major wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and and awkwardly took 2 steps back. He rolled and scrambled to grab the descent rope, getting pulled back to the helicopter like a monkey. The rotors roared as the 3 armed helicopters flew off. All the students watched in disbelief. The military big shot who had just been so arrogant and demanding was dismissed by Chen with just a few words. The boys gritted their teeth in jealousy, going mad with envy. This wasn't just muscle training, it was clearly a demonstration of how to rub the big shots of Jiangcheng into the ground. As soon as the helicopter left, Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan immediately resumed their competitive stance. Su Qingyuan stepped forward and tugged at the hem of Lu Chen's tattered school uniform. "Lu Chen, come to my house. My bed is top-grade velvet, but so comfortable to sleep on." Shen Wanwan refused to back down, squeezing in to wrap her arms around Lu Chen, pressing herself close. "Come to my place. My villa has 10 chefs on standby 24 hours a day. You can eat meat whenever you want." The 2 top-tier wealthy beauties of Jiangcheng, in their bid to bring a useless person home, completely discarded their feminine modesty. The young masters of the surrounding wealthy families felt their hearts shatter, a cacophony of distress echoing around. Lu Chen pulled his arm out of Shen Wanwan's grasp and shook off Su Qingyuan's hand. "You both go home. You're too loud and seriously affecting my sleep quality." He yawned widely and walked down the street towards the old town without looking back. Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan were left standing there, exchanging glances, both seeing deep animosity in each other's eyes. The bodyguards of the Su and Shun families quickly surrounded them, cautiously helping their young ladies into luxury cars. The 2 luxury car convoys headed off in opposite directions, the engines rumbling with tension. Late at night in the slums of Jiangcheng's old town, the narrow alley emitted the sour stench of rotting garbage with half of the streetlights broken. Lu Chen returned to his shabby rented room of only 30 square meters. There wasn't even a decent piece of furniture inside, with large patches of wall paint peeling off and thick spider webs hanging from the ceiling. In the middle of the living room sat the tinted pure steel safe he had dragged back from the black market like a lord. Lu Chen stripped off his blood-soaked clothes and walked to the faucet to splash his face with water. The icy tap water flowed down his broad and sturdy back. His muscular lines, filled with explosive power, gleamed healthily under the dim light. Just as he lay down on the creaky wooden bed, his eyes hadn't fully closed. Bang, bang, bang. A violent knocking sound suddenly rang out in the silent hallway. The force was so great that the thin anti-theft door was dented inward, dropping large patches of rust. Lu Chen irritably sat up, grabbing a yellowed tank top to throw on. "It's the middle of the night, what's the rush?" He stepped into his worn-out slippers and walked to the door, yanking open the rusty anti-theft door. A woman with a stunning figure that could make one nosebleed stood outside. It was Yan Hongya, the military chief instructor he had run away from earlier. The former military ace instructor wasn't wearing her serious and conservative camo uniform tonight. She had changed into a tight black tank top, paired with extremely short ripped denim shorts. A large expanse of snowy white skin was exposed to the air, completely unreserved. Her long straight legs swayed under the dim yellow light of the hallway, nearly making one dizzy. The proud curve seemed ready to burst through the fragile straps at any moment. Yan Hongya held 2 beautifully packaged boxes of top-tier exotic beast meat in her left hand and a dozen ice-cold beers in her right. Without waiting for Lu Chen to speak, she shoulder-barged her way past him. An enticing scent of high-end perfume accompanied her as she forcefully squeezed into the cramped rented room. "Do you know that trespassing is illegal?" Lu Chen leaned against the door frame, speaking with irritation. Yan Hongya heavily placed the 2 boxes of meat on the tinted pure steel safe. She turned back, her eyes filled with wildness, locking onto Lu Chen. "Cut the nonsense. There were too many people at school during the day, and there were some things I couldn't ask." Yan Hongya's gaze shamelessly swept over Lu Chen's chest muscles and arms as if she wanted to devour him whole. "If I don't figure out the secret behind your monstrous strength today, I won't leave." Lu Chen glanced at the 2 boxes of top-tier exotic beast meat, emitting strong fluctuations of star power. His empty stomach cooperatively let out a thunderous protest. That was the tenderloin of high-level snowflake magic cattle, a good product worth 100,000 yuan per pound in the market, valued, yet hard to come by. Lu Chen smacked his lips and decisively closed the door. "For the sake of this meat, I'll let you sit here for a while." He walked to the corner, pulled out a rusty iron rack and half a bag of charcoal, and set up a barbecue stand right in the living room. Yan Hongya stared dumbfounded. Others cooked such top-tier exotic beast meat by inviting Michelin chefs to simmer it slowly, afraid of losing even a bit of star energy essence. This guy actually planned to grill it directly over the rough charcoal. This was simply a waste. Lu Chen pinched a few pieces of charcoal with one hand and rubbed his fingers together. The high temperature generated by pure physical friction instantly ignited the charcoal, producing bright red flames. He used a dull knife to cut the beef into palm-sized thick slices, skewered them on iron sticks, and placed them on the grill. Sizzle! Thick oil dripped onto the charcoal, and the rich aroma of meat instantly filled the entire shabby rented room. Yan Hongya pulled over a plastic chair, missing a leg, and sat down grandly. She crossed her long legs casually, opened a can of cold beer, and took a big gulp. The icy liquid ran down her fair neck, flowing into her enticing cleavage. "What kind of freak are you?" Yin Hongya asked, squeezing the can with a voice full of indignation. I joined the army at 13, carrying 50 kilograms of weight for 10 kilometers of cross-country every day and killed exotic beasts on the star front for 7 years. I pride myself on having honed my body to the limits of a star warrior able to exert 5,000 pounds of force with a single punch. Yet today on the playground you ran on the tenfold gravity track as easily as if you were walking, and you made me. Yin Hongya's face turned slightly red as she recalled the embarrassing scene of being utterly exhausted and collapsing against Lu Chun, gasping for breath. That feeling of being completely crushed left her a proud military flower, sleepless all night. She downed the beer in her hand, crumpled the empty can into an aluminum block, and tossed it on the floor. Then she opened another can. Lu Chun focused on flipping the meat, sprinkling a handful of cheap coarse salt and chili powder. Eat more meat, sleep more, and think less about unnecessary things, and your strength will naturally grow. He picked up a skewer of perfectly charred beef, took a big bite, and his mouth was filled with oil. Yin Hongya fixated on Lu Chun's rolling Adam's apple as he chewed, her gaze growing increasingly hazy. She usually had a good tolerance for alcohol, but today's overwhelming sense of defeat made her drink a bit too fast. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, 2 alluring red blushes appeared on Yin Hongya's fair cheeks. She stood up unsteadily and walked in front of Lu Chun. In the cramped space, a mix of alcohol and high-end perfume wafted directly into Lu Chun's nose. Yin Hongya leaned down, resting one hand on the back of the bench Lu Chun was sitting on. The neckline of her tank top fell, revealing an exhilarating expanse of snowy white skin almost touching Lu Chun's arm. Her warm breath brushed against Lu Chun's shoulder, carrying a heady scent of alcohol. Lu Chun frowned and scooted his chair to the side. Keep your distance, you are blocking my ability to flip the meat. Yin Hongya not only didn't back away, but instead pressed closer. She grabbed Lu Chun's hand, holding the iron skewer, her hot body temperature transmitting over. Yin Hongya slapped the beer can on the table, her eyes glazed and burning with desire as she stared at Lu Chun's muscular lines. Lu Chun, you need to come clean. Oh, what inhuman density has your muscle reached? Lu Chun, let's get to the bottom of this. What inhuman value has your muscle density reached? Yin Hongya exhaled like an orchid, the scent of wine mingling with her unique feminine fragrance spreading wantonly in the cramped rental room. Her usually icy eyes were now clouded with a layer of mist due to the alcohol. Lu Chun shifted half an inch away, flipping the skewered meat in his hand that was charred and dripping with oil. Annie, I think you've had too much to drink. What value are you talking about? Ever since I was a child, I've loved eating the leftover food from the school cafeteria. Maybe the cafeteria lady just gave me an extra scoop of nutrition boost. Lu Chun spoke seriously, spouting nonsense. Yin Hongya was amused and laughed, her ample chest heaving violently, as if about to burst through her pitiful black tank top. Can a nutrition boost make you crush a force gauge with one hand? Can it help you carry back a Tintin safe as decoration? She bit her red lip, unconvinced. Emboldened by a bit of drunkenness, Yin Hongya boldly extended 2 slender fair fingers and pinched Lu Chun's exposed bicep. In her perception, even a martial artist with honed skills would have soft muscles when not exerting force. She wanted to squeeze and probe Lu Chun's strength. As soon as her fingers applied pressure, she gasped sharply. She felt as if she was not pinching human flesh, but gripping a high-pressure forged titanium alloy ingot. Lu Chun hadn't even tensed his muscles. In this relaxed state, she used all her strength to squeeze, but could not even pinch the skin. Instead, a sharp pain shot through her own finger joints, nearly causing her to suffer a fracture from the terrifying muscle density. How is this possible? Yin Hongya muttered in disbelief. She was a peak second-tier star warrior, and that squeeze should have had at least 100 pounds of grip. How could she leave no mark on Lu Chun's arm? Yin Hongya's competitive spirit was thoroughly ignited. She suddenly retracted her hand and pulled out a sleek, dark, military-grade dagger from the thigh strap of her hot pants. This was an armor-piercing blade forged from the fangs of a third-tier star beast by the Star Army, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Don't move, let me make a scratch. Yin Hongya, like a madwoman discovering a new continent, brandished the dagger toward Lu Chun's arm. Lu Chun sighed helplessly and set the grilled meat on a plate. Be careful, don't tear my freshly washed tank top. Yin Hongya snorted, coldly pressing the blade against Lu Chun's forearm. She exerted a slight force and pulled her wrist down. Screech! A sound of painful metal scraping echoed. Sparks flew under the dim light, falling onto the concrete floor. Yin Hongya was stunned. Her hand holding the dagger froze in midair. The third-tier armor-piercing dagger with its sharp edge had curled into a wave shape. Meanwhile, Lu Chun's forearm remained as pristine as ever. Not a single hair was cut. Not even the faintest white mark was left. Yin Hongya's eyes were about to pop out of her wild, animalistic pupils trembled violently, and her worldview shattered once again. Is your skin made of bomb-proof armor? If even an armor-piercing blade can't cut through, then this muscle density must mean that even a missile strike wouldn't hurt you in the slightest. Yin Hongya's voice trembled. She suddenly understood why the highest ranks of the military were so eager to recruit this high school student. This was simply a strategic-level humanoid nuclear weapon disguised in human skin. The immense shock combined with the aftereffects of alcohol made Yin Hongya's head spin. She stepped on a stray piece. Her high-heeled tactical boots slipped, and she lost her balance, toppling forward. Oh! Yin Hongya exclaimed. Lu Chen, quick on his feet, dropped the skewered meat and caught her around the waist. Yin Hongya's soft and fiery body crashed heavily against Lu Chen's sturdy chest. Their distance instantly closed to negative numbers. Yin Hongya's cool, mature face was nearly pressed against Lu Chen's nose. Warm breaths brushed against each other's faces. Her eyes, glistening from the effects of alcohol, were fixed intensely on Lu Chen. Her alluring red lips were less than a centimeter away from Lu Chen's cheek. If he tilted his head slightly, he could taste the sweetness of this military flower. In the cramped rental room, the atmosphere instantly turned extremely ambiguous. Even the smell of grilled meat in the air seemed to transform into a kind of aphrodisiac hormone. Yin Hongya's heart skipped a beat. She felt the wild, domineering, and absolutely powerful masculine aura emanating from Lu Chen. The usually unapproachable military female instructor actually forgot to push him away at this moment. Instead, she felt an impulse to indulge in this steel-like body. The blush on her cheeks spread to her ears in an instant. Just at this moment of dry kindling and the delicate situation of a lone man and woman. Boom! A thunderous roar shattered the enchanting atmosphere. Lu Chen's already rusty and broken security door was kicked open by a terrifying force. The dozens of pounds heavy iron door crashed into the living room like a cannonball. With a loud bang, it slammed against the Tintin safe, twisting into a heap of scrap metal. In the hallway outside, a fierce wind howled and dust flew everywhere. An old yet infinitely murderous roar echoed like thunder above the slums. Just as Yin Hongya's face flushed and her heart raced, Lu Chen's dilapidated security door was suddenly violently kicked open, and an elderly furious roar came from outside. Lu Chen, little beast, come out and die. Just as Yin Hongya's face flushed with embarrassment and her heart raced, the dilapidated security door of Lu Chen was suddenly kicked open with a violent bang, and an elderly furious roar echoed from outside. Lu Chen, you wretched beast, come out and face your death. The heavy iron door, weighing dozens of pounds, crashed into the living room like a cannonball. With a muffled thud, it violently collided with the Tintin pure steel safe, twisting into a heap of scrap metal. Yin Hongya abruptly sprang away from Lu Chen. Her military instincts, honed from years of flirting with death, were instantly activated. The alcohol coursing through her veins transformed into cold sweat trickling down her pale back. A suffocating aura of blood and malevolence surged through the empty doorframe, flooding the 30 square meter rental apartment. The rusty barbecue grill in the living room was overturned by the raging wind. Red-hot charcoal tumbled to the ground, scorching the already dilapidated floor with a series of blackened holes. The skewer of freshly grilled beef in Lu Chen's hand fell into the pile of ashes. He stared at the skewer of beef covered in dust on the ground. The veins on his forehead began to pulse rhythmically. Outside the door, a thin old man dressed in a dark red tang suit hovered at the height of the 3rd floor. The old man's hair, white as snow, danced without wind as he stood upon a dense, solidified, blood-colored aura beneath his feet. He was a half-step to the Duke realm, the ancestor of the Chu family in Jiangcheng No.3. His face, covered in age spots, twisted like dry. The streetlights in the surrounding old district crackled under the oppressive force of his star power, shattering bulbs left and right. Are you the blind fool, Lu Chen? Chu Hongyan looked down from above at the two people in the room, his voice sharp as a night owl's screech. I've only been in seclusion for 3 years, and Jiangcheng has produced such an ignorant brat as you. Not only did you break my precious grandson's ribs, but you also smashed his nose with that meatball weapon. Chu Hongyan trembled with rage, the blood light beneath his feet illuminating half the alley of the slum in crimson. As a prominent figure of the Chu family, one of the 4 great families of Jiangcheng, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? His grandson was still lying in the intensive care unit, unable to speak clearly, merely wetting his pants. Chu Hongyan's gaze swept over Lu Chen and then landed on Yin Hongya, who was dressed in a revealing tank top and hot pants. His thin lips curled into a mocking sneer. About to die, and you still have the mind to fool around with a woman in it. That woman does have a pretty face. Oh, once I strip your skin and pull your tendons, it'll take you back as my grandson's foot servant. Yin Hongya, upon hearing this, gritted her teeth in anger. But she found it difficult to even breathe at this moment. The pressure from a half-step Duke realm was a dimensional suppression for her, a peak second-tier star warrior. She felt as if her internal organs were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, with her bones creaking under the strain. Beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down her smooth forehead, splattering onto the wooden floor. Despite this, the retired warrior still did not take a step back. She suppressed the metallic tang rising in her throat and pulled Lu Chen behind her. Lu Chen, you need to jump out the window and run. Yin Hongya lowered her voice, her tone filled with a determination that defied death. Her beautiful eyes, once filled with spring water, were now bloodshot. This is a half-step Duke realm old monster. Even a penetrative bullet can't break his star energy shield. No matter how strong you are, you're still just flesh and blood. Facing him is just going to your death. Let me hold him for a minute with the military's secret technique, and you hurry to seek help from the Martial Arts Alliance. Yin Hongya stood firm, her slim waist straight as a pencil. Lu Chen stood behind her, watching this woman who could barely stand but still wanted to protect him, letting out a helpless sigh. He reached out and grabbed Yin Hongya's shoulder, casually brushing her aside. Hey, don't block me. Yin Hongya's heroic momentum built up for so long crumbled immediately under Lu Chen's. She was pushed aside like a piece of paper, staggering 2 steps before regaining her balance. Lu Chen strode confidently toward the empty doorframe. A gust of night wind mixed with the pungent odor of the old district's sewage blew in. Lu Chen shivered the tattered vest he wore flapping in the wind. In the middle of the night, instead of knocking, you kick my door down. Lu Chen pointed at the twisted security door on the ground, his tone laced with annoyance. Do you know how expensive things are in Jiangcheng? Replacing a security door costs 800 plus another 200 for labor. Chu Hongyan was taken aback. The blood-colored aura beneath his feet came to a halt for a moment. Has this kid's brain been kicked by a donkey? A half-step Duke Realm powerhouse comes to kill him, and he is actually worried about the 1,000 yuan door replacement fee. You wretched beast, do you dare mock me? Chu Hongyan was furious, his thin right hand raised sharply. The surrounding air was instantly sucked dry, and a violent blood-colored aura surged wildly in his palm. A blood-red handprint 10 meters wide rapidly took shape in the night sky. The handprint emitted a nauseating stench of blood looming over Lu Chen's rental apartment. The entire old residential building began to shake violently. Chunks of wall plaster fell off and windows shattered in succession. Yin Hongya looked at the earth-shattering blood handprint and closed her eyes in despair. It's over. With this slap, the entire building would be reduced to ruins, and they would be left with nothing. Yet Lu Chen didn't even glance at the glowing blood handprint. He turned around, scanning the chaotic living room. Finally, his gaze stopped at the corner. It was the folding stool that Yin Hongya had just sat on. The stool legs were still stained with some mud, indicating it had been around for a while, with the wood surface polished to a sheen. Lu Chen approached, bent down, and grasped the edge of the small stool. Crack, crack, crack. He applied slight pressure with his 5 fingers, producing a crisp sound of bone rubbing. The power within his muscles surged like a raging river, instantly funneling into the ordinary wooden stool. Lu Chen weighed the small stool in his hand and slowly turned around. The night wind tousled his bangs. His once lazy and easygoing eyes now held no trace of drowsiness. Lu Chen weighed the small stool in his hand, his gaze as cold, as if looking at a corpse in the middle of the night. Kicking down my door, you lack common decency, old man. Eat a folding stool. Chu Hongyan stared at the mud-caked collapsible wooden stool in Lu Chen's hand, frozen for a second. Then this half-step Marquis realm old monster who had been in seclusion for 3 years erupted into a thunderous, ear-splitting laugh. Huh? You think a broken wooden stool can block my blood demon heaven-sealing seal? You ignorant frog at the bottom of a well. He'll show you what it means to be crushed by a high-tier star warrior. Suspended midair, Chu Hongyan slashed down his withered arm. A colossal 10-meter-wide blood-red palm print reeking of a nauseating stench of blood came crashing down towards the balcony of the rental apartment. The entire residential building groaned under the terrifying pressure, and large cracks began to spider across the load-bearing walls. Lu Chen let out a sigh. He stepped back half a pace with his right leg, his thigh muscles instantly bulging, straining the seams of his tattered shorts. A thunderclap erupted from the ground. The concrete floor beneath Lu Chen's feet was stomped clean through, leaving a gaping hole. A visible ring of white air exploded in the cramped living room, sending a rusty grill flying into the wall. Lu Chen himself shot upwards like a cannonball straight towards the giant blood-red palm print. In his right hand, he held the old small wooden stool upside down. The terrifying kinetic force of 100,000 tons channeled through the muscle fibers of his arm poured, without reservation, into the wood. Shatter. Lu Chen swung the stool, smashing it viciously against the dazzling mass of blood-red light. There was no flashy technique, clash, only pure extreme physical impact. Bang, crack. The supposedly indestructible palm print of the half-step Marquis realm shattered like a piece of stale, 3-day-old bread before the small wooden stool. The blood demon star power was pulverized by the sheer brute force of 100,000 tons. The sea of red light scattered into tiny sparks in the night sky like a firework that had gone bad, drifting away with the wind. Chu Hongyan's maniacal laughter got stuck in his throat. His murky old eyes stared fixedly at the undamaged wooden stool in Lu Chen's hand, his Tao heart instantly shattering into pieces. This defied all logic. How could a broken wooden stool bought for $10 from a street vendor possibly shatter his ultimate technique? Before he could even begin to ponder this philosophical question, Lu Chen's body was already upon him, propelled by inertia. Old man, disturbing the peace in the middle of the night, you need a lesson in manners. Lu Chen swung his arm in a backhand motion. The small wooden stool, whistling with the force of the wind, smacked solidly into Chu Hongyan's aged, liver-spotted face. Slap. A crisp sound of impact echoed through the old city district. Chu Hongyan's mouthful of yellow teeth sprayed out along with a gush of blood, and his nose bridge was flattened into powder. Before he could even let out a scream, he was like a swatted fly tumbling headfirst towards the ground. With a dull thud, Chu Hongyan crashed into the asphalt road below, leaving a large crater. Inside the room, Yin Hongya's hand trembled, and the special dagger clattered to the floor. Her legs gave way, and she slumped onto the dusty floor, her red lips parted as she gasped for air. This was a half-step Marquis realm expert. Knocked out by a single stool, Lu Chen landed steadily on the street below, and casually tossed the cracked wooden stool by the roadside. He walked over to the crater looking at the still twitching Chu Hongyan, his anger not yet subsided. You kicked my door, and so getting hit with a stool is getting off easy. Lu Chen bent down, reached out with his large hand, and grabbed Chu Hongyan's withered right ankle. Holding the ancestor of the Chu family upside down, he broke into a ground-eating sprint towards the upscale district of Jiangcheng. Lu Chen ran incredibly fast, each step cratering the road beneath him. But the poor Chu Hongyan, dangling from his grasp, was in a sorry state. The old man's head and back scraped violently against the rough asphalt, throwing off sparks like a meteor. By the time Lu Chen reached the gates of the Chu family's luxurious multi-acre estate in Jiangcheng, Chu Hongyan was battered beyond recognition. 2 rows of fully armed Star Warrior bodyguards stood before the Chu family's main gate. Above the gate hung a massive 10-meter-long 100-ton solid bronze plaque inscribed with the 2 bold characters, Chu Mansion. Halt! Who dares to act recklessly before the Chu family? The head of the guards drew his long saber, pointing it at Lu Chen. Lu Chen stopped, glanced at the resplendent bronze plaque. That plaque looks sturdy. It'll do as a replacement for my security door. Lu Chen gripped Chu Hongyan's ankle tightly, his waist and hips exploding with power. He swung the half-step marquee realm ancestor of the Chu family like an oversized flail. Whoosh! Chu Hongyan's body was whipped in a massive arc through the air, shrieking as it tore through the atmosphere and slammed squarely into the 100-ton bronze plaque. Boom! A deafening bell-like clang of metal on metal exploded over the Chu estate. The 100-ton bronze plaque was smashed, caving inwards to form a massive human-shaped crater in its center. The thick steel reinforcements holding the plaque snapped one by one. The massive sign crashed to the ground, pulverizing the marble steps beneath it. 2 Chu family bodyguards, unable to dodge in time, were pinned directly beneath the bronze slab, not even a scream escaping their lips. The remaining guards dropped their sabers in terror, their legs trembling uncontrollably, the stench of urine filling the air. Using their own ancestor as a battering ram to smash the gate. Was this a demon king sprung from some madhouse? The commotion at the gate stirred the inner depths of the Chu estate. Chu Qinxiu, the current head of the Chu family, stormed out with dozens of core family members, his face livid with rage. Who dares to smash my Chu family sign? I'll tear. Chu Qianqius' words died in his throat as his tongue seemed to be snatched away by a cat. He stared blankly at the bloodied, withered old man dangling from Lu Chen's hand. Though his face had been ground flat by the road, Chu Qinxiu would recognize that dark red tang suit, even if he were reduced to ashes. The dozens of Chu family high rollers behind him fell to their knees like a row of dominoes. Lu Chen casually tossed Chu Hongyan to the ground in front of Chu Qinxiu, like discard. The dozens of Chu family high rollers behind him fell to their knees like a row of dominoes. Lu Chen casually tossed Chu Hongyan to the ground in front of Chu Qinxiu, like discarding a tattered rag. Your old man here kicked my door in last night and ruined my sleep. This scrap of bronze is compensation for my door. If you ever send anyone near my place again, I'll tear down this whole dump and build a public toilet on the site. Chu Qinxiu trembled like a sieve, his head pounding against the ground in frantic kowtows. We're sorry. We won't dare do it again. Please, great sir, have mercy and spare the Chu family. Lu Chen picked his ear, unwilling to look at these spineless cowards. He turned and walked towards the garbage sorting station at the corner of the street, kicking open the lid of a green metal dumpster. Mid-stride, Lu Chen shot a look of disdain at the unconscious Chu Hongyan on the ground. He grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and stuffed him headfirst into the hazardous waste bin. What a hassle, all this trouble over a woman. Lu Chen dusted off his hands, ready to head home and get some more sleep. Suddenly, a bone-chilling, sinister wind swept in from the edge of the city. The pitch-black night sky, unnoticed, had been dyed a deep, thick crimson. A monstrous, sky-obscuring black blood cloud surged on the horizon, pressing down upon Jiangcheng at an alarming speed. The air became thick with a nauseating stench of rotting flesh and decay. Wheel, wheel, wheel. The highest-level emergency air raid sirens blared without warning, shrieking through every corner of Jiangcheng. From the street broadcast speakers, a broadcaster's frantic, desperate roar echoed out. Lu Chen, having just tossed the unconscious Chu family ancestor into the trash bin, turned to leave. But he saw a sky-darkening black blood cloud surging on the horizon, and the piercing air raid sirens wailed across Jiangcheng. A frantic voice blared from the speakers, warning. An class beast tide is erupting in Jiangcheng. All citizens immediately take shelter in underground. Warning. Class beast tide erupting in Jiangcheng. All citizens must immediately enter underground shelters. The wailing of the air raid siren echoed relentlessly through the night sky of the city. The sound was so loud it made the very ground tremble. Lu Chen stood beside a trash can, disdainfully brushing the dust from his hands. He glanced up at the blood-red clouds pressing down on the horizon like a black curtain. The public security in this dump of a city is terrible. Keeping people up in the middle of the night like this. The bun shop I get breakfast from will definitely be closed tomorrow. Lu Chen muttered to himself, casually securing the trash can lid. He wanted to make sure the unconscious old ancestor Chu inside wouldn't crawl out in the middle of the night and ruin the city's image. He couldn't be bothered to get involved. Yawning, he turned and walked towards his drafty rented room. Meanwhile, the outer city of Jiangcheng had already descended into a living hell. That black tsunami was a terrifying tide composed of hundreds of thousands of star beasts. The 100 Turtles special alloy city wall didn't even hold for 5 minutes against that surging tide of flesh. Boom! A section of the wall dozens of meters long collapsed as a giant burrowing beetle rammed it down. Thousands of low and mid-tier star beasts poured through the breach like a dam breaking flooding into the city streets. Cars were flipped, streetlights were trampled flat. Pedestrians and patrol guards who couldn't dodge in time were instantly crushed into pulp under the beast tide's hooves. But inside the most luxurious private club in the inner city, the Starlight Summit, the soundproofing was astonishing. Outside, blood flowed like a river. Inside, the revelry continued unabated. The deafening bass of the music made the crystal chandeliers sway wildly. Mu Rongxue, the class green tea beauty, was dressed in an expensive backless evening gown. She swirled half a glass of golden champagne, leaning languidly against the eldest young master of the Liu family. "Young Master Liu, you promised me that limited edition Star Energy sports car yesterday. You can't go back on your word now, right?" Mu Rongxue deliberately spoke in a sickly sweet cutesy voice dripping with artificiality. She also pulled her neckline lower, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. Young Master Liu, distracted by her advances, casually pinched her waist. "Don't worry, just keep me happy tonight, and he'll get you not just a sports car, but a riverside villa too." A group of wealthy idlers around them burst into suggestive laughter. Mu Rongxue basked in the flattery, her vanity immensely satisfied. Su Qingyuan was still holding her iced coffee. The howling gale descended. Her vaunted, absolute zero ice armor did not last even just as young Master Liu leaned in for a kiss. A deafening crash shattered the entire wall of one-way blast-proof glass in the club from the outside. Countless razor-sharp glass shards sprayed across the room like shotgun pellets. A dancer leading the crowd was hit in the throat, blood spraying 3 meters. The violent night wind, thick with the stench of blood, rushed into the lavish private room. The blaring heavy metal music abruptly stopped. A second-tier bloodthirsty porcupine as large as a small truck charged in, with red eyes trampling the glass shards underfoot. Half a length of what looked like intestines hung from its half-meter-long tusks. Roar! The porcupine let out a deafening bellow, flinging foul saliva onto the expensive leather sofas. The room fell into dead silence. Then ear-piercing screams erupted. "A monster! The star beasts have broken into the inner city." The previously arrogant rich kids were scared shitless. Mu Rongxue dropped her champagne glass, which shattered on the floor. The golden liquid splashed her legs, ruining her beloved high heels. Her face pale, she instinctively clung to young Master Liu's arm. "Young Master Liu, use your star skill to protect me. Kill it." All the first-tier star energy that Liu had built up with pills was now solely used for running away. He looked at the porcupine, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Get off me. Don't hold me back." He shoved her away with surprising force. Mu Rongxue stumbled and fell hard onto the glass-strewn floor. Her delicate hands were cut in a dozen places, and she cried out in pain. She looked up only to see the back of young Master Liu scrambling towards the emergency exit. He didn't even bother with his expensive jacket that had fallen to the floor. "Young Master Liu, take me with you." Mu Rongxue screamed in despair, her carefully applied eyeliner smeared into black streaks by her tears. Her usually delicate and pretty face was now a mess like a clown's. No one paid her any attention. The rich boys who usually fawned over her, swearing they'd go through fire and water for her, were now trampling over each other in a frantic rush to escape. A few slower ones got their legs clamped in the porcupine's jaws. The sound of bones crunching mixed with their screams. Terrified Mu Rongxue scrambled to her feet from the pile of broken glass and sprinted towards the club's back exit. Her backless gown snagged on nails along the way, tearing and exposing her skin. But she didn't care. She heard the heavy thud of hooves behind her. The bloodthirsty porcupine had locked onto her. It seemed intrigued by this human drenched in expensive perfume. The porcupine burst through the door frame, charging down the corridor after her like an unstoppable tank. "Help! Someone help me!" Mu Rongxue ran into a dim back alley, her voice hoarse from screaming. A familiar figure appeared ahead. It was Wang Hao, the backup guy who brought her breakfast every day and did her homework. Wang Hao was cowering behind a green trash can, trembling. Mu Rongxue, seeing a lifeline, felt a spark of hope. "Wang Hao, give me a hand. The monster is right behind me." Wang Hao peeked out, saw the charging second-tier beast, and pissed his pants in fear. Instead of helping, he kicked a few empty beer crates into the middle of the path. "Stay away. You're leading it right to me." Wang Hao scrambled over a low wall and disappeared into the darkness. The men she had treated as ATMs and tools had abandoned her like trash when their lives were on the line. Mu Rongxue's last shred of hope shattered. She tried to step around the beer crates. Crack! The heel of her left shoe snapped as it got caught in a drain grate. The heel broke cleanly. Mu Rongxue twisted her ankle, lost her balance, and fell hard onto the grimy, sewage-soaked ground of the back alley. Her expensive gown was now soaked through with filthy water reeking of the sewers. She lay there too weak to even. The sound of heavy breathing came from less than 2 meters behind her. Mu Rongxue turned her head stiffly. The bloodthirsty porcupine's ugly black-haired face loomed over her. Thick saliva dripped from its 2 sharp tusks, landing on Mu Rongxue's cheek. The nauseating stench of rotting flesh hit her like a wave. Mu Rongxue broke down. She clutched her head and curled into a ball. A warm liquid ran down her leg, pooling on the ground beneath her. She had pissed herself in sheer terror. The porcupine let out a low growl, opened its maw, and lunged for her head. Mu Rongxue had squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the agony of her bones being crushed. At that critical moment, a high-frequency energy hum vibrated through the night air. A blinding blue laser beam shot down from the sky. The intense heat instantly vaporized the rain and mist in the alley. SEZRK. A laser greatsword as wide as a door humming with destructive star energy plunged with pinpoint accuracy into the porcupine's neck. The smell of scorched meat filled the air. The second-tier beast's tough hide was sliced through as easily as a hot knife through butter. The porcupine didn't even have a chance to squeal. Its massive head tumbled to the ground at Mu Rongxue's feet. Hot blood sprayed from the severed neck, drenching her. Thud. A three-meturtle silver war mech landed heavily in the alley with a resounding metallic boom. Turbine jets on its back vented white steam. It was a perfect embodiment of futuristic tech and the brutal aesthetics of this high martial era. The mech's cockpit hissed open. A handsome young man in a crisp military uniform jumped down. He held a Star Energy pistol that was still dripping blood, his gaze sweeping over the scene with arrogance. Mu Rongxue stared dazed at this mech warrior who had descended from the heavens. She wiped the blood and tears from her face and saw the man's features clearly. It was her aunt's son, her cousin who had just been promoted to company commander in the military's mech division. Mu Rongxue felt like she was looking at a god descending into the darkness. Ignoring the foul mix of sewage, blood, and urine on her body, she crawled on all fours like a desperate animal. Mu Rongxue grabbed hold of his polished military boot, pressing her grime-covered face against his pant leg. Just when Mu Rongxue thought she was about to be devoured, a man clad in a war mech wielding a colossal laser sword descended from the sky and slew the porcupine with a single strike. Overwhelmed with relief, she clutched his leg and sobbed, "Cousin, you finally came to save me." Mu Rongxue clung tightly to the stiff military pants, pressing her muddy and blood-streaked face against them. "Cousin, you finally came to rescue me," she cried with snot and tears as if she had grasped the thickest thigh in the world. The young man who descended from the silver mech was named Zhang Xiao. He was the mech squad leader of the 3rd Brigade of the Jiangcheng garrison and also the capital that Mu Rongxue often boasted about in the socialite circle. Zhang Xiao glanced disdainfully at Mu Rongxue's tattered evening gown and subtly shifted his leg back. "Don't be afraid, cousin. With me here, these low-tier star beasts can't stir up any waves." Zhang Xiao patted the towering 3-meter silver mech beside him, his face full of pride. "This is the latest Silver Wing Guardian issued by the military, costing up to 300 million. To deal with this second-tier bloodthirsty wild boar, I just need to press the button to activate my laser sword, and I can slice it in half." He raised his military boot and kicked the head of a porcupine that lay dead on the ground. Mu Rongxue hurriedly clambered up from the mud. Ignoring her gown, she puffed out her chest, her eyes filled with admiration for Zhang Xiao. "Cousin, you are so handsome. 1,000 times better than Lu Xiao and the others who ran away just now." Mu Rongxue wiped the black mud from her face, her earlier despair completely swept away as a sense of superiority took over her mind. "Once we return to the Jiangcheng safe zone, I will make those who abandoned me pay." Not far away on the second floor of a half-finished building, Lu Xiao, who had just abandoned Mu Rongxue and fled, was trembling behind the window. Hearing Mu Rongxue's fierce words, Lu Xiao was so scared that he fell on the dusty floor. Zhang Xiao, praised by his cousin, felt a bit giddy and struck a pose he considered perfect with one hand on his waist. "Don't worry, with your cousin protecting you, we can walk sideways in the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Come on, I'll lead you to carve a bloody path and let you experience what a real war machine is like." Zhang Xiao pressed the remote control in his hand, and the cockpit of the 3-meter high mech emitted a technological sound of pressure release. Just as Zhang Xiao was about to step on the boarding ladder and climb into the cockpit for an impressive scene. Boom! The asphalt road beneath their feet suddenly began to violently undulate up and down as if a wave was rolling underneath the asphalt. Several old 5-story apartment buildings nearby seemed to have experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake, with the load-bearing walls instantly cracking. Large chunks of broken bricks and tiles rained down into the narrow alley like a torrential downpour. Zhang Xiao stumbled, almost falling flat on his face, and quickly grabbed the metal thigh of the mech. "Cousin, what is the military's heavy tank unit here to pick us up?" Mu Rongxue excitedly looked around, thinking that a larger army had come to clear the battlefield. Zhang Xiao swallowed hard, his face turning as pale as a sheet. He saw the radar display of his Silver Wing Guardian flashing with glaring red alarms. An electronic synthesized voice blared from the loudspeaker. "Warning. High concentrations of star power detected approaching. Danger level peak level 4. Before Zhang Xiao could even curse, bang! A deep pit with a diameter of several dozen meters exploded in the ground less than 50 meters ahead of them at the intersection. Dirty water and mud mixed from the underground sewage pipes, surging up to over 10 meters high. A colossal creature 50 meters tall forcefully broke through the thick cement crust, emerging. It was a peak level 4 exotic beast, a steel-armored earth dragon. Its entire body was covered with a layer of dark rock scales, half a meter thick each scale, like a massive shield. In its lantern-sized vertical pupils glimmered the cold and cruel light of a predator. With a casual sweep of its barbed tail, it flattened a row of storefronts along the road. The steel-armored earth dragon lowered its head, its nostrils the size of water tanks, spewing forth 2 streams of noxious sulfurous gas. It immediately fixed its gaze on Zhang Xiao and Morong Shui in the alley. In the eyes of this giant beast, the glittering silver mech looked like a tiny snack wrapped in aluminum foil. Morong Shui's legs went weak, collapsing again into the muddy water. Her previously rising hope shattered completely upon seeing the 50-meter prehistoric beast. "Cousin, hurry and get in the mech. Quickly use your laser sword to cut it." Morong Shui screamed, her voice splitting like a chicken being choked. Zhang Xiao had forgotten even his mother's name in that moment. He scrambled and rolled into the cockpit, slamming the hatch shut with a bang. "Cut what? This is a peak level 4 lord. My laser sword isn't even fit to trim its toenails." Zhang Xiao was sweating profusely in the cockpit, frantically smashing his hands on the control panel. The 3-meter-high silver-winged guardian mech roared to life, turning to flee, leaving Morong Shui behind. "Cousin, don't leave me." Morong Shui desperately lunged forward, clinging tightly to the mech's mechanical ankle, refusing to let go. Unfortunately, it was too late. The steel-armored earth dragon let out a deep roar, raising a forepaw larger than a truck. It didn't even use its innate star skills, merely taking a small step forward. The enormous paw cast a shadow as it violently stomped down on the mech that was trying to turn and escape. Crash! The piercing sound of metal compressing exploded on the empty street, causing Morong Shui's eardrum. Zhang Xiao's pride, the latest mech from the military, crumpled under the steel-armored earth dragon's foot like a cheap soda can. The 300 million steel shell was instantly crushed into a cracked iron disc. The mech's mechanical arm broke off and flew out, crashing through the nearby wall. The red alarm lights in the cockpit flashed wildly, and an ear-piercing buzzing sound rang continuously. Alarm. 90 damage to the body. Power systems completely paralyzed. Zhang Xiao was stuck in the deformed cockpit seat, with 3 broken ribs, gasping in pain. Feeling warmth in his pants, a stream of yellow liquid flowed down his thigh. He completely broke down, throwing away the soldier's pride. Zhang Xiao pressed the loudspeaker button on the mech's head, his voice broadcasting through the damaged loudspeaker across the street. "Help! Is there anyone to save me? I don't want to die yet. I'm a squad leader." The mech warrior, who had just been high and mighty ready to lead his cousin through a bloody path, was now crying like a 3-year-old who couldn't find his mother. That pig-like wailing sounded particularly ridiculous against the backdrop of the beast roars in the night sky of Jiangcheng. Lu Xiao, hiding on the 2nd floor, covered his ears, frightened, and stuffed himself into a dilapidated wardrobe. Morong Shui lay helplessly on the ground a few meters away, staring at the mech, turned into a pile of scrap metal, her worldview completely shattered. The support she once relied on had not lasted even a second against true power. The steel-armored earth dragon seemed annoyed by the loudspeaker's noise, lifting its paw, preparing to stomp the iron shell flat. It opened its massive maw, capable of swallowing a bus, and viscous saliva dripped onto Morong Shui's head. Morong Shui closed her eyes in despair. As the steel-armored earth dragon prepared to swallow the two, suddenly a jarring, heavy metal crushing sound came from the distant street, accompanied by Lu Chen's impatient complaint. "Why is this thing so slow, even when the gas pedal is pressed all the way down?" The armored earth dragon opened its massive jaws, preparing to swallow the 2 individuals whole. Suddenly, a grating sound of heavy metal grinding echoed from the distant street, accompanied by Lu Chen's impatient remark, "How is it still so slow, even with the accelerator pressed all the way down?" Morong Shui turned her head in a daze. The entire asphalt road shook violently up and down. At the end of the dark street, a boy in tattered school uniform strode towards them. Lu Chen held up a heavy road roller that had just been pulled from a roadside construction site with one hand. It was an industrial behemoth designed for compacting foundations. With 2 solid steel rollers and a heavy chassis, its net weight exceeded 30 tons. At that moment, this yellow steel giant was being held aloft by Lu Chen with one hand. His arm muscles bulged, veins twisting like tree roots. "This damn road is full of pits gnawed out by these beasts. Every step feels like I'm shaking 3 times and starving to death." Lu Chen complained, casually tossing the 30-ton road roller forward. Boom! The heavy steel roller crashed onto the asphalt, creating a half-meter deep pit. Lu Chen applied a terrifying initial speed to the road roller, as if he were throwing a bowling ball. The 30-ton heavy road roller sped along the ground toward the beast horde. Abandoned cars along the way were smashed into 2 pieces by the road roller. Streetlight poles were flattened like fragile noodles. A group of second-tier bloodthirsty demon wolves heard the commotion and leaped out from the alleys on either side. They attempted to block the steel monster rampaging down the street. Lu Chen, hands in his pockets, jogged leisurely behind the road roller. Seeing several demon wolves pounce towards him, Lu Chen yawned. He raised his right leg and delivered a clean, swift kick at the airborne demon wolf. Bang! A demon wolf was kicked in the waist, its spine shattering into pieces. The demon wolf shot forward like a cannonball, crashing directly onto the rapidly rolling steel wheel of the road roller. Uffed! Blood and flesh flew, bones shattered. The demon wolf was immediately sucked under the vehicle, becoming a puddle of meat sauce, smeared evenly on the road beneath the 30-ton weight. Chen kicked left and right. The small aberrations that pounced at him were treated like soccer balls. Each kick landed accurately in the rolling path of the road roller. The entire street was instantly covered with a thick crimson carpet. Xiaoya, hiding on the second floor of a half-finished building, poked his head out of a broken window. Watching this insane scene, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Xiaoya's legs went weak and a warm liquid uncontrollably seeped from his pants. Is a human really fighting a star beast? This is clearly death playing bowling. Mu Rongshui, slumped in the mud, stopped breathing altogether. Her muddy eyes fixed intently on the familiar figure in the school uniform, the one who had been mocked by everyone at school for lacking star power. The one who had kicked her into a trash can. Now on this desolate, blood-soaked street, he was walking towards her, stepping on a ground littered with beast corpses, radiating an unmatched sense of security. Zhang Xiao, stuck in the cockpit of the mech, bloodied, stared at the surveillance screen. His prideful 300 million military mech had just been unable to withstand a single kick from the Earth Dragon. And this high school student was actually using his bare hands to roll a 30-ton road roller like a ball. Zhang Xiao gasped, feeling his worldview crushed repeatedly by a large truck. This is impossible. Human bones cannot withstand the reaction force of a 30-ton object. Zhang Xiao frantically pounded the control panel in the deformed cockpit. The 50-meter peak 4th stage armored Earth Dragon was also drawn to the commotion behind it. It slowly turned, its massive head covered in black scales. Its cold vertical pupils fixated on the yellow road roller rolling toward it. As the ruler of this block, it felt its authority was being severely challenged. Roar! The armored Earth Dragon let out a roar that shattered glass, abandoning the mech beneath it and Mu Rongshui. It moved its powerful limbs and charged towards the road roller. With each step it took, the ground cracked open, a half-meter-wide fissure. The physical strength of a peak 4th stage star beast was enough to easily collapse a 30-story commercial building. Chen raised an eyebrow at the colossal creature barreling towards him. How dare something so ugly block my path? Chen suddenly halted. He slightly spread his legs, and the asphalt road beneath him instantly caved in with a loud crack. Chen's thigh muscles tensed to their utmost, bursting his pants. Boom! A deafening sonic boom exploded across the street. Chen shot up like a rocket, soaring into the sky for dozens of meters. He did not use any hovering star techniques, purely relying on the reaction force generated by his legs exploding through the air. In midair, the 30-ton road roller collided with a raised cement block. The road roller lost its balance and was launched into the air. Chen flipped in midair, accurately appearing above. He spread his arms wide and firmly embraced the heavy steel beast. Below, the armored Earth Dragon's massive head was thrown back in a roar. It opened its gaping maw, attempting to swallow the falling iron lump and human whole. Chen adjusted his posture. 100,000 tons of brute force surged through his spine, wildly pouring into his arms. Holding the 30-ton heavy road roller, he capitalized on the terrifying acceleration of gravity. His entire being transformed into a meteor of destruction, crashing down towards the armored Earth Dragon's head. Big guy, take this heavy metal hammer. Chen shouted, and with a powerful downward motion of his arms, dong! A resonating metallic clash echoed across half of Jiang City. The impossibly heavy solid steel wheel of the road roller smashed onto the armored Earth Dragon's scaled head. The peak 4th stage star beast's absolute defense was reputed to withstand even armor-piercing rounds. In that moment, it was like an eggshell being crushed by a massive iron hammer. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering bones sent chills down one's spine. The armored Earth Dragon didn't even have time to scream. Its massive head was directly caved in. The tremendous impact force traveled down its spine. The 50-meter giant was forcibly brought to its knees. Around it, the intersection within 100 meters collapsed. The glass in nearby residential buildings shattered into pieces. Mu Rongshui, lying more than 10 meters away, was flung into the mud by the intense shockwave, rolling several times. She pressed her ears tightly, feeling as if her eardrums would burst. Zhang Xiao and the mech suffered even worse, bleeding from all orifices and fainting on the spot. As the dust settled, the expensive heavy road roller was completely deformed and scrapped. The yellow chassis twisted into a spiral shape, with parts scattered everywhere. The road roller had driven half of the armored Earth Dragon's head directly into the asphalt. Brain matter, mixed with engine oil, splattered everywhere. Chen landed safely, brushing off the dust from his hands. The skin is quite thick, but the meat seems a bit overcooked. Hey, over there lying down, where's the main force of the beast tied? The road roller crushed half of the iron-armored Earth Dragon's head directly into the asphalt, splattering brain matter, mixed with machine oil, all over the ground. Chen landed steadily, brushing off the dust from his hands. The skin is tough, but the meat seems a bit dried out. Chen kicked the remnants of the Earth Dragon and turned to look behind. Hey, you over there lying down, where is the main force of the beast tied? Mu Rongshui sat slumped in the stinking mud, looking like a clay statue drained of its soul. Her mud-covered eyes fixed on Chen, her brain had lost the ability to think. In the nearby mech, crumpled like a soda, Zhang Xiao watched Chen through the broken display, too scared to even breathe. Lu Chen frowned and walked a few steps to Murong Shui. I'm asking you a question, are you all mute? Murong Shui trembled as she raised her hand pointing at the dead iron-armored earth dragon behind Lu Chen, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. You killed it. Lu Chen rolled his eyes thinking this woman's intelligence was on par with that of this beast. What else? Am I supposed to keep it for the New Year dumplings? Lu Chen rubbed his empty stomach, his tone heavy with morning grumpiness and impatience. Hurry up and point the way, I need to gather more ingredients. If I'm late, I won't even get something warm to eat. Zhang Xiao struggled in the wreckage, trembling as he lifted a mechanical, severed arm, pointing toward the city center square. In the city center square, over 100,000 star beasts are attacking the Jiangcheng garrison. Lu Chen glanced in the direction he pointed and nodded in satisfaction. Why didn't you say so earlier? You wasted my time looking for food. Lu Chen turned around and walked over to the heavily deformed and scrapped heavy road roller. He extended his hands, gripping the solid steel roller at the front of the road roller covered in brain matter and dirt. His thigh muscles instantly tensed, and he exerted force through his waist. Lift! With a screech of metal grinding, Lu Chen yanked the 30-ton iron wreck from the pit. Without caring about the blood and oil on it, he hefted the colossal object onto his right shoulder. Lu Chen turned to glance at Murong Shui, who was slumped in urine, and grimaced. With that stench, keep your distance from me in the future, don't pollute the air around me. Leaving this remark, Lu Chen carried the road roller, stepping over the scattered flesh, striding towards the city center square. Murong Shui watched Lu Chen's back filled with explosive power, and tears of regret streamed down her face. She now regretted her blindness and trying to curry favor with these useless, rich, second-generation kids who wet themselves in danger. The one mocked as a waste by the whole school was in fact the true god who could tear the heavens apart single-handedly in this apocalypse. At this moment, the city center square of Jiangcheng had turned into a Shura field of corpses and blood. Tens of thousands of various classes of beasts surrounded the more than 1,000 Jiangcheng soldiers like a black tide. The soldiers' star power shields had dimmed to the extreme. The star energy firearms in their hands had long run out of energy, leaving them to fight the beasts with combat knives. Hold your ground. Even if we die, we must die in front of the civilians. The commander of the soldiers swung a half-broken combat knife, yelling hoarsely. But his voice was quickly drowned out by the deafening roars of the beasts. A large group of third-tier shadow magic wolves drooled as they pounced forward, stepping over their fallen comrades' bodies, preparing to shred this last line of defense. The soldiers closed their eyes in despair, awaiting the fate of being torn to pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Just then a heavy heart-stopping sound of footsteps came from the street at the edge of the square. With each thud, the marble tiles on the square shook violently. All the beasts stopped their movements, turning their heads in confusion to look towards the source of the sound. The soldiers also opened their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Amidst the clouds of dust, a thin figure in tattered school uniform was running wildly while shouldering a yellow hill. It was a 30-ton heavy road roller. The road roller was still hanging with the dragon's shredded meat and entrails dripping black blood down. Everyone get out of the way. Be careful not to injure the allies. Lu Chen shouted, pushing off the ground with his legs. He soared into the air with the 30-ton iron mass. Lu Chen descended like a meteor, crashing into earth, landing heavily in the most concentrated area of the beasts. Boom! A terrifying physical shockwave swept across the ground. Dozens of low-tier beasts were instantly turned into blood mist. Lu Chen didn't give these creatures any time to react. He held tightly to the massive solid steel roller. 100,000 tons of brute force surged into his arms without reservation. Spin the windmill. Lu Chen used his legs as the axis, spinning the road roller wildly in place. The 30 tons of scrap iron transformed into a 5-meter radius death meteor hammer in his hands. The absolute mass combined with violent centrifugal force instantly tore through the air. A white sonic boom cloud exploded around the perimeter of the road roller. Bang, 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 bang. The dull thudding sound was as dense as firecrackers during the new year. Those shadow magic wolves and iron-armored cattle, known for their tough skin and thick flesh, were instantly shattered into bones at the very moment they touched the edge of the road roller. The massive bodies of beasts exploded in the air like tomatoes struck by a baseball bat. A second-tier gale leopard attempting to sneak attack jumped into the air, only to be swept by the edge of the road roller. This leopard was squashed into a two-dimensional wallpaper, and it stuck to the side of an advertisement board, unable to. Severed limbs and colorful entrails flew through the square. A sticky rain of blood began to fall in the city center square. Lu Chen charged through the tide of beasts like a human meat grinder carrying the road roller. This one's too skinny, get out of the way. That one looks fat, leave it for supper. He smashed wildly while picking and choosing the quality of the beast's meat. The soldiers were left dumbfounded with half of their knives dropping to the ground, not even bothering to pick them up. Is that a high school student? He's using a road roller to mow down beasts. An old soldier wiped the blood from his face, thinking he was dreaming. This is not scientific. His star energy fluctuation is clearly zero. The commander rubbed his eyes, fiercely pinching his thigh to force himself to see reality. In just a few minutes, a vast vacuum zone with a diameter of 100 meters was cleared in the square. Over 1,000 beasts were smashed into uniform meat paste, unable to piece together a single complete bone. The remaining army of beasts was completely bewildered. Their meager brain capacity couldn't comprehend the scene before. These monsters, known for their brutality and bloodlust, were now frightened, looking at the blood-soaked boy in a school uniform and nervously tucking their tails. A few third-tier star beasts let out terrified cries and turned to run in the opposite direction. They even abandoned their instinct to eat humans, only wanting to escape this hell. In their eyes, this carbon-based being swinging a steel monster wildly was 100 times more brutal than the most terrifying beasts in the star abyss. The formation of the beast tide began to collapse on a large scale. The beasts trampled each other, only wanting to get away from this living hell. Chen stopped his spinning steps and heavily slammed the deformed road roller onto the ground. "Why are you running? I haven't picked enough ingredients yet." Chen shouted in dissatisfaction, stepping forward to chase and grab a few hind legs to take back for roasting. At that moment, from the very back of the beast tide, a suffocating heat wave suddenly erupted. The water in the fountain at the center of the square was instantly evaporated into white vapor. A giant lion comparable to a five-story residential building stepped through the void and slowly emerged. The giant lion was engulfed in terrifying, eerie blue flames. Even the concrete ground beneath its feet was turned into boiling magma by this intense heat. It was the true commander of this beast tide, a fifth-tier beast king, that had broken through its limits. The fifth-tier beast king looked at the scattered subordinates, its flames surging with anger. Behind the beast horde, the fifth-tier beast king, engulfed in eerie blue flames, howled to the sky, trying to stabilize its formation. It opened its massive maw, aiming at Chen, and spat out a world-destroying pillar of fire, roaring, "Die, you humble human! Die, insignificant human!" The fifth-tier beast king's massive head was held high, and from its abyssal maw erupted a plume of dark blue fire with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. The oxygen in the air was instantly sucked dry, bursting forth with a piercing sonic boom. This fire pillar, carrying destructive heat, swept across the ground of the city center square. The abandoned armored vehicles and tanks along the way did not hold out even for a second. The precision-forged steel bodies melted like candles, turning into pools of iron water, emitting white smoke. In the ruins of a building less than 20 meters from the path of the fire pillar, Suya, the chief beauty auctioneer of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, was pinned down by a several-ton heavy concrete slab, crushing her right leg. Her Wynard split Chong Sam, which usually enchanted countless wealthy men, was now covered in dust and blood. In her alluring and emotional eyes, the deathly fire pillar was reflected, drawing ever closer. Suya bit her lip, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth as she trembled and closed her eyes. She accepted her fate. Before the wrath of this fifth-tier beast king, even the city lord of Jiang City would have to retreat. Just as the high temperature was about to scorch her curled hair, a dull, heart-stopping thud echoed before her. Suya suddenly opened her eyes. A broad figure in tattered school uniform stood firmly between her and the Chen gripped the battered 30-ton road roller, fiercely plunging it into the asphalt like a spear. The hard ground was instantly torn apart, creating a pit 2 meters deep. The 30-ton steel beast stood upright, transforming into an insurmountable heavy metal shield. Boom! The dark blue fire pillar collided solidly with the roller's chassis. Scalding molten iron splashed everywhere, and the high temperature distorted the surrounding air. The roller emitted a teeth-grinding screech under the impact, shifting half a meter backward. Chen braced himself against the other side of the roller with one hand. The military-grade combat boots under his feet crushed the ground, his calf muscles coiling like steel. He stubbornly resisted the breath of the fifth-tier beast king, refusing to budge an inch. "Still spewing, huh? Do you really think you're a gas stove?" Chen was drenched in sweat from the surrounding heat, his frustration boiling over. He turned his gaze to the unfinished 18-story building on the right. Chen released his grip on the roller, his right leg pushing off the ground as he transformed into a fleeting shadow. He rushed to the thick main support column of the unfinished building, swinging his right leg for a powerful kick against the 1-meter diameter reinforced concrete pillar. Crack! The entire support column snapped in half like a fragile biscuit stick. The 18-story building, losing support, emitted a spine-chilling wail and began to tilt and collapse toward the Beast King. Chen found the building's collapse too slow. He dug his hands deeply into the gap of the second-floor slab. At this moment, 100,000 tons of brute force erupted. With a powerful thrust of his back, Chen tore an entire floor slab along with hundreds of broken rebar from the building's main structure. Amidst the swirling dust, Chen embraced the concrete slab, as large as half a football field, and jumped into the air. "Shut your mouth!" Chen roared as he brought the entire slab down like a super brick onto the Beast King's fiery maw. Boom! The earth-shattering roar drowned out all other sounds. The several thousand tons of concrete slab crashed down onto the head of the fifth-tier Beast King. The Beast King's proud dark blue fire pillar was forcefully pushed back by the unreasonable sheer physical mass. The high-temperature flames that had been repressed surged back. The Beast King let out a chilling groan, large plumes of black smoke spewing from its nostrils and ears. Its head, larger than a house, was crushed against the ground by the slab, cracking the earth beneath. The remaining soldiers in the square dropped their weapons with a clatter. The commander's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees in a pool of blood, kicking the support column and tearing off an entire floor slab to smash the fifth-tier Beast King. What kind of humanoid Tyrannosaurus is this? Chen jumped down from the slab, dusting off the lime on his hands as he strolled into the ruins. He glanced at Suya, whose leg was pinned by the concrete slab. Chen bent down, gripping the edge of the several-ton heavy slab with one hand, and casually flipped it several meters away. Suya looked at Chen's arm, which revealed perfect muscle lines, her heart skipping a beat. Accustomed to the pretentious young masters and powerful nobles at the auction house, she was now dizzy from the impact of this raw, wild, masculine energy. This is a real man. This kind of brute who can single-handedly lift a slab and challenge a fifth-tier Beast King is simply a walking aphrodisiac. Suya, enduring the intense pain in her leg, struggled to stand up. A flush appeared on her charming oval face, enough to drive all the men in the city mad. She recklessly dashed forward, her soft body pressed tightly against Chen's solid chest. Suya stood on tiptoe and pressed her red lips against the dusty side of Chen's face, leaving a loud kiss. The crisp sound of the kiss was particularly jarring on the battlefield. The distant soldiers, just recovering from shock, were once again fed a mouthful of warm dog food, their eyes turning red with jealousy. "Big brother, thank you for saving my life." Suya exhaled sweetly, her voice soft enough to melt bones. She pulled out a gold-embossed black card from a hidden pocket in her cheongsam and stuffed it into Chen's large palm. "This is the highest-level unlimited overdraft black gold card of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, and there are only 3 in the entire province. In the future, if you want to buy anything or bid for something at the auction house, just swipe it or consider it a gift from your sister." Suya gazed at Chen with eyes like silk, her seductive stare seemingly capable of swallowing him whole right then and there. Chen lowered his head, looking at the heavy black gold card in his hand, his eyes brightening. Unlimited overdraft. How many tons of top-tier star beast tenderloin could this buy? He unceremoniously tucked the card into his tattered school uniform's pocket. Chen disdainfully wiped the lipstick mark off his face with the back of his hand. "I'll take the card to buy meat, but the kiss is a no-go. The smell of perfume is giving me a headache. By the way, leave this fire-breathing turtle to me. You all stay back." A deafening sound of rolling rubble echoed through the ruins. The fifth-level Beast King shook its massive head, dislodging dozens of tons of concrete that had been resting atop it. Black smoke laced with sparks spewed from its nostrils as a bluish flame surged once more from its body. As the ruler of its domain in the star abyss, it was utterly humiliated today by being struck on the head by a human devoid of star power using a dilapidated building. This unprecedented humiliation reduced its rationality to ashes. Roar! The Beast King let out a scream that rent the heavens, its limbs violently shattering the reinforced concrete beneath it. Its 100-ton massive body transformed into a bluish fireball, hurtling towards Chen with devastating force. It opened its enormous maw large enough to swallow a bus, revealing rows of jagged fangs that glinted with a chilling light. The distant Jiangcheng garrison was rendered pale with fear, the commander unable to steady his binoculars. Everyone assumed Chen would dodge or lift something heavy to block. But Chen defied expectations. Rather than retreating, he charged towards the massive blue fireball, striding forward to launch a counteroffensive. In the moment just before the Beast King's maw would crush Chen's head, Chen bent his knees, leaning back, and executed a violent slide against the oil-slicked asphalt, slicking down violently. Screech! His back scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying as he accurately slid beneath the Beast King. The Beast King snapped at nothing, its sharp fangs gnawing at the road and creating a massive pit over 10 meters wide. Chen smoothly slid to the Beast King's rear. He suddenly extended his arms, gripping tightly onto the Beast King's enormous tail, which was as thick as a water tank. The bluish flames on the tail burned against his arms, yet they did not scorch his skin. "This tail feels great, perfect for swinging a big windmill." Chen chuckled coldly, his feet digging deep into the ground like rooted steel pillars. A terrifying force of 100,000 tons surged through his spine, concentrating entirely in his arms. The fabric of his school uniform tore apart. Veins bulged like the roots of a 1,000-year-old tree protruding from his bronze skin. "Get up!" Chen let out a deep growl from within his throat, his waist twisting with force. The fifth-level Beast King, weighing over 100 tons, was astonishingly yanked by its tail lifted off the ground. The Beast King screamed in terror as its limbs left the ground. Chen resembled a furious giant participating in an Olympic shot put competition. Gripping the tail as thick as a water tank, he began to spin at a terrifying speed. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. The air was torn apart by the massive beast, creating a series of piercing sonic booms. A 12th-degree blue flame tornado swept through the city center square. Surrounding rubble, severed limbs, and abandoned cars were all sucked into the sky by this outrageous centrifugal force. The commander crouched behind a sandbag mouth agape, as if he could fit a watermelon inside. Is he swinging the fifth-level Beast King like a hammer? An old soldier beside him slapped himself hard, drawing blood from his gums. As Chen completed his 4th rotation, his speed broke the sound barrier. He calculated the angle and suddenly released his grip. Go! Whoosh! The 100-ton fifth-level Beast King was hurled like an intercontinental missile sent soaring hundreds of meters into the sky by Chen. The massive beast pierced through the black blood clouds above Jiangcheng, leaving a long blue streak in the sky. The Beast King's roar echoed above the clouds, filled with despair at the laws of physics. It could not comprehend how a carbon-based life form hundreds of times smaller than itself possessed such extraordinary kinetic energy. But this was not the end. Chen stood firm, his legs slightly bent, gazing up at the increasingly small blue light in the sky. Just throwing it up won't suffice, I need to add more power. The ground beneath Chen suddenly collapsed, creating a 5-meter deep meteorite pit. Boom! A sound louder than thunder exploded in the square. Chen shot upwards like a rocket, his legs exploding the air, defying gravity as he surged into the clouds. He accurately caught up with the Beast King, still ascending hundreds of meters high. The Beast King rolled over, its eyes widening in terror as it saw Chen suddenly appear before it, its pupils filled with fear. It attempted to spit fire, but the overwhelming centrifugal force robbed it of the strength to even open its mouth. In midair, Chen bent his body, intertwining his fingers to form a massive hammer. The kinetic energy of 100,000 tons combined with the acceleration of falling from a height was all concentrated in this one strike. He slammed down hard on the Beast King's soft underbelly, unprotected by scales. This move is called the King's Fist from the sky. Bang! The chilling sound of bones and flesh shattering resonated throughout the skies of Jiangcheng. Chen's fist shattered the Beast King's spine. The tremendous impact pierced through the Beast King's body, bursting a cloud of blood mist from its armored back. The Beast King did not utter a single sound, its eyes losing focus. The tremendous impact pierced through the Beast King's body, bursting a cloud of blood mist from its armored back. The Beast King did not. A cataclysmic crash erupted. The 100-ton beast body crashed heavily into the 30-meter-tall hero statue in the center of the square. The statue was instantly reduced to powder. The marble ground was blasted into a deep pit of over 10 meters, and the shockwave turned all nearby beasts into meat paste. The fifth-level Beast King was killed on the spot. Its once mighty bluish flames extinguished as if doused with water. The ground was littered with splattered blue blood and shattered flesh. In the underground air raid shelter of Jiangcheng, dozens of massive screens were broadcasting live footage of the city center square. Over 1 million citizens hiding in the shelters stared intently at the screen, showing the school uniform-clad boy descending from the sky. After a brief silence, a scream erupted from the shelter loud enough to shatter the ceiling. At that moment, all the girls in the city fell into a frenzy. Oh, he's so handsome. That pose of throwing the Beast King is simply incredible. That's the school uniform of Jiangcheng No.3 Middle School. He's still a student. What star warrior genius, what aristocrat, none of them come close to being worthy to even carry this man's shoes. Several fashionably dressed rich girls were so excited that they tore their designer bags to shreds. Their eyes sparkled as they gazed at Chen's broad back, drooling uncontrollably. Those girls who had been discussing which star was more handsome now found their minds filled only with Chen's domineering and savage masculinity. Hearts shattered everywhere, all crushed by Chen's few punches. In the city center square, without the leadership of the fifth-level Beast King, the remaining tens of thousands of star beasts were thrown into disarray. They gazed in terror at the corpse of the Beast King crushed in the pit, emitting whimpers of sheer fear. Not a single star beast dared to take another step forward. They tucked their tails and turned to flee madly out of the city, even causing serious trampling incidents. The once mighty glass Jiangcheng beast tide collapsed entirely due to the tragic death of one Beast King. Jiangcheng was secured. Chen landed steadily on the edge of the massive pit, his canvas shoes crunching against the rubble. He brushed off the dust on his hands and rubbed his sore arms. This beast was quite heavy. Next time I'll need to throw a lighter one. Chen muttered to himself as he turned to pick up a piece of the Beast King's rear meat to take home. At that moment, a dazzling golden starlight suddenly lit up the sky. A tremendous pressure far exceeding that of a fifth-level star beast descended upon the square like spring rain. A middle-aged man dressed in a golden-patterned robe, exuding an imposing aura, slowly descended through the void. His toes barely touched the air, half a meter above the ground, not a speck of dust clinging to him. This usually aloof figure now had his breathing thrown off rhythm. His stern face bore an unmistakable fervor as he hurried towards Chen, taking 2 steps at a time. With the beast tide collapsing due to the death of the Beast King, Jiangcheng was secured. The middle-aged man in the golden-patterned robe trembled with excitement as he looked at Chen and exclaimed, "Good lad. I am by Xinghe, the city lord of Jiangcheng. You are truly the savior of Jiangcheng." A middle-aged man dressed in a golden-patterned robe, exuding an imposing aura, descended from the void. He looked at Chen, his body trembling as if he had stood in the cold wind for an entire night. "Good lad. I am by Xinghe, the city lord of Jiang City. You are the savior of Jiang City." The dignity of a master of the Xingyao sect shattered into countless shards at that moment. The remaining Jiang City guards in the square gaped, their jaws collectively unhinged. The battle blades in their hands clattered against the concrete ground, producing a crisp sound. In all the impressions of the people of Jiang City, Lord Bai Xinghe was always a cold-hearted and ruthless figure. Even when facing a high-level beast tied alone, this master could calmly sip tea and strategize. Now this lofty figure unexpectedly dashed towards a high school student like an infatuated fan meeting their idol. Bai Xinghe rushed towards Lu Chen in a few quick steps. He didn't care about the stench of beast blood and the flowing brain matter around him. Bai Xinghe grabbed Lu Chen's dusty hand and shook it vigorously. That move of throwing the Beast King barehanded was hardcore. It was so impactful. I have practiced Xingli martial arts for 30 years, and today I finally understand it completely. What remote attack or Xingli release in the face of your 100,000 tons of pure physical kinetic energy are all just flashy moves. Bai Xinghe was so excited that saliva flew everywhere, splattering Lu Chen's arm. Lu Chen disdainfully pulled his hand back and wiped it on his tattered school uniform pants. Uncle, just speak normally and don't get so close. I just smashed a fire-breathing turtle. Ooh, I smell like smoke, and char, don't dirty your golden robe. Lu Chen yawned, fatigue written all over his face, wishing to go home and sleep. Bai Xinghe, instead of getting angry, pulled the expensive golden robe forward. After rummaging in his bosom for a while, he surprisingly pulled out a black waterproof marker. Getting it dirty is great. This is an honor stained with the blood of a 5th-level Beast King. Bai Xinghe forcefully stuffed the marker into Lu Chen's hand and turned around, revealing his broad back. Hurry, right in the center of this robe sign your name for me. The bigger the letters, the better. Tomorrow I will wear this robe to the provincial meeting, making that bunch of old bones envious. The commander of the guards knelt in the pool of blood, covering his face with his hands. He simply couldn't bear to look at his city lord's shameless behavior. The young female soldiers were even more wide-eyed, their admiration for Lu Chen rising to new heights. Even a master of the Xingyao sect had to lower himself to ask for an autograph. How tough could this man be? Lu Chen held the marker, his brows knotted tightly. Do you have social anxiety? These hands are meant for holding chopsticks to eat meat, not for writing. Lu Chen casually tossed the marker back into Bai Xing's arms and turned to find some complete beast meat to take away. Bai Xinghe panicked and swiftly blocked Lu Chen's path again. He put away the marker, rubbed his hands together, and donned a pleasing smile. Lu, little brother, your astonishing strength is too much of a waste to be spent studying at school. As long as you nod, the position of Jiang City's martial arts ambassador is yours. Bai Xinghe patted his chest, earnestly presenting the offer. Lu Chen paused, rolling his eyes. Ambassador, do I have to wear a suit and tie every day, standing in front of the camera with a silly smile? No way, that would waste my sleep and meal time. He flatly refused, not even hesitating for half a second. In Lu Chen's eyes, those meaningless honorary titles were far less substantial than a bowl of sausage wrapped in intestine from the street. Bai Xinghe had long anticipated that this extraordinary master viewed fame and fortune as worthless. He smirked slyly and threw out the real trump card. As an ambassador, all the top beast meat processing factories in the city are open to you for free. Do you want to eat high-level snowflake magic cows or deep-sea armored crabs? The city government will deliver them to your home 24 hours a day. Not only that, but the top-level villa on Panlong Mountain with the best view in Jiang City will be transferred to your name. Bai Xing's voice echoed in the square. These few words were like a heavy bomb, leaving the surrounding guards dazed. That was the highest-level special supply resource from the city government. Ordinary people would have to work hard for 10 lifetimes to even touch a bit of high-level beast meat, yet he could eat it casually. Lu Chen's previously lazy gaze brightened instantly upon hearing the words free meat, shining like two searchlights. His shriveled stomach cooperatively emitted a rumbling sound like thunder. Is there enough meat? Lu Chen rubbed his chin to confirm. Bai Xinghe nodded furiously, his head shaking like a blur. Absolutely. You could eat an elephant in a day and the city would reimburse you. Lu Chen smacked his lips, feeling that this deal was a surefire win. All right, then I will reluctantly take on the title. But let me make it clear, don't send me any low-quality meat with tendons that get stuck in my teeth. Bai Xinghe was overjoyed, excitedly tearing off a pure gold badge from his waist. It was engraved with the official emblem of the Jiang City government, representing the privilege of being above all but one. He held the gold badge with both hands and forcefully stuffed it into Lu Chen's pocket. It's a deal. Tomorrow I will have someone deliver the villa keys and the first batch of snowflake beef. The soldiers nearby watched with tears in their eyes, jealous tears mixing with blood flowing into their mouths. This comparison between people was truly infuriating. They fought desperately to defend the city, but couldn't even earn a medal, while this man could casually toss around a bulldozer to pick out villa meat. Just when Bai Xinghe was happily lost, the temperature at the edge of the square suddenly dropped below freezing without warning. The ground, covered in beast blood and mud, visibly began to crystallize into a thick layer of frost. The crisp sound of high-heeled combat boots crushing the ice shards rhythmically echoed from the ruins behind. Crack, crack. Everyone shivered in unison. Bai Xinghe turned his head, his smile freezing on his face. A stunning young girl in a silver, tight-fitting combat suit was briskly approaching with a cold expression. It was Su Qingyuan, this ice queen of Jiang City's No.3 High School, was now surrounded by biting frost and spiritual energy. She completely ignored the imposing city lord beside her. Su Qingyuan trotted over to Lu Chun, her delicate white hands tightly wrapped around his muscular arm. Her proud softness pressed closely against Lu Chen's arm, claiming absolute dominion. Yet there was not a trace of her usual aloofness on her stunning face. Su Qingyuan fixed her gaze on Lu Chen's right cheek. There a bright and glaring lipstick mark was present. It was left by the auctioneer Suya in her moment of excitement, the lipstick color gaudy and flamboyant. This lip print stood out starkly against Lu Chen's dusty and sweaty face, like a searchlight in the night. Su Qingyuan felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by a hand full of barbs. Her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling violently. The ice beneath her feet spread wildly around her boots, freezing Beijing's soles to the ground. The air around was filled with an intense, potentially explosive sour scent. She gritted her silver teeth, her fingers wrinkling Lu Chen's school uniform sleeve into deep creases. Bai Xinghe swallowed hard, wisely keeping his mouth shut and pretending to admire the scenery in the sky. The master of the Xingyao sect could clearly sense that the murderous aura before him was 100 times more terrifying than that of the 5th-level Beast King. Su Qingyuan tilted her head back, her peach blossom eyes carrying a dangerous chill. Lu Chen, how come there is a woman's lipstick mark on your face? Who was that vixen who just kissed you? Lu Chen, how is there a woman's lipstick on your face? Who was that fox spirit who just kissed you? Su Qingyuan fixed a cold glare on the vivid red smear along Lu Chen's right cheek. The air around them seemed to drop to an instant iciness. The dark red beast blood pooled on the ground began to congeal into brittle shards of white ice. City Lord Bai Xinghe stood nearby, his legs feeling as though cement had been poured into them. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned his head away in embarrassed awkwardness. Ah, the sands in Jiang City are fierce, my eyes can hardly stay open. Well, young brother Lu, I will return to the city office to draft documents first. When you finish your domestic affairs, contact me at any time. Having said that, the Xingyao sect master forgot even to use his escape light and slipped away like a thief, hopping like a rabbit. The few remaining garrison soldiers watched the campus belle's domineering manner and made strangled, choked sounds in their throats. They sensibly retreated 5 or 6 paces, some even dropping their compressed rations into the mud. The very fierce man who had just torn a 5th-rank Beast King apart with one hand was now being driven back by the campus belle. Lu Chen touched his face with an innocent air. Oh, that. Just now I casually pulled a woman and read out from beneath. She insisted on kissing me and shoved a plastic card at me saying I could get free roasted meat. As he spoke, Lu Chen fished the heavy gold-embossed black card from the torn pocket of his uniform. When Su Qingyuan saw that black gold card signifying the Wudao Lionmang's highest privileges, her full chest heaved violently with anger. Even that auction demoness Suya had made a move. Those older women in vying for her man spared no expense, each one more lavish than the last. Su Qingyuan could no longer suppress the surge of possessiveness welling within her. Her aunt's immaculate, ethereal face completely collapsed. She seized Lu Chen's sturdy arm and yanked him sharply to the side. Her combat boots crushed a swath of marble tiles beneath her feet as she hauled Lu Chen to the corner of a half-collapsed red brick wall. Thud! She pressed both hands tightly at the sides of Lu Chen's head, an uncompromising wall slam. Their faces drew so close that Lu Chen could clearly smell the faint, cool scent of mint on her. Don't move. Su Qingyuan cried out, her voice threaded with tears. Her usually aloof, pretty face had entirely lost its pretension. She raised her right hand and, using the cuff of her expensive silk combat suit, began to rub vigorously at Lu Chen. Her sleeve was the finest silk, yet under her frantic rubbing it left Lu Chen's cheek slightly flushed. Her force was astonishing, as if she intended to rub away that oily layer from Lu Chen's skin entirely. I can do laundry too. I wash by hand cleaner than anyone. How could you let an outside fox spirit kiss you so casually? She scrubbed fiercely, tears welling fast in her almond-shaped eyes. Tears circled in her eyes and slid down her pale cheeks. She turned her head away, biting her red lip in vexation. You call that fox spirit Miss Older Sister and call me Aunt. I'm only 18. Suya is 26. Do you despise me? Do you despise me because my chest isn't as large as that auctioneer's? Su Qingyuan bit her lower lip, eyes reddened, her voice full of grievance and jealousy. To prove she was younger and more perky, she funneled all her star energy toward her neckline. Lu Chen was bewildered by this sudden lovesick turn. He leaned back with a touch of disgust, so her tears wouldn't spray into his mouth. Lu Chen glanced at the chest pressed into her tight combat suit, then at her slender arms. The survival instinct of this stereotypically unromantic man entirely failed him. Auntie, this is purely thermodynamics and biology. It's a baseless, ignorant conjecture. With his arms folded, Lu Chen spoke in the most scientific, emotionally neutral tone. Suya sits in an office for long periods of fat tends to accumulate. That's determined by her sedentary lifestyle. Whereas you practice the frost spear daily, your upper limbs often exert explosive force. Your muscle fibers would compress fatty tissue. So visually you do not appear as protuberant as she does. This is entirely a reasonable consequence of biomechanics. From an anatomical perspective, the forces at that area are uneven, while running it easily produces irregular oscillations utterly at odds with aerodynamics. Your structure, however, is near perfect. When you run, you can minimize air resistance. This is indisputably a superior fighter's physique. Lu Chen patted Su Qingyuan's shoulder with earnest reassurance. Having heard this flawless analysis wrought from aerodynamics and thermodynamics, Su Qingyuan was so enraged she seemed about to steam. So in this man's eyes, the only difference between her and that auctioneer was fat distribution and aerodynamics. Lu Chen. Su Qingyuan forced the two syllables through clenched teeth, each sounded as if carved with an ice blade. She clenched her fist, her fingernails digging into her palm until it hurt. You blockhead. You infuriate me. Su Qingyuan could no longer maintain the aloofness of a campus belle. She let out a little yowl like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, baring 2 rows of pearly teeth. She aimed at Lu Chen's armor-plated shoulder and bit down hard. She even unconsciously infused all her frost star energy into her teeth, attempting to leave a personal bite mark on his shoulder. However, clang. A startlingly crisp metallic sound exploded in the corner, like someone striking an iron rail with a heavy hammer. A small burst of golden sparks erupted between Lu Chen's shoulder and Su Qingyuan's lips. Lu Chen's muscular defense had already auto-formed its density comparable to high-strength titanium alloy. The violent recoil shot from the roots of her teeth, like an electric current into the back of her skull. Crack! Su Qingyuan felt her entire mouth go numb in an instant. Her gums throbbed with a fierce, sour numbness. Her front teeth burned with pain, as if scalded. She clapped her small hand over her mouth and staggered backward, collapsing to the ground. Tears streamed from her almond eyes like beads from a broken string. Su Qingyuan clutched her mouth, her pretty face contorted in pain, and glared at Lu Chen with tearful eyes. Lu Chen tugged at the collar, dampened by drool and tears, and sighed in distaste. The provincial exams are about to begin. If you chip a tooth, you'll be a distraction in the examination hall. The provincial unified examination is about to begin, and if you lose a tooth, it will surely be a draft when you go to the examination hall. Lu Chen rubbed his unscathed shoulder and cast a disdainful glance at Su Qingyuan, who was lying on the ground. Su Qingyuan covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes brimming with tears as she stared at Lu Chen, whimpering in pain. Her usually cold and proud eyes were now filled with grievance. It's all your fault. You're as hard as an iron plate, and now my front tooth feels loose. Su Qingyuan's eyes were red as she mumbled her complaints indistinctly. Her slender fingers tugged at the corner of her clothes, turning white from the force. Lu Chen pulled out a piece of tissue from his pocket and handed it to her. Wipe your mouth yourself. When you wash your clothes, remember to add more salt to kill the bacteria. Su Qingyuan snatched the tissue angrily and turned her back. Though she refused to admit defeat verbally, she still obediently hugged Lu Chen's tattered school uniform, stained with beast blood, tightly to her chest. I'll wash it myself. I'll wash it by hand, and let's see how you'll dare to find another woman afterward. She muttered softly, her cheeks flushed a deep red. Lu Chen shrugged, not taking the woman's fierce words to heart at all. Right now he just wanted to find a place with a bed to lie down. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was the day before the provincial martial arts unified examination. Although the aftermath of the beast tide in Jiangcheng gradually calmed down, the online discussions exploded. The video of Lu Chen single-handedly swinging the 5th-level Beast King in the city center square and flattening half a street shot straight to the top of the trending list in Jiangnan province. Though the video was filmed with an old phone, its quality was as blurry as a thick layer of mosaic. Yet that overwhelming physical shock, even through the screen, left other top scorers across Jiangnan province sleep. Is this filming for a special effects blockbuster? Can a human body throw a 100-ton Beast King like a shot put? It's fake. Definitely a holographic physical effect created by the Jiangcheng authorities to stabilize morale. Jiangcheng is so desperate to create stars that they don't care about their reputation, promoting a useless person without any star power as a savior. In various martial arts forums, voices of doubt and ridicule flooded the discussions. The top talents from the provincial capital expressed strong hostility and disdain towards Lu Chen that crude. In their eyes, cultivating star power and comprehending the laws were the only proper paths to the pinnacle of martial arts. Lu Chen's reliance on brute strength was merely an unrefined and unacceptable method. At this moment, in a luxurious ancient-style mansion in the provincial capital, Yi Guqing, the #1 swordsmanship genius of Jiangnan province, coldly stared at his phone screen. The blurry footage playing on his phone showed Lu Chen tearing apart a demon ape. Yi Guqing snorted coldly and slammed his phone down onto the sandalwood table. His handsome and proud face was covered in frost. A show-off clown. Without star power, and without the support of the laws in the face of true swordsmanship, he is as weak as a blank sheet of paper. Yi Guqing stood up, drawing the black ancient sword from his back, and walked straight towards the waterfall in the back. An hour later, a video titled Yi Guqing A Challenge to Jiangcheng Lu Chen surged through the entire martial arts circle in Jiangnan province, dominating the charts. The background of the video featured a turbulent waterfall with a drop of 100 meters outside the provincial capital. The roaring water crashed against the rocks, creating a misty spray. Yi Guqing, dressed in a snow-white robe, stood quietly on a large rock in front of the waterfall. He placed one hand on the hilt of his sword, his back straight, as if he were a sword drawn from its sheath. Clang! A blinding silver sword light instantly ripped through the air. The sword light spanned 10 meters, carrying a chillingly sharp edge as it fiercely struck the roaring waterfall ahead. The unceasing waterfall was actually cleaved in two by that one sword strike. The smooth cut was like a mirror, and it paused for 3 seconds before the water flow finally merged again. The visual effect of this sword strike was stunningly magnificent. Yi Guqing slowly sheathed his sword, allowing the fierce wind to billow his white robe. Facing the camera, his voice was as cold as a piece of ancient ice. A pure physical brute is merely an opportunistic anomaly. Lu Chen, I will wait for you on the stage of the provincial unified examination. I will use my heaven-slashing sword technique to behead you in front of the 10,000 candidates upholding the path of a star martial artist. At that moment, the video froze, and all the candidates in Jiangnan province erupted in excitement. The geniuses in the provincial capital frantically shared and liked it, all waiting to see the joke of Lu Chen's downfall. Meanwhile, in an upscale boudoir of the Su family mansion, Su Qingyuan sat cross-legged on a pink bed, her freshly washed damp hair draping over her shoulders. She held the latest model of a Star Energy phone, her face cold as she watched Yi Guqing's challenge video, where he cut the waterfall with a single sword. Beheading. A layer of icy blue frost appeared in her clear eyes. Her delicate fingers tightened suddenly. Crack. The screen of the latest Star Energy phone was immediately covered with a web of cracks. That ignorant fool who can't even withstand my icy long spear dares to challenge him. Su Qingyuan snorted coldly and directly called the butler of the Su family. Find out where Yi Guqing lives and send bodyguards to smash the door of his martial arts school tonight. At the eye of the storm, Lu Chen at this moment was napping soundly in the classroom of the school. Jiangcheng No.3 High School, Class 8 of the senior year. His best friend Lin Fatty rushed in through the back door holding his phone, his chubby face shaking. Lu Chen, wake up. The sky is falling. Lin Fatty plopped down on the empty desk next to Lu Chen. The can of ice cola he held spilled all over his pants due to his shaking hands, but he didn't even bother to wipe it. He shoved the phone showing Yi Guqing's video right in front of Lu Chen's eyes. That swordsmanship madman Yi Guqing from the provincial capital has issued a challenge to you. He's going to behead you. How can my young master still sleep? Lu Chen, somewhat annoyed, propped himself up and rubbed his sleep-heavy eyes. He still had a bit of sleep crust in the corner of his eyes and looked irritated at being disturbed. What beheading? Can he reimburse me for the cost of replacing my security door? Lu Chen grumbled in annoyance. He casually pulled out a bag of top-quality wild walnuts sent by Shan Wanwan the night before from under the desk. Without any tools, he used 2 fingers to gently squeeze it, as if he were pinching tofu. Crack. The hard shell instantly shattered, revealing the complete walnut inside. Lin Fatty watched in astonishment, his eyelids twitching, but still anxiously slapped his thigh. What are you thinking about eating walnuts at a time like this? Look at this video. He sliced that wide waterfall in half with a single sword. If that sword energy sweeps through a person, it could instantly slice you into 2 pieces of sashimi. Lu Chen spat out the walnut shell from his mouth and glanced lazily at the screen showing the floating Yi Guqing. Seeing Yi Guqing's overly dramatic, sword-sheathing pose, Lu Chen scoffed disdainfully. He looked at the challenge video on his phone, casually crushed a walnut, and mumbled indistinctly, beheading. With that flimsy sword of his, which looks like an embroidery needle, if he can even scrape off a layer of my scalp, The grand assembly for the martial arts examination in Jiangnan province officially commenced at the Tai Chi Square, spanning tens of thousands of square meters in the provincial capital. A sea of people stretched endlessly, with 100,000 talented candidates gathered from all corners of the province. Look, that's the young master of the Wang family from the provincial capital. I heard his blood vitality has already surpassed 3 points. And over there, that's the dark horse from Lin City who awakened the rare dual affinity of shadow and lightning. The geniuses huddled together, each radiating with dazzling star energy fluctuations to varying degrees. The air was thick with overwhelming star pressure, making the colorful flags at the edges of the square flutter. Every face was etched with pride and determination. Amidst this dense throng of candidates, the team from Class 8 of the 3rd year was squeezed into the far corner. Lin Fatty was sweating profusely, carrying a huge sunshade thermal box. Lu Chen, be sure to stay cautious. Once you go in, the geniuses from the provincial capital are on a completely different level than us from Jiang City. I heard some of them have seen blood at the edge of the star abyss during their 1st year of high school. Lu Chen was chewing on a piece of tough beef jerky, his hands shoved into the pockets of his tattered school pants. Seen blood? Then they must be quite adept at slaughtering pigs in their spare time. Lu Chen let out a long yawn, his eyelids drooping lazily. Lin Fatty nearly rolled his eyes at his remark, feeling that his brother was rather carefree. Just as the various geniuses were secretly competing and the tension in the air grew thicker, Lu Chen, feeling a bit tired of standing, reached out and patted a pure red mahogany armchair used for displaying bonsai. This chair was made of high-quality marble and hardwood, weighing over 200 pounds. Originally, it was a decorative piece placed by the municipal government to show off. Lu Chen didn't greet anyone, casually gripping the chair's back with one hand and dropping it to the ground. Thud! The heavy armchair left 4 white imprints on the thick marble floor. Lu Chen plopped down into the chair, slumping back and propping his leg up. Comfortable, it's better to sit and wait to conserve energy. His lazy demeanor, as if on vacation, instantly attracted numerous curious glances from those around. Who was this country bumpkin, wearing a tattered school uniform and treating a municipal chair like his own sofa? That's Chen from Jiangcheng No.3 High School, the clown who boasted online about tossing the beast king barehanded. Hell, once we enter the wilderness, I guarantee I'll slap that thick-skinned face of his until it's swollen. The geniuses from the provincial capital snickered behind their hands, their eyes filled with disdain. Before their mocking remarks could settle, Chen freshly peeled, seedless black grapes, perfectly sweet. Su Qingyuan walked over to the left side of the armchair, stepping on a carpet of frost with an expressionless face. She wiped the moisture from her fingertips with a pristine handkerchief. Then in front of the crowd, she delicately picked a black grape with her fair dainty fingers and gently brought it to Chen's lips. Oh! Chen cooperatively opened his mouth and took a bite. A thin layer of pink flushed across Su Qingyuan's cold and stunningly beautiful face. Big brother Chen, it's hot today, so I specially bought you an ice fan to cool you down. Shen Wanwan rushed over from the crowd, holding up her Lolita dress. She held a folding fan embedded with high-grade wind system crystal cores, vigorously fanning Chen on his right side. Thank you for sharing your beef jerky earlier. This is a black card I specially picked for you. Use it freely. Dressed in a split Chong Sam, with an alluring figure that was almost unfair, Suya also approached. Ignoring the deadly glares from those around her, her fair hands naturally rested on Chen's broad shoulders. Her fingertips applied just the right amount of pressure, expertly kneading Chen's slightly tense trapezius muscles. 3 stunning beauties, 1 peeled grapes, 1 fanned, and 1 massaged his shoulders. Chen half closed his eyes, reveling in this royal treatment, while mumbling complaints. Shen Wanwan, turn up the fan a bit, I'm about to break out in heat rash. Su Qingyuan, you didn't spit out the grape seed, cleanly pay attention next time. And you Suya, the pressure of your shoulder massage feels like scraping, oh you put in a bit more effort. At that moment the 100,000 candidates seemed to hear the sound of their own hearts breaking. Thud thud. Countless boys dropped their star weapons which hit their own toes. The eyes of the young masters from the top families in the provincial capital were bloodshot. The star energy detectors on their wrists emitted a piercing short-circuit alarm due to their trembling hands. That is the ice goddess Su Qingyuan, recognized throughout the province. That is the young lady Shun worth billions who normally doesn't even spare a glance at boys. And that is Su, the enchanting beauty, who toyed with numerous martial arts masters at the auction house. Now they were all fawning over a penniless kid with no star energy like 3 devoted handmaidens. Kill him. I must kill him today. A young genius from a shadow family gripped his palm, the star energy dark shadow, almost corroding the ground into a large hole. What does this kid have to warrant this? Is it just his face that looks like he can live off of others? The jealousy of the province's talented candidates exploded, filling the entire Tai Chi square with murderous intent. Faced with this overwhelming murderous aura, Chen could hardly be bothered to lift an eyelid, shifting to a more comfortable position to continue enjoying the shoulder massage. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the temperature dropped to the extreme, a heavy and slow sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. The crowd, which was originally packed tightly, parted like cold oil encountering a hot knife. A bone-chilling sharp sword intent instantly enveloped the area within 100 meters. The sand and stones on the ground rustled under the pressure of this sword energy. Yi Guqing, clad in a snow-white robe, carried a black ancient sword that had half of it broken and fitted with a new sheath. His expression cold and proud, he stepped on the pervasive sword intent, slowly approaching Chen's armchair. As he walked through, even the air was torn with faint white streaks. Yi Guqing stopped 3 meters in front of Chen. His hawk-like eyes as cold as a millennia-old glacier fixed firmly on Chen's slightly lazy face. The crowd automatically parted as Yi Guqing, dressed in white and carrying a long sword, strode over with a cold expression, his gaze locking onto Chen like a bolt of lightning. You are the one who seeks attention, Chen. Get out of the examination area immediately, or my sword will draw blood. Are you the attention-seeking Chen? Get out of the examination hall at once, or my sword will draw blood. Yi Guqing's cold, hard voice resonated with a piercing sword hum, creating visible ripples in the air. The temperature in Taiji Square plummeted to freezing in that moment. Looking for death. Su Qingyuan snorted coldly, the tip of her frost spear already aimed at Yi Guqing's throat. The ground where her combat boots had tread became instantly covered with a dense layer of white frost. How dare you point fingers at my bodyguard on my turf? What do you think you are? Shen Wanwan bit her small white teeth and pulled out a metallic particle pistol from behind her. Su, big fairy, help me hold him down. Let's see if I can turn him into a honeycomb colt with one shot. Su Yaris' delicate fingers also left Chen's shoulder, her peach blossom eyes glinting with a chilling coldness. Little handsome guy, do you want me to help you chop him up to feed the fish? The 3 women simultaneously erupted with a powerful aura, forcing the surrounding 100,000 examinees to retreat repeatedly. Yet Yi Guqing didn't even glance at them, his hawk-like eyes firmly locked onto Chen. A waste hiding behind women, do you lack the courage to face me? The few provincial prodigies behind him immediately joined in jeering loudly. Chen rubbed his shoulder, which felt slightly relaxed from Su Yaris' grip, and lazily yawned. He reached out to push aside Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan who were blocking his path. Alright you lot, stop making noise, it's giving me a headache, he mumbled as he slowly stood up from the armchair. Lu Chun rubbed his neck, producing a crisp cracking sound. He stood less than a meter in front of Yi Guqing, both of their heights nearly the same. But in terms of momentum, Lu Chun, dressed in tattered school uniform and worn-out slippers, seemed somewhat out of place. Did you just say that blood will flow when the sword is drawn? Lu Chun scratched his head, an expression of impatience plastered on his face. Yi Guqing pressed his right hand against the sword hilt, his knuckles turning pale. Indeed, when the sword of the heaven-slaying technique is drawn, it will surely return with blood. Oh, that's great. Lu Chun nodded and suddenly made a move that left all the 100,000 examinees in the province slack-jawed. He made no defensive posture, but instead boldly stretched his neck towards Yi Guqing. Lu Chun even thoughtfully extended his hands to pull his tattered school uniform collar to the sides, revealing his bronzed neck with exceptionally smooth muscle lines. He pointed to the pulsating artery on the side of his neck and flashed a grin at Yi Guqing. Come on, aim here to cut the artery, is right here. Put some effort into it, don't be like a girl. If it doesn't bleed, you're mine. The genius examinees across the province gasped in shock. Crazy. This kid must be insane to withstand Yi Guqing's heaven-slaying technique with his bare neck. Does he think he's made of high-strength titanium alloy? With that sword strike, half of his head will fly up to the sky to be kicked like a soccer ball. Yi Guqing felt the greatest humiliation of his life. As the first swordsmanship genius of the provincial city, he was actually provoked by a waste with his neck pointed at the artery. Fury burned wildly in his mind, causing his eyes to fill with crimson veins. You little beast. Seeking death. Yi Guqing roared, the ground beneath him unable to withstand his rage, instantly shattering. He abruptly drew his sword. Clang! A long snow-white sword energy accompanied by a blinding thunderous light exploded in the square. The sword edge tore through the air, carving a deep blackened trench into the hard marble ground. That was Yi Guqing's ultimate skill, the heaven-slaying technique. It condensed all of his second-tier peak star power and his unwavering pure heart of the sword. Die? The sword light transformed into a silver-long rainbow accompanied by a sharp, ear-piercing sonic boom, fiercely striking Lu Chen's unprotected neck. Su Qingyuan beside him felt her heart nearly stop at that moment, her fair nails digging deeply into her palm, drawing blood. Shen Wanwan screamed, covering her eyes, not daring to peek even through her fingers. Everyone awaited the bloody scene of blood spurting and heads rolling. Dang, crack! A sound that caused teeth to ache resounded in the center of the square. The noise was like a hammer striking a solid train track, making the nearby examinees' ears buzz. Countless golden sparks erupted violently from the junction between Lu Chen's neck and the blade. Yi Guqing felt an overwhelming backlash force pouring back into his arms through the sword hilt. The force was so immense that it directly broke the bones in both his hands. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body staggering back like a kite with a severed string. That's Glass' famous sword, heaven-slaying, crafted from high-grade special alloy worth a fortune. Under this shock, it shattered cleanly into 3 pieces, landing on the concrete floor with a piercing clatter. Lu Chun touched his neck, which bore not even a chalk mark. He adjusted his collar, his face filled with disdain as he muttered, "Dang, crack!" A sound that caused teeth to ache. Sparks flew. The Glass' famous sword shattered into 3 pieces, while Lu Chen's neck bore no marks. Lu Chun touched his neck, full of disdain. "Did you buy this sword as a toy for $9 with free shipping on a discounted site?" The ruthless mockery that shocked 100,000 candidates echoed above Taiji Square. Yi Guqing stared blankly at the remaining fragment of his broken sword hilt. His arms hung weakly at his sides, his entire being felt as if all the bones had been drawn out. The Scrade famous sword that had accompanied him through countless trials in the Star Abyss had shattered into 3 pieces on the ground. No, this is impossible. This is a divine weapon forged from Star Abyss meteorite. How could it be shattered by a mere flesh and blood neck? Yi Guqing murmured softly, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the cold marble floor with a thud. His originally proud and noble eyes completely lost their focus, and he appeared as if he were a soulless walking corpse. Lu Chun lazily glanced down at the fragments of the famous sword on the ground. He lifted his foot and heavily stomped down on the broken sword fragments. Crack! Accompanied by a dull metallic crunch, the tough Star Abyss meteorite was ground into a shiny black powder under Lu Chen's foot. Since it's garbage worth only 9 yuan and 9 cents with free shipping, it shouldn't be left on the ground taking up space. Lu Chun casually kicked the powder beneath his feet and brushed off the dust from his pants. The surrounding 100,000 candidates fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of people swallowing their saliva echoing in their throats. Did he just crush the fragments of Scrade's famous sword into powder with one stomp? Is this guy's foot somehow made from a planetary engine's nozzle? It's terrifying. Don't provoke this violent man in a school uniform. Su Qingyuan coldly chuckled as she retracted her frost lance, her expression filled with amusement. Shen Wanwan stood beside her, clapping wildly, the crisp applause sounding especially harsh in the silent playground. "Big brother bodyguard is amazing. This scrap metal isn't even worthy of being polished by you." Lu Chen scratched his slightly itchy neck looking down from a height at Yi Guqing, who remained on the ground. You post videos online every day pretending to be extraordinary and aloof from the mundane world. But in private you're just a shameless stalker and a perverse creep writing cheesy love letters. Upon hearing Lu Chen mention his name, Yi Guqing trembled violently. Not far away, Lin Pengzi hurriedly squeezed out from Class 8's formation. His corpulent body jiggled as he ran, holding a crumpled pink leather diary high in the air. Lu Chen. I found it. The handwritten note of Yi the great genius. Lin Pengzi exclaimed excitedly, his face jiggling as he shouted into the crowd. Everyone come and take a look. This is a love letter from the #1 genius in the provincial city to our Jiangcheng goddess Su. It's even illustrated and so cheesy it gives people goosebumps. Lin Pengzi flipped open the diary, raising his voice theatrically as he began to read aloud. Qing Yuan, you are the cold moon hanging in the night sky. I wish to become the sheath in your hand, forever enveloping your cold and sharp blade. Upon hearing this line, Su Qingyuan instantly froze in place. Her delicate fingers tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, her fingertips turning a ghastly pale. Shut up. Don't read anymore. Su Qingyuan scolded coldly, her frosty voice nearly freezing the pink paper in Lin Pengzi's hands into powder. Having lived for 18 years, she had never heard such childish words. Su Qingyuan turned her head to look at Yi Guqing, who was kneeling on the ground, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust and disdain. With this garbage love letter you dare to brazenly boast online about wanting to cut down my man. At this moment the 100,000 candidates exploded in an uproar. Damn, Yi Guqing is actually a love-struck fool. I wish to become the sheath in your hand. Oh my god, I might throw up my leftover meal from yesterday. So the cold and proud sword genius online writes such greasy love letters in private. Countless candidates fervently whispered to each other, some laughing so hard they clutched their stomachs. The girls who had originally idolized Yi Guqing began to turn pale, stamping their support boards into a shredded mess. Kneeling on the ground, Yi Guqing listened to the overwhelming sounds of mockery and pointing fingers around him. His originally pale face began to flush with an observable speed, turning as red as a heated iron. He clenched his teeth tightly, biting his lip deeply enough to draw blood. Lu Chen. Lin Yuan. How dare you? Yi Guqing trembled as he raised his right hand, pointing in Lu Chen's direction, his fingers shaking as if it were plucking cotton. A series of choking sounds erupted from his throat as a mouthful of fresh blood gushed from his lips. PFF. A spray of blood shot 2 meters into the air, staining his snow-white Taoist robe. Yi Guqing felt darkness closing in on him, his chi and blood surged backward, and he fell backward onto the cement ground. His eyes rolled back as his limbs twitched violently a few times before he completely fainted. Doctor, hurry. Young Master Yi is vomiting blood and has fainted. A few of Yes lackeys rushed over, rolling and crawling, their foreheads sweating profusely. Several proctors from the provincial city hurriedly lifted a stretcher, running with the unconscious Yi Guqing. Wah, wah. The ambulance stationed outside the square blared its siren, speeding away with Jiangcheng's #1 genius toward the hospital. Lin Pengzi casually shoved the diary back into his pocket and waved at the ambulance. Safe travels, don't bother to send me off. Next time make sure to find a ghostwriter for your love letter, don't just copy lines. The surrounding students watched the ambulance drive away, then glanced at Lu Chen, who stood there picking his teeth. Their looks of awe turned completely into gazes of reverence. Not only did he shatter someone's famous sword with his flesh and blood neck, but he also casually ripped apart someone's Tao heart with a love letter. This tormenting method was more brutal than a single punch to kill. The chief examiner on the podium was now sweating profusely as beads of sweat streamed down his balding head. He wiped his face with a tissue while the microphone in his hand emitted a sharp screech due to his trembling. If order wasn't maintained, the Tao heart of the candidates from Jiangnan province would be completely trampled by Lu Chen alone. Buzz. Buzz. The 12 high-level spatial teleportation arrays surrounding the playground began to rumble violently. A towering blue beam of light illuminated the entire city sky. The chief examiner, holding a loudspeaker, strained his voice to announce loudly to the 100,000 candidates in chaos on the square. The proctor, looking at the chaotic square, shouted into the loudspeaker, "Silence. All candidates immediately enter the teleportation array. The first wilderness survival assessment is officially starting." The proctor looked at the chaotic plaza, sweating profusely as he picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, "Silence. All candidates immediately enter the teleportation array. The first wild survival examination officially begins." As the high-pitched voice echoed, a blue light instantly engulfed the Taiji Plaza. At that moment, 100,000 candidates transformed into a dazzling stream of light randomly thrown into the perilous 10,000 Great Mountains. Lu Chen felt a whirlwind of light and shadow before him, the piercing sound of the wind howling in his ears. When his feet finally landed on solid ground, a strong scent of decaying leaves and the musk of wild beasts filled his nostrils. Looking around, he saw ancient trees that blocked out the sun, their gnarled roots intertwined with vines that slithered like snakes across the ground. From deep within the dense forest not far away, he could faintly hear the ferocious growls of wild beasts, causing leaves to tremble and fall. Before Lu Chen could steady himself, a wretched scream came from the grass on his right. Oh my! I landed right in front of a third-tier wind wolf. Help! A genius from the provincial city dressed in luxurious leather armor was currently being chased by 3 hungry wolves running away in panic, rolling and scrambling toward the forest's edge. On another side, a second-tier mage candidate, overly proud of himself, was now starving, his face turning green from lack of food since he couldn't bring any. He trembled as he crouched by the tree roots, using a small knife to dig out a piece of blackened root, shoving it into his mouth with his eyes closed only to be overwhelmed by its bitterness, causing tears to stream from the corners of his eyes. What a horrible place, not even a vending machine. Chen rubbed his somewhat shriveled belly, which protested with a This physical body consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Missing just one meal would leave him feeling uneasy. Chen turned his neck, the joints cracking, and looked upward where the tree canopy obscured the sky. Through the dense gaps in the leaves, a massive black shadow was slowly circling at an altitude of several hundred meters. It was a 4th-tier Jiangcheng No.3 bird. With wingspans exceeding 20 meters, each flap stirred a low sonic boom in the air. It arrogantly gazed down at the forest below, as if selecting its snack for the day. Chen stared at the giant bird, his eyes suddenly brightening. Those pectorals, those thighs, clearly a well-trained free-range chicken. The meat must be incredibly tender. Chen smacked his lips, saliva trickling down his chin. He looked around and found nothing but muddy ground with no stones to reach the heights of several hundred meters. Forget it, it'll use you as a javelin. Chen strode a few steps toward an old pine tree that was as thick as a person's embrace and about 30 meters high. He slightly spread his legs, crushing the hard rocks beneath his feet. His large hands suddenly clasped tightly around the rough trunk. Lift! Chen shouted softly, the muscles in his thighs tensed instantly. Boom! The sound of earth and roots breaking echoed around. Under the astonished gaze of several candidates gnawing on tree bark nearby, the 30-meter-old pine tree was uprooted from the ground, as if it were being pulled out like a carrot. Go! Chen's waist arched back, his arms infused with immense power. He hurled the tree toward the sky with a mighty throw. Boom! The tree broke through the sound barrier in midair. A ring of white sonic clouds exploded at the roots, and the violent shockwave flattened all surrounding shrubs. The tree soared like a 30-meter-long super javelin, piercing the sky with a sharp whistle. The 4th-tier Jiangcheng No.3 bird was preparing to dive down and snag a wind wolf for a snack. Suddenly, a towering tree laden with large clumps of soil struck its abdomen with immense force. A piercing scream of the bird echoed through the 10,000 great mountains. The feathers of the No.3 bird, capable of resisting star energy bullets, shattered in large patches, and several of its sturdy ribs fractured. It spiraled down like a sparrow struck by a slingshot, crashing from several hundred meters in the air. Bang! The massive body of the No.3 bird hit the ground, creating a pit several meters wide with dust billowing. Chen brushed off the tree bark from his hands and strolled over. He picked up one of the No.3 bird's tank-like claws, dragging it toward a picturesque clear lake nearby. Feather plucking is an art. Luckily, I have strong hands. Standing by the lake, Chen swiftly plucked all the feathers from the No.3 bird, as if he were pulling weeds. He casually broke off several dry branches as thick as a bowl and piled them on the lakeshore. Without firestones or a lighter, Chen picked up 2 pieces of high-hardness granite. He pressed the 2 stones together, rubbing them at an supersonic speed. Sizzle! Sparks flew out like fireworks, igniting the dry branches beneath. The fierce flames erupted, instantly casting a red glow on Chen's face. He skewered the entire No.3 bird with a robust steel log and began to roast it over the fire. As the oil dripped and sizzled under the intense heat, a rich and tempting aroma of roasted meat wafted several kilometers away. This was the meat of a 4th-tier high-level star beast, infused with rich life essence, the fragrance as thick as chicken soup. The candidates in the surrounding forest, who were starving and gnawing on tree bark, immediately felt their stomachs rumble in response to the enticing scent. They wiped the drool from their mouths, their eyes green with hunger, shambling toward the aroma like zombies. Chen sat beside the fire, turning the roasted No.3 bird, now golden and crispy. The skin of the bird exuded a layer of golden oil, producing a sizzling, enticing sound. Chen licked his lips, and with a sharp tug, he tore off a leg of the No.3 bird, a meter long and golden brown and crispy. The aroma filled the air, steam rising. Just as he opened his mouth ready to take a bite of this exquisite piece of meat, the bushes around the forest suddenly began to shake violently. A series of hurried footsteps echoed, followed by pairs of greedy, glowing green eyes lighting up in the... A provincial city genius dressed in branded combat gear emerged from the shadows, leading a dozen emaciated... The weapons in their hands glinted coldly in the firelight. The lead candidate stared longingly at the No.3 bird leg in Chen's hand, gulping audibly. The enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted several kilometers away. Just as Chen was about to bite into the crispy No.3 bird leg he had just torn off, dozens of greedy green eyes suddenly lit up around the forest. Hand over the roasted meat, or else don't blame us for being rude. Suddenly, dozens of green, hungry eyes lit up around the forest. Hand over the roasted meat, or don't blame us for being rude. The leader was a young man wearing a limited edition star energy leather armor from the provincial city. He usually traveled in high-end vehicles enjoying gourmet meals prepared by five-star chefs. Yet after being thrown into the vast mountains for 2 days, he hadn't even caught a living creature with meat. Starved to the point where his chest pressed against his back, these talented individuals now considered chewing on tree bark a delicacy. Now smelling the rich, oily aroma of the roasted fourth order rock, the greedy glint in their eyes shone like a pack of lustful wolves. Chen didn't even lift his head to look at the beggars. He opened his mouth and took a big bite out of the 1-meter-long roasted bird leg in his hand. Crack! The crispy golden-brown skin made a crisp sound in Chen's mouth. The piping hot, fragrant oil immediately flowed down the corner of his mouth, dripping into the fire below and igniting a flame that carried the scent of meat. Munch, munch! Chen chewed with great enjoyment the tender meat of the rock, making him squint his eyes in satisfaction. Gulp! A chorus of loud, swallowing sounds erupted from the edge of the forest. The armored young man leading the group had reddened eyes as he wiped the drool from his chin. You little brat, are you deaf? He pointed at the roasted meat in Chen's hand, drawing his sword and shouting loudly. I am Zhao Tianyu, the young master of the Zhao family in Lin City, a second-order wind element star warrior. If you know what's good for you, bring over the whole roasted bird, and I might consider covering for you in the upcoming assessment. His more than a dozen followers also drew their weapons various colors of star energy, illuminating the night. Young Master Zhao can eat your food because your ancestors have accumulated virtue. Hurry up and hand over the meat. We'll share it, or we'll tie you to a tree and feed you to the mosquitoes. Chen swallowed the bird meat in his mouth and wiped his greasy right hand on his tattered school uniform. You guys have a lot of attitude for beggars. Chen rolled his eyes, his left hand still firmly holding onto the roasted bird leg larger than anyone else's. I'm protective of my food. Whoever dares to touch my meal will have their teeth smashed. Zhao Tianyu was infuriated and laughed in anger. You don't want to drink the toast, but want to drink the punishment wine. Brothers, show him what we've got. A dozen starving talents launched their attacks simultaneously. Several sharp wind blades and 2 fiery fireballs tore through the air, directly rushing towards Chen's face. They didn't even glance at Chen, their minds focused entirely on the roasted whole bird over the fire. Chen didn't even shift his foot from the large stone underneath him. He protected the roasted meat with his left hand to keep it from getting dirty, casually clenching his right hand into a fist. The muscle fibers in his arm tightened like taut steel cables, reaching their limit in an instant. Get lost! Chen let out an impatient low growl from his throat, swinging his right fist sharply into the air. There was no fluctuation of star energy, only pure physical kinetic energy, so intense it sent chills down the spine. Boom! The previously calm air in front of his fist compressed under hundreds of thousands of tons of brute force, transforming into a visible, high-pressure air cannon. The white sound barrier exploded at Chen's fist. This violently condensed fist wind rushed forward like a transparent wall of air, crashing heat into the flashy star techniques. With 2 muffled bangs, the wind blades and fireballs couldn't even last half a second before being shattered into countless light spots. The furious air cannon continued its momentum, directly blasting into the group of talented individuals who had just rushed out of the forest. Zhao Tianyu's smug smile instantly froze. He felt as if he had collided with a high-speed train traveling at 300 kilometers per hour. The crisp sound of cracking bones echoed in his chest. The expensive limited edition star energy leather armor was blown apart into a flurry of tattered cloth. Ah! A scream pierced the night sky. Zhao Tianyu, along with more than a dozen of his followers, was lifted off the ground in an instant. They flew up over 20 meters high like a bunch of torn sacks caught in a typhoon. The intense wind pressure distorted their faces madly, and saliva flew everywhere. The group of figures traced a perfect parabola in the air, soaring over Chen's head and heading straight for the clear lake behind him. Splash! 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 The lake's surface erupted with massive splashes, soaring several meters high. It was as if a giant pot of human dumplings was being boiled. The icy, bone-chilling lake water rushed into their wide-open mouths in an instant. The pampered young masters struggled in the water, choking on several mouthfuls of muddy lake bottom with a taste of water plants. Zhao Tianyu finally managed to poke his head above water and wiped the stinky mud off his face. His body ached as if it had fallen apart, and his star energy was completely shattered by that punch. Stop hitting me. Boo-hoo. Stop hitting me. Just a moment ago, the arrogant Zhao young master completely broke down psychologically. He sat in the lake, crying like a wronged little girl. I just wanted to eat some meat. Boo-hoo. Why did you have to be so— The cries echoed through the lake. A dozen big men coughed up muddy water while whimpering for mercy. That scene left even a low-level water ghost beast passing by the shore dumbfounded, staring it back into the water without daring to surface. Chen sat by the fire holding the bird leg, watching the last unlucky one who hadn't rushed in. That unlucky fellow clutched a large sword with both hands, his legs flailing as if stepping on an electric switch. A puddle of foul-smelling water had even seeped out from his pants. All your brothers are enjoying a bath in the lake. Why are you standing alone? Chen didn't even glance at him. Instead, he casually swept his right leg across the ground. A fist-sized pebble was kicked out by him, whistling through the air and accurately hitting the unlucky fellow's knee. Crack! The unlucky fellow let out a cry, losing his balance and rolling down the slope like a tumbling gourd into the lake. Splash! Another beautiful splash erupted on the lake's surface, adding another fierce warrior to the whimpering group. What a bunch of useless people, not even worthy of standing up to me. Chen shifted his attention back to the roasted meat in his hand. He opened his mouth wide, preparing to enjoy this hard-won dinner once again. Just as his teeth were about to make contact with the crispy golden skin, Chen suddenly frowned, his chewing motion coming to an abrupt halt. He keenly sensed an unusual fluctuation in the air to his right. There was no sound of wind, no aura of star energy. It was like a fallen leaf silently drifting down under the pull of gravity. Yet with his body's abnormal perception of the physical environment, Chen knew something had sliced through the air, and it was moving at an outrageous speed. Without even turning his head, Chen instinctively tensed the muscles in his neck. His head twisted at a grotesque angle that human vertebrae could not achieve, sharply tilting to the left. Swish! A specially made dagger glimmering with a toxic green light silently grazed past his right. The poison on the blade even singed one of his hairs. This hidden weapon, moving at a speed undetectable by the naked eye, was aimed directly at the position of his temple. Chen had just kicked the last talented individual into the water when he suddenly frowned and sharply turned his head. A dagger glowing with toxic green light, moving at an undetectable speed, silently stabbed towards his temple. The chilling voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the nine hells. The dagger, coated with deadly poison, traced a ghostly green line of lethal light through the night. Chen's slight head movement was ultimately a fraction too slow. The dagger's tip, accompanied by a sharp whistle that tore through the air, accurately pierced Chen's right temple. This is the most vulnerable death point in the human body. Even a slight breach of the skin would allow the potent toxin to stop the heart of a third-tier star beast instantly. In the darkness, the veiled female assassin had already planned her escape route. She was even prepared to send an encrypted code to her employer indicating the mission's completion. However, a resounding metallic clash erupted beside the bonfire at the lakeside. It sounded as though someone had swung a massive iron hammer and struck a solid golden bell. A torrent of blinding sparks erupted violently at the junction between the dagger's tip and Chen's temple. Chen didn't even break the skin. The seemingly ordinary surface of his skin rebounded with a terrifying physical energy. Crack! The specially crafted dagger, polished from the bones of an alien beast, and said to be able to slice through bulletproof steel, shattered into two halves. The broken half of the blade spun away. With a thud, it embedded itself into the trunk of a nearby ancient tree. The female assassin, holding the remaining half of the dagger's handle, was jolted upwards. Her entire right arm's bones emitted a mournful cry under the strain. Her palm burst open, warm blood dripping onto the grass. The female assassin trembled, staggering back 7 or 8 steps. She stepped on a broken branch and swayed twice before barely regaining her balance. Her beautiful eyes, exposed beyond the black veil, widened in shock. She looked down at the broken dagger in her hand, and then at Chen's temple, which bore no marks. Her worldview collapsed completely. Having long mingled at the pinnacle of the assassination world, she had lost count of the high-level star warriors who had died by her hand. This dagger was a top-tier killing tool her employer had paid a fortune for. Even a heavily armored bull known for its defense would die on the spot if struck in a vital area. Yet this shabby high school student standing before her had shattered the dagger with his temple. Is this even flesh that carbon-based life forms can grow? When she had previously watched Chen knock over a dozen talented individuals with a single punch, she had only thought he was strong. Now, after personally testing him, she realized the kind of monster her employer had provoked. This was no mere mortal. He was clearly a heavy armored vehicle cloaked in human skin. Zhao Tianyu, soaked in the lake along with the other talented individuals, was now trembling from the cold. Initially, seeing someone attempt to assassinate Chen had filled them with a sense of schadenfreude. Zhao Tianyu, soaked in the lake along with the other talented individuals, was now trembling from the cold. Initially, seeing someone attempt to assassinate Chen, what the hell is this abnormal defense? Did he practice the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt? To withstand a poisoned dagger to the temple, we actually wanted to rob this monster's barbecue. The dozen or so men huddled together in the water, scared to even muster the courage to swim to the shore. The waves lapped against the rocks, creating a sound like crashing water. By the bonfire, Chen touched his right temple. The sparks falling on it felt slightly warm, but that was all. He turned his head and looked at the female assassin, dressed entirely in tight black clothing. Her figure was so alluring it could make one bleed from the nose, as the tight outfit accentuated her slim waist and voluptuous curves. However, Chen's gaze did not linger on her. His eyes were filled with impatience from being disturbed, and the large leg of a roasted phoenix in his hand had already lost half of its warmth. Is it so difficult to enjoy a barbecue? First a bunch of beggars show up, and now a person wielding a toothpick for... Chen took a bite of the fragrant roasted meat, chewing heartily. He pointed at the half blade on the ground, his tone dripping with displeasure. Do you know that this meat will taste dry if it cools? Delaying a foodie's meal will bring down divine retribution. The female assassin listened to Lu Chen's complaints, her chest heaving violently. As a top-notch assassin, it was her first time being likened to someone scraping with a toothpick. In the lake, Zhao Tianyu was trembling, whispering to his companion. This guy not only has a hard punch, but his words are also venomous. Let's keep our distance from him. He's not even the same species. The female assassin clenched the remaining dagger handle, veins bulging on the back of her hand. The instinct of a killer told her that this mission had utterly failed. If she didn't leave now, she would die here. This man's physical strength had reached a level that could disregard all assassination methods. You're lucky to be alive. The female assassin gritted her teeth, coldly uttering. She quickly formed seals with both hands, the shadowy star power within her surging explosively. The female assassin reacted swiftly, realizing the assassination had failed, transforming her form into a cloud of black mist to escape. Lu Chen chuckled coldly, his fingers like iron claws reaching into the void. Run. You've disturbed my appetite. Tonight you'll work off your debt here. The female assassin reacted with extreme swiftness. Upon realizing her assassination had failed, her form instantly morphed into a cloud of black mist, attempting to flee. Lu Chen let out a cold smirk, his fingers probing the void like iron claws. His fingers accurately grasped a slender and tight ankle within the black mist. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, firmly locking the female assassin in midair. The swirling shadowy star power abruptly halted in midair. The female assassin's heartbeat suddenly stalled, a sense of despair instantly enveloping her entire being. No matter how she urged the shadowy star power, Lu Chen's hand felt like an unbreakable shackle of death. She desperately activated the toxic star power within her body, attempting to corrode the large hand that held her. The black toxic mist frantically spread along Lu Chen's arm. His seemingly ordinary skin under the corrosion of the toxic mist left not even a red mark. The lethal star power toxin collided with Lu Chen's arm, producing a sizzling sound, transforming into wisps of harmless white smoke. Get down here. Without lifting his head, Lu Chen casually tugged downwards with his right hand. A forceful and unreasonable physical pull forcibly dragged the female assassin out of her void state in midair. She felt like an out-of-control meteor, her body completely detached from her brain's control. Bang! With a muffled thud, the female assassin was heavily slammed into the muddy ground beside the campfire. Mud splattered everywhere, turning her alluring, tight-fitting night outfit into a heap of black sludge. She began to cough violently, expelling a mouthful of muddy grass. Zhao Tianyu, soaked in the lake with a dozen followers, lay on the stones at the shore, watching this scene unfold. They were so cold that their lips turned blue and their teeth uncontrollably chattered. That must be the top-tier escape technique of the shadow system, right? He actually managed to grab her. What on earth is this kid made of? Magic immunity combined with pure physical armor penetration. A few young talents shrank deeper into the lake, fearing that Lu Chen might remember them. Lu Chen stood up and dusted off the dirt from his hands. He walked up to a towering tree and grabbed a star beast vine wrapped around the trunk. This was the well-known iron vine from the 10,000 Great Mountains, as hard as iron. Even an ordinary first-level star martial artist wielding a standard long knife would struggle to leave a mark after several strikes. Lu Chen grasped both ends of the vine with his hands and casually flicked his wrists. Crack! With a crisp sound, the finger-thick iron vine was forcefully yanked apart. The female assassin lying in the mud regained her composure and quickly began to form seals with her hands, attempting to slip back into the shadows. Lu Chen strode over and stepped on her hands as they formed seals. The pure force directly pressed her fingers into the soft mud, causing her star power to dissipate on the spot. Holding the iron vine, Lu Chen swiftly wrapped it around the female assassin. He had no understanding of the concept of cherishing beauty. His actions were rough and direct. He tied her up as firmly as possible. The rough surface of the vine, adorned with barbs, tore at the edges of her tight outfit. Lu Chen's movements were broad and forceful, each tug on the vine eliciting a painful groan from the female assassin. The coarse vine deeply dug into the female assassin's body. Her already alluring figure was accentuated into breathtaking curves by the binding vines. The vines twisted and intertwined, forming a complex cross knot across her chest. This technique appeared haphazard, but effectively locked all her major joints tightly. From her shoulders to her thighs, she was bound into a perfectly seamless artistic bundle. At this moment, even if she wanted to bite her tongue to end her life, she lacked the strength to lift her chin. Let me go, you brute. The female assassin desperately twisted her body, and as she struggled, the black veil on her face fell away. This revealed a stunningly beautiful face with features so exquisite that they were beyond reproach. Lu Chen had no interest in this beautiful visage, or in fact he found her rather annoying. He grabbed the vine from her back, lifting her as if she were a chicken awaiting slaughter. Lu Chen walked over to the roaring campfire and tossed the female assassin to the ground. Kneel here obediently. Lu Chen casually broke off a large banana leaf from a nearby bush. He stuffed the banana leaf into the female assassin's bound hands. The fire isn't strong enough. Use this to fan it, and don't let it go out. Lu Chen sat back down on a granite stone, picking up the roasted leg of the dapeng bird once more. The female assassin knelt in front of the fire, the scorching flames causing her cheeks to flush. She was a gold medal assassin, a cold-blooded killer ranked in the top 10 on the dark web's bounty list. Now she was actually bound by a high school student to act as a human bellows. Humiliating tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, her eye corners reddening. She bit her red lips and forcefully threw the banana leaf to the ground. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Let me serve as your maid to fan the fire. Dream on. The female assassin raised her snow-white chin, adopting an air of defiance. Lu Chen, chewing on a piece of crispy and tender bird meat, spoke incoherently. So you want fan it, huh? He pointed to the thick steel rod roasting over the fire. There's still some space on that. If you refuse to work, he'll skewer you on there and roast you alongside that dopping bird. Though you may not seem to have much meat, at least you'll make a nice vegetable side dish. The female assassin followed his finger and looked over. The steel rod was glowing red from the heat. A chill ran through her, and the earlier sense of defiance dissipated significantly. She glanced into Lu Chen's emotionless eyes. She had no doubt that this madman who used a toxic dagger as a toothpick could indeed roast human flesh. In the lake, Zhao Tianyu and the others clung to a floating log, sweating profusely in fear. Watching Lu Chen devour meat, the hunger in Zhao Tianyu's belly overcame his terror once again. He gripped a blade of water grass, gazing eagerly at the direction of the campfire. Captain, are we just going to stay in the water and watch him eat? Nearby, one of the followers, shivering quietly, complained to Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu slapped the back of that follower's head, splashing water everywhere. If you want to die, go ahead and jump in there. Can't you see that top assassin has been tied up like a twist? If we go in now, it would just be an appetizer for him. The female assassin took a deep breath, trembling as she picked up the banana leaf from the ground. Her hands were bound, making it difficult to wave the leaf. Whoosh, whoosh. Fresh air was fanned into the fire. The orange flames suddenly leaped up higher, greedily licking the roasted meat on the grill. The oil from the dopping bird glistened, a tempting golden yellow dripping down the steel rod. More oil seeped from the meat skin, sizzling delightfully on the charcoal. The rich aroma of meat wildly lingered before the female assassin's nose. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, tearing off a piece of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. This wind is just right, keep it up, and don't blow the ash onto my food. Lu Chen picked up a flat stone beside him, scraping off the charred parts of the roasted meat. He chewed heartily, his mouth filled with the sweet juices of the bird meat. The meat of this fourth-level star beast contained rich blood, energy warming his belly. Lu Chen's forehead was covered in sweat as he felt the wind of the 10,000 great mountains becoming refreshing. The female assassin's hand holding the banana leaf grew increasingly sore, and the depletion of her strength caused her vision to darken. The scent of roasted meat was the cruelest torture in the world. It was 1,000,000 times more unbearable than the electric shock she had endured in the assassin training camp. As she mechanically fanned the flames, she fixed her gaze on the roasted meat in Lu Chen's hand. For this assassination mission, she had been lurking in the 10,000 great mountains for a full 3 days. In those 3 days, she had only drunk a few drops of dew from the leaves, not even eating a single grain of rice. Now faced with the top-tier delicacy roasted from a 4th-level star beast, her stomach acid began to surge uncontrollably. The aroma seemed alive, drilling its way through her nasal passages into her very core. She unconsciously swallowed a large mouthful of saliva, her throat rolling. But as the pride of a top assassin, she forced herself to divert her gaze from the roasted meat. She glared fiercely at Lu Chen's face dripping with grease. She wanted to engrave the appearance of this man in her mind. Even as a ghost, she would return for revenge. As a top assassin, how had she ever endured such humiliation? She gritted her teeth, glaring at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with fury. A gentleman may be killed, but never insulted. You better kill me now, or else. Before she could finish, her stomach suddenly emitted a thunderous growl. Gurgle. Gurgle. The thunderous rumble of her stomach echoed loudly in the silence by the lake. The female assassin's cold, stunningly beautiful face instantly flushed bright red. The blush spread all the way to the base of her fair, slender neck. She wished she could dig a hole in the mud with her toes and disappear into it. Zhao Tianyu and the others soaking in the lake water clamped their mouths shut, fearing that laughter would escape and provoke this top-tier assassin who was tightly bound. Lu Chen paused his chewing and glanced at her. He held in his hand a crispy golden-brown leg of the roasted giant. Golden oil dripped down from the plump meat, sizzling as it hit the fire. The dominant aroma of meat mixed with a strong scent of cumin, wildly stimulating the air around. Lu Chen directly held the bird leg under the female assassin's nose, swaying it back and forth. Hungry? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. The female assassin bit her silver teeth and forcibly turned her head away. Get lost. I would rather starve to death or jump into the lake than eat a single bite of your food. She stubbornly uttered harsh words, but her throat unconsciously rolled up and down. For this assassination, she had lain in the canopy of the 10,000 great mountains for a full 3 days and nights. Her stomach was so empty that not even a drop of gastric juice could be produced. Moreover, this was the prime back meat of a 4th-tier giant rock. Under Lu Chen's brutal charcoal fire roasting, the skin was crispy and the inside was juicy. The deadly aroma of meat crazily penetrated her nostrils. Gulp! Another loud sound of swallowing echoed. The female assassin tightly closed her eyes, desperately realizing that her body was completely beyond her brain's control. Lu Chen looked at her trembling with desire and sneered. Your mouth is quite tough, but I wonder how strong your teeth are. Without any courtesy, Lu Chen reached out and tore off a large piece of the most tender leg meat from the giant rock. The meat was still glistening with hot oil and cumin grains. He grabbed the female assassin's chin, forcing her to open her mouth. The female assassin desperately shook her head and struggled, but this sheer force was something she could not resist. Lu Chen roughly stuffed the hot roasted meat directly into her mouth. The female assassin's eyes widened, instinctively wanting to spit it out. But as soon as her tongue touched the bird meat, the fresh and sweet juices of the fourth-tier star beast exploded in her mouth. The crispy skin and tender juicy interior flooded her desiccated stomach with rich energy. The overwhelming flavor, reminiscent of a long-awaited rain after drought, shattered all her psychological defenses. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Large drops of tears fell down her mud-streaked cheeks. She barely chewed a few times before swallowing the fist-sized piece of meat whole. Is it delicious? Lu Chen released her and tore off another piece to stuff into his mouth. The female assassin looked at Lu Chen with tear-filled eyes, nodding mechanically while crying. It was incredibly delicious. This was the most exquisite meal she had ever eaten in her life. Lu Chen snorted and shoved the remaining small piece of bird meat into her mouth. Once you're full, fan the fire properly. If it dies down, I'll roast you along with it. The female assassin's mouth was stuffed with meat, her cheeks bulging like a hamster. Although her hands were tied in a cross knot with iron vines, she obediently picked up a banana leaf. Whoosh whoosh. Her fanning motions became much softer and more compliant. Through the flickering campfire, the female assassin secretly observed Lu Chen, who was sitting across from her. This man, dressed in the tattered uniform of Jiangcheng No.3 Middle School, sat boldly on the granite. He held half a roasted whole bird in both hands, tearing into it with wild abandon. There was no trace of the refined demeanor of a young master, only the most primal savage instincts of eating. Grease smeared across his chin and chest, glimmering with a wild sheen in the firelight. The female assassin suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. She was used to seeing those well-dressed hypocrites who hid their true selves and lived like rats in the shadows. In the assassination world, everyone was hiding themselves. But this man before her lived with integrity, unreasonably dominating. He could crush a poison blade with sheer brute force and could roughly stuff roasted meat into her mouth. A lethal masculinity she had never experienced before eroded her long-established worldview like poison. The female assassin blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at Lu Chen again. She surprisingly harbored a ridiculous thought, feeling that being a mere fan for him wouldn't be too bad. Zhao Tianyu and the others soaking in the lake water witnessed this scene unfold. Zhao Tianyu fiercely tugged at his own hair, feeling as if the entire world had turned upside down. That's the cold-blooded female assassin ranked in the top 10 on the dark web. Was she tamed by a piece of roasted meat? This is clearly building a harem in the wilderness. A group of prodigies embraced each other in the cold lake water, crying with jealousy as tears streamed down their faces. Time passed second by second. The massive fourth-tier giant rock was devoured by Lu Chen until only a skeleton. He satisfiedly burped and casually tossed the towering bird bones into the nearby lake. The huge skeleton splashed down next to Zhao Tianyu and the others, drenching them in lake water. Lu Chen stood up, patted his belly, and prepared to find a flat spot to sleep. Boom! Just as he straightened up, the ground of the 10,000 Great Mountains shook violently without warning. The tremors were so severe that the lake water surged, creating waves over 10 meters high. The hard granite slab beneath Lu Chen's feet cracked open with a 2-foot wide gap. What's going on? An earthquake. The geniuses in the lake were tossed about by the waves, shouting in panic. The female assassin kneeling on the ground was also frightened, pale, directly falling into Lu Chen's shadow. Lu Chen steadied himself, his feet, like steel nails firmly embedded in the ground. He raised his head to look at the pitch-black night sky. The once twinkling monitoring array overhead was now struck by an invisible giant hammer. Crack, crack. Golden patterns in the air shattered, transforming into streams of light that scattered everywhere. The protective barrier surrounding the 10,000 Great Mountains had completely collapsed. Immediately after, the clouds on the horizon turned a strange dark red. Dense blood mist surged towards the entire testing ground at a visible speed, carried by the mountain winds. The temperature in the air dropped to freezing point in an instant. A nauseating smell of blood and a sense of despair enveloped this primitive forest. Everyone trembled under this overwhelming pressure. In midair, a cold, eerie laughter echoed throughout the 10,000 Great Mountains. 10,000 examinees will be sacrificed. The abyssal deity is coming. Despair, you tiny ants of humanity. 100,000 examinees will be sacrificed, and the abyssal deity will descend. Despair, you ants of humanity. A chilling and eerie laughter echoed continuously in the sky above the 10,000 mountains, causing leaves to flutter down. The blood-red clouds on the horizon resembled a giant inverted funnel pressing down towards the ground. In the command hall of the Provincial Education Bureau outside the examination site, hundreds of surveillance screens lining the walls suddenly turned into glaring static. What's happening? Why has the surveillance formation at the examination site shattered completely? The chief examiner's walkie-talkie fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Several high-ranking star warriors responsible for maintaining the formation were drenched in sweat, their fingers tapping rapidly on the control panel. Report, sir. The energy detector for the entire examination site has gone off the charts. The energy level of the red mist has reached the 5th tier. 5th tier. That's enough to easily destroy a city. Those 100,000 children won't last a minute. The chief examiner anxiously paced in place, his leather shoes creating a chaotic sound on the tiled floor. Quick, notify the provincial military district. Assemble all aerial units to forcefully break the formation. The director of the Education Bureau trembled as he fumbled for a fast-acting, heart-saving pill, swallowing half a bottle in one go. If all 100,000 examinees perished here, he wouldn't be able to stay in his position. He might as well find a piece of tofu to smash his head against. The entire command hall was in chaos, with some calling for help and others anxiously pulling at their hair. Inside, the 10,000 mountains of scarlet mist had already spread like a miasma. Zhao Tianyu and the others immersed in the lake were the first to sense something was wrong. My hand. Why can't I exert any strength? Zhao Tianyu looked at his palm in horror as the once plump skin began to wither at a visible speed. As the blood mist made contact with their bodies, it was like countless leeches voraciously draining their vital energy. His proud wind element star power seemed like a joke in front of the bloodthirsty formation. Whoa, I don't want to die. I still have hundreds of billions of wealth waiting for me to inherit. Zhao Tianyu cried as he crawled towards the shore, his nails scraping blood from the mud. One of his followers was even worse off. His once plump cheeks had sunken in, resembling a withered skeleton. Young master, save me. I feel like my kidneys have been hollowed out. Get away. Don't hold me back. I can't even save myself. Zhao Tianyu kicked the follower away and scrambled towards a large rock where Lu Chen was. Though not particularly intelligent, his instincts told him that the monster capable of kicking them around like balls surely had a way to survive. The female assassin, bound in a cross shape, knelt beside the fire, her vision beginning to blur. She felt the shadow star power within her slowly stripping away. As a killer, she was far too familiar with the scent of death. This was the infamous bloodthirsty formation of the Abyssal God sect. Once activated, it would lead to the devastation of all life within. She summoned the last bit of strength to lift her head, wanting to see how miserable the barbarian who had bound her was. However, upon raising her head, she questioned her life once again. Lu Chen stood in the red mist as if nothing were wrong. The terrifying blood mist capable of turning the living into dried corpses couldn't even come an inch close to him. With each casual breath, he took a powerful physical repulsion emanated from his muscles. The blood mist that touched his skin hissed like water droplets hitting a red-hot iron plate. The sizzling sound continued with white smoke rising. The female assassin opened her mouth wide, having forgotten even the strength to swallow. What kind of monster is this? Even the laws of the abyssal formation can't breach his physical defenses. Lu Chen paid no mind to the female assassin on the ground. His attention was completely focused on his makeshift barbecue grill. The premium cumin powder he bought for $2.50 from the supermarket was now covered with a layer of foul-smelling scarlet blood mist. The half-roasted, oil-dripping carcass of the rock bird was now utterly unappetizing due to the contamination of this red mist. The stench, reminiscent of 10 days of fermented sewage, assaulted Lu Chen's nostrils. The bottom line of a foodie had been thoroughly trampled. Lu Chen slammed the half-bird bone he held onto the ground. With one step, the bone, comparable to alloy hardness from a 4th-tier star beast, was crushed into fine powder. As if disturbing my sleep in the dead of night isn't enough, now you even have to ruin my late-night snack. Lu Chen clenched his fists, the joints cracking like popping beans. You've ruined my cumin powder. What will you use to compensate? Lu Chen spread his legs slightly and assumed a standard. Cracks resembling spider webs instantly spread across the granite ground, and fragments of stone were sent flying in all directions. He prepared to smash the air with his body and charge up into the sky to tear apart that disgusting blood cloud. Just as he was about to unleash his power, the nauseating scarlet blood mist around him suddenly began to twist and whirl frantically. It was as if someone had pressed a filter switch in the air. The pungent smell of blood vanished. In its place was a sweet aroma that made one's bones feel weak and slightly hallucinogenic. The lake, trees, and barbecue grill in front of Lu Chen all twisted and deformed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist transformed into a vast expanse of pink peach blossom forest. Each peach tree bloomed alluringly, with pink petals swirling in the air like snowflakes. Lu Chen stood on a soft path covered in petals, disdainfully kicking aside a few fallen blossoms. What's this all about? A grand magic show. He reached out to grab a floating petal and rubbed it between his fingers. There was no substance. It was purely a mental illusion. If it were an ordinary star warrior, even a 3rd-tier expert inhaling this fragrance would immediately lose their resistance. But Lu Chen's incredibly crude physical form directly shielded him from all mental attacks. He didn't even... At that moment, a denser rain of peach blossoms began to fall from the sky, accompanied by a captivating giggle that could snatch away a man's soul. Just as Lu Chen was about to explode, the surrounding red mist suddenly twisted into a pink peach blossom. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in sheer fabric and exuding an alluring grace descended barefoot onto the petals, looking at Lu Chen with sultry eyes. "What a strong little brother, let me take good care of you." A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in sheer fabric and possessing a graceful figure descended from the sky barefoot, stepping on flower petals. "What a strong young man. Let me take good care of you." Yi Luli's voice flowed like honey rippling through the air along with the pink rain of petals. As she arrived, the originally pungent smell of blood was completely covered by a sweet and fragrant aroma. The mountains were filled with blooming pink peach trees, their branches adorned with ethereal beauties, dressed in light clothing. These enchanting women, conjured from advanced spiritual energy, swayed their curvy waists and waved charmingly at Lu Chen. Anyone with even a slight lack of composure would have lost their armor right then and there. Zhao Tianyu and the others, soaked in the icy lake water, merely inhaled a bit of the drifting pink mist. Instantly, a dozen burly men became dazed, drooling at the corners of their mouths. They clung to the moss-covered rotten wood by the lake, passionately kissing, while foolishly calling for little sweetie. The female assassin, bound in a cross-dying, knelt beside the fire, biting down hard on her own tongue. Blood streamed down from the corners of her mouth, and the excruciating pain forced her to cling to the last shred of consciousness. She gazed at Yi, who seemed to walk on lotus petals, her heart filled with dread. That was the saintess of the abyssal divine cult. Her peach blossom illusion could make thousands turn against each other in a tender embrace. The female assassin turned her head, curious about the reaction of the brutish high schooler. In her mind, a young man bursting with vigor like this would undoubtedly be unable to resist such a level of mental allure. To her surprise, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Chen stood amidst the swirling pink petals and sneezed heavily. Achoo! A violent gust of air erupted from his nostrils, blowing a large swath of petals into dust. Lu Chen rubbed his nose, looking disdainfully at Yi Liuli, who had descended from above. "Spraying so much cheap perfume at this hour, are you trying to suffocate me?" Yi Luli's captivating smile showed a slight crack at his words. She landed gracefully 3 meters in front of Lu Chen, her translucent jade-like feet bare. "You really hurt my feelings, young man. This is the most precious, enchanting fragrance from the abyss." Yi Liuli swayed her hips deliberately, pulling down the sheer neckline of her garment, exposing a large expanse of snowy skin. Unfazed, she quickly formed a lotus seal with her hands. Invisible waves of spiritual energy transformed into countless pink threads, frantically drilling toward Lu Chen's brow. This was her ultimate mental piercing technique. As long as the opponent's brain received even the slightest fluctuation, they would completely become her slave. The pink threads collided with Lu Chen's forehead. Dong, dong, dong. In Yi Luli's mind, a sound akin to metal striking metal echoed. The high-level spiritual energy she unleashed upon contact with Lu Chen's scalp felt like an egg hitting a solid titanium alloy plate. Lu Chen's head, filled with 100,000 tons of physical kinetic energy, had muscles and bones with a density that defied humanity. Even the physical defenses of his brain had become an impenetrable steel fortress. All the flashy mental attacks were brutally repelled by his thick skull. The rebounding mental waves left Yi Luli's eardrums ringing painfully. She stumbled, nearly falling into them. Yi Liuli took a deep breath, suppressing the panic in her heart, and continued to pose alluringly. "Young man, do you think I'm beautiful?" She commanded the surrounding 10 or so illusionary beauties to press closer to Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't even glance at those alluring thighs. He looked down at the packet of cumin powder, now contaminated by blood mist and covered in petals. Along with that, there was half a piece of inedible roasted bird bone. The combination of a hungry person's morning grumpiness and the anger at his food being ruined reached a peak at that moment. "Damn beauty!" Lu Chen let out an impatient roar from his throat. He swung his right arm outward, his solid muscle creating a blurred afterimage in the air. Boom! Pure physical wind pressure erupted like a 12th grade typhoon, exploding outward from Lu Chen's center. The illusionary beauties that had approached were instantly torn into fine powder by the violent airwave. Even the surrounding peach trees, conjured from spiritual energy, were uprooted, blown away clean. The originally picturesque and gentle scene was swept into a desolate mud pit by Lu Chen's arm. Yi Liuli gasped, her hands tightly covering the sheer skirt that the gale had lifted. Blown back by the wind pressure, her elegantly pinned hair fell apart, covering half her face. Once the winds calmed, Yi Liuli gasped for breath. She lifted her head, meeting Lu Chen's displeased gaze, which radiated intense morning irritability. Lu Chen, with his hands shoved into the tattered pockets of his school uniform, stepped forward towards Yi Liuli. With each step he took, a 2-inch deep footprint appeared on the ground. The heavy footsteps sounded like a hammer striking repeatedly against Yi Liuli's chest. The female assassin knelt by the fire, her jaw nearly dropping into the ash pile. She swore she had never seen anyone break a mental illusion using sheer physical force. It was as absurd as someone smashing a computer screen with a sledgehammer and claiming to have eliminated the viruses inside. Lu Chen stood before Yi Liuli, looking down at this so-called saintess of the abyss. "Do you know that packet of cumin powder cost me $2.50? Do you know I'm still not fully Lu Chen extended his right hand, flexing his 5 fingers in the air, the joints cracking like popping beans. Yi Liuli looked at the arm thicker than her thigh, and her blood seemed to freeze. Her proud enchantment techniques and the invincible peach blossom formations felt as trivial as a fart before this man. She could even sense the physical impulse emanating from Lu Chen, as if he wanted to crush her at any moment. Watching Lu Chen, who remained completely unaffected, her charming smile froze. Her feet involuntarily took a small step back, leaving a pit in the mud. Stammering, she said, Why is my illusion ineffective against you? Lu Chen rubbed his fist. Ineffective. Wait until my sandbag-sized fist lands on your face, then you'll know whether it's effective or not. Lu Chen rubbed his fist and said, Useless. Just wait until my fist as big as a sandbag lands on your face, and then you'll know whether it's useless or not. Upon hearing this unreasonable threat, Yi Luli's flirtatious smile completely vanished. After all, she was the lofty saintess of the Abyssal God sect. On ordinary days, those so-called scions of noble families would beg for her favor like dogs. Today she was actually being threatened by a high school student in torn school uniform who said he would slap her. A fool who doesn't know how to appreciate a toast will suffer punishment. Yi Liuli snapped her hands, forming a complex black ritual seal in front of her chest. The surrounding dissipating pink mist instantly recoiled. It transformed into strands of pure black shadowy star power, swirling wildly around her body. A black lotus condensed from high-level shadow energy erupted with a roar beneath her feet. This black lotus emitted a pungent stench, with each petal resembling a poisoned blade. Zhao Tianyu and the others submerged in the cold lake water were frightened and quickly ducked their heads below the surface, leaving only their eyes peeking out in terror. That's the Black Lotus killing formation of the Abyssal God sect. This woman not only uses mental attacks, but she's also a high-level mage. Zhao Tianyu's teeth chattered violently as he blew out a stream of tiny bubbles underwater. The female assassin kneeling beside the fire also shrank back her neck. She knew well the terrifying power of the Saintess Black Lotus killing formation. Once touched by those black petals, even a tier 3-star warrior would be instantly drained of their life force, turning into a pile of bones. She stared intently at Lu Chen's back, curious to see how this brute would handle a high-level spell. Lu Chen looked at the flashy black lotus before him, disdainfully curling his lips. Are you Abyssal God sect folks running a fireworks factory with all this special effects performance? He suddenly exerted force with his feet. The marble-like hard ground was directly stomped into a half-meter deep pit. Shards of rock mixed with dirt violently splattered in all directions. Lu Chen propelled himself forward like a cannonball, charging straight at those sharp black petals. Yi Liuli sneered, coldly controlling the black lotus petals to cut into Lu Chen's body. Clang, clang, clanged. The sound of dense metal striking echoed repeatedly against Lu Chen's flesh. Those shadowy petals, sharp enough to cut through iron, struck Lu Chen's arms and chest, shattering into countless black light spots. Not a single hair from his tattered school uniform was severed. Yi Luli's cold smile froze on her face, her pupils suddenly contracting to the size of pinpricks. Before she could even make a defensive move, Lu Chen's right hand, covered in thick veins, had already pierced through the dense black mist and reached her face. His fingers spread wide like iron pincers. The speed was so great that it produced a piercing shriek from the air. Yi Liuli barely had time to retreat before she saw a flash before her eyes. Lu Chen grabbed the mysterious black veil on her face. Rip! The sound of rough fabric tearing. That top-tier defensive veil, woven from the silk of high-level star beasts, was as fragile as a piece of low-quality napkin in the face of Lu Chen's immense strength. It was torn in half, fluttering down to the muddy ground. Yi Luli's true face, hidden beneath the veil, was completely exposed in the night. It was a face so stunning it could drive any man mad. Her features were exquisitely perfect, without a hint of flaw, with a natural seductive blush at the corners of her eyes. Combined with her currently panicked expression, she appeared even more lovable. The dozen young nobles in the lake stared in shock. Zhao Tianyu gulped loudly, swallowing a mouthful of lake water mixed with water plants, forgetting the cold. How can there be such a beautiful woman in this world? One of the lackeys beside him even had his nosebleed drip into the lake, staining a small patch of the surface red. The female assassin by the fire looked at Yi Luli's face, feeling a sense of inferiority arise within her. Everyone thought that upon seeing this face, even a heartless brute like Lu Chen would hesitate for half a second. But Lu Chen looked at this breathtaking face, his brows knitting into a tight knot. With a face like this, why not do something good instead of dirtying my cumin powder? He flung away the torn fabric in his hand. His right hand rose high, palm generating a terrifying physical pressure. There was not a shred of tenderness. Without the slightest hesitation, he delivered a solid slap, striking that stunning face fiercely. Slap! The crisp and loud sound of the slap exploded in the air above the 10,000 great mountains. The sound was so loud it felt like someone had set off a large firecracker right next to the ear. Lu Chen's slap carried pure physical momentum. Yi Liuli only felt an overwhelming force crash into her left cheek. The air was fanned out in a circle of white waves. The lofty saintess of the Abyssal God sect was suddenly lifted off her feet. She spun uncontrollably in midair like a top, completing 3 full rotations. Thud! Yi Lioli crashed heavily to the ground like a broken cloth bag, splattering mud all over her. Her sexy sheer dress was completely turned into a rag. The scene fell into dead silence. Only the crackling of the campfire continued to sound. Zhao Tianyu and the others submerged in the lake were so frightened that they collectively hid at the bottom, not daring to breathe a word. What a beautiful face. This guy actually dared to strike with such force. He was nothing but an emotionless pile. The banana leaf in the female assassin's hand fell to the ground. She looked at Yi Luli's pitiful state and instinctively covered her own cheek. A sense of relief unexpectedly rose in her heart. Fortunately, she had only been tied up and fanned earlier. If she had also received such a slap, her cervical spine would definitely have been broken into several pieces. Yi Lioli lay in the mud, her head feeling as if dozens of large bells were ringing simultaneously. The buzzing in her ears prevented her from hearing any sound from the outside. She struggled to prop herself up with her hands. Her originally fair and delicate left cheek was visibly swelling at a rapid pace. It was as if she had stuffed a large bun in her mouth. 5 clear red fingerprints were deeply imprinted on her face, even showing signs of purple bruising. Lu Chen stood in front of her, shaking his wrist. "Your skin is quite thick. My palm feels a bit numb from the impact." This casual remark from Lu Chen became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Yi Lioli trembled as she raised her hand to touch her pig-like swollen left cheek. The moment she made contact with her skin, a piercing pain made her gasp. Her fingers were smeared with a warm liquid. It was the blood that flowed from the corner of her mouth, which had been broken from the hit. Throughout her life, she had been treated like a goddess by countless followers and geniuses, who dared to speak loudly to her, who dared to touch a single finger of hers. Now she was actually slapped hard in front of so many people by a high school student roasting bird meat in the wild. All her pride, dignity, and allure were crushed to pieces in the face of this pure physical slap. Her psychological defenses completely crumbled. Innocence and humiliation drowned her rationality like a tide. Yi Lioli covered her pig-like face, collapsing to the ground, unable to believe she was touching the blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She completely broke down and cried out, "You hit me. You actually slapped my face. I am the saintess of the abyss." Yi Lioli covered her face, swollen like a pig's head, sitting on the ground in disbelief as she touched the blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She completely broke down and began to cry, "You hit me. You actually slapped my face. I am the holy maiden of the abyss." Her piercing cries echoed in the dense forest of the 10,000 great mountains, sounding as pitiful as they could be. To the uninformed, it would seem as if a little girl had her lollipop stolen in kindergarten. Lu Chen dug in his ears, finding her voice even louder than that of the earlier giant bird. He looked down at Yi Luli's left cheek, marked by 5 fingerprints. "What does the holy maiden of the abyss amount to? You stained the cumin powder I just bought and ruined my appetite for a midnight snack. If I hadn't smashed your head like a watermelon with my punch, you should consider yourself lucky." Lu Chen flicked his wrist, his bronze muscles glistening with a wild sheen under the light of the campfire. Zhao Tianyu and the others, submerged in the cold lake, were all bubbling furiously underwater. They huddled together, looking at Lu Chen as if he were a living king of hell. This is the holy maiden of the abyss, a heartless female demon who kills without blinking. He actually dared to go that far. That slap made my jaw ache. This guy has no idea what it means to cherish the fairer sex. He's just a soulless pile driver. Zhao Tianyu swallowed a mouthful of muddy lake water, his legs trembling at the bottom. He felt that being knocked into the lake with a punch was a tremendous blessing. If Lu Chen had slapped him instead, his cervical spine would have surely snapped into pieces. The female assassin kneeling by the fire dropped the banana leaf she was holding. Her beautiful eyes widened, fixated on the sobbing Yi Lioli on the ground. As a top 10 killer on the dark web, she was acutely aware of the holy maiden's worth. Usually those so-called aristocratic prodigies and martial arts geniuses were completely enchanted by Yi Lioli. As long as she beckoned with her finger, countless men would be willing to die for her. Now this unparalleled beauty who treated men like dogs was throwing a tantrum in the mud like a shrew. The female assassin touched her unscathed cheek, feeling an absurd sense of relief in her heart. Yi Lioli cried, gasping for breath. From childhood, she had been revered by her followers like a deity. Her beauty was her sharpest weapon, and she had never faltered. Today, not only had her illusion been forcefully dispelled, but even her prideful face had been turned into a pig's head. A massive wave of fear and humiliation engulfed her reason. But then a strange psychological shift began to breed wildly in her mind. Yi Lioli raised her head through her tear-blurred vision, secretly examining Lu Chen. This man in tattered school uniform stood tall, like a spear piercing the heavens. He emanated a kind of overbearing dominance that disregarded all reason and an extreme sense of physical oppression. Those hypocrites who had been fawning over her were not even qualified to carry his shoes in front of this man. Yi Lioli had always adhered to the law of the jungle. She despised the weak and only submitted to the absolute strong. At this moment, Lu Chen's slap not only shattered her pride, but also opened the door deep within her soul. Only a wild, brutish man who didn't treat her as a person was truly worthy of her. Yi Luli's breathing suddenly became rapid. The fear in her eyes faded, replaced by a morbid fervor and possessiveness. She scrambled up from the mud, not even bothering to brush off the filth on her body. Yi Lioli used her hands and feet, rolling and crawling like a heat-stricken female dog lunging towards Lu Chun. Lu Chun was just about to turn around to wash his hands in the lake. Suddenly her ankle tightened. Yi Lioli clung tightly to his thigh, pressing her swollen face against his calf. "Master, I was wrong." Yi Lioli looked up, tears brimming in her eyes, as she gazed at Lu Chun, her voice sweet enough to melt bones. "It was I who failed to recognize the great mountain and disturbed Master during his meal. As long as Master spares my life, I swear to leave the Abyss sect. I can do anything: warming the bed, folding blankets, serving tea. I excel at everything. I beg Master to show mercy and take me as a maid." As Yi Lioli spoke, she twisted her slender waist, rubbing against Lu Chen's leg. She even disregarded the pain in her left cheek and tried hard to squeeze out a charming smile. The scene fell into silence. Only the crackling of burning wood from the campfire echoed in the forest. The dozen or so noble young men in the lake had their jaws collectively dislocated. Zhao Tianyu's eyes were about to pop out, his mouth open wide enough to fit a fist. Did I hear wrong? The Holy Maiden of the Abyss is crying and begging to be this country bumpkin's maid. Is this woman's brain damaged? She's actually a masochist. Why is that? We send luxury cars and villas every day, but can't even touch a hand, and he just gives her a slap, and she rushes in. The jealousy of the boys erupted again, their envy nearly dyeing the entire lake. The female assassin by the fire was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Yi Lioli's servile and flattering demeanor, she felt her worldview had been severely shaken. Does this Holy Maiden of the Abyss have no shame left? The female assassin cursed inwardly, and then a strong sense of crisis surged within her. She too had been brought here by Lu Chun to work as a laborer. Initially, she thought her status and beauty as a top assassin would secure her a stable position here. But then the Holy Maiden of the Abyss appeared, lowering her status to become a maid. This competition has become too severe. Even the Holy Maiden has started to offer herself. How will this assassin survive from now on? The female assassin bit her lip and quickly picked up the banana leaf from the ground, fanning the fire even harder, fearing that Lu Chun might dismiss her in displeasure. Lu Chun felt Yi Lioli clinging to his thigh, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. He looked down at this woman who had smeared her snot and tears all over his school uniform pants, his face full of disdain. "Let go. I just washed these pants today." Lu Chun pulled hard on his leg, but Yi Lioli clung to him like an "I won't let go. If Master doesn't agree to take me in, I'll die right here." Yi Lioli raised her head, her half-beautiful, half-swollen face exuding a stubbornness. Lu Chen's patience had completely worn out. His right leg's muscles tensed up suddenly, and a strong physical recoil shot directly from his thigh. Yi Lioli only felt a numbness in her arms as she was flung half a meter away and collapsed on the ground. Lu Chun patted the mud stains on his pants and looked down at her. He looked Yi Lioli up and down, lingering on her arms and legs for a couple of extra seconds. Yi Lioli thought Lu Chun was interested in her figure, quickly puffing out her chest and throwing him a flirtatious glance. Lu Chun kicked Yi Lioli away. "A maid. With your skinny arms and legs, how many tons of bricks can you carry? Enough nonsense. Tell me where the eye of this broken blood sacrifice array is. I'm going to tear it down." Lu Chun kicked Yi Lioli aside. "What are you doing, girl? With your slim arms and legs, how many tons of bricks can you move? Stop talking nonsense. Tell me where the eye of this broken blood sacrifice formation is. I want to dismantle it." Yi Lioli rolled on the ground for 2 circles after being kicked, her thin gauze now covered in mud. Instead of getting angry, she quickly got up and pointed with her delicate finger. Without hesitation, she pointed to the very center of the 10,000 Great Mountains. "Master, it's over there. The highest peak, shaped like a skull, is the core eye of the bloodthirsty formation. The formation is guarded by our sect's black-robed elder, who is at the peak of the 4th stage." Yi Lioli spoke rapidly like a machine gun, fearing that if she spoke too slowly, Lu Chun would be displeased. She sold out her own sect without even a moment's hesitation. Zhao Tianyu and the others who were soaking in the lake gaped in shock. The lake water rushed into their throats, causing this group of talented individuals to cough repeatedly. The female assassin dropped the banana leaf in her hand onto the ground, nearly smashing her chin into her foot. The speed of this betrayal was simply outrageous. The dignified Abyss Saintess, after being slapped in the face, directly transformed into a guide. Lu Chun looked in the direction she was pointing. Dozens of kilometers away, there was indeed an ominous skull-shaped mountain hidden in the red mist. "All right, you stay here and continue kneeling. Wait for me to finish my business and come back for inspection." Lu Chun flicked his wrist, causing his joints to crack like popping beans. He slightly retracted his right leg, bending his knee into a powerful arc. The muscle fibers in his thigh tightened like fully drawn heavy steel cables. Bang! The granite ground beneath Lu Chun exploded into a cloud of powder. A crater several meters in diameter formed explosively, with soil flying into the sky. Lu Chun shot into the air like a cruise missile, breaking the sound barrier, rushing straight towards the clouds. He stomped through the air, using pure physical kinetic energy. With every step, a white sonic boom cloud erupted beneath his feet. Boom, boom, boom. He seemed to lay an invisible staircase in the sky, stepping on a series of sonic booms as he shot straight toward the Skull Mountain. Yi Lioli looked up at the furious figure in the sky, her legs going weak as she collapsed onto the ground. She cradled her swollen cheek and began to smile foolishly. A true man, even when traveling, is so brutish and domineering. At that moment, atop the Skull Peak in the center of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a black-robed elder of the evil sect sat cross-legged on the white bone altar, watching the increasingly dense blood mist in the sky as he let out a mad laugh, like a night owl. Suck it. Absorb it fully. The life essence of 100,000 top-tier geniuses is enough for the great abyss deity to descend upon Blue Star. Today the martial world of Jiangnan province will be utterly annihilated. The black-robed elder's withered hands waved frantically in the air, imagining himself as a founding hero. Just when his laughter was most wild, a large hole was suddenly torn in the blood-colored clouds above his head. A shadow with terrifying wind pressure descended from the sky. Boom! A deafening roar erupted at the foot of the Skull Mountain. The entire several hundred-meter tall mountain trembled violently from this falling impact. The white bone altar at the summit cracked with a loud snap. The black-robed elder was jolted off the ground, flipping twice in the air before barely regaining his balance. His old face beneath the hood wrinkled into a mass as he leaned forward to look down at the foot of the mountain. As the dust settled, a high school student in tattered school uniform emerged from the pit. Lu Chen brushed off the dust from his shoulders and looked up at the eerie mountain. It's this broken rock that's causing all this chaos, making it impossible for me to have a warm meal. The black-robed elder, upon recognizing the newcomer, glanced at Lu Chen, who showed no signs of star energy fluctuation. He adjusted his black robe, striking a pose of profundity. Ignorant ants, you dare to cross the blood mist to reach the foot of the sacred mountain. But your luck ends here. I am the black-robed elder of the Abyss sect at the peak of the 4th stage. The black-robed elder's words were only halfway through. Lu Chen didn't even glance at him. He walked straight to the wide and solid rock base of the Skull Mountain. Stop rambling, you're driving me crazy. Lu Chen clawed his hands and fiercely plunged them into the unbreakable obsidian mountain. Puff! With a force of 100,000 tons, Lu Chen's hands sank into the hard rock layer, like cutting through. He gripped the internal rock textures tightly with his 10 fingers. His feet created 2 bottomless pits in the ground, firmly anchoring to the earth vein. Rise for me. Lu Chen erupted in a roar from his throat, like an ancient beast. The muscles on his back writhed like a dragon, tearing apart the already strained school uniform. Boom, boom, boom. A magnitude 10 earthquake erupted in the core area of the 10,000 Great Mountains without warning. The ground was torn apart into deep chasms reaching hundreds of meters. Underground water within several dozen miles gushed out along the cracks. The black-robed elder stood at the mountain top, feeling the earth beneath him tilting. His proud peak 4th stage star energy seemed trivial before this earth-shattering physical earthquake. This is impossible. What is he doing? The black-robed elder clung tightly to a nearby bone pillar, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, accompanied by the grating sound of cracking rock layers. The Skull Mountain, towering several hundred meters and weighing hundreds of millions of tons, was being forcibly uprooted from the ground by Lu Chen. Countless thick earth veins and rocks were torn apart, and large clumps of soil fell like a waterfall. Lu Chen hoisted the massive mountain, the veins on his arms bulging to their limits. His not-so-tall figure at this moment shouldered a mountain, presenting a kind of violent aesthetic that sent shivers down people's spines. What poison gas are you releasing in the middle of the night? Go wash yourself in the cesspool. Lu Chen's waist and hips unified, and with a powerful thrust of his arms, he hurled the massive Skull Mountain forward. Whoosh! The huge Skull Mountain traced a parabolic arc that obscured the sun. The black-robed elder at the mountain top didn't even leave behind a complete last word. He screamed, flailing his arms and legs in the air as he was sent flying along with the entire mountain. A few kilometers away, there was a foul-smelling swamp. This was the gathering place of excretions from poisonous insects and strange beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains, a veritable natural cesspool. Bang! A cataclysmic sound erupted. The Skull Mountain precisely toppled into the swamp, bubbling. The muddy water hundreds of meters high mixed with the stench shot into the sky. The rotten mud splattered everywhere like rain. The black-robed elder and the white bone altar were directly smashed into the deepest pit of foul mud. Without even a bubble surfacing, they completely fell silent. With the ice shattered, the blood-red formation in the sky instantly filled with cracks. Crack, accompanied by a crisp sound of shattering glass. The scarlet blood mist covering the sky above the 10,000 Great Mountains dissipated completely like a receding tide. The bright moonlight once again poured down into the primeval forest. In the command hall of the Provincial Education Bureau outside the examination site, hundreds of surveillance screens, which had originally been filled with snowflakes, suddenly lit up simultaneously. The communication lines restored, and clear images were transmitted in real time to the central main screen of the hall. The scene froze just as Lu Chen clapped his hands while a large mountain in the distance crashed into the swamp, stirring up waves of mud. The entire command hall fell into a deathly silence. Hundreds of staff members gaped, staring at the data analysis report displayed on the screen. The energy fluctuation from that moment was not star energy, but pure physical kinetic energy. The Education Bureau chief, who had just swallowed a fast-acting heart-saving pill, felt it lodge in his throat, turning his face red. That was the eye of the formation. That was an obsidian mountain that even missiles couldn't destroy. This candidate from Jiangcheng No.3 High School actually uprooted it and threw it into the cesspool. The chief examiner stood dazed at the control panel. The surveillance screen outside the examination site restored the image just in time for the chief examiner and all provincial leaders to see the final scene of Chen uprooting the mountain, leaving the entire command hall in utter silence. The thermos cup in the chief examiner's hand clattered to the ground, trembling as he stammered, How should the unified examination scores be calculated? The monitoring screen outside the examination hall resumed its display just as the chief examiner and provincial leaders witnessed the final scene of Chen uprooting a mountain. The entire command hall fell into a deathly silence. The chief examiner's thermos cup clattered to the ground as he trembled, saying, How should we calculate the scores for this unified examination? Several high-ranking officials from the Education Bureau wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, unable to utter a word. According to the rigid regulations of the assessment guidelines, the full score for the unified exam is 100. Killing a first-tier star beast counts as 1 point, while a second-tier counts as 5 points. But how many points should be given for the monster on the screen that uprooted a mountain hundreds of meters tall? Before they could reach a conclusion, the teleportation array in the 10,000 Great Mountains activated its emergency safety mechanism. Blue beams of spatial light shot into the sky, tearing through the night. Bright white light flashed on Taiji Square as 100,000 surviving examinees were forcibly expelled. The province's geniuses crashed down onto the marble floor like dumplings. Some were covered in mud while others were gnawing on a piece of bark, blood dripping from their mouths, with screams merging into one another. Zhao Tianyu and a dozen rich heirs from the provincial city were the worst off. They were teleported directly from the lake. This group of people lay sprawled on the square, still spitting out black mud mixed with aquatic plants. We survived. We weren't blood sacrificed. Their relief had not lasted 3 seconds when a giant holographic projection screen lit up in midair. Round, chubby, intelligent scoring drones flew overhead, scanning prey and battle damage data. Li Fei from Jiangcheng No.1 High School killed 2 first-tier star beasts, total score 12 points. Zhang Shang from the Provincial Experimental High School collected 3 rare star herbs, total score 40 points. A cold mechanical female voice announced the scores over the square. Those geniuses who scored in the tens immediately straightened their backs, shook off the leaves sticking to them, and wore proud expressions. In their view, achieving a score in the tens in the 10,000 Great Mountains where high-tier star beasts roamed was already an impressive accomplishment. Until a main scoring drone numbered 001 flew over Chen's head. Chen was still chewing on the crispy bones of a dapeng bird, holding a vine with his left hand. With a casual tug on the vine in his right hand, he moved. The female assassin and Yi Liuli, bound like Zongzi, were dragged across the marble floor, leaving 2 white streaks, and were forcefully pulled to his feet. Yi Liuli not only did not cry out in pain, but instead hugged Chen's calf, rubbing against him like a little cat. Master is really strong but makes me feel so safe. Hearing this wolfish remark, Zhao Tianyu was so enraged that he began digging dirt from the cracks in the tiles into his nails. The surrounding examinees were left dumbfounded. While others entered facing life and death, this guy came out of the examination hall with 2 stunning beauties as trophies. A red scanning beam shot out from the drone, enveloping Chen. Beep. Detected remnants of a 4th-tier Qing Tian dapeng bird skeleton, adding 500 points. As the mechanical voice announced this first score, all 100,000 examinees collectively gasped. 500 points. The full score for the exam is only 100. Beep. Detected a high-tier holy maiden of the abyssal god cult captured alive, adding 2,000 points. The drone's red beam began flashing wildly, and the internal cooling fan buzzed under the strain. Zhao Tianyu knelt in the puddle, gripping his hair tightly, thinking there was something wrong with his ears. Capture the holy maiden of the abyss. That is a killing demon that even the provincial city's guard army finds troublesome. Just then the drone's scanning beam connected to the data network of the examination ruins. It attempted to quantify the physical action of uprooting the mountain peak and throwing it into a sewage pool into a score. The underlying logic of the intelligent system suffered a devastating blow. How do you quantify a mountain? How do you quantify the kinetic energy of a parabolic motion of 100,000 tons? Beep. Beep, beep, beep. Detected excessive physical destruction. Unable to calculate. The drone in midair spun around frantically like it was drunk, and the temperature of its white plastic shell rose. With a muffled bang, this multi-million-dollar intelligent drone suddenly emitted black smoke, igniting spontaneously and falling from the sky. If Chen hadn't quickly stepped aside, this piece of junk would have landed on the roasted meat in his hand. What kind of poor quality is this? It can catch fire mid-flight. Chen kicked the smoking drone several meters away, his face full of disdain. In the command hall, the chief examiner snatched the microphone from the control panel, his voice hoarse from shouting. Switch to manual scoring. Open the highest permissions and don't worry about the limits, just input the score directly. The operator wiped sweat off his brow, his fingers flying over the keyboard. In the next second, on the largest holographic projection screen in the center of Taiji Square, red light burst forth. 2 golden characters sprang up, Lu Chen. Immediately following, a long string of zeros accompanied the name. Total score, 10000 points. Silence. A deathly silence. In the square, a pin drop could be heard as 100,000 distinguished youths stared at the 5-digit number on the screen, their brains collectively crashing. Some dropped their swords with a clang, shattering the tiles underfoot. Others gaped, their jaws dislocated, hanging open and unable to close. This kid casually ate roasted meat while bringing back beautiful women as trophies, yet managed to score 10,000 points on a paper worth only 100. Is this a scoring system for people? This is clearly a monster-boosting cheat. Lin Fatty squeezed through the crowd, excitedly shaking his chubby face, slapping his thigh loudly. Did you see that? This is my brother. 10,000 points. I can walk sideways in the provincial city from now on. Lu Chen looked at the number on the screen, but his brows knitted together. He walked to the front of the podium and shouted at the stunned invigilators above, how many pounds of exotic beast meat can this 10,000 points be exchanged for? If it can only be exchanged for a broken certificate, I'll smash this glowing broken screen. The invigilator's legs went weak, and he knelt down on the ground. He nodded repeatedly, saying they could exchange for meat, any kind of meat in the city. Only then did Lu Chen, satisfied, stroke his chin, ready to wrap up and go home for an afternoon nap. As soon as the results were announced, the crowd automatically parted like a tide. 2 figures with a strong scent of gunpowder rushed out from the front of the line. Su Qingyuan, wearing combat boots with high heels, made the stone slabs beneath her feet creak with the frost star power leaking from her soles. Shen Wanwan, holding up her Lolita dress, clutched a shimmering black gold card, her face flushed as she ran. The 2 stood on either side, blocking Lu Chen's path. The temperature in the air dropped instantly to freezing point, causing the surrounding boys to retreat in fear of being swept up in this battlefield. An unprecedented battle for a celebration feast was about to ignite. Su Qingyuan's cold, stunning face was now filled with an extreme possessiveness. Lu Chen, I have reserved the largest spiritual spring secret realm in the provincial city. Come with me now, and I will personally cook you some 4th-tier snow ferret meat to nourish your body. What snow ferret meat? It smells so fishy. Shen Wanwan huffed as she bumped Su Qingyuan's shoulder and grabbed Lu Chen's right arm. Lu Chen, brother, I've booked the top floor of the 7-star hotel, and the Michelin chef has already served the whole roasted. The 2 women glared at each other, and it felt like lightning was clashing in the air. Yi Lioli, dragging her swollen face, crawled over while holding onto the iron vine. She forced out a flattering smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan. Sisters, why don't we let me massage the master's legs tonight while you serve him in the side? Yi Lioli, dragging her half-swollen face, crawled over on her hands and knees tethered by an iron vine. She forced a fawning, seductive smile and cast a flirtatious glance at Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan. Ladies, please don't fight. How about I massage the master's legs tonight while you 2 serve the dishes on the side? This statement was like a high-explosive bomb dropped into a vat of boiling oil. The frost beneath Su Qingyuan's feet, which had only covered half a meter, instantly exploded outward in a frenzy. The entire marble floor of the Taiji Plaza was suddenly coated in a thick layer of white ice 3 inches deep. The temperature plummeted, causing the provincial prodigies who had just crawled out of the water pits to sneeze violently. What wild woman dares to suggest I serve her dishes? Su Qingyuan's cold phoenix-like eyes brimmed with murderous intent, her icy spear pointed directly at Yi Lioli's throat. Shen Wanwan, with a fiery temper, yanked open her handbag zipper. She pulled out a high-grade Star Energy pistol studded with pink diamonds and pressed its muzzle firmly against Yi Lioli's forehead. Do you believe I'll pay to have you killed right now, eh? Daring to snatch my bodyguard brother, have you grown tired of living? Yi Lioli, instead of dodging, seized the opportunity to cling tightly to Lu Chen's calf. Her tattered black gauze dress, cleverly cut by her shadow, Star Energy peeled off in large sections. Within seconds, she had transformed it into a scantily clad sexy maid outfit. Large expanses of snow-white skin were exposed to the air, causing the surrounding boys to swallow hard. Yi Lioli somehow produced a tray bearing a cup of steaming hot tea. Master, you've worked hard moving mountains. Have some tea to soothe your throat. She tilted her face, half swollen, half stunningly beautiful, and squeezed out a pitiful maid's pose. 100,000 prodigies from the province watched this absurd scene, feeling as if their Tao hearts were being ground in a meat grinder. Zhao Tianyu, lying in the mud, pounded the ground with his fists until his fingernails broke. That's the Abyss Saintess. The female demon who kills without blinking. How could she dress like that to please a man? I can't go on. Let the world end. A nearby sword prodigy, unable to bear the shock, drew his sword to slit his own throat, but was restrained by several classmates. 3 stunning beauties, one aloof, one pampered, one seductive, were all gathered around Lu Chen, fiercely vying for a spot at the celebration banquet. Shen Wanwan shoved a black gold card into Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen, I've booked the entire Starry Sky 7-star aerial hotel. 300 Michelin chefs are on standby on the top floor. Roast whole ox and deep-sea king crab are all you can eat. The hotel swimming pool is filled with high-grade nutrient solution. You can soak comfortably after your meal. Su Qingyuan snorted coldly, pulling Lu Chen's arm into her embrace. Everything outside is made with synthetic chemicals. It's filthy. Lu Chen, I bought exclusive rights to the Dragon Vein Spirit Spring Secret Realm, the most guidance location in Jiangnan Province. They'll cook for you myself stewing 4th-tier snow marten meat to replenish your energy. She bit her rosy lip, a lovely blush spreading across her fair cheeks. After dinner we can soak together in the spirit spring, washing away all that bloodstain. The word, together, triggered a chorus of anguished wails from the male students. The Ice Queen school belle wants to soak in a hot spring with him. Kill me. Just kill me now. Heaven is blind. I've trained for 18 years and haven't even held a girl's hand. The boy sobbed with snot and tears, the plaza filled with despair, even more hopeless than facing star beasts in the exam. Lu Chen's temples throbbed with irritation from the 3 women's clamor. These 3 women were like 300 ducks quacking noisily around him. He felt his ears would go deaf. The hunger in his stomach burned like fire. Had only managed half of that rock bird earlier before being interrupted, and now he desperately needed carbs and protein to fill his stomach. All of you shut up. Lu Chen frowned, raised his right foot, and stomped hard on the white ice beneath him. Boom! 100,000 tons of kinetic energy surged into the ground. The thick ice layer along with the marble tiles below shattered in a massive spiderweb pattern. A visible violent shockwave swept outward along the ground. The immense wind pressure sent Su Qingyuan's skirt and Shen Wanwan's hair flying backward. The 3 women, cowed by the force, fell silent and stared at Lu Chen in awe. Lu Chen rubbed his hollow, growling stomach, his face full of disdain. Why all the fuss over a meal? Hundreds of chefs roasting 1 ox. By the time it's done, I'd have starved to death at the table. And you, snow marten meat is sour and only good for its fur. Stewing it is a waste of firewood. Lu Chen shook off Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan's hands and strode purposefully out of the plaza. Don't follow me. I'm going to that street stall on the corner for braised pork rice. The owner is quick. 10 bowls with 2 scoops of chili, served in 3 minutes. Now that's efficiency for a real foodie. He left behind 3 stunning beauties standing bewildered in the wind. The 100,000 provincial examinees watched his retreating figure, lost in deep confusion. He turns down a 7-star hotel's roast ox. He turns down a school belle's hand-cooked medicinal feast. And he's going to a street stall for a 10-yuan bowl of braised pork rice. What kind of steamroller ran over this guy's brain? Just as Lu Chen was about to step through the Taiji Plaza's main gate, the clear sky suddenly darkened without warning. For oppressive mountain-like auras descended from the clouds high above. This pressure was nothing compared to that star military major general. It carried the presence of sovereign beings who looked down upon mortals and controlled the very laws of the world. The air in Taiji Plaza was instantly sucked dry. The provincial prodigies who had just risen felt their knees buckle and uncontrollably dropped in unison. Even breathing became a luxury. Bang, 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 bang. The dozen or so remaining scoring drones in the air, unable to withstand the pressure, exploded simultaneously. Plastic shells and electronic parts rained down like debris. Then 4 figures shrouded in blinding light tore through the clouds, plummeting to the ground like meteors. They used no deceleration techniques whatsoever. They simply let gravity pull them down, landing in the crudest, most brutal fashion. Crash! 4 deafening, earth-shattering booms in succession. The hard marble plaza was gouged with 4 meteor-like craters, each over 10 meters deep. Dust and smoke shot skyward as rubble flew in all directions like bullets. The intense shockwave flung examinees within dozens of meters into the air. Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan were forced to cross their arms and use star energy shields to block the oncoming gale. Lu Chen stood his ground, his legs rooted like nails, not even a corner of his clothing stirring. He fanned the dust from his face with his hand, frowning in annoyance. Meteors falling in broad daylight. Can't a person even eat in peace? As the dust gradually cleared, 4 old men in robes of different colors, bedraggled and dusty, crawled out of the craters. Their clothes were caked with dirt, and gravel clung to their beards. But they paid no heed to their appearance. For pairs of eyes like searchlights locked onto Lu Chen standing nearby. The fervor and greed in their gazes were like a pack of starving wolves spotting a large dripping slab of prime marbled meat. These 4 were none other than the admissions directors of the 4 most prestigious academies in all of China. Longdu Academy, Jiangcheng Academy, Xinghe Academy, and Wandao Academy. They were all renowned grandmaster-level experts. The 4 old men, not even bothering to brush off the dust, scrambled out of the pits in a frenzy. Veins bulging on their necks, they sprinted recklessly toward Lu Chen. The 4 old men in different colored robes landed before him like meteors and shouted in unison, "Lu Chen, join our academy." 4 elderly men dressed in robes of different colors descended before Lu Chen like shooting stars, shouting in unison, "Lu Chen, come to our academy." Their voices reverberated like the morning bell and evening drum echoing across the Taiji Square. The proud geniuses from the provincial city who had just moments ago strutted like peacocks were now brought low, prostrating themselves on the ground, unable to lift their heads. The head of the admissions office at Longdu Academy was a plump old man who squeezed his way to the front first. He tore the golden dragon badge from his chest and forcefully shoved it into Lu Chen's hands. Lu Chen, come to our Longdu Academy. We offer a scholarship of 1 billion star coins upon enrollment. Not only will you have a private mountain for cultivation, but I will also introduce you to the president's great-granddaughter as your partner. Upon hearing this, the boys prostrated on the ground turned green, with jealousy biting their lips until they bled. After all, she was the great-granddaughter of the president of Longdu Academy, a national-level goddess. Zhao Tianyu, lying in a distant mud pit, listened to the old man from Longdu shout this conditioned tears and snot covering his face. Heaven, strike me dead. I can't stay in this world any longer. Zhao Tianyu pounded the ground with his fists, drawing blood from his fingers. Upon hearing someone dare to use the great-granddaughter to woo Lu Chen, Su Qingyuan's frost spear instantly erupted with a chilling aura. Old fool, dare you offer him a woman? Su Qingyuan said coldly, the frost at her feet pressing toward the plump old man from Longdu. Shen Wanwan was even more straightforward, directly shoving a black gold card into Lu Chen's pocket. Brother Lu Chen, don't listen to that fat man. I will transfer all of the Shun family's assets to your name tonight. Yi Lioli also refused to back down, puffing out her proud chest, wanting nothing more than to hang on Lu Chen. The three women refused to give in, and the atmosphere suggested they were ready to fight the masters. The tall, thin old man from Xinghe Academy took the opportunity to shove the plump old man aside. 1 billion is nothing. We at Xinghe Academy will directly gift you a micro-star energy vein. Plus, you will be appointed as a special instructor for the Valkyrie Club, and all the girls in the academy will be at your disposal. The old man with white hair from Wandao Academy was so anxious he began to jump, his saliva spraying all over Lu Chen's chest. Come to Wandao. I will hang the key to the scripture pavilion directly on your belt. Lu Chen was overwhelmed by the noise from these people. He reached up to his ears, flicking off a speck of dust that had set. What good is a mine or a scripture pavilion? Can they be eaten? He rubbed his flat stomach, his mind filled with thoughts of the bowl of pork trotter rice he had yet to eat. You are just painting a grand plan here. It would be more practical to bring me a bowl of braised pork. The head of the admissions office at Xinjiang Academy, Gu Qingfeng, was a refined old man with a goatee. Seeing Lu Chen so unaffected, he anxiously grabbed the collar of the plump old man from Longdu. It's all your fault, you fat pig. Mentioning the president's great-granddaughter has annoyed our classmate Lu Chen. The plump old man stiffened his neck and grabbed Gu Qingfeng's goatee in return. Nonsense. It's clearly you old sour scholar standing here as an eyesore. The tall, thin old man from Xinghe Academy took the chance to strike, kicking the old man from Wandao in the rear. All of you get lost. Lu Chen belongs to us at Xinghe. The 100,000 examinees lay in the muddy water watching this scene that overturned their worldview, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. These were the master-level figures from the 4 supreme academies of Huaxia, usually seen on television as ethereal beings high above living gods. Now, for the sake of snatching a new student, they were not even using star power. The 4 elderly men, whose combined ages approached 400 years, were now rolling around in a heap on the square. You tugged my beard, I pulled your robe, and he grabbed your pants. A handful of Gu Qingfeng's goatee was forcibly pulled out, causing him to cry out in pain. He swung a fist, striking the plump old man in the eye, creating a dark bruise. The plump old man did not hold back, either delivering a kick to the inner thigh of the Xinghe old man. The tall, thin old man from Xinghe was left with a large patch of scalp missing, tears streaming down his face. He retaliated with a precise strike to the heart of the Wandao old man. The Wandao old man's face turned green with pain, and he opened his mouth to bite down on the shoulder of the tall, thin old man. You old rascal, let go. That's my lifeline. The 4 powerful individuals capable of sweeping across several regional cities had now turned into street thugs throwing a tantrum. The entire Taiji Square had turned into a street brawl scene among 4 old lunatics. Dust filled the air, and cries of pain echoed. Lin Pengzi hid in the ranks of Class 8, covering his mouth in fear. This isn't just about robbing a student, it's akin to market vendors fighting over discounted eggs. The invigilators around all pretended to be blind, each raising their heads to gaze at the sky, not daring to step in. Lu Chen watched the 4 elderly men rolling on the ground, his patience reaching its limit. He strode forward and stomped his right foot hard on the ground between the 4 elders. Boom! 10,000 tons of physical energy surged into the ground through his foot. The hard marble square caved in, instantly forming a giant pit 10 meters in diameter, as if struck by a hammer. The violent wind whipped the clothes of the hundreds of examinees around, with the timid ones fainting from fear. The explosive physical air wave sent the 4 elderly men tumbling. The 4 of them landed on the edge of the giant pit, like broken sacks covered in dust. The entire area fell silent. The 4 master-level figures stopped their tussle and sat on the ground, staring blankly at Lu Chen. Although they hadn't used star power, just now the power of that physical stomp had genuinely shaken their souls. Lu Chen, with a dark expression, walked over to Gu Qingfeng, who was bruised and tattered. Despite Gu Qingfeng's bloodied face, a fierce light akin to a hungry wolf shone in his eyes. This did not require any preliminary momentum. It was truly an indestructible human weapon designed for Xinjiang Academy. He covered the leaking corner of his mouth, rolling and crawling to Lu Chen's feet, disregarding the image of a master. Lu, little ancestor, as long as you come to our Xinjiang Academy, I will clear out the office of that old, useless president for you to use as a bedroom. Lu Chen looked down at this old man whose face was bruised and swollen. He extended a finger smeared with barbecue grease, pointing at Gu Qingfeng's nose. I have a question for you. If you dare to lie, I will bury you in this pit today. Gu Qingfeng was startled, quickly raising 3 fingers to swear. You ask, if I tell a single lie, may the heavens strike me with 5 thunders. Lu Chen swallowed hard. Another thunderous rumble echoed from his stomach. Lu Chen pointed at the head of Xinjiang Academy and asked, does your cafeteria serve enough food? All meals included especially unlimited supplies of exotic beast meat. Gu Qingfeng was stunned, standing there for a full 3 seconds. Countless harsh conditions flashed through his mind that Lu Chen might propose, but he never imagined that this human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, who could tear apart a 5th-level beast king, would only ask if the cafeteria had enough food. Fearing that Lu Chen might be snatched away by others if he hesitated for even a second, Gu Qingfeng nodded frantically. Yes, enough. Lu Chen slapped his thigh. All right, I choose you. A month later, on the shore of the East Sea in Jiangnan province, a colossal island stood proudly amidst the waves. This was the seat of the War God Academy, the foremost of the 4 supreme institutions of learning in the land. The island was so thick with star energy that it coalesced into mist, and even the weeds by the roadside shimmered with a crystalline glow. It was the day for new students to register, and the grand white jade gates of the academy were thronged with a sea of people. The sky was densely packed with sleek, flashy luxury hovercars. The ground was a jostling crowd of young elites from prestigious families clad in designer, haute couture, each accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards. Hey, watch it. If you scuff my ice silk coat, can you even afford to pay for it? A pampered young master with a slicked-back hairdo leading a sleek first-tier star beast, a wind wolf, pushed through the crowd with an air of arrogance. Behind him trailed 4 servants laden with bags and bundles of high-grade nutrient fluids and luxurious bedding. A few new students from common backgrounds swallowed nervously and hurriedly backed away. This is the War God Academy, you know. I heard even the dorms are fitted with personal star energy gathering arrays. We're in for a real treat. I heard that provincial top scorer, who got a perfect score, also chose the War God Academy this year. Few believe that blurry video online. My cousin said it was definitely a publicity stunt by that Jiangcheng. The slick-haired young master sneered and strutted towards the registration desk leading his wind wolf. Just as these favored children of heaven were busy flaunting and comparing themselves, a grating, hair-raising sound of heavy metal scraping echoed from the cross-sea bridge leading to the academy gates. Screech, screech. The sound was deep and tremendous, causing the alloy surface of the massive bridge to vibrate in rhythm. The first-tier wind wolf, led by the slick-haired young master, suddenly seemed to sense something terrifying. This fearsome star beast, usually ferocious, instantly tucked its tail between its legs. Its legs gave way and it flopped onto the concrete, urinating a puddle of yellow liquid. Useless beast, what's wrong with you? The slick-haired young master kicked the wind wolf in anger. But before he could even pull up, a wave of sharp gasps erupted from the back of the crowd like a massive tornado sweeping across the seaside. What? What is that thing? A girl's designer handbag fell to the ground, her lipstick rolling away, but she was too stunned to pick it up. Everyone turned in unison, following the direction of the bridge. They saw a boy in a white t-shirt and worn-out slippers ambling slowly towards the school gate. He let out a long yawn, seemingly not having slept well the night before, with sleep crust still in the corners of his eyes. This attire amidst this group of impeccably dressed elites made him look like a day laborer fresh from a construction site. But no one dared to mock his clothes, because slung over his right shoulder was a thick rope thick as a thigh. The other end of the rope was tightly bound to the horn of a monstrous beast, its body as massive as a small hill. It was a peak, 3rd-tier, crimson armored bull. Its massive frame, weighing 3 tons, was being dragged behind the boy like a bag of garbage devoid of any dignity, pulled by his bare hands. The beast's hard bones and scales carved a shocking half-meter deep, kilometer-long trench into the alloy bridge. A long, dark, crimson trail of blood was left in its wake. Huff! With each step the boy took, the sharply defined, explosively powerful muscle contours on his arm would tense up under the sunlight. The heavy bull carcass would lurch forward a meter. The asphalt pavement groaned with a teeth-grinding, crackling sound. The slick-haired young master, terrified, fell back into the puddle of wolf urine, scrambling to get away. A 3rd-tier, crimson armored bull. That thing can flip an armored vehicle on the outskirts of the star abyss. And he's dragging it like a dead dog. Is he even human? The surrounding new students, scared out of their wits, instinctively parted, creating a 10-meter wide. This hardcore scene of arriving at registration while dragging a beast's corpse completely shattered everyone's worldview. Lu Chen rubbed his growling stomach, his face full of impatience. Earlier on the cross-sea bridge, this oblivious, crimson-armored bull had jumped out to block his way. Not wanting to waste good ingredients, Lu Chen had smacked its skull in with one palm, then casually found a cable to drag it along. Why does this War God Academy have to build such a high threshold? It's a hassle even to drag in my takeout. Lu Chen walked up to the white jade gate. Looking at the half-meter-high threshold, he didn't even loosen the rope. He slightly lowered his hips, and the veins on his arm bulged like thick, gnarled dragons. 100,000-ton kinetic force erupted from his spine. Get up there. Lu Chen grunted, swinging his right arm upwards. Boom. The air compressed under this savage force, producing a piercing sonic boom. The threatened crimson-armored bull carcass was tossed into the air by Lu Chen's single arm. The massive beast drew a semicircle in the sky, cleared the half-meter threshold, and slammed heavily onto the bluestone plaza inside the academy. The ground trembled. The expensive bluestone slab shattered into dust, creating a 2-meter-deep crater on it. Several sophomore onlookers nearby got hit in the face by flying debris, wincing in pain, but didn't dare make a sound. This wasn't a new student. This was a human Tyrannosaurus wreaking havoc in a sheep pen. Lu Chen dusted off his hands and ambled towards the new student reception area nearby. The reception area was a long row of awnings where a dozen or so sophomores and juniors were handling registrations. The scene of Lu Chen dragging the bull and had already stunned them all. Several senior students responsible for crowd control silently tucked their electric batons into their pants, fearing they might provoke a misunderstanding from Lu Chen. Lu Chen walked up to the central registration desk and rapped his knuckles on the table. Knock knock. 2 clear finger-sized dents appeared in the solid wood table. New student registration. Lu Chen. By the way, could you tell me where the cafeteria is? Can I get this bull braised for free in the back kitchen? Lu Chen yawned, voicing his first request since enrollment. Sitting behind the registration desk was a junior senior sister. She wore the War God Academy's specially tailored ultra-short pleated skirt and form-fitting uniform, with a head of wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. At this reception desk, she had seen countless self-important young masters from prestigious families. But those soft-pampered pretty boys were nothing compared to the man before her who exuded a wild masculine aura. They weren't even weaned babies in comparison. The senior sister stared blankly at Lu Chen's muscular arm exposed from his t-shirt. A few drops of the crimson-armored bull's blood still clung to the muscle, radiating an unreasonable, brutal aesthetic. Gulp. A clear swallowing sound came from her throat. Her hand, which was holding the registration form, trembled. Slap. A thick stack of forms fell to the ground, scattering everywhere. Her ice juice was also knocked over, the cold liquid spilling onto her thigh, clad in black stockings. But she had no mind for the spilled drink. She could only feel her heart pounding like a motor, racing wildly in her chest. Her cheeks flushed all the way to her ears, and her breathing became rapid. If this man's muscle density and explosive power were used elsewhere, what an earth-shattering experience that would be. The senior sister leaned forward, bracing her hands on the desk, her collar revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Her eyes, adorned with delicate makeup, shimmered with a watery, alluring light. Seeing this, the junior senior sister in charge of new student reception let the registration form slip from her hand, her gaze locked onto Lu Chen's muscular arm, which was bulging from his exertion. She swallowed hard and said, "This. Junior, would you like your senior sister to provide you with the full package of orientation services?" "This. Junior, do you need senior sister to help you with the full set of welcome services?" The voice of the welcoming senior sister was so sweet it could be spun into silk. Her beautifully made-up eyes were glued to Lu Chen's blood-streaked biceps. Lu Chen scratched his messy hair, lifting the thick hemp rope tied to the threatened red armored bull. "Full set of services. Is your school's logistics so considerate that it includes skinning, deboning, and braising all in one package?" Lu Chen's stomach coincidentally let out a thunderous rumble as he looked at the senior sister with eager anticipation. The senior sister stumbled slightly, almost twisting her ankle in her high heels. A rosy hue instantly spread across her fair cheeks, even her swan-like neck was tinged with pink. Of course she was not talking about cooking. But in front of Lu Chen's explosively powerful physique, her mind was filled with, yes, senior sister can help you with anything. The senior sister walked out from behind the long table in her high heels. She couldn't even be bothered to pick up the scattered registration forms on the table directly sticking to Lu Chen's side. The dozens of freshmen from prominent families who had been queuing for a long time protested immediately. "Senior sister, we've been under the sun for half an hour. Why does he get to process his paperwork as soon as he arrives?" A boy in a branded suit shouted in protest. The senior sister turned her head, and her previously enchanting face instantly turned as cold as an ice slab. "What are you shouting about? Can't you see this junior is dragging 3 tons of luggage? If you can drag a third-tier star beast here with one hand, I'll serve you tea." The dozen or so freshmen were rendered speechless. They looked at the half-meter-deep trench plowed into the concrete by the bull and silently swallowed their protests. What a joke! Why would they provoke a monster who drags a third-tier star beast like a dead dog? When the senior sister turned to look at Lu Chen, she put on a delicate smile again. "Junior, give me the form, I'll take you through the green channel." She extended her delicate hand to take the admission notice from. At the moment of handover, her finger accidentally brushed against Lu Chen's forearm. Hiss! The senior sister drew in a sharp breath. She felt that what she touched was not human skin at all, but a high-density titanium alloy plate at room temperature. Lu Chen didn't even tense his muscles, yet the rebound force made her fingertips tingle. Her heart raced wildly in her chest. This man's physique was completely against the rules. How reassuring it would be to be held in those sturdy arms. Lu Chen handed over the notice, pulling on the hemp rope with one hand, continuing to drag the bull that was as large as a small mountain forward. Hurry up, lead the way. If I don't put this meat in the fridge, soon it'll lose its tenderness. The senior sister nodded repeatedly, following Lu Chen closely like a personal maid. The welcoming avenue of the War God Academy was wide and flat. But as Lu Chen walked on it, it was like driving a heavy bulldozer. The 3-ton red armored bull carcass scraped across the high-grade star energy stone slab, making a cringing screech. Freshmen and seniors along the way hurriedly dodged to the sides like avoiding a plague. A white marble statue of a celebrity by the roadside happened to block the way of the red armored bull. Lu Chen didn't even stop his pace, roughly yanking it forward. Crack! The hard horns of the red armored bull directly smashed the million-dollar marble statue into a shower of fragments. The flying debris tore the skirts of several girls by the roadside. Everyone stared at this hulking figure in a torn school uniform, as if he were a ghost. This kid is ruthless. The bull's skull is smashed to pieces. Pure physical force. How long has it been since the War God Academy produced such a freak? The male students looked at the welcoming beauty sticking close to Lu Chen, their jealousy making them bite their lips until they bled. One boy's signature pen snapped with a loud crack, splattering ink all over his hand. The senior sister made various excuses along the way. Junior, be careful of the steps ahead, she called out delicately, leaning her body against Lu Chen's shoulder. Lu Chen didn't even shake his shoulder, steady as a mountain. You can trip on flat ground, don't you? Third years usually lack physical exercise. Lu Chen pushed her back upright, his face showing a complete lack of romantic understanding. The senior sister wasn't angry. Instead, she found his iron-like personality very manly. Her legs felt weak, walking felt like stepping on cotton, and she was almost hanging on to Lu Chen. The two of them dragged the 3-ton bull, slowly drifting away from the bustling main road. The senior sister deliberately steered away from the direction of the freshman dormitory. She pointed to a lush, secluded grove ahead. Junior, there's a shortcut ahead. Let me take you to familiarize with the campus hidden corners. Her breathing became somewhat heavy and a dangerous glimmer flickered in her watery eyes. In this undisturbed grove, any physical contact would be perfectly normal. Lu Chen frowned, looking at the increasingly desolate scenery around him. There's not even a pot or bowl in this grove. Are you sure the cafeteria is this way? Lu Chen, feeling irritable from hunger, squeezed the hemp rope in his hand until it creaked. If she dared to say she took the wrong way, Lu Chen would definitely tie her up with the bull and drag them both along. The senior sister was about to reach out to grab Lu Chen's hand. Suddenly 5 or 6 discordant figures appeared along the tranquil path ahead. They were several seniors in their second year wearing school uniforms. Each of them had an eye-catching red armband on their arms. The armband was embroidered with a blood-dripping battle axe, the symbol of the War God Academy's bully group, the Blood Axe Society. These few people lined up in a row, completely blocking the already narrow path. Upon seeing the red armband, the senior sister's previously rosy face turned pale instantly. Oh no, it's the Blood Axe Society. They specifically target lone freshmen. She instinctively shrank back against Lu Chen's sturdy back. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks, casually tossing the thick hemp rope on the ground. Boom. The 3-ton red armored bull crashed down into the mud, shaking the leaves around and causing them to fall. Lu Chen sighed and rubbed his flat stomach. Why is it so hard to get a meal? No matter where I go, I run into a... The lead second-year senior was a burly man with a buzz cut. He wore a tight black tank top, and his arms were covered in gruesome knife scars. The blood energy fluctuation of a mid-second-year star warrior was released recklessly from him. The surrounding leaves were blown away by the star power he exuded. The buzz-cut senior held a thick steel rod upside down in his hand. He glanced at Lu Chen, then at the massive third-tier red armored bull on the ground. While others would keep their distance from a third-tier star beast carcass, they were not afraid. In their eyes, a country bumpkin, without any star power, was just a skinny sidekick next to him drooled at the sight of the red armored bull. The buzz-cut senior snorted coldly, his eyes filled with greed. While others would keep their distance from a third-tier star beast carcass, they were not afraid. In their eyes, a country bumpkin, without any star power, was just a naturally strong brute. In a place like the War God Academy, where star warriors gathered, those who refuse to be disciplined will be beaten. Today they were here to establish dominance and conveniently pick up a priceless third-tier star beast. The buzz-cut senior tapped on a nearby streetlight pole with his iron rod. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew between the rod and the light pole. The arrogant lead second-year senior swung the iron rod in his hand, pointing at the 3-ton beast carcass Lu Chen was dragging with a sneer. Freshman, do you understand the rules? On the first day at the War God Academy, you have to hand over half of your most valuable belongings as protection money. Newcomer, do you understand the rules? On the first day at the War God Academy, you need to hand over half of your most valuable possessions as protection fees. The buzz-cut upperclassman tapped a metal rod against the streetlight, his nostrils flaring with arrogance. The 4 upperclassmen with red armbands behind him crossed their arms, unable to hide the malicious smiles on their faces. The skinny lackey beside him had his eyes glued to the third-tier red armored bull behind Lu Chen, drool dripping from his chin onto his shoes. Big brother, if we cut the tendon meat from that bull's leg and sell it on the black market, we could easily get a seaside apartment in the city center. The skinny lackey gulped and reached out to touch the coarse rope tied to the bull's horns. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. He lowered his head, looking at his own sunken belly, listening to the thunderous protests. At that moment, the instinct to protect his food completely overtook his mind. Robbing money was one thing. Robbing meat, that was akin to digging at the root of the Tai Sui or pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Have you all never had a full meal since childhood and are now hallucinating from hunger? Lu Chen let go of the coarse rope in his hand. With a crash, the threatened red armored bull's body heavily slammed to the ground, cracking the bluestone pavement into a web of fissures. The buzz-cut upperclassman thought Lu Chen had backed down, putting down his luggage to pay the protection fee. He proudly waved the steel rod in his hand. At least you're smart enough to understand. Well, take this bull. Oh, just mention my name in school, and it'll ensure you get fewer beatings. With an arrogant stride, the buzz-cut upperclassman swaggered towards the red armored bull. The welcoming senior behind Lu Chen turned pale with fright. Her slender legs clad in black stockings trembled, and her high heels clacked nervously on the stone pavement. She grabbed the back of Lu Chen's tattered school uniform. Junior, you need to run. They're second-tier star warriors from the Blood Axe Society, and they kill without hesitation. The senior anxiously stomped her feet, clearly tempted by Lu Chen's physique, but more afraid that this tough guy would be beaten up by the red armbands. Lu Chen yanked his school uniform back from the senior's grip. Run. My pot isn't even hot yet, and the side dishes are coming to me on their own. He shook his right wrist. The joints crackled like a series of firecrackers, as if a heavy machine was starting to warm. Hearing this, the buzz-cut upperclassman stopped, turning around with a fierce glare. You ungrateful bumpkin, are you courting death? A burst of blue second-tier star power erupted from his body. His muscular arms bulged, and the steel rod in his hand sliced through the air with a whistling sound aimed directly at Lu Chen's forehead. If that blow landed, even a reinforced concrete pillar would bend like a pretzel. The new students hiding behind trees, watching from a distance, quickly shut their eyes in fear. Lu Chen didn't even glance at the iron rod coming down. He slightly bent his waist, and with a powerful push of his right leg against the ground, he launched himself. Boom! The hard star energy stone slab instantly shattered into powder, creating a half-meter deep pit. Lu Chen shot forward like a cannonball, closing the distance between the two. He raised his right hand. With fingers together, his palm carved a trace through the air, leaving an afterimage too fast for the naked eye to capture. There was no star power glow. There were no fancy moves before the strike. Just a plain, unadorned, yet immensely powerful palm strike, carrying 100,000 tons of kinetic energy. Boom! Before his palm even touched the buzz-cut upperclassman's face, the compressed air had already exploded outward, forming a ring of white sonic clouds. The terrifying wind pressure, like a 12th-grade typhoon, instantly shredded the blue star power shield surrounding the buzz-cut upperclassman. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the entire tree-lined path, loud enough to feel like a high-explosive grenade detonating right next to everyone's ears. The steel rod in the buzz-cut upperclassman's hand bent into a perfect shape under the violent wind pressure. His arrogant face contorted grotesquely the moment it made contact with Lu Chen's palm. Several blood-stained molars shot out of his mouth like bullets, piercing through the nearby tree trunk. The immense physical impact traveled from his left cheek all the way to his spine. The 200-pound body of the buzz-cut upperclassman was lifted off the ground. He spun like a top yanked from its place, rotating in midair in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Once, twice, three times. He spun a full 720 degrees. The two skinny lackeys behind him didn't even have time to think about escaping. They were knocked down by the fierce wind pressure of the slap. The three of them collided together like skewered fruit, turning into a tangled mass of flesh. This mass of flesh traced a beautiful parabolic arc in the air, flying towards the artificial lake on campus 100 meters away. Whoosh! Their bodies skimmed over the grass of the tree-lined path. They created large craters upon hitting the ground, then bounced back up again. The scene resembled a mighty giant throwing pebbles across the water surface. Bang! Bang! Splash! The three upperclassmen bounced twice on the surface of the artificial lake before crashing heavily into the center. The lake water erupted upwards from the impact, splashing up huge sprays of water over 10 meters high. As the splashes fell, they drenched the rows of expensive, ornamental flowers by the lakeside. The small woods fell into an eerie silence. The new students hiding behind the trees gaped, their mouths wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. One boy's glasses shattered when they hit a rock, and he even bent down to pick up the broken glass, trying to confirm whether one slap sent 3 second-tier star warriors flying. And they even skimmed across the water surface. Where did this living king of hell come from? Is this really a newcomer? Several first-year students were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they knelt down on the grass. Lu Chen retracted his right hand and casually wiped it on his school uniform pants. What a thick skin, my palms itching from the shock. He turned his head and picked up the coarse rope from the ground, preparing to continue dragging his food along the way. The welcoming senior standing behind him was completely dumbfounded. Her elegantly made-up eyes were fixed on Lu Chen's broad and sturdy back. Her ankle and her high heels went soft on the stone slab, and her body uncontrollably leaned sideways. She felt her heart pounding like a drum being beaten frantically. This domineering act of protecting food. This unreasonable aesthetic of violence. It pierced through all her reserve as a third-year senior. She reached out her hands, covering her flushed lips that were warm from excitement, fearing that she might accidentally call out. The lake water splashed up to over 10 meters high, and the three upperclassmen floated on the water's surface like dead fish frothing at the mouth. Terrified, the welcoming senior covered her red lips, and at that moment a gentle and melodious voice came from the side. "Oh, my classmate, you're so strong you might hurt someone. Let me see if your hand is injured." "Heavens, classmate, you're so strong you might hurt someone. Let me see if your hand is injured." A gentle and melodious voice floated down the shaded path. Wearing white soft-soled nurse shoes, Lu Ruoyan dashed into the scene with a delicate cross-shaped medical box. She was dressed in the pristine medical uniform specially made for the War God Academy. The fitted uniform perfectly outlined her slender waist with the hem stopping just above her knees. Lu Ruoyan exuded a gentle and graceful demeanor like a white lotus blooming under the sun. 100 meters away in the artificial lake, three sophomore boys were still floating on the surface, rolling their eyes and frothing at the mouth. They resembled three dead fish swaying with the water waves about to sink. As Lu Ruoyan passed by the artificial lake, she didn't even glance at the water. She resolutely mistook the pitiful bubbling cries of the boys for the summer chorus of frogs. The freshmen hiding behind the trees were utterly dumbfounded. A few boys dropped their water bottles with a thud on the ground, splashing water onto their shoes without realizing it. "Isn't that the flower of the medical department, Lu Ruoyan? She's known as the gentle angel of our academy. Why isn't she saving the senior drowning in the water? She actually went to check on the freshman who hit someone, and she's asking if his hand hurts. This favoritism is too outrageous. Those guys in the water must be feeling desolate." The boys felt bitterly envious, their teeth almost grinding against each other as they trampled a patch of grass into the ground. Lu Ruoyan had already zipped over to Lu Chen's side like a gust of wind. She tossed aside the heavy medical box in her hand. Her soft, delicate hands directly grasped Lu Chen's right hand, the one he had just used to slap someone. Lu Chen was about to bend down to pick up the thick hemp rope tied to the threatened red-armored cow when his wrist was suddenly grasped by a pair of soft, warm hands. "Junior, the action of force is mutual." Lu Ruoyan looked up at him with her gentle and delicate face, her eyes filled with unreserved concern. "That slap you gave was so heavy it sent someone flying over 100 meters. The bones in your hand and wrist must have endured tremendous reactive force. The periosteum might even be cracked. Quickly let your senior sister conduct a thorough muscle and tissue examination." As she spoke in an official medical tone, Lu Ruoyan's slender fingers began to trace up Lu Chen's wrist. Her fingertips brushed over the bulging veins on Lu Chen's forearm, resembling steel cables. Lu Ruoyan's breath caught momentarily, and the rise and fall of her chest became more pronounced. She felt that what she touched was not the flesh of a human being, but a piece of high-density cold steel forged through count. The cold and hard physical sensation shot up her spine, sending a tingling sensation through her body. Lu Ruoyan's eyes glazed over with a mist. The concern in her gaze quickly transformed into a hidden fervor and obsession. Her fingers continued to climb, daringly squeezing Lu Chen's bulging bicep. Hard. So hard that it defied medical logic. Even the instructors in the academy who had practiced martial arts for 10 years did not possess such exaggerated density. Lu Ruoyan leaned a considerable amount of her weight against Lu Chen's arm. Her fair cheeks quickly turned rosy, resembling a ripe red apple. Her feet in white nurse shoes awkwardly pressed together on the ground. Her legs felt so weak she could barely stand, relying entirely on Lu Chen's arm for support. In the medical room, she had seen countless male bodies. But those soft pill-induced muscles paled in comparison to this body brimming with pure kinetic energy, like a pile of moldy sponges. This was the perfect masculine specimen capable of shattering everything with a single punch. The welcoming senior behind Lu Chen watched this scene, nearly grinding her back teeth in anger. She stepped forward in her high heels and reached out to pull Lu Ruoyan's white coat. "Lu Ruoyan, what are you trying to gain by pretending to treat him? Lu Chen is my responsibility to receive. First, what are you, a medical student, doing here, stirring up trouble?" The welcoming senior glared at Lu Ruoyan like a hen protecting her chicks. Lu Ruoyan not only didn't let go, but instead hugged Lu Chen's arm tighter. She turned her head, her gentle face showing an innocent look reminiscent of green tea. "Senior sister, don't misunderstand. I'm just acting out of professional ethics as a doctor, fearing that Junior will suffer hidden injuries. After all, dragging this threatened red-armored cow for too long could easily lead to muscle strain." As she spoke, Lu Ruoyan pressed her thumb firmly twice on Lu Chen's bicep, feeling the astonishing elasticity. The surrounding male freshmen collectively felt their hearts shatter. "I'm suffering from muscle strain too. I twisted my back while moving my bedding. Lu, senior sister, come feel me." A chubby boy rolled on the ground, crying profusely. No one paid him any mind. Lu Chen was sandwiched between these two women, his temples throbbing violently. His body could withstand the impact of a breaking, armor-piercing dagger. How could a few second-rate losers hurt his bones? This woman was clearly looking for ways to take advantage. Moreover, the mixed scent of disinfectant and perfume made Lu Chen sneeze twice. All right, just a quick check." Lu Chen shook his wrist, and with a sudden move pulled his arm from Lu Ruoyan's embrace. As Lu Ruoyan's arms felt empty, a wave of immense disappointment surged within her. Her hands awkwardly grasped at the air in midair. Lu Chen bent down and picked up the thick hemp rope tied to the cow's horn again. My hands can shatter granite without shedding skin. I don't need you to check me unnecessarily. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well go save those dead fish in the lake. They seem to be sinking fast. Lu Chen pointed in the direction of the artificial lake. Now the lake only had 3 murky bubbles occasionally surfacing. Lu Ruoyan's blush hadn't faded as she obediently clasped her hands behind her back. If the junior says it's fine, then it's definitely fine. Those scoundrels who bullied the freshmen deserve to drown. Ooh, I won't dirty my medical box saving them. Lu Ruoyan's blatant double standards left the boys present questioning their existence. Was this still the gentle and considerate angel in white from the medical room? This double standard was so brazen. Lu Chen rubbed his stomach and another rumble echoed from his gut. I don't have time to listen to your bickering. Under this blazing sun, if I don't cut this cow into pieces and put it in the pot, the meat will spoil. Lu Chen dragged the 3-ton red-armored cow forward half a meter. The stone pavement now had several deep fissures. The welcoming senior was about to speak up to offer to help him get a bed, but Lu Ruoyan stepped in first, pulling out a heavy bunch of copper keys from her white coat pocket. The keys were sealed with a yellow sticker covered in red vermilion symbols. The seal looked aged with darkened edges exuding a chilling aura. A few sophomore boys watching the commotion stepped back in fright at the sight of the keys. That's the key to the villa on the back mountain. Has Lu Ruoyan gone mad? She's actually giving a haunted house to a freshman. The senior boys looked at Lu Chen, their gazes shifting from jealousy to sympathy. Lu Ruoyan pretended not to hear the surrounding discussions. She handed the bunch of keys with talismans to Lu. Lu Ruoyan smiled as she presented the sealed keys. Junior, due to the large number of freshmen this year, the regular dormitories are full, leaving only the independent villa on the back mountain known as the haunted house. It's said to be not very clean at night. Do you dare to stay there? Lu Ruoyan smiled as she took out a set of keys sealed with talismans. Junior, due to the overwhelming number of new students this year, the ordinary dorms are all full. The only option left is that independent villa on the back mountain dubbed the haunted house. They say it's not very clean at night. Do you dare to stay there? The senior students watching the commotion stepped back in fright upon seeing the rusty copper keys adorned with yellow talismans. Someone tripped and fell directly into a muddy patch in the greenery, scrambling to get out. Lu Shihua actually gave the key to Villa No. 7 to a new student. That place drove a sophomore lightning talent insane just 3 months ago. I heard that senior was drained of all-star power in the dead of night and was brought out looking like a skeleton. A few boys whispered amongst themselves, their gazes at Lu Chen resembling that of a living corpse. The welcoming senior sister was so anxious she stomped her feet, her high heels clicking chaotically on the stone slab as she reached out to snatch the life-threatening keys from Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan, what are you planning? Do you want to harm Junior? Lu Chen? But Lu Chen was quicker, pinching the keys and lifting them into the air with 2 fingers. His lazy eyes lit up with a hungry wolf-like gleam upon hearing the words independent villa. Independent villa. Does it come with a kitchen and a double-door refrigerator? Lu Chen didn't care about the cleanliness. All he could think of was his 3-ton stockpile of food. The ordinary 4-person dormitory with bunk beds couldn't even fit half of this bull's thigh. Lu Ruoyan covered her mouth and giggled softly, her watery eyes revealing a hidden obsession. She actually wanted to see if this man with a body of steel could withstand the dirty things in the haunted house. If Lu Chen got hurt, she could justifiably bring him to the medical room. Then she could spend the night studying those perfect muscle lines. Yes, it has 3 floors, and the basement is a huge cold storage perfect for storing ingredients for Junior. Lu Ruoyan's voice was soft, as if coaxing a child. Lu Chen slapped his thigh and made the decision on the spot. Deal as long as there's cold storage. If any blind thief comes in at night, I'll use him for practice as a punching bag. He casually tore off the red-sealed talisman from the key and crumpled it into a ball, tossing it into the nearby trash bin. Then he turned and grabbed the thick hemp rope. Screech. The teeth-grinding friction sound rang out again as the massive body of the 3-tiered red-armored bull left a deep blood groove on the bluestone slab. Lu Chen dragged the bull, striding boldly towards the back mountain of the God of War Academy, as pointed out by Lu Ruoyan. Behind him trailed a large group of onlookers, both new and old students. They wanted to see what would happen to this humanoid Tyrannosaurus that had just thrown a senior into the lake when he reached the haunted house. The back mountain of the God of War Academy was rarely visited, with ancient trees growing thickly on either side. The deeper they went, the thinner the fluctuations of star power became. Sunlight was sliced into mottled fragments by the dense canopy, and a persistent chill hung in the air. The cats leading the way suddenly puffed up like they had been electrocuted, turning and sprinting away. Lu Chen finally stopped in front of a 3-story vintage villa. The temperature here was at least 10 degrees lower than outside. A thin layer of pale frost was even crystallized on the ground. The villa's outer walls were covered in dead black ivy, resembling dead snakes coiling around the windows. The heavy solid wood door was plastered with yellow talismans that rustled in the wind. The students watching from a distance shivered in unison. Someone hurriedly zipped their school uniform jacket to the top, their teeth clicking together. The Yin energy here can freeze an ordinary person's bone marrow. How can he not wear a jacket? Lu Chen was indeed wearing a tattered vest with a ripped collar. But the violent blood energy brought on by his 100,000 tons of physical energy surged within him like a fully operational nuclear reactor. The chilling energy that attempted to approach his skin released hissing white smoke and evaporated before it could come within half a meter of him. Chen stood in front of the solid wood door holding the rusty copper key in one hand. He poked the complex keyhole twice. This is a special titanium steel alloy capable of withstanding an absolute impact force of 100,000 G. As long as you strike with all your strength, it will accurately. Chen irritably pulled the key out and casually tossed it over his shoulder. The copper key arced through the air, landing in the grass without making a sound. The crowd watching from afar was dumbfounded. Did he just throw the key? Was he planning to sleep on the street tonight? In the next moment, Chen gave them a vivid physics lesson on unlocking doors. He took half a step back with his right leg. The solid muscle fibers in his thigh tensed instantly, and the fabric of his pants protested with a ripping sound. Chen aimed a simple yet forceful kick at the heavy solid wood door plastered with talismans. Boom! The ear-splitting explosion echoed through the back mountain. This sound was 10 times more exaggerated than the noise of a demolishing building. 100,000 tons of pure physical force surged from Chen's foot into the door without reservation. The heavy solid wood door claimed to withstand the full force of a third-tier Star Warrior didn't even hold for 1/100th of a second. Crack, crack, crack. The explosive sound of splintering wood rang out in a continuous stream. Both doors along with the surrounding heavy alloy frame broke free from the wall's constraints. They flew out like a heavy artillery shell fired at an untraceable speed. The yellow talismans on the door tore into countless shreds under the violent wind pressure. Bang, boom. The doors crashed heavily against the load-bearing wall of the villa's living room. The wall was dented deeply, bricks and dust flying in every direction. The blinding sunlight poured through the unobstructed massive doorway, illuminating the dark living room that had long been deprived of daylight. The dust swirling in the air was clearly visible in the sunlight. The distant onlookers fell to their knees in shock. A few sophomores dropped their sunflower seeds, their mouths agape, as if a basketball could fit inside. Did he just kick the load-bearing door frame into the room with one kick? Is this even opening a door? This is directed demolition. The boys' legs went weak as they looked at Chen's back, a fear that couldn't be described in words rising within them. Chen dusted off his pants and turned to grab the thick hemp rope on the ground. The door is slightly wider now, which is just perfect for the bull to get in. He exerted strength with one hand, dragging the threatened red-armored bull through the spacious doorway into the villa's living room. The heavy bull's hide carved a deep, blood-colored trail of wood shavings on the living room floor. Chen had just dragged the bull's tail inside. Bang! A chilling wind swept through. From the originally empty doorway, 2 pitch-black iron doors appeared seemingly out of nowhere and slammed shut without warning. They sealed perfectly, allowing not a sliver of sunlight to enter. The entire villa's living room was instantly plunged into pitch-black darkness. The temperature inside plunged below zero in just 2 seconds. The breath Chen exhaled condensed into a white mist in the air. A thick layer of white frost rapidly covered the surface of the genuine leather sofa in the living room. Chen released the hemp rope in his hands, slightly displeased as he pouted. Why close the door in broad daylight? How am I supposed to find a knife to cut meat in this pitch-black darkness? Just as he prepared to fumble for the kitchen light switch, a creepy sound echoed from the darkest corner of the living room ceiling. It was the sound of bones scraping against it. As Chen dragged the bull into the living room, the door slammed shut, the temperature inside plummeting to freezing point. A spine-chilling, eerie woman's laughter echoed from the corner of the ceiling. What a vigorous, pure yang blood energy. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a prime prey. A dry, amused chuckle broke the darkness. Such vigorous, pure yang qi and blood. It has been a long time since I met such a perfect prey. In the corner of the pitch-black living room ceiling, a woman in red hung upside down. Her tumtor-long black, withered hair dangled like kelp, nearly brushing Chen's head. This was no ghost story. She was a peculiar stellar organism condensed from the resentful qi of the Xingyuan. Her face, tinged with indigo and violet, bore 2 pupilless white eyes that stared fixedly at Chen below. The red-clothed specter greedily parted her bloodless lips, viscous, icy saliva dripping down her hair. Chen crouched beside a 3-ton red-armored ox holding a rusty kitchen cleaver that had appeared from nowhere. This hide is too thick. Trying to cut meat with this scrap of iron won't even leave a mark. Irritated, Chen tossed the rusty knife aside and simply extended his right hand. His 5 fingers slid straight into the seam of the ox's hardened dorsal armor, prepared to rip flesh barehanded. He did not even glance up. He treated the figure on the ceiling, which exuded a bone-piercing chill as if she were air. The red-clothed ghost felt a deep, humiliating indignity. Once upon a time, she had been a dominant force on the rear slopes of the War God Academy, draining countless arrogant geniuses dry. And now, an ordinary person with no Starforce fluctuations dared to ignore her. Seeking death. Give me your yang energy. The red-clothed ghost shrieked, a sound that pierced eardrums. She lunged down from the ceiling. The nails on her 10 fingers swelled instantly by half a meter. Sharp black ghost claws laden with corrosive, resentful qi aimed straight for Chen's major artery. Over 100 meters outside the villa, a group of first and second-year students cowered behind the trees, craning their necks and trembling. They could not see inside, but the chill that seeped from the house had frosted the leaves. "Did you hear?" The ghost screamed. "That kid must have been pounced on," the skinny follower muttered, rubbing the goose flesh on his arms while his teeth chattered. "Serves him right. The filth in House 7 can one-shot a second-tier peak. Even if he's strong, can a physical attack hit a non-corporeal stellar being?" He was just delivering takeout. The senior greeter leaned against a tree, clutching the registration sheet, eyes red. She stomped her foot, such a perfect specimen of musculature wasted as ghost fodder. In the yard of Villa 8, the newly assigned dormitory's cold-faced campus beauty, Su Qingyuan, directed the Su family bodyguards as they carried furniture inside. At the piercing wail from next door, the pink water cup in her hand hit the ground with a soft plop. Water splashed over the leg of her bespoke battle suit. She did not even notice. She spun to look at Villa 7 shrouded in black. Chia, her breath faltered. "That idiot Chen doesn't even know how to deploy a Star Force shield. He'll be ruined against a mental-type creature." Su Qingyuan shoved aside a blocking bodyguard and gathered a spear of frost, humming with cold in her hand. Even if it meant breaking the Academy's prohibition on private duels, she had to pull Chen out. That muscle-bound wooden post belonged only to her, to bully. No other woman or ghost could touch him. Inside Villa 7's living room, the red-clothed ghost's putrid razor-sharp claws had already made contact with the ragged t-shirt on Chen's shoulder. She had even prepared to feast on fresh blood, a greedy leer twisting her pale face. Yet, just before the ghost's claws brushed the surface of Chen's skin by 1,000th of a second, Chen was pinching a chunk of beef, ready to tear it. The physical kinetic energy within him, the equivalent of 100,000 in force, was like a supervolcano suppressed for millennia. At the slightest external stimulation, that humanoid nuclear reactor detonated at full power without warning. A visible surge of crimson, pure yang qi and bloodshot from Chen's crown toward the ceiling. This was no Star Force. It was elemental physical thermal energy at its most absolute, the brutal heat produced by a massive Buddhist density in motion. Within 1/10 of a second, the living room's temperature leapt from below freezing to well above 100 degrees Celsius. The frost that had clung to the air evaporated into scalding steam. The red-clothed ghost's vaunted claws, upon touching that raging wave of pure yang heat, were like a fragile popsicle thrown into a steel furnace. Her nails were singed into vapor, heat rolled up her fingertips and set alight the red garments formed from resentful qi. A shriek 100 times more piercing than before exploded through the villa. The ghost felt she was not clutching a person, but a miniature sun spewing terrifying flares. The fierce pure yang qi stabbed into her spirit like thousands of red-hot needles. Her red robes liquefied in great swathes, her 2-meter hair curled into charred coils. Thick plumes of white smoke poured from her body, suffusing the living room with an otherworldly haze. The ghost fought to pull her hand back, but Chen's high-temperature field had formed a mighty physical vortex that held her fast in midair. Outside the villa, Su Qingyuan, who had been preparing to rush and halted mid-stride. She felt a blast of searing heat blow from the crack of Villa 7's door. The frost spear she had just formed melted into a puddle of warm water. Droplets ran down her fingertips. Her exquisitely beautiful face registered stunned disbelief. The watching male students were blown by the hot wind into heavy sweating, yanking open their collars. "What is happening? Wasn't this place haunted? Why does it feel like a sauna?" That scream sounded off. It's not a man's voice. It sounded like a female ghost being assaulted. The crowd exchanged bewildered looks, none understanding the scene unfolding in the haunted house. Inside the living room, Chen finally tore off a heavy slab of marbled beef. He dropped the meat into a nearby plastic basin and at last noticed his shoulder was warm. Chen looked up at the ghost hovering in midair, smoking and weeping. "What are you doing performing self-immolation performance art in broad daylight?" Chen frowned, and with his left hand swatted as if shooing a fly. A purely physical palm gust struck the ghost's smoking face. She flew back like a tattered sandbag. She slammed hard into a load-bearing corner wall, plaster raining down. The pure yang blaze on her body was extinguished, but her spirit had become 1/3 transparent. The ghost was overcome with terror. She curled in the corner, hugging her knees, trembling like a frightened quail. 2 wrong tears forced themselves from those pupilless white orbs. This was too much cruelty toward a ghost. Humans lacked martial propriety, and their qi was so hot it could exorcise a spirit on the spot. All she could think now was begging this living warden to move out of her territory at once. Chen did not spare a glance for her pitiful state. He carried the plastic basin full of beef and glanced at the noon sun blazing outside. Then he looked back at the ghost in the corner, still emitting a faint chill. Although smoking and charred, her cold attribute remained, like a large refrigeration compressor. Chen sliced another piece of meat, glanced at her, stroked his chin, and said, "This place has no air conditioning, and it's sweltering in midsummer. Come on over, hover above my head, and cool me down." Such abundant pure yang blood, it's been a long time since I've encountered such a prime target. Half an hour ago, this female ghost was still blissfully spouting nonsense. And now the bright red beef oil bubbling in the copper pot was enticing, with delicious red bubbles rising. Lu Chen sat boldly in the middle of the ruined living room. He held a pair of specially made stainless steel chopsticks longer than his arms, and picked up a piece of half a pound of snowflake beef to dip directly into the boiling water. Move to the left a bit. Why is the wind blowing right on the hot pot? Do you even know what sweeping the wind mode means? Lu Chen chewed on the beef coated in sesame sauce, sweating profusely from the spice, and impatiently scolded. Half a meter above his head, the originally fierce red-clothed female ghost was now pitifully dangling from the ceiling. Her long eerie hair, originally 2 meters long, had been scorched into dry frizzy curls by the pure yang blood, emitting a burnt protein smell. Hearing Lu Chen scolding, the female ghost shivered in fear. She quickly opened her bloodless mouth, and like a powerful blower, desperately blew cold, ghostly air towards Lu Chen's head. In the middle of summer, this dilapidated villa was surprisingly cool, as if it had a massive central air conditioning system running at full capacity. With the alternating temperatures, Lu Chen felt utterly comfortable. This cooling effect is quite good, but it consumes a lot of ghost energy. Don't stop, or it'll throw you into the spicy pot to be boiled. Lu Chen picked up a bottle of chilled beer and downed half of it. Tears of condensed ghostly energy were crazily dripping from the female ghost's white eyes, hitting the ground and turning into little ice shards. What a pity. For so many years, she had occupied the back mountain of the War God Academy. Which talented student that moved in had not been scared out of their wits by her? Those self-important star warriors would collapse mentally in less than 5 minutes under her spiritual pollution. Today, however, they encountered a living hell king, completely immune to mental attacks with absurdly high physical defenses. As long as even a little of that pure yang blood leaked out, it could incinerate her century-long cultivation to ashes. Now she didn't even dare to run away, having to obediently stay here as a voice-controlled air conditioner. Occasionally, with the wind blowing in the wrong direction, she would have to endure this man's scolding. Just when they were enjoying the hot pot, the sound of high-heeled combat boots stepping on the bluestone path outside Villa No. 7 echoed. Su Qingyuan walked in holding an exquisite pink, 3-tier insulated box, carefully stepping over the scattered gravel. To get closer to Lu Chen, she had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain the key to the adjacent Villa No. 8 from the old headmaster. At that moment, this Ice Mountain School flower from Jiangcheng No.3 High School had her ears flushed red with heat. In her hand was the osmanthus cake she had frantically made in the kitchen of Villa No. 8, following the recipe. The usually pampered young lady who never touched anything had even put 2 band-aids on her fingers for making this dessert. I wonder if he likes sweet things. Su Qingyuan bit her moist red lips, her heart racing as if she had a lively little deer inside. A few college students hiding behind the trees in the distance were wide-eyed in shock. Isn't that the Ice Mountain School flower Su Qingyuan who just enrolled today? Is she out of her mind? Does she dare to walk into the haunted house of Villa No. 7? Oh no, if this goddess gets drained by the female ghost, our War God Academy's attractiveness level will regress by 10 years. The students pounded their chests, but not one dared to step forward to stop her. Su Qingyuan completely ignored the commotion outside. She walked straight to the door frame that had just been kicked down by Lu Chen. The scene inside the room crashed into her clear peach blossom eyes without reservation. Thud! Su Qingyuan's pink insulated box slipped from her hand and crashed heavily onto the dusty floor. The osmanthus cake she had painstakingly made scattered everywhere, breaking into several pieces. But she didn't even have the heart to look down. Su Qingyuan's stunning face was completely frozen in shock. What did this back mountain haunted house that had terrified countless sophomore and junior students? It was said to be a place so mean that even the instructors were unwilling to step lightly. The terrifying red-clothed female ghost known for draining the blood of star warriors was now swayingly being commanded by Lu Chen like a punching bag, blowing cold air vigorously from the ceiling. The female ghost's pale eyes glimmered with a desperate plea for help upon seeing Su Qingyuan enter, as if to say, "Please take me away, this man is a complete devil." What are you doing? Su Qingyuan opened her small mouth and took a long time to regain her voice. She felt like the martial arts knowledge she had learned for 18 years was a huge joke in front of this man. Lu Chen glanced at her when he heard the commotion. "Oh, auntie, you've also made it to this ragged mountain." He pointed with his stainless steel chopsticks at the trembling female ghost above. "There isn't even a socket in this room, so I thought I'd grab some free labor. This natural air conditioner works pretty well, but the wind it blows has a bit of ghostly energy, which can be a bit chilling. Do you want to bring a stool over to enjoy some cold air?" Su Qingyuan felt as if her brain had been short-circuited by when others encounter celestial creatures, they fight desperately with formations or star techniques. You even complain that there isn't a socket. Su Qingyuan took a deep breath, forcing her shattered worldview to piece back together. She looked down at the osmanthus cake on the ground, a flicker of pity and regret flashing in her eyes. "That is the dessert I made for you, and it's all on the ground now." Su Qingyuan squatted down, extending her bandaged fingers to pick up the fallen cake. Her eyes reddened, feeling wronged like a little wife who had done something wrong. Lu Chen frowned, walked over, and firmly grasped her tender wrist. "If it fell on the ground, then so be it. It's covered in dust, eating it will give you a stomachache." His gaze landed on the band-aids on Su Qingyuan's fingers, and his rough thumb rubbed over them twice. "You can cut vegetables and still end up cutting your hand. Do you use this frost lance for picking your teeth? Lu Chen reprimanded in a gruff voice. Su Qingyuan not only did not refute him, but instead buried her head low. She stared at Lu Chen's broad hand holding hers, her heart racing faster than when she saw the female ghost. This domineering yet clumsy concern made her feel no pain from the wound on her finger. The female ghost above, watching the two flirt, felt aggrieved and was dropping ice shards. This female ghost, who had been single for over 100 years, not only had to act as an air conditioner, but was also forced to consume this abundant dog food. The damage was even greater than pure yang blood. Lu Chen released his hand and handed a large plate of raw beef from the table to Su Qingyuan. Stop messing with your sweet cakes and come help me cook the meat. The hind leg meat of this red-armored cow is too thick, it needs to be cooked longer, and the timing is hard to control. Su Qingyuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately kicked the insulated box aside. She stepped in her tactical high-heeled boots, obediently walked to the hot pot, and picked up the ladle, concentrating on cooking meat for Lu Chen. The Ice Mountain School flower was now beaming with the happiness of a virtuous wife. The old students outside, using binoculars to witness this scene, had their jaws completely dropped. The Ice Mountain goddess was cooking hot pot for the newcomer. The haunted female ghost was blowing air conditioning for them. What kind of magical world is this? Lu Chen was eating meat heartily, enjoying the gusts of cold wind blowing from above, feeling extremely comfortable. Blow a bit to the right. It's hot over by Su Qingyuan, and all the steam from the hot pot is wafting onto her face. Lu Chen glared at the female ghost. The female ghost, frightened, hurriedly floated to a different spot, diligently fanning Su Qingyuan with cold wind. Watching the usually high and mighty celestial evil spirit obey so obediently, Su Qingyuan couldn't help but smile. Just as they were enjoying the hot pot, the high-pitched sound of the star energy broadcast hanging on the towering ancient trees above the War God Academy suddenly emitted a harsh electrical noise. Zila. Following that, a robust male voice resonated through the amplification formation, instantly reaching every corner of the giant island. As Su Qingyuan marveled at Lu Chen's hardcore method of cooling down, the campus broadcast suddenly blared with a deafening announcement. Attention, all freshmen. The War God Academy freshman competition will commence tomorrow. The victors will enter the core sequence. Please prepare immediately. Attention, all new students. The new student competition at the War God Academy will commence tomorrow. This deafening broadcast seemed to reverberate above the War God Academy. Time swiftly passed to the morning of the second day. The central arena of the War God Academy, capable of accommodating 100,000 people, was bustling with noise. Sunshine spilled over the enormous arena, paved with high-density star energy alloy, reflecting a cold and piercing metallic sheen. Young talents from provinces across the country gathered in groups in the preparation area. Desperate to make a stunning impression before the entire school, these new students exerted every ounce of energy they had. Some were enveloped in crackling blue arcs of electricity, their hair standing on end. Others stood atop fiery rings, warping the surrounding air with heat. This was no mere preparation area, it was clearly a grand star energy light show. Amidst the colorful and dazzling star energy lights, Lu Chen ambled into the corridor, wearing a pair of cheap plastic flip-flops and yawning widely. He was clad in a faded, loose-fitting tracksuit with one pant leg rolled up higher than the other. In this attire, he stood out amongst a crowd of young aristocrats dressed in high-end combat gear, like a rustic duck among swans. Lu Chen rubbed his stomach, still uncomfortably full from the previous night's spicy beef hot pot, and pondered, casually slapping his opponent when he got on stage before heading back to Villa No. 7 for more sleep. Just as Lu Chen stepped out of the contestants' corridor, a synchronized chorus of piercing female screams erupted from the front row of the stands. Oh, brother Lu Chen, look this way. The high decibel wave of sound made the eardrums of a few boys in the front row buzz. Startled, Lu Chen nearly slipped, almost losing one of his flip-flops. He looked up towards the source of the sound, and the sight before him made his vision go dark. A gigantic pink banner 50 meters long was unfurled in the center of the VIP section. In bold golden letters, 2 lines of dazzling slogans were written on the banner. Brother Lu Chen is the most handsome. The extreme barbarian crushes everything. Next to the text, there were even cute Persian bears exuding pink hearts. The banner was held up by the most stunning beauties from Jiangcheng City. The Ice Queen of the Academy, Su Qingyuan, wore a youthful and vibrant pleated skirt today. She gripped the left wooden pole of the banner tightly, her fair cheeks reddening as if they might bleed. Though too shy to lift her head, her peach blossom eyes stubbornly remained glued to Lu Chen. In the center of the banner, the daughter of a wealthy tycoon, Shen Wanwan, held a pink star energy megaphone. Go Lu Chen, crush them all. I'll cover your medical expenses. Shen Wanwan exclaimed, excitedly bouncing around while her twin ponytails danced in the air. The gentle medical department flower Lu Rian held a first aid kit in her hands, anxiously calling out to Lu Chen. Junior, be gentle with your strength. Remember to come find your senior sister for muscle relaxation therapy after the match. Next to her, another senior student exaggeratedly shook 2 large cheerleader pom-poms while wearing a super short skirt. On the far right of the group, Yili wore a scandalously scanny sexy made outfit, holding a steaming cup of Master is the best. Master is mighty. I'll keep your bed warm in the dormitory waiting for your triumphant return. Yi Luli's high-pitched call became the last straw that broke the camel's back. At that moment, the arena of 100,000 people fell into an eerily silent stillness. Even those geniuses showcasing their star energy wings in midair forgot to flap their wings. With a thud, 7 or 8 figures fell from the sky, crashing onto the alloy arena and ending up bruised and battered, yet forgetting to yell in pain. 5 full seconds passed. A wave of wailing erupted from the male ranks in the audience, nearly toppling the roof. My cold school beauty. Why is she holding that disgusting pink sign? Sister Lu, didn't you say you would give all the boys in the school equal care? Why do you only give him muscle therapy? Isn't that made the abyss saintess? Why is she calling that bumpkin master? The jealousy of the boys at that moment transformed into a palpable rage. Some crushed their alloy water cups in their hands, splattering water on nearby classmates. Others ground their teeth, making a grating sound as their molars squeaked, blood oozing from their gums. Tens of thousands of murderous gazes converged on Lu Chen at the entrance of the corridor. The intensity of those stares was enough to incinerate him on the spot. If looks could turn into physical attacks, Lu Chen would have already been sliced into sashimi. He stood frozen in place, covering his face with one hand. Right now, he just wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment in the hard star energy alloy ground and hide inside. What were these women thinking? Creating such a fan support scene that could cause immediate social death, how could he ever enjoy his meals afterwards? I don't know them, you can beat me at will. Lu Chen lowered his hand and shrugged helplessly at the surrounding boys who looked ready to devour him. But this honest statement sounded to others like nothing but blatant boasting and provocation. So arrogant. Taking advantage and still acting coy, I'm going to kill him today. A deafening roar erupted. Boom. A massive viewing screen in the preparation area was smashed to pieces by a rampaging humanoid giant beast. A 2 meter tall, muscular man akin to a block of stone stormed out of the crowd. With every step he took, the ground trembled beneath his feet. This man was Wang Tiniu, a young talent from the imperial capital's Wang family. He possessed an A-grade absolute defensive star martial talent, nicknamed the Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus. In the high school entrance examination practicals, he had withstood a speeding heavy truck and crumpled it into scrap metal. Wang Tiniu had long harbored disdain for Lu Chen, a web celebrity who gained fame through videos online. Why did he have the right to monopolize all the top beauties at the War God Academy? Wang Tiniu pushed off with his legs, his massive body crashing down onto the main stage of the arena like a dong. The Star Energy Alloy Arena was left with 2 deep footprints from his stomp. He clenched his fists and struck his chest twice, producing a sound like hammering steel. A thick layer of brown rock armor instantaneously enveloped his entire body. Wang Tiniu turned around, his bull-like eyes locking onto Lu Chen, still wearing plastic flip-flops at the corridor entrance. He raised his powerful right arm, pointing his index finger straight at Lu Chen's nose. His booming voice mixed with star energy instantly drowned out the noise of the crowd. A muscular new student from the imperial capital possessing a great defensive star martial talent jumped onto the arena, pointing at Lu Chen and roaring, "A white-faced barbarian living off women, get up here. Today I will crush your pride and brute strength beneath my feet. A white-faced braggart relying on women, come forward. Today I shall crush the strength you pride yourself on beneath." Wang Tiniu's roar echoed like a powerful blender over the central arena of the War God Academy. A layer of thick, grayish-brown rock armor several inches thick was rapidly forming on his towering frame of 2 meters and 2. A white-faced braggart relying on women, come forward. Today I shall crush the strength you pride yourself on beneath. The tens of thousands of boys in the stands, driven nearly mad with jealousy, erupted into frenzied cheers. Brother Tiniu, crush him. Let him know that one cannot survive in the War God Academy on familiarity and rumors alone. Bring this internet-famous fraud back to his true form. The boys waved their fists, eager to personally drag Lu Chen onto the stage and strip him alive. Sitting in the VIP section, Su Qingyuan heard these vile words, and the mineral water bottle in her hand was crushed to pieces. The icy water splashed onto the ground, instantly forming a patch of white frost. Her peach blossom eyes coldly swept over Wang Tiniu, as if she were looking at a corpse. Shen Wanwan raised the pink star energy loudspeaker, her small shoes clattering on the stands. Brother Lu Chen, smash that big guy into a meat pie. I'll treat you to a whole roasted lamb tonight. Yi Lioli held a teacup, her sheer skirt fluttering in the wind, her big eyes filled with anticipation. She loved to see her master destroy everything flashy in the most barbaric manner. Lu Chen stood at the entrance, listening to the deafening roar above him, rubbing his temple helplessly. He lowered his head to look at the cheap plastic sandals on his feet. These broken shoes just picked up some mud on the back mountain. Ooh, I wonder if they'll slip on the ring later. He mumbled as he slowly walked up the costly custom-made arena. This arena was constructed with high-strength star energy alloy said to withstand the full force of a third-tier Star Warrior's assault. Lu Chen lazily walked to a stop 10 meters away from Wang Tiniu, with his hands still tucked into the pockets of his loose-fitting sweatpants yawning wide. Wang Tiniu looked at Lu Chen's half-asleep demeanor, feeling deeply humiliated. He pounded his fists together, causing sparks to fly from the collision of his rock armor. Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. My grade earth-heavy rock armor can only leave a white mark even when struck by heavy armor-piercing rounds. If you kneel down and knock your head 3 times, shouting I'm a white-faced man, I might just spare your 2 legs. Wang Tinyu spat as he recited the standard villain lines. Lu Chun scratched his ear and flicked a crumb off his fingertip onto the ground. Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? I can smell the garlic from 10 meters away. Lu Chen impatiently interrupted him. If you want to fight, make it quick. I'm in a hurry to go back and catch up on my sleep. Wang Tiany's eyes reddened with anger, letting out a beast-like roar. He charged forward with his sturdy rock legs like an out-of-control steamroller, heading straight for Lu Chun. With each step, the Star Energy Alloy Arena trembled with a dull thud. Lu Chun didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He merely lifted his right leg slightly, the muscle fibers in his thigh tightening beneath his sportswear. A torrent of terrifying physical energy equivalent to that of 100,000 tons surged up his spine and into his right heel. Enough with the noise. Lu Chun said these 3 words in a calm tone as he stomped heavily onto the hard Star Energy alloy ground beneath his foot. Boom. There was no explosion of star power, only the raw, unreasonable force of physical energy. With that stomp, a visible white sonic boom cloud erupted from the ground. The specially made alloy arena claimed to withstand a 3rd-tier star technique bombardment crumbled at the moment it came in contact with Lu Chen's shoe sole, like a low-quality wafer cookie struck by a heavy hammer. Crack, crack, crack. The piercing sound of metal fracturing melded into one as the center of the arena instantly collapsed into a 2-meter-deep pit. But this was just the beginning. The terrifying force of 100,000 tons surged like a tsunami through the alloy pillars, directly pouring into the underground support base of the entire arena. From deep underground came a hair-raising sound of the crust tearing apart. The ground of the central arena rose and fell violently like waves. Wang Tinyu mid-charge didn't even manage to touch the corner of Lu Chen's clothes. The thick alloy floor tile beneath him began to buckle upward. Wang Tiany's pride, the grade earth-heavy rock armor, crumbled like an eggshell before the physical shockwave generated by Lu Chen's stomp. Accompanied by a series of popping sounds like firecrackers, the rock armor on his body shattered into dust. Wang Tinyu let out a piercing scream as his body lost balance. With the arena splitting in half, the underground steel-reinforced base collapsed with a thunderous crash. He fell like a broken sack, plummeting straight into a pit over 10 meters deep along with countless tons of alloy debris and concrete. Splash! A large splash of murky underground water erupted from the pit's bottom, burying Wang Tinyu under a pile of rubble without a trace. In just 5 seconds, half of the central arena turned into ruins. A cloud of dust soared into the sky, blocking out the blinding sunlight overhead. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The boys who had been shouting madly moments ago had their throats choked, unable to make a sound. A boy in the front row dropped his support sign onto his foot, yet he couldn't even muster the strength to bend down and rub it. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and a yellow liquid flowed down his pants. An upperclassman in his 3rd year held a sausage's mouth agape for a long time, unable to close it as the sausage fell to the ground and was taken away by a dog without him noticing. One kick collapsed the entire foundation of the arena. Is this a dream? Is this the kind of noise a human heel can make? Quick, pinch me. I just mocked a humanoid nuclear bomb. In the VIP section, Su Qingyuan's peach blossom eyes sparkled with unprecedented brightness. Her fair fingers clutched the pink banner tightly, her heart racing as if it would burst from her chest. This was the man she admired, who didn't need any flashy moves. One kick determined everything. Shen Wanwan was so excited that she threw the Star Energy loudspeaker into the air. She twirled in circles on the stands, her crisp laughter echoing throughout the arena. I knew it. Brother Lu Chen's leg strength is the best in the world. Lu Ruyan from the medical department tightly hugged the first aid kit, a blush spreading from her cheeks down to her collarbone. She held the first aid kit to her chest, the sound of her pounding heartbeat audible even through her white coat. Her mind was filled with the image of that thigh muscle bursting with terrifying power. Yi Lioli held the teacup, leaning slightly forward, almost unable to resist rushing down to polish Lu Chen's shoe soles. A gentle breeze blew through, dispersing the dust lingering in the arena. On the edge of the ruins, Lu Chun, wearing those dusty plastic sandals, stood unharmed atop a broken steel bar. He kept his hands in his pockets, leaning over to take a look into the deep pit. At the bottom of the pit, Wang Tinyu was buried with only one foot sticking out, twitching. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the pit, raising his hands in an innocent shrug. This isn't my fault. Your school's arena is a shoddy construction. I stomped my foot and it collapsed. Lu Chen wore an expression of grievance, clearly saying he was the victim. The students in the stands nearly spat out blood upon hearing this. 100,000 tons of destructive power, and you call it a casual stomp. You call this a shoddy construction. Just then an elderly roar erupted from the podium, filled with rage. Lu Chun, you little rascal, this is a newly built arena. Lu Chun, you little rascal, my newly built arena. A furious aged roar erupted above the podium. The volume was like hundreds of subwoofers firing at once. The tempered glass at the edge of the podium shattered into powder under the force of the shout. A lean figure in coarse robes descended from the sky. He didn't use any cushioning star technique, relying purely on his physical body to smash onto the broken alloy arena floor. Boom! The fractured alloy plate sank further under his feet, splashing mud. The old dean of War God Academy, Zhan Kuang, the only marquee-level powerhouse at the school, was now pointing at Lu Chen, his beard bristling with anger. His graying beard seemed to point to the sky, spittle flying. Are you out of your mind? If you're going to fight, fight. Why stomp your foot? Are you trying to demolish the place for me? This arena floor is made of top-grade star energy alloy. It cost 800 million. You're paying for it today. The old dean stomped his feet in rage, rolling up his sleeves as if to grab Lu Chen by the collar. The tens of thousands of male students in the stands who had been cowed into silence finally found their voice. He's hit a wall now. The old dean is notorious for his temper and his love of money. 800 million. He couldn't pay that off even if he mined coal in the black market for 100 years. Against the marquee-level powerhouse, his brute strength is nothing. He's definitely in for it now. The aristocratic heirs who had been scared stiff moments ago began to jeer again from the stands. In the VIP section, two stunning figures stood up simultaneously. Su Qingyuan, in her high-heeled tactical boots, already had an unlimited Su family black card in her hand. She would never allow anyone to bully Lu Chen, not even a marquee-level powerhouse. It's only 800 million the Su family will pay for. Before she could finish, a delicate fair hand reached over. Shen Wanwan raised a pink star energy megaphone, her voice drowning out Su Qingyuan's. Uncle Wang, transfer 8 billion to the War God Academy's public account within 5 minutes. The extra is pocket money for Lu Chen from me. Lu Chen's head throbbed from the money-flinging antics of these two wealthy women. He dug a finger in his ear and flicked a speck of dust onto the rubble. Who asked you to pay for me? I plan to use my cushy lifestyle for good things, not to fill holes. Lu Chen turned to look at the fuming old dean. Old man, I've got no money to give and my life's not on the table either. The old dean's beard trembled even harder at this, his terrifying marquee-level aura threatening to bear down. Without even glancing at him, Lu Chen shoved his hands in his pockets and turned to sprint out of the arena. His feet kicked up dust from the ruins as he vanished into a blur. He's trying to flee. Stop him. He's running after collapsing the arena. Students in the stands shouted, pointing at his retreating figure, chaos ensuing. The old dean stood dumbfounded, rubbing his bald head. In all his years of disciplining unruly students, had never seen someone wreck a venue and just bolt. Lu Chen ran faster than a rabbit, bursting out of the central arena in the blink of an eye. He sprinted down the school path, heading straight for the back mountain. Yesterday, while dragging his ox to the dormitories, he had passed a barren plot of land behind the mountain. There stood an unfinished building, abandoned after reaching a dozen floors due to a funding cut. Lu Chen stopped before the unfinished building, gazing up at the towering concrete structure. That should be just enough to fill. He muttered to himself, then strode to the base of the building's load-bearing wall. Spreading his legs, his feet sank half a meter into the soil. He extended his hands, and his 10 fingers sank into the thick concrete as easily as cutting into warm tofu. 100,000 tons of physical kinetic energy surged from his spine into his arms. The veins on his arms bulged like thick steel cables. His loose athletic sleeves couldn't withstand the sudden expansion of his muscles and burst into shreds. Rised. A deep guttural growl escaped Lu Chen's throat. The ground trembled nearby, trees shook violently, and leaves rained down. With a teeth-grinding screech of snapping rebar, the concrete foundation of the heavy, unfinished structure was brutally torn apart. Lu Chen's back and waist exploded with power, and he ripped the multi-thousand-ton building clean out of the ground. Dust billowed into the sky, blotting out the sun. Lu Chen hoisted the dozen-soft-meter-tall, unfinished building onto his right shoulder. The ground beneath him collapsed, leaving knee-deep footprints. This thing's pretty heavy. They used a lot of rebar. It's digging into my shoulder a bit. Lu Chen rolled his neck, turned, and jogged back towards the arena with the building on his shoulder. With every step he took, the entire ground of War God Academy pulsed. It was as if an ancient star abyssal beast was rampaging through the campus. Inside the arena, the old dean was about to issue a school-wide order for the demolition maniac's arrest. Suddenly the sky darkened. A massive shadow fell over the ruined arena. Everyone felt a suffocating physical pressure approaching. Thud! Thud! Heavy footsteps echoed. Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan both turned their heads, their eyes widening in unison. A male student's communicator slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. Lu Ruyan from the medical department forgot to breathe and nearly fainted from lack of oxygen. Under the horrified gaze of 100,000 teachers and students, Lu Chen strode into the arena, carrying a dozen-story-tall, unfinished building on his shoulder. Bits of brick and concrete were still crumbling from its surface. The exposed, snapped rebar exuded a raw, violent aesthetic. Make way, make way. Large item coming. Lu Chen yelled, walking to the edge of the massive 10-meter-deep crater in the arena floor. The old dean's beard twitched in fright as he scrambled back dozens of meters. Lu Chen gripped the base of the building, and with a powerful twist of his hips he hurled it. There you go. The multi-thousand-ton unfinished building arced through the air. Boom! A thunderous crash, 10 times louder than the earlier stomp, detonated in the center of the arena. Every window on campus shattered from the earth-shattering impact. The colossal unfinished building slammed perfectly into the crater. Reinforced concrete was pulverized at the bottom, filling the 10-meter-deep hole completely. Dust billowed across the entire arena like a sandstorm. Everyone was coughing violently, unable to open their eyes. As the dust slowly settled, they saw the pit filled with construction debris, their minds completely blank. Chen stood at the edge of the now leveled debris, brushing white dust off his hands. He turned, looking at the dumbstruck old dean in the distance, and shrugged innocently. Use this to settle the debt. It fills the hole perfectly. I'm all about efficiency. If it's not level enough, I can jump on it a few times to tamp it down. The tens of thousands of people in the arena were dead silent. Even the sound of the wind seemed to stop. Everyone expected the old dean to explode with rage and smack Chen into a pulp. Staring at the arena pit completely stuffed with a building, the old dean's beard shot straight up, his eyes bulging, and after a long pause, instead of getting angry, he slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Ha! What a little monster of brute force. I like you. I'm taking you as my disciple. Ha! What a monstrous little brute. I like you. You're my disciple now. The old dean's thunderous laughter scattered the clouds in the sky. Tens of thousands of students from the War God Academy lay sprawled at the edge of the ruins, their mouths agape. Being taken as a personal disciple by a marquee-level powerhouse was a fortune beyond measure. The male students pinched their thighs so hard they left bloody marks, grinding their teeth in envy. Chen, however, just picked his ear and flicked the dust from his fingernail onto the ground. Personal disciple. Does that mean I have to get up at 5 every morning to practice horse stance? Chen let out a long yawn. And practice those flashy martial arts under the scorching sun. The old dean was taken aback and nodded instinctively. The path of martial arts naturally requires rising before dawn and training through the harshest winters. Then forget it, I decline. Chen waved his hand decisively and turned to leave. Waking up early is worse than death for me. I'd rather go back to sleep. The entire audience of 100,000 was left dumbfounded. The old dean's beard trembled like weeds in the wind, hopping mad. He rubbed his bald head, feeling that all his years of martial arts wisdom had been for naught. As a marquee-level powerhouse, he was revered wherever he went. Yet today he had been rejected in the simple matter of taking a disciple, even with free room and board. He'll add one more thing. The cafeteria ladies won't have shaky hands when serving food, the old dean shouted, raising the stakes. Chen rubbed his empty stomach, but still shook his head. No, I don't like being controlled. I'm used to being free and unfettered. Just as the old dean was about to drag Chen away by force. Boom! A pile of rubble nearby suddenly exploded. A figure wreathed in blue lightning leaped onto the tallest concrete slab. Xiao Potion, the top freshman prodigy with inscribed thunder bloodline, made his entrance. The lightning around him heated the surrounding rebar until it glowed red. Xiao Potion's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Chen. Having grown up in the imperial capital as a prodigy who always got his way, he carried the diluted bloodline of an ancient thunder beast. Xiao Potion's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Chen. Having grown up in the imperial capital as a prodigy who always got his way, he carried the diluted bloodline of an ancient thunder beast. He was supposed to be the absolute star of this year's freshman competition, with even the old dean expecting great things from him. But now his thunder had been stolen by Chen. Now even the old dean's personal apprenticeship spot had been taken by Chen. Xiao Patian felt his dignity being trampled into the mud. You country bumpkin living off women, how dare you steal my spotlight? Xiao Patian roared, his voice crackling with thunder. From the stands, Shen Wanwan grabbed a handful of melon seed shells and hurled them. Who do you think you are to yell at my bodyguard brother? Xiao Patian ignored Shen Wanwan and slammed his hands together in front of his chest. The scrayed thunder bloodline within him began to boil. A pungent smell of ozone filled the air. Lightning wove around him into a massive net. Take this, 9 heavens wild thunder. Xiao Patian thrust his arms forward. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water vat tore through the air, carrying devastating pressure straight for Chen's face. The lightning's temperature exceeded tens of thousands of degrees, instantly fusing the concrete ground into glass-like crystals. The instructors nearby turned pale with fear. Get out of the way. This thunder can reduce even a second-rank star warrior to cinders. Su Qingyuan's nails dug into her palms, veins bulging on the back of her hands. Chen stood still, not moving a single step. So noisy. Always setting off fireworks. Don't any of you know what light pollution is? Chen sighed. He raised his right hand and reached directly for the blinding lightning. No star force shield. No evasive maneuvers. Just a bare flesh and blood right hand. He's insane. He's going to catch high-voltage electricity with his bare hands. The male students covered their eyes in terror. The next second, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Chen didn't even lift his head. His broad right hand traced a casual arc in midair. His 5 thick fingers clamped down on the core of the lightning like iron pincers. The muscle contraction from 100,000 tons of kinetic force caused the air itself to wail in agony. The lightning writhed and struggled in Chen's palm, but it couldn't penetrate even the few tenths of a millimeter of epidermal defense. The veins on the back of Chen's hand bulged like gnarled tree roots. His high-density muscle fibers locked down the lightning's energy dissipation completely. Not a single hair on Lu Chen's arm was singed. This little voltage isn't even enough to charge my phone. With a sudden flex of his wrist, he squeezed his 5 fingers together. Pop! A dull sound like a balloon bursting echoed. With that simple squeeze, the lightning pillar as thick as a water vat snapped in the middle. This great savage lightning, powerful enough to kill an elephant, was crushed by Lu Chen's bare hand into a shower of blue sparks. It flickered twice on his tattered school uniform as harmless static, then vanished completely. The old dean's mouth gaped wide enough to fit 3 steamed buns, crushing an energy body with bare hands. What kind of physical monster was this? Xiao Patian stared blankly at his own empty hands. His Dao heart shattered on the spot. The bloodline talent he was so proud of had been popped like a plastic bag. A powerful backlash of star force surged back through his meridians. Shen Wanwan, holding a star energy loudspeaker, was so excited she flipped 3 somersaults on the spot. Lu Rian clutched her first aid kit, panting heavily as she stared at Lu Chen's arm, not a single hair singed. Yi Lioli tossed aside her teacup and covered her flushed cheeks with both hands. After a brief moment of shock, the entire female student body erupted in screams that threatened to overturn the sky, catching lightning with bare hands. Brother Lu Chen is the coolest. Su Qingyuan stood on the VIP platform, breathing like a bellows. This man was a walking hormone machine. Su Qingyuan lifted the hem of her pleated skirt. She pushed through the crowd without a care, stepping over rubble to stand before Lu Chen. The girl's fair cheeks were so red they seemed ready to drip. Xiao Patian let out a miserable cry and collapsed, spitting blood from the Star Force backlash. Su Qingyuan looked at Lu Chen's invincible back, her peach blossom eyes burning with fervor. She parted the crowd, walked up to him, and whispered with a blush, "Lu Chen, you won. I have a reward for you. Lu Chen, you have won, and I have a reward for you." Su Qingyuan's voice was soft like a gentle spring breeze that dispersed the lingering smell of gunpowder in the ruins. She stepped on the shattered star energy alloy steel plates, walking slowly towards Lu Chen. The normally aloof and rarely smiling ice-cold school beauty had her pale cheeks flushed at this moment. The pink hue spread all the way to her long and slender swan-like neck. All 100,000 teachers and students held their breath. Thousands of male eyes were fixated on Su Qingyuan, desperately praying that the scene they feared would not occur. Su Qingyuan tilted her head, gazing at Lu Chen's somewhat languid face. She gently clutched the hem of her pleated skirt. Under the astonished gazes of the entire school, Su Qingyuan slightly lifted her toes. She closed her cool peach blossom eyes, her long eyelashes still trembling nervously. Her soft rosy lips pressed against Lu Chen's right cheek, which had a hint of dust. A kiss with a faint minty scent fell like a dragonfly touching the water. Time came to a complete halt at that moment. The wind ceased. The clouds also stopped. Clang! A precious star energy sword held by a young master in the stands fell to the ground, shattering the tiles. Immediately after, the entire arena erupted into a wailing that could overturn the heavens. "No, my frost goddess. This is worse than killing me. Heavens, are you blind? I've trained for over a decade, and I haven't even touched the corner of the school bowtie's clothing. He's just a country bumpkin without any star power. How could he make the school beauty initiate a kiss?" In that moment, the hearts of thousands of boys completely shattered into pieces. Thousands of boys clutched their heads and wept, with some angrily pounding on the seats in the stands. Some knelt on the ground, banging their heads against the concrete floor, tears and snot covering the ground. The center arena of the War God Academy was utterly transformed into an ocean of heartbroken wails. After the kiss, Su Qingyuan shrank back like a frightened little rabbit. She lowered her head, covering her flushed cheeks with her hands, not daring to look at Lu Chen even once. Lu Chen stood there in a daze, reaching out to touch his cheek where she had kissed him. There was no fluctuation of star power, nor any physical harm. It just felt soft and gentle. He disdainfully wiped the trace of saliva on his cheek with the back of his hand. "What kind of reward is this?" Lu Chen frowned, his expression full of confusion and disdain. "Can a kiss at noon be considered a meal? Even if you brought a plate of roasted pig's leg from the cafeteria, it would be much more substantial than this." Upon hearing this, Su Qingyuan's heart, which had just been shyly fluttering, suddenly skipped a beat. Her chest rose and fell with anger, and her legs stomped the ground beneath her skirt. This wooden post, does he have no normal human emotions beyond food and physical destruction? The school beauty of Jiangcheng No.3 High School, who lowered all her pride to initiate a kiss, was actually compared to a roasted pig leg by him. "Lu Chen, you are driving me crazy." Su Qingyuan's eyes were red, angrily turning away, not wanting to acknowledge this steelhead man. At this moment, on the ruins of the arena, the top freshman genius, Xiao Patian, lay in a pile of rubble, coughing up blood. His proud thunder bloodline was crushed by Lu Chen as if it were a plastic bag, and he had no strength left to stand. The other provincial prodigies who were originally preparing to challenge were all huddled in the preparation area, trembling in fear. Seeing Lu Chen's monstrous muscle lines, none dared to step up to their deaths. Even this glass lightning could be crushed barehanded. They estimated they couldn't withstand even a slap. The old Dean Zhang Kuang stood high above, rubbing his bald head and laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, good boy. Not only are your fists hard, but your ability to attract blossoms is also unmatched in the world. The old dean declared, "This year's War God Academy freshman competition first place goes to Chen." The old dean's voice, amplified by star power, drowned out the wailing of all the boys in the arena. Stepping on the cries of the prodigies and the shattered hearts, Chen ascended to the top of the freshmen without dispute. No one dared to voice any objections. The instructor responsible for recording the scores shakily wrote Chen's name on the roster. Chen scratched his ear and turned to look at the old dean in midair. "Old man, if I got first place, can I cut in line at the cafeteria?" The old dean almost choked on his own saliva, his beard shaking a couple of times. "Yes. In the future, when you go to the cafeteria, those aunties will definitely not hesitate." Chen nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it. At least my effort in stomping my feet just now wasn't wasted." He rubbed his hollow stomach, preparing to call Jiangcheng to have lunch. Just as the atmosphere turned somewhat strange and the male students were still crying and wailing, a piercing roar of heavy machinery suddenly echoed from the wide road outside the War God Academy. Rumble! The roar of the heavy diesel engine shook the small stones on the ground, making them jump. Even the old dean turned his head in confusion towards the direction of the gate. A full 12 heavy trucks painted in a flamboyant pink were lined up in a long steel convoy, rudely crashing through the outer barriers of the arena. The pink heavy trucks, accompanied by a howling wind, drove directly into the debris-filled arena, crushing the remnants of walls and raising a cloud of dust. On the roof of the first pink heavy truck stood a petite figure dressed in a Lolita dress. The wealthy heiress Chen held a large pink Star Energy megaphone high above her head. Her delicate and cute little face was puffed up in anger, resembling a little pufferfish. Chen stood on the truck roof looking down at Jiangcheng in the ruins. Chen holding the loudspeaker, shouted angrily from atop a pink heavy truck, "Jiangcheng, how dare you steal a kiss from my bodyguard brother? Bring all the snack trucks inside and crush these country bumpkins who have never seen the world." 12 heavy-duty trucks painted in a striking pink lined up like a glaring steel dragon. The trucks roared with deafening diesel engine sounds, bulldozing through the alloy ruins at the edge of the arena. The rising dust swept across the scene like a sandstorm. Those still lying on the ground wailing were choked by the exhaust, coughing and tasting the black mud. Chen stood atop the first truck. She wore her signature elaborate Lolita outfit, twin ponytails dancing wildly in the wind. Holding a pink Star Energy megaphone, she shouted, "Everyone fall down for me. Let this inexperienced green tea girl see what true financial power looks like." With a command from Chen, the dump trucks slowly lifted their beds simultaneously. The sound of a heavy downpour echoed throughout the central arena, louder than the previous collapse of the stage. Tons of high-grade exotic beef jerky, exquisitely packaged top-tier Star Energy snacks, and shimmering special nutrient liquids poured down like a colorful waterfall from the truck beds. These luxury items, hard to find on the market, were being dumped out like sand at a construction site. In less than 10 seconds, a 5-meter-tall mountain of snacks had piled up at Chen's feet. The rich aroma of meat and the fluctuations of Star Energy instantly overwhelmed the original stench of blood in the arena. The collective breath of the 100,000 faculty and students momentarily halted. The entire arena fell silent save for the idling hum of the truck engines. The old Dean Jiangcheng stood high above, rubbing his bald head. His old eyes fixed intently on a package among the pile of snacks. Is that the concentrated caviar of a 4th-tier deep-sea demon whale? A single bite could replace half a month's worth of my arduous cultivation. The old dean swallowed hard, his beard twitching with excitement. He even felt an impulse to sneak down and swipe 2 packs, but due to his status as a noble, he could only grip the railing tightly and hold back. The boys in the stands felt their legs weaken, one after another, kneeling on the ground. They watched the mountain of snacks, tears mixed with saliva falling in large drops. "I have cultivated for 18 years, not even willing to drink a bottle of 2nd-tier nutrient liquid. How can he, living off others, get exotic beast jerky delivered by the ton? This world can just be destroyed." The boys pounded their chests and stomped their feet, cracking the cement tiles beneath them. Chen descended the truck's ramp, jumping down like a nimble kitten. Stepping in her limited edition shoes, Chen strode confidently to the center of the ruins. With her hands on her hips, she angrily pointed at Jiangcheng's nose. "Jiangcheng, do you have no shame left? I hired my bodyguard with $1 billion, and you dared to take advantage while what do your meager rewards count for? I can bury Chen with snacks today." Jiangcheng was publicly scolded, her cold and elegant face suddenly unable to maintain its composure. She bit her moist red lips, her nails digging deeply into her pale palms. Yet this ice queen showed no signs of backing down. Taking a step forward, a thick layer of frost instantly formed on the Star Energy alloy panel beneath her feet. "Chen, what do you have besides money? Chen just promised that all his personal laundry would be done by me from now on." Jiangcheng lifted her white chin, her peach blossom eyes filled with the provocation of a rightful queen. "Do you, a young lady who has never touched a drop of water, know how to wash away the smell of blood from clothes?" The 2 top beauties of Jiangcheng stood face to face, locked in a fierce standoff amidst the ruins. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. It seemed that in the next moment ice spears and star energy pistols would fire at each other, just as this peach blossom battlefield was about to escalate to a boiling point. Rip! A crisp sound of a packaging bag tearing suddenly rang in their ears. Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan turned their heads simultaneously. Lu Chen didn't even glance at them. He had already plopped down on the 5-meter-high mountain of snacks, holding a pack of high-grade snowflake beef jerky wrapped in bulletproof material. This packaging bag couldn't even be cut by ordinary knives or swords and required a special star energy cutter to open. But Lu Chen simply pinched the edges with both hands and casually pulled. The bulletproof layer tore apart like a piece of cheap tissue paper, and Lu Chen grabbed a large greasy chunk of jerky and began to chew it enthusiastically. Crunch, crunch. Lu Chen chewed with delight, his mouth dripping with grease. This jerky is well cooked, very chewy, but the cumin flavor is a bit weak. While mumbling his evaluation, Lu Chen casually tossed the empty packaging bag onto the ruins. He turned around and rummaged through the snack mountain for a can of deep-sea demon whale caviar. He flicked off the cap, made of pure titanium, with his thumb, and tilted his head back to pour it into his mouth. Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan were left dumbfounded. While they were arguing fiercely over claiming his favor, even disregarding their own images, this wooden post only had thoughts of eating. Lu Chen, you're not going to say a word for me. Shen Wanwan stomped her feet in anger, her little shoes clattering against. Su Qingyuan also pouted in grievance, her eyes slightly reddening. You eat what she bought with such relish, but when I made osmanthus cake and it fell on the ground, you didn't even look at it. Lu Chen swallowed the caviar and let out a loud burp. He casually wiped the grease off the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Who am I supposed to help? You both argue while I eat mine. Oh, it's not a conflict. Lu Chen tore open another pack of roasted beast legs and took a big bite. Honestly, this War God Academy is a great place. No need to clock and just step outside and crush a few troublesome sandbags, and there's free jerky delivered right to my mouth. Life here is way better than at Jiangcheng No.3 High School. Lu Chen sat atop the pile of snacks, his face radiating satisfaction with college life. The surrounding 100,000 students of War God Academy nearly vomited blood collectively upon hearing his remarks. So in this young master's eyes, the War God Academy is just a vacation resort that provides high-grade sandbags and lavish buffets for free. Those top talents from various provinces who were slapped away by him only counted as warm-up exercises before a meal. Wang Tiniu was still buried in the deep pit over 10 meters with only one foot exposed, occasionally twitching. A few medical faculty mentors rushed over with a stretcher but had no idea how to approach the deep pit. Yi Lioli ran over holding up her maid dress, completely unconcerned by Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan's murderous glares. She knelt beside Lu Chen, holding up a bottle of freshly opened nutrient liquid with her fair hands. Master, eating too much jerky can make you thirsty. Oh, please drink some water to soothe your throat. Yi Lioli tilted her stunningly beautiful face, her voice sweet enough to make one's bones melt. Lu Chen took the nutrient liquid and gulped it down. He casually crumpled the empty bottle into a plastic ball the size of a coin and tossed it into a trash can several meters away. Bang! Lu Chen clapped the debris off his hands and stood up from the snack mountain. As he stood up, the surrounding boys were so frightened that they collectively took 3 steps back, fearing he might stomp and collapse the foundation again. Lu Chen tugged at his tattered sportswear. After eating dozens of packs of snacks, Lu Chen stood up and said, "Eating snacks like this is too choked. You all argue slowly. I'm going to the VIP cafeteria on the 2nd floor of the school for a proper meal." After consuming dozens of bags of snacks, Lu Chen patted his belly and stood up, saying, "Eating snacks dry is too choking. You all can continue your argument. I'm going to the VIP cafeteria on the 2nd floor of the school for a proper meal." The cafeteria on the 2nd floor of the War God Academy is famously known as a gold pit throughout the school. It serves high-grade star beast delicacies around the clock, specially prepared for the descendants of affluent families and core upperclassmen. Even the tiles laid in the hall are polished from expensive energy-gathering jade stones. The most extravagant feature is the rows of luxurious dining tables that gleam with a cold luster under the sunlight. These are not ordinary tables. They are all made from deep-sea pure titanium alloy cast in one piece. It is said that the old dean was worried that the fiery-tempered geniuses might flip the tables during meals if disagreements arose, so he spent a fortune to create this batch of indestructible furniture that even third-tier star warriors cannot break. Lu Chen, wearing a pair of cheap plastic sandals, clumsily walked up. He was still holding a large pile of high-grade star energy snacks that Shen Wanwan had just forcefully handed to him. His sportswear was covered in dust from the earlier chaotic battle, and one leg of his pants was rolled up. Walking into the opulent VIP area dressed in such a disheveled manner made him look like a temporary worker who had just finished moving bricks on a construction site seeking water. The young masters from distinguished families who had been elegantly slicing their bloodied steaks all paused and stopped their cutlery. Numerous disdainful and contemptuous gazes simultaneously fell upon Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't even spare a glance at these pretentious second-generation heirs. His stomach growled in hunger as his eyes scanned the spacious and bright dining hall like a radar. There was a seat by the window with the best view. It was not only well ventilated, but the pure titanium alloy table was also slightly larger than the others, enough to hold several plates of grilled meat. Chen strode over, pulled out a heavy alloy chair with a grand gesture, and tossed the snacks onto the pure titanium alloy table with a resounding clang. Waiter, bring me 2 roasted lamb legs of the 4th tier and 10 pounds of braised meat with plenty of chili. Chen knocked on the table and shouted toward the distant serving window. The surrounding noble students immediately gasped in shock. The crisp sounds of cutlery clattering onto the expensive porcelain plates rang out one after another. A 3rd-year senior student clad in a custom Star Energy combat suit stood up with a dark expression from not far away. This person was Song Gang, a side descendant of the Song family from the imperial capital, ranked among the top 50 elite students. Song Gang, flanked by 3 thuggish followers, swaggered over to Chen's table. He crossed his arms and looked down at Chen, who was waiting for his meal. "Freshman, did you forget to bring your eyes when you came out?" Song Gang pointed aggressively at the gold embossed number plate on the table with his hand, adorned by an expensive Star Energy watch. The rule in the VIP area on the 2nd floor is that tables with gold plates are reserved for core 3rd-year students. What right does a country bumpkin like you, who just entered school and hasn't even graduated from milk, have to sit at my spot? Is your name engraved on this table? Or did you imprint your backside on the chair? Chen lazily scratched his ear and didn't bother to lift his eyelids. Song Gang turned pale with rage from this remark, the veins on his neck bulging. He had been domineering in the War God Academy for 3 years and had never encountered a freshman who dared to speak to him like this. One of the thuggish followers immediately jumped out, pointing a finger at Chen's nose and cursing loudly, "You blind thing, our brother Song is a 3rd-tier Star Warrior. You better kneel right now and lick this table clean, then roll back down to the 1st floor to eat slop." Chen sighed, feeling the acidic bile rising in his stomach as anger surged within him. "I just want to eat some meat in peace. Why can't you people be like flies that can't be swatted away?" Song Gang was utterly enraged, and the violent Star energy of a 3rd-tier Star Warrior surged forth in an instant. He raised his right hand, a rapidly swirling blue vortex of wind forming in his palm. "For the ungrateful bumpkin, today, I will teach you some rules in place of your mentor." With a roar, Song Gang slammed his right hand down heavily onto the table in front of him, causing a dull thud to explode in the cafeteria. That pure titanium alloy table not only did not shatter, but there was also not a hint of vibration. Instead, Song Gang's palm went numb from the impact, though he gritted his teeth to suppress it. He proudly lifted his chin, letting out a mocking sneer. "See, this is the hardness of pure titanium alloy. Even if your so-called brute strength is great in front of this table, you have to obediently sit up straight. Now get out of this chair immediately." Chen looked at these spitting 2nd-generation heirs, feeling a buzzing in his head. He slowly extended the 5 fingers of his right hand, casually resting them on the edge of the titanium alloy table. "Since this table is yours, then I shall return it to you." Chen's voice was devoid of any fluctuation, lazily delivering what sounded like a trivial remark. As soon as he finished speaking, his thick fingers slightly curled inward. The high-density muscle fibers beneath his bronze skin instantly tightened. 100,000 tons of pure physical energy concentrated without reservation on the few square centimeters of contact at his fingertips. Crack! A faint yet piercing sound of fracture abruptly echoed in the air. Following that was a series of densely packed metallic cracking noises that sent chills down the spine. Crack, crack, crack. The expensive pure titanium alloy table, said to withstand the bombardment of 3rd-tier Star techniques, crumbled beneath Chen's fingers like a dried-up biscuit. From the point where Chen's finger-pressed cracks spread like a spider web, wildly extending outward. The mocking smile on Song Gang's face instantly froze, and his pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the indestructible titanium alloy tabletop beneath him. To his astonishment, the surface was visibly sinking down. Puff! Chen fully closed his fingers. The high-strength titanium alloy molecular structure collapsed immediately under the savage compression of 100,000 tons of physical force. The entire table was directly crushed into fine silver metallic powder. The metallic powder slipped through Chen's fingers like sand from an hourglass, cascading down to the ground. A gentle breeze blew through the window, and the silver powder sparkled with a dazzling metallic sheen under the sunlight. What had once been a luxurious table occupying 3 square meters was now reduced to mere refuse, unworthy even for a recycling station. Several bags of snacks suspended in midair lost their support and plopped down into the pile of metallic dust. The entire 2nd-floor VIP cafeteria fell into a deathly silence. All the young masters froze, their knives and forks suspended in midair. Some had half-chewed pieces of steak in their mouths, staring blankly as grease dripped onto their designer shirts without them even noticing. Song Gang remained in the posture of pressing down on the table, with one hand, his other hand comically hovering in the air. His mind went blank, and the martial arts knowledge he prided himself on was completely crushed in that instant. He crushed it into powder. This is pure titanium alloy. Even the old dean cannot shatter it with a single blow. Song Gang's throat emitted 2 sounds akin to a ghost wail. His legs felt as if they had lost their bones, and his knees buckled. The third-year senior, terrified, dropped to his knees on the metallic powder. The chubby cafeteria lady at the serving window was so excited by the scene that she threw down her iron ladle, exclaiming, "Young man, your muscles are really solid. Andy will give you all the braised exotic beast legs today. Young man, your muscles are truly solid. Today Auntie is serving you braised exotic beast legs." The plump lady at the serving counter shouted with a loud voice, so excited that she even dropped the ladle into the soup pot. Her eyes reddened from years of exposure to oil fumes, fixed intently on Lu Chen's right hand, which had just crushed pure titanium alloy. Lu Chen brushed off the metallic powder from his hand and pulled out a napkin to wipe it. He directly picked up a stainless steel bowl the size of a wash basin and strode confidently to the counter. The plump lady usually served food to students with a hand as shaky as if she had suffered a stroke for 10 years. By the end of the scoop of braised pork, only 2 pieces of tough lean meat and a few diced carrots remained. But today the lady seemed to be energized. She grabbed the extra-large iron ladle used for serving soup from the kitchen. Aiming for the thermos labeled teacher's special, she scooped fiercely. A generous ladle full of glistening, fragrant third-tier red armor pig hind leg meat, pulsating with intense star energy, landed with a clang into Lu Chen's iron bowl. This ladle alone weighed around 10 pounds, meat and all. The plump lattice hands didn't shake at all. In fact, she felt it was insufficient. She continued to scoop 3 or 4 large ladles, each one filled with pure meat, until the pile of braised exotic beast legs in Lu Chen's bowl formed a precarious mountain of meat. The rich aroma of meat mixed with sauce wafted wildly out of the window. The senior students in line behind were utterly dumbfounded. A third-year student in a branded combat suit swallowed hard, anxiously pounding on the glass of the serving counter. "Antwon, you're being biased. That's third-tier star beast meat specially reserved for the instructors. We can't even buy it. Why can this kid fill a bowl while you shake like you're electrocuted when serving us?" Upon hearing this, the flesh on the plump lattice face quivered. She pointed the large iron ladle still dripping with braised meat sauce directly at the third-year student's nose. "What are you shouting about? If you think my hands shake too much, go serve yourself from the pot. This young man can even crush a pure titanium alloy table into dust, a true tough guy bringing glory to our academy. You pampered young masters can't even break a table corner. Eating so much good meat is a waste of food." The plump lattice vigorous roar left those senior students drenched in humiliation. The third-year student, sprayed with a face full of spittle, glanced at Song Gang kneeling on the ground and the puddle of metallic powder. He shrank his neck, tucked his tail, and obediently retreated to the back of the line, not daring to make a sound. Lu Chen, holding the bowl that was bigger than his head, nodded with satisfaction. "Annie, this meat is cooked perfectly. Next time, I'll bring a wild boar for you to process." The plump lady beamed, her face breaking into a smile. Lu Chen walked over to the table that had turned to dust earlier. He kicked aside the pile of scrap iron on the floor and placed the bowl on an empty table nearby. Song Gang was still kneeling on the ground, a large wet spot on his pants, lacking the strength to get up. Lu Chen pulled out a chair, sat down, and grabbed a piece of braised exotic beast leg bigger than a brick, opening his mouth and biting down hard. Crack! Even the skin and bones made a crisp, crunching sound in Lu Chen's mouth. The hard marrow of the third-tier star beast was chewed like crispy bones. This barbaric and unrestrained eating posture caused the wealthy young masters around to feel nauseous. Just as Lu Chen was focused on tackling the mountain of meat, the sound of hurried high heels echoed from the stairs on the second floor of the cafeteria. Su Qingyuan, dressed in a fitted silver combat suit, rushed up carrying a cold mint fragrance. Following closely behind her was Shun Wanwan, out of breath in a complicated Lolita dress. The two girls had just argued downstairs over a stolen elevator. As soon as they reached the upstairs, their peach blossom eyes and large eyes locked onto Lu Chen, who was sitting in the middle devouring his meal. Su Qingyuan quickly walked to the empty seat on Lu Chen's left. She took out a pack of hyacinth wet wipes from her pocket. With her fair, slender fingers, she pulled out a tissue and gently wiped away a drop of sauce from the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Be careful of the bones getting stuck in your throat." At this moment, the icy school beauty was as gentle as a newlywed bride, her voice soft enough to drip water. Seeing that she had fallen behind by half a step, Shin Wanwan stomped her feet in anger. She rushed over, plopped down on Lu Chen's right side, and snatched the bone from his hand. "Brother Lu Chen, you eat this piece of lean meat without bones, and I'll help you peel it." While saying this, Shun Wanwan used her fair little hand to rip off a huge piece of braised hind leg meat. The atmospheric pressure in the entire VIP cafeteria instantly dropped to freezing point. Just moments ago, the young masters, barely able to eat 2 bites of steak, collectively set down their knives and forks. They stared intently at Lu Chen, who was surrounded by 2 beauties, their eyes bloodshot like a spider's web. The daughter of Jiangcheng's wealthiest man was peeling meat for him. The ice goddess of the God of War Academy was wiping his mouth. This treatment would make even the heirs of the top families in the imperial capital envious to the point of vomiting blood on the spot. "I can't eat anymore if the dog food has filled me up." A boy threw his knife down onto his plate and clutched his chest as "I've saved points for a month, not even able to gnaw on the bone of this piece of meat." And he even brought 2 girls to share the meal. More and more boys, their dough hearts shattered, rushed out of the cafeteria with red eyes. Lu Chen, sandwiched between two beautiful women, felt the veins on his forehead rhythmically throb twice. He detested it when people moved around him while he was eating. These two women not only occupied his arm's movement space, but also their perfume scent severely affected his enjoyment of the braised meat. Can you two move a little to the side? Lu Chen threw the clean bone onto the table and glared at them unhappily. This table isn't big, with you two squeezing here, I can't even make my eating motions. After being scolded, Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan were not angry, but instead moved even closer. Just squeeze in who told him to glare at you earlier. Su Qingyuan shot a cold glance at the kneeling Song gang on the floor, causing him to sneeze repeatedly from the frost star energy. Shen Wanwan chimed in, tightly gripping Lu Chen's clothing corner. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly, too lazy to argue with these two women. Transforming his fury into appetite, he used both hands to clear the mountain of meat in his bowl at lightning speed. The digestive capacity brought by 100,000 joules of kinetic energy was fully unleashed at this moment. In less than 10 minutes, the over 10 pounds of third-tier red armor pig hind leg meat was completely devoured by Lu Chen. He even lifted the bowl to drink down the remaining braised sauce. The few boys who hadn't left yet stared at the gleaming bowl, gulping nervously. His appetite was 100 times more exaggerated than the starving wolves in the Star Abyss. Lu Chen grabbed the wet wipe from Su Qingyuan's hand and wiped his mouth haphazardly. He propped his hands on his knees and stood up from the chair. Feeling full, Lu Chen let out a satisfied burp and said, I'm stuffed. I need to go to the library to find a quiet corner for some light reading before a nap to digest. After a satisfying meal, Lu Chen let out a contented burp and stood up, saying, I'm stuffed. I need to find a quiet corner in the library for some pre-sleep reading and take a nap to digest. He rubbed his round belly and walked down the stairs in his worn-out plastic slippers. The two noisy women who had been giving him a headache were driven away by his threat of punishing anyone who followed him by making them wash 100 pounds of beef. Finally, his ears were at peace. The highest library of the War God Academy was built on a suspended inverted conical mountain. Lu Chen swaggered through the star energy glass doors. The air conditioning was strong here, and stepping on the expensive soundproof carpet, there was not a single sound of footsteps. The nerdy scholars, deeply engrossed in studying star power theory, pinched their noses and made way for this uncouth man who smelled of grilled meat and dust. Lu Chen paid no heed to the disdainful glances of the bookworms. He passed through rows of towering solid steel bookshelves and directly dove into a secluded corner of the confidential star technology reading room. This place was dimly lit and rarely disturbed. In the corner there happened to be a large, soft black leather sofa. Lu Chen plopped down on the sofa, letting out a long sigh of comfort. Without even taking off his shoes, he propped both feet up on the expensive crystal coffee table. In less than 10 seconds, thunderous snores began to rhythmically echo between the rows of bookshelves. Just as Lu Chen was sleeping soundly, a pair of eyes less than 5 meters away behind a row of steel bookshelves was fixated on his back. The person wore a crisp student council uniform. With gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and hair meticulously combed, he was Song Qingshu, a celebrated figure on the elite list of the third year at the War God Academy, known for his elegance. No one at school knew that beneath his perfect facade lay the true identity of a high-level undercover agent for the abyssal cult's Jiangnan branch. Song Qingshu touched the encrypted communicator in his pocket, which was already heating up. It still bore the death order issued personally by the cult's leader. The incident where Lu Chen uprooted the Skeleton Mountain formation and tossed it into the sewage pit had caused the high-ranking members of the abyssal cult to collectively spit blood. At all costs, eliminate Lu Chen from Jiang City. This was his sole mission for the day. Song Qingshu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, revealing his yellowed teeth, a result of years of practicing poison techniques. He reached into his wide sleeves and carefully extracted a black poison needle about 10 centimeters long and as thin as a hair. This was not an ordinary hidden weapon available on the market. It was a peak armor-piercing needle crafted from the tail needle of a fourth-tier deep-sea venomous serpent, painstakingly polished for 3 years in the abyssal blood pool. The needle tip was infused with a refined version of the abyssal neurotoxin distilled over 14 days. Not to mention flesh and blood. Even if an adult iron-armored bull stood here, if this needle punctured its skin, it would experience cardiac arrest and turn into a pool of pus within 3 seconds. Song Qingshu lowered his breathing rate to the minimum. He moved silently, adjusting his steps to match Lu Chen's snores perfectly. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Song Qingshu crept like a ghost, silently approaching the back of the sofa. Lu Chen was sprawled on his side, completely exposing his back to the cold air. The washed-out t-shirt rolled up as he turned, revealing a section of his bronzed lower back. That was the most vulnerable position of the human body, commonly referred to as the kidney area. Song Qingshu tightened his grip on the poison needle, channeling the dark star power he had painstakingly cultivated. Black star radiance enveloped the slender needle tip, emitting a nauseating secretive stench. No matter how great the power in the face of abyssal toxins, all beings were equal corpses. Song Qingshu sneered inwardly. He raised his right arm, aiming at Lu Chen's exposed kidney, and with a fierce force stabbed down hard. The needle tip tore through the library's cold air and accurately struck the target's skin. Song Qingshu was already prepared to enjoy the sight of Lu Chun foaming at the mouth and convulsing on the sofa. Clang! A crisp, loud metallic breaking sound erupted in the silent corner, sending chills down people's. The noise was akin to someone swinging a heavy iron hammer and smashing it against a solid titanium alloy ingot. A small burst of dazzling yellow sparks violently shot out from Lu Chen's lower back skin. The sparks even scorched a patch of genuine leather on the nearby sofa. Song Qingshu's hand holding the needle halted abruptly as a piercing pain shot through his wrist. That armor-piercing poison needle reputed to be able to pierce through fourth-tier star B scale shattered into two pieces the moment it made contact with Lu Chen's skin. The recoil from the break was astonishing, and the needle tip rebounded like a bullet. The broken needle plunged directly into Song Qingshu's own shoulder, embedding itself completely. With a crisp sound of bones cracking, the wrist bone of his right arm shattered from the force of the recoil, instantly rendering him numb. Song Qingshu's eyes widened, and his gold-rimmed glasses slid down his nose, falling onto the carpet. He stared at Lu Chen's lower back, which showed not even a white mark. It felt as if hundreds of large drums were frantically pounding in his mind. Was this kid's kidney forged from deep-sea silver? How could any flesh and blood withstand such force to break a fourth-tier armor-piercing needle? Holding his broken wrist, Song Qingshu's legs went weak with fear, and he collapsed beside the bookshelf. He gasped heavily, cold sweat instantly soaking the back of his student council uniform. This was not even a human body defense. The crisp sound of iron striking echoed painfully in this spacious. Lu Chen's snores abruptly stopped. Frowning, he sat up with a strong sense of morning grumpiness. Lu Chen extended his large palm and scratched the spot where he had been pricked. In the middle of summer, are there poisonous mosquitoes in this library? He mumbled, turning to see Song Qingshu slumped on the ground, and the half of the black broken needle that had fallen onto the wool carpet. Lu Chen's expression instantly turned cold. He hated it when others made small moves while he was sleeping, especially when it involved stabbing his kidney with a needle in such a sneaky manner. You bespectacled refined scoundrel, is this your special kink? Lu Chen stood up, his massive frame looming like a mountain over Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu, terrified, scrambled backward, his back pressed tightly against the cold, solid steel bookshelf. He wanted to plead for mercy, but his throat felt like it was filled with cement, and he couldn't utter a single word. Lu Chen was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. He turned his head, his gaze falling on a heavy reading table nearby. On it lay a giant, thick dictionary specifically for researching ancient materials. Complete illustrated guide to star beasts. This book measured over half a meter in length and width, with a thickness comparable to 3 red bricks, all printed and bound with special metallic paper. This thing weighed at least 50 pounds. Usually students pushed small carts to browse through it. Lu Chen reached out with his right hand and grabbed the hard metal spine of the thick dictionary. His arm muscles bulged. He casually lifted the 50-pound book from the table. Lu Chen held it in his hand, shaking it slightly, feeling as if he was holding a brick meant for cracking walnuts. Song Qingshu stared at the terrifying dictionary suspended in the air, his pupils constricting in fear to the size of needle tips. Awakened by the sound of metal breaking, Lu Chen scratched his lower back and impatiently grabbed the nearby 50-pound, complete illustrated guide to star beasts, raising it above his head. Not letting anyone sleep in the afternoon, stabbing me with a toothpick in the kidney. Are you out of your mind? Go read a book. Lu Chen raised the 50-kilogram illustrated guide to star beasts above his head. The metallic pages glimmered with a cold, eerie light under the dim illumination. Song Qingshu's Adam's apple rolled fiercely, making a gulping sound as he attempted to use his remaining intact left hand to form seals and channel the dark star power within him. But at this distance, any flashy spell preparation would be a fatal burden. Lu Chen made no unnecessary move. He was like a person casually swatting a buzzing green fly. With a tight muscle in his robust right arm, he swung the heavy metal dictionary, capable of smashing through load-bearing walls, with a fierce whoosh directly at Song Qingshu's refined and elegant face. Crack! The chilling sound of bone breaking exploded in the quiet corner of the library. The 50-kilogram solid metal weight combined with Lu Chen's unreasonable, terrifying wrist strength. This was no longer a book, it was clearly a massive steel brick that had fallen from the sky. Song Qingshu's prominent nose couldn't withstand even half a second. He was directly smashed into a pile of crushed remnants by the heavy dictionary. Blood gushed from his nasal cavity and mouth like a fountain, splattering all over the nearby bookshelf. Worse yet, the human skin mask he wore for disguise tore apart under the immense physical impact. A pale bluish face was revealed, showing the grotesque black skeletal tattoo on the right side of his face. That was the unique mark of the Abyssal God cult's diehard followers. Oh! Song Qingshu let out a heartbreaking wail, rolling on the ground while clutching his mud-like face. His previously gentle and elegant senior image was utterly shattered. Nosebleed mixed with tears staining his crisp student council uniform with dirt and stench. Several students from the inner courtyard searching for materials among the nearby bookshelves poked their heads out upon hearing the pig-like commotion. Seeing the black tattoo on Song Qingshu's face, the students turned pale with fear. That is the brand of the Abyssal God cult. Student Council Vice President Song Qingshu is actually an undercover agent for the Abyssal Cult. Run! Sound the alarm. Cultists have entered the library. The students dropped their books in fright, scrambling to escape, fearing they would be silenced by this evil cultivator. Hearing these shouts, Song Qingshu realized that his identity was completely exposed. He could not only not kill Lu Chen today, but even walking out of the War God Academy alive had become a luxury. Like a cornered beast, his bloodshot eyes erupted with a beastly madness. He'll fight you. Abyssal blood sacrifice, burn my remains. Song Qingshu roared and directly ignited the blood energy within him. Black shadowy star power, mixed with the stench of blood, surged violently from his pores. He attempted to take down the brute who had exposed him by self-destructing. Lu Chen frowned impatiently at the black smoke billowing from him. Not napping in the middle of the day? What kind of performance art are you putting on here? Lu Chen reached out and firmly grabbed the collar of Song Qingshu's expensive uniform. Like holding a plucked chicken with a burst of immense strength, Lu Chen abruptly interrupted Song Qingshu's self-destruct preparation. The raging blood energy within him was forcibly suppressed, causing him to spit out 3 large mouthfuls of black blood. Lu Chen glanced left and right. 2 rows of solid steel bookshelves stood side by side with only about a 20-centimeter wide gap in between. This was a structural gap for ventilation and moisture prevention. Don't you like reading? Go on in and read to your heart's content. Lu Chen held Song Qingshu, who weighed over 160 kilograms, with one hand. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the ground next to the bookshelf. Using the rebound force, Lu Chen's arm exerted force, directly aiming Song Qingshu's entire body towards the narrow gap. Get in there. Lu Chen was like an irritable older brother packing a suitcase, pressing down with brute force regardless of whether it was full or not. Crack. Snap. Accompanied by a series of bone-cracking sounds that made one cringe. Song Qingshu's shoulder was forcibly deformed, and both arms were bent and pressed against his back. He was like a thick winter coat that had been forcibly folded 3 times, violently stuffed into the 20-centimeter steel frame gap by Lu Chen. Halt! Song Qingshu let out a desperate scream. His chest was tightly wedged by the bookshelf, making breathing a form of torture. With 7 or 8 ribs broken, any slight inhalation caused broken bones to stab into his organs. Lu Chen even kindly kicked his exposed calf a couple of times, ensuring he was wedged tightly and couldn't be pulled out. Having completed all this, Lu Chen brushed the dust from his hands with satisfaction. Now it's quiet, time to sleep again. He turned around just as he was about to lie back on the black leather sofa for a nap. His phone suddenly vibrated like it had gone haywire. The piercing default ringtone echoed loudly in the empty room. Lu Chen frowned and took out the second-hand Star Energy phone with half a broken screen. As soon as he answered, Shen Wanwan's voice, filled with tears and accompanied by screams, exploded from the receiver. The students reading around were startled, screaming, and fleeing. Lu Chen had just brushed off the dust from his hands when his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated intensely. Shen Wanwan's voice came through with a hint of crying. Brother, Lu Chen, hurry. Sister Su has been forcibly taken away by people from the aristocratic family in the capital, saying they want to force her to go back home and get engaged. Lu Chen moved the old Star Energy phone a bit farther away, digging at his numbed ear. It's so noisy. Can't I get some sleep in the middle of the day? What does it matter who she gets engaged to? It has nothing to do with me. Lu Chen let out a long yawn. Right now, all he wanted was to find a quiet place to take a good nap. On the other end of the phone, Shen Wanwan was anxiously stomping her feet, her little shoes thumping on the floor. How can you not care? Those people are experts from the Feng family in the capital. They've stuffed Sister Su into an armored car. She was still calling your name before she left. Lu Chen rolled his eyes, turning to hang up the phone. He didn't want to get involved in this aristocratic marriage nonsense. With that free time, he might as well check if the cafeteria has any leftover roasted pig legs. Just as Lu Chen was about to press the red hang-up button, Shen Wanwan's frantic shout exploded from the receiver again. Lu Chen, you heartless blockhead. If Sister Su gets taken away to get married, who's going to wash those stinky clothes soaked in beast blood for you? Who's going to use high-quality fabric softener on your collars? Lu Chen's finger froze in midair. Several images flashed rapidly through his mind. In recent days, Su Qingyuan had diligently squatted in front of the wash basin, cleaning his tattered school uniform until it was spotless. The clothes still carried a faint mini fragrance, making them incredibly comfortable to wear. If that woman gets taken away, wouldn't he have to wash the dirty clothes full of oil and the stench of exotic beasts by himself? Or pay someone at the dry cleaners? That would cost money. Lu Chen's expression changed instantly. A fierce and protective aura burst forth from him, unrestrained. These blind fools. Lu Chen squeezed the phone case, causing it to crackle as more lines appeared on the screen. Daring to snatch away my exclusive laundry worker, what's the difference from stealing the braised pork from my bowl? He absolutely would not allow his core interests to be infringed upon. Where are they? Lu Chen's voice was low, carrying an oppressive air like a storm about to break. Shen Wanwan was so excited to hear Lu Chen's willingness to help that her voice trembled. At the Hyatt Family Hotel in the city center, they have booked an entire 10 floors and are about to forcibly hold the engagement ceremony. Brother Lu Chen, hurry, or Sister Su will be forced to sign the papers. Got it. Lu Chen hung up the phone and stuffed it into his pocket. He didn't even glance at Song Qingshu, who was stuck in the bookshelf gap and spitting blood. He exerted force with his legs. Boom. The hardwool carpet of the library along with the concrete floor beneath was directly stomped into a large pit. Lu Chun transformed into a blur, crashing through the library's heavy star energy glass door. The shards of glass flew around like a rainstorm. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding. Lu Chun stood on the wide campus road of the War God Academy, his brows furrowed tightly. Even taking the fastest hover train from the academy to the city center would take half an hour. Not to mention it was the rush hour in Jiangcheng City and the roads were so congested that even a fly couldn't get through. Taking a car is too slow. Waiting for the traffic lights is enough to drive someone mad. Lu Chun scanned the area. His gaze crossed several rows of teaching buildings and landed on the logistical track on the side of the academy. There sat an old diesel train that had been out of service for many years. This hunk of iron was used decades ago to transport heavy construction materials to the academy. Just the locomotive alone weighed over 100 tons. Lu Chun's eyes lit up and he strode towards the logistical track. He scaled the tumter-high barbed wire fence and landed steadily on the rust-covered tracks. This abandoned locomotive weighing tons was covered in moss. Lu Chun walked to the front of the locomotive. He grasped the thick, solid anti-collision steel plate that was over 10 centimeters thick with both hands. His bronze-colored arms with high-density muscle fibers protruding like tightly pulled steel cables tensed. "Lift for me." Lu Chun let out a low growl from his throat. 100,000 tons of physical kinetic energy surged through his spine and into his arms. Creak, crack. The sound of metal tearing which made one's teeth ache exploded in the logistics area. The thick steel hook connecting the train cars was forcibly torn apart by Lu Chun. The heavy locomotive cried out under the pull of gravity. Lu Chun's back and waist exerted force actually pulling this 100-ton steel beast off the tracks. Rust and dust filled the air. Lu Chun turned around, firmly hoisting the 100-ton locomotive onto his right shoulder. The heavy mass pressed down. The wooden sleepers and gravel beneath his feet instantly turned to powder. Lu Chun twisted his neck, making a sound like popping beans. This metal hunk isn't bad, just right for smashing a door. He carried the locomotive, which was dozens of times larger than himself, striding directly towards the main road outside. The stream of vehicles was slowly crawling. The drivers were impatiently honking. Suddenly the ground began to boom, boom, boom. This sound was like an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex rampaging down the city streets. A rich second-generation driver in a luxury convertible took off his sunglasses, turning his head in confusion. He saw the scene in the rearview mirror and was so frightened that he nearly yanked the steering wheel off. What the hell? Is that a person? He's running down the street carrying a locomotive. The terrified scream of the rich second generation pierced through the noise of the street. All the drivers witnessed the most shocking sight of their lives. A high school student in tattered school uniform was sprinting down the center of the road carrying a 100-ton steel locomotive. His speed was astonishing. With each step he took, the asphalt road was stomped into half-meter-deep craters. White sonic boom clouds exploded in front of the locomotive. The violent physical wind pressure swept up a flurry of fallen leaves and garbage. The cars in front dared not honk. The drivers were pale with fear, frantically steering their wheels. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! This madman is coming to crash into us." One by one, small cars and buses like startled ducks lost control and rushed into the greenery on both sides. The entire main road was forcibly cleared out by Lu Chun, creating a wide no man's land. The traffic officer in the booth at the intersection dropped the directing baton he was holding. He gaped, watching the locomotive roar past his hand, holding the walkie-talkie shaking like a sieve. "Central. This is the main road in Jiangcheng City. A locomotive is speeding and breaking the rules." "No, it's a person carrying a locomotive speeding." Lu Chun paid no attention to the chaos he was causing along the way. His mind was filled with thoughts of his exclusive laundry worker who had been snatched away. "Whoever dares to touch my people will have their restaurant turned to rubble today." Lu Chun carrying the locomotive was like a human bulldozer heading straight for the Hyatt Family Hotel in the city. Outside the Hyatt Family Hotel, the entire 10 floors had been cleared, surrounded by top-notch family bodyguards in black suits. An armored vehicle was parked at the entrance. The car doors opened. Two stern-looking women, one on the left and one on the right, escorted Su Qingyuan down. Su Qingyuan was dressed in a pure white engagement dress, but it couldn't hide the frost on her face. Her peach blossom eyes were filled with killing intent. Her wrist was locked with a star energy restraining lock that emitted a blue glow. This lock completely sealed off the frost star power within her, making her no different from an ordinary girl now. At the end of the red carpet outside the hotel stood a handsome young man in a white tailcoat, holding a goblet. He was the second young master of the Feng family in the capital Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan had meticulously styled short hair and wore a polite fake smile on his face. But beneath that facade of pretentiousness lurked a chilling venom. Feng Wuhan walked up to Su Qingyuan and reached out to touch her cheek. "Qingyuan, don't struggle. Your Su family has already accepted the betrothal gifts from our Feng family. You are destined to be my woman, Feng Wuhan, today." Su Qingyuan abruptly turned her head disdainfully, avoiding his hand. She bit her red lips, her gaze as cold as if she were looking at a pile of garbage. "Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Lu Chun will never let you go." Upon hearing Lu Chen's name, the fake smile on Feng Yuan's face instantly froze. A flicker of intense jealousy and disdain flashed in his eyes. He slammed the champagne glass in his hand onto the ground, and the glass shards scattered everywhere. Feng Wuhan pointed at the 5-meter-high, half-meter-thick anti-explosion metal door behind him. That was the safety door specially designed to defend against high-level star beast attacks. Outside the 10-story luxurious hotel, the hypocritical fiancé looked at Su Qingyuan, who was being pushed out of the car, and sneered mockingly, "Just accept your fate. Your useless bodyguard without star power can't even get through this explosion-proof door." Outside the 10-story luxurious hotel, the hypocritical fiancé looked at Su Qingyuan, who was being pushed down from the car, and mocked her with a cold smile. Feng Wuhan lifted his chin and said, "Just accept your fate obediently. That useless bodyguard of yours without any star power can't even get through this bomb-proof door." Today he had reserved the entire hotel with 300 elite bodyguards from the Feng family of the imperial capital standing outside. Su Qingyuan was firmly held down by 2 burly and vicious women. Her cold and stunningly beautiful face showed not a single tear, only a bone-chilling frost. Even though her hands were bound by star energy, leaving purple bruises, she still held her back straight. Su Qingyuan coldly stared at Feng Yuan's hypocritical face. "Put away that disgusting look of yours. When Lu Chen arrives, he will pluck your front teeth one by one." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan's expression darkened instantly, nearly dripping with water. He gripped Su Qingyuan's delicate chin tightly, leaving 5 red marks. "A brute who can only bully others in a small city dares to challenge my Feng family of the imperial capital." He continued, "This door is made from deep-sea silver mixed with meteorite. Don't even say a high school student. Even a nuclear bomb hit directly wouldn't leave a single white spot on it." The surrounding bodyguards of the Feng family burst into laughter. In the eyes of these self-important aristocratic experts, a place like Jiangcheng could never produce a true dragon. One of the older women grinned, showing her yellowed teeth, and reached out to push Su Qingyuan's back. "Young lady, the auspicious time has come. You should save your strength and obediently go in to pay your respects." Just as these people were smugly preparing to forcibly push her into the hotel, the originally cloudless sky over Jiangcheng suddenly darkened without warning, as if someone had violently pulled down a black curtain that obscured the sun. The air pressure dropped to freezing point in an instant, causing hearts to race uncontrollably. Feng Wuhan froze for a moment, released his grip on Su Qingyuan, and looked up at the sky. The 2 women holding Su Qingyuan also looked up in confusion. Above the clouds, a massive object burning with dark red flames was tearing through the air, plummeting down. The air was being madly compressed due to this enormous mass and terrifying speed. A deafening sound like countless giant drums being struck at once echoed from above. Boom, boom, boom. One bodyguard covered his eyes with his hand, and upon seeing the shadow clearly was so frightened that he fell onto the red carpet. "What the hell is that? Is a meteorite crashing down?" The head of the bodyguards drew the star energy long knife at his waist, but his legs trembled uncontrollably. That was definitely not a meteorite. As the massive object rapidly enlarged in view, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. It turned out to be a moss-covered internal combustion locomotive comparable in size to a small building. This 100-ton abandoned train head carrying the destructive physical energy was screaming down towards the roof of the Hyatt family hotel. What drove these people to despair even more was that on top of the rapidly descending train head stood a person. Lu Chen had his hands in the pockets of his tattered school uniform, confidently standing on the exhaust pipe of the train head. The strong wind blew his tousled hair back, yet he didn't even blink. He even seemed to complain about the excessive air resistance as he lifted his right foot and stomped heavily on the train head. "Speed up for me." As Lu Chen stomped down, the steel plate at the top of the locomotive caved in, creating a pit 1.5 meters deep. The 100-ton steel beast instantly broke the sound barrier. A circle of white sonic boom clouds exploded violently beneath the train head. "Get out of the way. Quick, get out of the way." Feng Wuhan was now completely panicking, unable to care about his hypocritical demeanor. He pushed aside the bodyguard beside him and scrambled towards the greenbelt across the hotel. The 2 women holding Su Qingyuan were so scared that they rolled and crawled, even losing their shoes. Boom! A thunderous roar akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth cracking. This sound was more exaggerated than 1,000 high-explosive mines detonating simultaneously. The 100-ton train head crashed right through the rooftop garden of the Hyatt family hotel. The 10-story reinforced concrete building crumbled like a piece of tofu in the face of this 10th physical inertia. The 10th floor crushed. The 9th floor shattered. The 8th floor collapsed. The train head with its devastating energy smashed down through the hotel lobby on the 1st floor. The entire luxurious hotel was split in half right down the middle. One half of the building collapsed with a thunderous crash. A massive cloud of dust surged up over 100 meters high, forming a gigantic brown mushroom cloud. Large chunks of cement prefabricated panels mixed with twisted rebar shot outwards like a torrential rain. The bomb-proof metal door that Feng Wuhan had bragged about was just a joke in the face of this earth-shattering physical shockwave. The thick door hinge broke apart. The dozens of tons heavy door was swept away like a light leaf by the airwave flying over 100 meters away. It spun a few times in midair before smashing down onto a nearby bus stop. At the same time, thousands of high-quality Star Energy glasses on the hotel's outer wall shattered collectively. The sparkling glass shards rained down on the street like hail. The hundreds of aristocratic bodyguards that had been neatly lined up were blown to the ground, tumbling chaotically. The scene was more devastating than a typhoon of over 10 levels. From the collapsed ruins came the cries of people wailing for their parents. Those aristocratic dignitaries waiting in the banquet hall to toast were now buried beneath the rubble. "Oh my back! Where did that train head come from?" A plump family head holding his broken arm rolled on the bricks and expensive suits were torn into strips and high-end red wine was spilled everywhere. The entire engagement banquet scene turned into a large garbage dump. In the swirling dust, Chen stepped down from the deformed train, head leisurely jumping down. He dusted off the white powder from his school uniform collar and dug at his ears. "The traffic in the city is too congested. I waited through 3 traffic lights and still didn't get through." He muttered, "It's much more convenient to just parachute in." Su Qingyuan, who had been pushed aside by the bodyguards, was just at the edge of the collision safe zone. She fell on the dust-covered red carpet, her pristine, white dress now dirty. But she didn't even bother to brush off the dirt on her body. Her peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen, who was walking out of the smoke, her eyes suddenly feeling warm. Lu Chen walked in front of her and kicked aside a piece of cement that was blocking the way. That several hundred-pound concrete slab flew far away like a light foam box spinning in the air. He glanced at the Star Energy restraint lock on Su Qingyuan's wrist, which was glowing blue. "Who put this broken? It's so ugly, just like a dog collar." Lu Chen extended 2 fingers and pinched the specially designed alloy lock that was supposed to restrain high-level star martial artists. He didn't even exert much force, just casually twisting his wrist. Clank! The alloy lock made a crisp sound and was crushed into several pieces of scrap metal. The scrap metal fell onto the cement slab, rolling into the nearby stinking ditch. Su Qingyuan rubbed her reddened wrist, and her tears finally couldn't be contained, falling down like rain. Without caring about anything else, she scrambled up from the ground and dove into Lu Chen's embrace. She tightly wrapped her arms around his strong waist, burying her face into his chest, which smelled of engine oil. "You blockhead! Why did it take you so long to come?" Su Qingyuan cried, her tone muffled, as she pounded Lu Chen's back with her small fists. "If you had come even a moment later, no one would have hand-washed your dirty clothes." Lu Chen was pushed back a half step by her impact, disdainfully tugging at the corner of his mouth. He extended a finger and pressed it against Su Qingyuan's smooth forehead, pushing her back slightly. "Let go first. I've just been carrying a train head and broke a sweat. Who told you not to stay in school properly and to run around everywhere? Because of you, I couldn't even take a good nap. This bill must be counted as part of your laundry fee when we get back." Lu Chen's steel straight man complaints not only failed to anger Su Qingyuan, but instead made her smile through her tears. Her face flushed as she obediently stood beside Lu Chen, her heart filled with an unprecedented sense of security. As long as this man was there, even if the sky fell, he could hold it up with his fists. Just as this peach blossom atmosphere was about to reach its peak, suddenly a blue whirlwind erupted from the half-collapsed ruins of the hotel nearby. Several tons of concrete panels were swept up by the raging wind, flying chaotically in all directions. Feng Wuhan crawled out from the pile of rubble with great difficulty. His $1,000,000 white tailcoat was now torn and tattered as if it had been soaked in a sewer. Feng Wuhan was covered in white dust with a large gash on his forehead from a falling stone. Blood flowed down his nose, obscuring half of his vision. The usually refined second young master of the imperial capital now had a twisted face like a raging beast. He was publicly humiliated by having his fiancée stolen from him and nearly crushed by an abandoned train head, losing all dignity. The violent wind-based star power surged around him, swirling the debris into the air. The hypocritical fiancé crawled out of the ruins bloodied, and with terrifying wind-based star power erupting from his body, he screamed hysterically, "You dare to ruin my engagement banquet! I am Feng Wuhan. I will have you torn to shreds. You dare to ruin my engagement banquet! I am Feng Wuhan. I will flay you alive." The violent azure wind energy erupted from Feng Wuhan's tattered tailcoat. Debris and broken bricks were swept into the air, forming a small tornado. The aristocrats who had just crawled out of the ruins scrambled away in panic. It's the Feng family's ultimate skill, Gale Phantom Steps. An old martial artist knowledgeable in the ways of the world shouted from behind a broken wall, his lips trembling. Second young Master Feng is the fastest in the province. His speed has already surpassed the sound barrier. This kid may have brute strength, but if he can't hit anyone, it's all for naught. He's doomed now. Hearing the flattery around him, a twisted grin of cruel delight appeared on Feng Yuan's face. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground, his whole being instantly transforming into a blurred azure streak of light. The sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang out. Dozens, hundreds of Feng Yuan's afterimages appeared out of nowhere within a 10-meter radius of Lu Chen. The countless phantoms darted about at high speed, making it impossible for the naked eye to distinguish the real body. Sharp wind blades wove a deadly net of death in the air, tightly enveloping Lu Chen. Do you see the difference now? The triumphant laughter of Feng Wuhan echoed from all directions. My speed surpasses your visual limits. You can't even find where I am now. I will slice your flesh piece by piece and hang it out to dry in the ruins of the restaurant. Several bodyguards from the Feng family cheered excitedly, clapping their thighs. Second young master is mighty. Slice this ignorant country bumpkin into sashimi. Faced with this dazzling display of lethal prowess, Lu Chun was not flustered. Instead, he covered his mouth and let out a long yawn. He reached out with his pinky to scratch his ear, not even shifting his feet a fraction. Are you running circles like you're in a marathon? Lu Chen's deadpan eyes were full of impatience. After spinning for so long you haven't even stirred a breeze, you might as well be outperformed by the ghost in my dormitory. Feng Wuhan, hiding in the shadows, nearly spat blood from anger at this remark. This worthless fool without any star power dared to compare himself to a fan. Die for me. The sharp sound of air being cut through suddenly exploded behind Lu Chun. Feng Yuan's true self appeared like a specter in Lu Chen's blind spot. In his hand, he gathered a 3-foot-long azure wind blade, stabbing directly at Lu Chen's nape. Kid, remember not to provoke aristocrats in your next life. Su Qingyuan collapsed onto the red carpet, startled to her feet, her voice breaking with fear. Lu Chun, watch out behind you. Lu Chun couldn't be bothered to look back. The flying trajectory, akin to that of a fly, appeared so slow to his abnormal dynamic vision that it felt like watching a slideshow. He casually lifted his right hand, aligning his waist and hips, the muscles in his arm tightening in an instant. 100,000 tons of physical kinetic energy surged through his palm as he swung it back violently. An unceremonious backhand slap struck Feng Yuan's face. Boom! Before the palm could reach its target, a terrifying sonic boom had already exploded in the air. The 12th level physical typhoon directly obliterated the windshield that Feng Wuhan had been so proud of. The azure glow of star power extinguished in an instant like a burst light bulb. Clap! The crisp and loud sound of a slap drowned out all the wind and noise around. The commotion was as if a heavy cannon had struck an armored vehicle. The wind blade, capable of cutting through iron like mud, shattered into a flurry of light spots before Feng Yuan's face as Lu Chen's broad palm landed solidly on the right side of Feng Yuan's face. The tremendous physical impact shattered Feng Yuan's jawbone into fine powder. Several back molars mixed with blood flew out like bullets. A tooth pierced through the thick steel plate of a nearby armored vehicle. Feng Wuhan felt as if he had collided head-on with a high-speed train. His once proud high-speed movement technique turned into a fatal joke in the face of pure violence. His entire body left the ground, losing all control in midair. The furious lateral kinetic energy sent his body spinning rapidly through the air. 1 circle, 10 circles, 100 circles. Feng Wuhan spun like a top that had been whipped 2 meters above the ground, rotating wildly at supersonic speed. The speed was so fast that it left a trail of afterimages. The surrounding air stirred up into a vacuum vortex. The scent of burnt fabric from friction in the air filled the atmosphere. The aristocrats around dropped their jaws to the ground, unable to close them for a long time. One bodyguard, trying to track Feng Yuan's dizzying speed, turned his eyes and immediately felt faint vomiting all over the place. Is this practicing the washing machine technique? Shut up. That's the inertia from Lu Chen's slap. The gasps of awe from the crowd rose and fell, nearly draining the oxygen from the restaurant ruins. 800 circles, just right. Lu Chun retracted his hand, dusting off the dirt as if nothing had happened, while providing an accurate count. With a tumultuous churn in Feng Yuan's stomach, a large amount of undigested red wine and expensive snacks mixed with green balls spiraled out of his mouth. It was like a 360-degree sprayer. A nauseating, rotating downpour drenched the onlooking bodyguards from head to toe. The spinning energy finally depleted. With a dull thud, Feng Wuhan landed headfirst like a nail driven into the ground by a heavy hammer. He pierced straight into the hard concrete surface, creating a half-meter-deep pit. Only a pair of legs and expensive leather shoes twitched mindlessly in the air. The entire area around the engagement banquet lay in a deathly silence. Everyone felt as if their understanding had been ground into the ground by Lu Chen hundreds of times. The so-called #1 genius of the aristocratic family in the province was just slapped into a spinning top. This was not a fight. It was clearly a one-sided dimensional reduction blow. The 300 elite bodyguards brought by the Feng family were now all scrunching their necks, unable to steady the knives in their hands. They feared that Lu Chen would turn around and deliver the same slap to them. The ice-cold school beauty was still in a state of cognitive malfunction. She gazed up, dazed, at Lu Chen's tall and upright figure, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with waves of water. This sense of security, which pushed everything aside regardless of who you were, deeply captivated her. What aristocratic marriages, what ridiculous rules were as flimsy as paper lanterns in front of this man? The surrounding young aristocrats watched this spectacle, their hearts shattering into glass shards, tears welling in their eyes. This was the aloof goddess they dared not even dream of defiling. Now, watching Lu Chen walk past, they couldn't muster a single word of protest. Lu Chen kicked the unconscious fiancée into a nearby stinking ditch, walked up to the dazed Su Qingyuan, and hoisted her onto his shoulder like a sack. Let's go back to wash my stinky socks. Let them clean up this mess themselves. Chen kicked his unconscious fiancée into a nearby stinking ditch and walked up to the dazed Su Qingyuan, lifting her over his shoulder like a sack. Let's go back and wash my stinky socks. Let them clean up this mess themselves. Su Qingyuan hung upside down on Lu Chen's broad and sturdy shoulder, her long silky black hair cascading down like a waterfall brushing against the dusty ground. Under normal circumstances, this ice-cold campus beauty with severe cleanliness issues would have already exploded in anger. Anyone who dared to carry her in such a humiliating manner would undoubtedly be stabbed to death by her frost lance. But at this moment, Su Qingyuan's fair and beautiful cheeks were flushed red, even her glistening earlobes radiated a charming pink. Not only did she not struggle, but she also obediently closed her legs. Her soft little hands clutched tightly onto the tattered hem of Lu Chen's school uniform. Through the thin fabric, she could clearly feel the iron-hard contours of his muscles on his shoulder. This primitive, brutal, and utterly unreasonable method of elopement struck like a heavy hammer, shattering all the icy facades she had built within herself. It filled the void of security she had lacked since childhood. "Well, don't fight me for the socks, if I still need to wash your jacket." Su Qingyuan mumbled softly, unable to control the upward curve of her lips. Surrounding the ruins, the more than 300 elite bodyguards of the Feng family looked like a flock of featherless quails. They watched as Lu Chen swaggered away with their family's future mistress. Hundreds of people huddled behind the broken walls, none daring to even make a sound. A bodyguard captain held a Star Energy submachine gun, trembling with the barrel shaking as if drawing circles. "Captain, are we just going to let him take her away? What if the master gets angry?" a subordinate whispered, his voice tinged with a wind. The bodyguard captain slapped him hard on the head. "Are you blind? The young master has been turned into a fan and planted in the ground. Do we have enough people to fill the gaps? If you want to die, go ahead. I want to keep my life to collect this month's salary." The bodyguards nodded in agreement, stepping aside to clear a 10-meter-wide path for Lu Chen. Lu Chen walked over the ground littered with shards of glass and bricks, carrying the stunning campus beauty, swaggering out of the ruins of the Hyatt family hotel. Just as he stepped onto the street, a dense, buzzing sound of drone rotors echoed from above. Dozens of Star Energy drones from major media outlets in Jiangcheng hovered in the air like flies drawn to blood. The high-definition camera locked onto the scene of Lu Chen carrying Su Qingyuan. "Dear viewers, I am a reporter from Jiangcheng Headlines. Big news. The mysterious boy who just single-handedly tore apart a fifth-tier beast king has crashed into the Feng family's engagement banquet. He flattened a 10-story hotel with a 100-ton train head and forcefully took the Su family's young lady." The reporter's voice cracked with excitement, reverberating throughout the neighborhood through the drone's loudspeaker. Lu Chen was annoyed by the noise. He stopped, looked up at the noisy metal lumps buzzing above. "So annoying, even eating a melon has to be shoved in my—" Lu Chen bent down and casually picked up a handful of gravel from the ground. He didn't even aim, his arm swung up vigorously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of pieces of gravel under the influence of 100,000 tons of physical energy instantly broke the sound barrier. They shot through the air like anti-aircraft shells, precisely hitting all the drones. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of sparks exploded in the sky, and the drone wreckage fell like rain. Finally, the world was quiet. Lu Chen dusted off his hands and continued carrying Su Qingyuan towards the direction of the War God Academy. Unbeknownst to him, the brief, high-definition live broadcast just moments ago had exploded across the entire Jiangcheng and even Jiangnan province like a virus. In the living rooms of various air defense shelters and upscale neighborhoods in Jiangcheng, countless girls glued to their screens went completely crazy at this moment. A wealthy young lady in silk pajamas excitedly smashed her wine glass against the 60-inch television screen. "Oh, he's so wild. This is what an elopement looks like. Carrying the campus beauty like a sack over his shoulder, that damned sense of oppression. Why isn't it me who got taken away?" Several girls who usually only discussed cosmetics and designer bags screamed around the screen. What is the Feng family even? In the face of absolute physical violence, they are all trash. I declare from today onward, I am Lu Chen's wife fan. I'll pay 50 million for that tattered school uniform. On this day, the feminine hormones of the entire Jiangcheng boiled over. Meanwhile, those young masters from prestigious families who usually prided themselves on their charm watched Su Qingyuan's submissive and shy demeanor on the screen. One by one, their Tao hearts shattered, hiding under their blankets, crying like they were slaughtering pigs. Lu Chen remained oblivious to the citywide commotion he had caused. It took him over an hour to casually stroll back to the infamous No. 7 house behind the War God Academy. He just tossed Su Qingyuan onto the leather sofa in the living room. Lu Chen directly took off the school uniform covered in oil and dust, tossing it aside. "Go ahead, there are 2 pieces of beef jerky in the left pocket that I haven't finished. Remember to take them out and not wash them away." He yawned and walked barefoot up to the second-floor bedroom. "I'm going to take a nap. Ignore anyone who knocks on the door." Su Qingyuan, holding the school uniform that smelled of sweat, not only did not express disgust, but instead took a deep breath. She hurriedly jogged to the bathroom in her high heels. The dignified ice-gold campus beauty rolled up her sleeves, picked up a bar of soap, and squatted in front of the basin, scrubbing vigorously, humming an unknown cheerful tune. The female ghost in the ceiling treated as an air conditioner watched this scene, tears of bitterness rolling down her cheeks. There was no need for a butcher's knife to kill a dog. These two showed off their affection every day, torturing ghosts more than pure yang vitality. Chen slept deeply through this nap. No one dared to disturb him, not even the phone call from Shen Wanwan, which Su Qingyuan directly hung up. Time flew by. Before long, it was the morning of the next day. The morning sun just peeked through the shattered windows into the bedroom. Chen lay sprawled on the wooden bed, dreaming of roasted lamb leg. Whoa, whoa. A piercing air raid siren suddenly blared above the War God Academy, without warning. The sound was extremely loud, shaking the glass shards in the number 7 villa. Chen abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with irritation. He threw off the blanket and stepped barefoot onto the floor. What's going on so early in the morning? Can't anyone let me sleep? Chen was just about to go outside to unplug the loudspeaker. Suddenly, a deafening loudspeaker voice echoed from the campus broadcast. The next morning, after Chen caught up on sleep in the dormitory, the siren blared suddenly over the campus, and the old dean's voice spread across the school through the loudspeaker. The new students' military training drill officially begins. This year's chief instructor is your old acquaintance, Major General Yan Hongya. The training session for the new recruits officially begins. This year's chief instructor is your familiar acquaintance, Major General Yan Hongya. Chen covered his ears, sporting a messy hairstyle, reluctantly standing at the back of the new recruit formation. He yawned widely, still chewing on a half-eaten fried dough stick. Are we not allowed to sleep in the early morning? Is this old man going through early menopause? The surrounding new recruits stood straight, but their legs couldn't help but shake. The name Yan Hongya was synonymous with the devil at the War God Academy. A deafening sound of rotor blades echoed. A fully black-painted armed helicopter hovered above the playground, creating a violent gust of wind. The cabin door was kicked open. A sturdy rope ladder dropped down. Yan Hongya, without even attaching a safety clip, slid down the ladder directly to the ground. The sound of her military boots hitting the tiles echoed heavily. Today she wore a tight black tactical vest with camouflage cargo pants on the bottom. Her ample figure nearly caused the tactical vest to rip open. Her fair arms and slim waist exuded a wild beauty cultivated through years of military training. The boys in the audience swallowed hard. The sound of gulping echoed. But no one dared to steal a glance, fearing that this iron-blooded female major general would gouge out their eyes on the spot. Yan Hongya removed her sunglasses, her aggressive gaze sweeping across the crowd like radar. Eventually her gaze locked onto Chen, who was chewing on a fried dough stick. Just thinking back to that night in the rental room when the density of his muscles had left her wrist numb. She almost lost her balance and fell into his arms. The unfulfilled desire for conquest within Yan Hongya flared up like a flame doused with gasoline. Marching in her military boots, she strode confidently up to Chen. Chen stepped forward. Yan Hongya's expression was cold, her voice tinged with the scent of personal vendetta. Chen swallowed the last bite of his fried dough stick, brushed off the crumbs on his hands, and slowly took a step forward. What's wrong? I didn't bring any meat today. Oh, I have nothing to offer you. Yan Hongya was taken aback by his words, her cheeks flushing slightly. She gritted her silver teeth and let out a cold laugh. Don't try to get close to me. This is military training time. I heard you're strong enough to run on a tenfold gravity track without breaking a sweat. She pointed at a row of solid granite boulders used for construction at the edge of the playground. Go lift that Tintin stone. You will carry a load for the entire 20-kilometer wilderness training today. If you can't finish, you won't be allowed to return to the cafeteria for dinner tonight. The entire crowd of new recruits gasped in disbelief, nearly sucking all the oxygen out of the playground. 10 tons. That's the weight of a heavy armored vehicle. Carrying an armored vehicle for 20 kilometers. This isn't military training, it's plain murder. Su Qingyuan, standing in the ranks, instantly formed a frost spear in her hand. She was about to rush out to protect her husband, but Chen turned back and gave her a look that said, "Don't block me from eating." Chen ambled over to the 3-meter-high granite boulder. He reached out his hands, fingers digging into the hard stone like they were tofu. His thigh muscles instantly tightened. Without the glow of star power, without any martial arts per movement, the Tintin solid stone was forcibly uprooted from the ground and hoisted onto his right shoulder. The immense weight bore down, causing the tiles beneath Chen's feet to explode into a cloud of dust. This broken stone is covered in moss. It's hurting my shoulder. Chen muttered as he carried the Tintin boulder, striding towards the wilderness training route. With each step, the ground of the War God Academy trembled. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps sounded like a prehistoric beast charging. The other recruits were gasping for air, feeling as if their lungs were about to explode. But they couldn't even catch the exhaust fumes left by Chen. The training route passed through a high-risk thicket. 3 wild boars, each the size of a small calf, came rushing out of the woods, eyes blazing, ready to attack the lagging students. The girls in front screamed in fright, their legs giving way, and they fell to the ground. Chen happened to pass by with the stone. He sniffed, and his eyes instantly lit up. What fat 5-spice meat! Tonight's barbecue has a source. Chen supported the Tintin boulder with one hand, and suddenly exerted force with his waist and hips. He treated the 3-meter-high granite as an oversized brick and smashed it towards the 3 wild boars. The boulder tore through the air, leaving a ring of white sonic boom clouds. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, sending dirt mixed with grass clippings flying into the sky. The 3 fierce wild boars didn't even have time to scream. They were crushed into a puddle of uniform meat by the Tintin boulder, with only a few thigh bones remaining intact. The new recruits who followed behind looked at the huge pit on the ground, their legs going weak, causing a large number of them to kneel. Someone dropped their water bottle, and the water spilled over their shoes without them even realizing it. Throwing a Tintin stone as a projectile. Is this a carbon-based life form? Who just said the instructor was punishing him? He is clearly hunting with the boulder. Chen walked over and kicked the boulder covered in wild boar blood. The stone rolled to the side of the road like a... He tore off several vines and tied the stunned wild boars together, continuing to jog forward with one hand. By the time Chen reached the 20-kilometer finish camp, he tossed the wild boars onto the ground, creating a deep pit. Other students hadn't even reached halfway, and he was already gathering firewood to prepare for roasting meat. Yan Hongya arrived at the finish line in a military jeep. She jumped out of the car and stared intently at Chen. The man who had carried a Tintin stone for 20 kilometers was now crouched on the ground, focused on skewering the meat. His thin t-shirt was dry and clean. Not a single drop of sweat had emerged. The muscular lines of his arms glistened with a bronze sheen under the sunlight. Even his breathing rhythm showed no signs of disorder. Yan Hongya's heart skipped a beat. Her prideful military knowledge was completely crushed before this man. A primal sense of admiration for strength coursed through her body like strong liquor. Yan Hongya looked at Chen, who hadn't even broken a sweat, her beautiful eyes intertwined with desire and combat spirit. She leaned close to Chen's ear, lowering her voice and gritting her teeth. Not bad on physical abilities. Tonight at midnight, meet me in the small forest on the back mountain. I will personally give you extra training. At midnight on the back mountain of the War God Academy, the cool breeze rustled the leaves. Chen dragged his plastic slippers, which cost just a few yuan, and stepped loudly on the damp grass. His hair was a chaotic mess, half-closed eyes reflecting his morning grumpiness. You call me to the little grove in the middle of the night. If there's no whole roast lamb prepared, I'll just turn around and go back to sleep. Chen irritably scratched the back of his head, mumbling as he walked forward. Ahead in the clearing among the trees, Yan Hongya was already waiting. She had changed out of her strict Major General's uniform and into a black tactical vest. The high-stretch fabric tightly wrapped around her proud curves as if it might split at any moment. Her lower half was clad in camouflage tactical shorts, and her long straight legs appeared glaringly white under the moonlight. Upon hearing Chen's footsteps, Yan Hongya uttered not a single word. She stomped her military boots into the ground, creating a deep pit in the grass. She lunged at Chen like a predatory female leopard, a fierce wind trailing behind her. You attack without even saying hello? Are you sleepwalking in the middle of the night? Chen stood still, his hands still tucked into the pockets of his loose sweatpants. Yan Hongya rushed in front of Chen, suddenly lowering her body to evade direct sight. This was the top-level grappling technique of the Star Army, targeting the enemy's joint vulnerabilities. Her powerful slender legs clamped around Chen's waist like a vice. At the same time, her arms wrapped around from behind, firmly locking his neck. Yan Hongya was like a giant octopus, her body perfectly adhering to Chen's back. A vast softness pressed closely against Chen's broad spine without reservation. The astonishing body temperature of a mature woman combined with a pleasant scent of high-end perfume instantly enveloped Chen. Any boy in the academy would have nosebleeds and heart palpitations if locked up close by such a stunning beauty. Yet Chen only felt an itch in his nose. Auntie, your perfume is too strong. It seriously affects my ability to breathe the fresh air of the back mount. Chen disdainfully turned his head to dodge the overpowering scent. Yan Hongya clenched her silver teeth, channeling all her star power into her limbs, desperately tightening her hold. Her purpose tonight was not to defeat Chen. She simply wanted to experience once more the inhuman muscle density of this guy under the guise of combat. Yan Hongya's inner thighs clamped tightly around Chen's side. Hiss! A piercing pain shot through her leg bone, causing her to gasp in surprise. She felt as if she was squeezing not human flesh, but a solid high-pressure titanium alloy support beam. Chen's seemingly relaxed waist muscles contained a terrifying physical rebound force. Yan Hongya's muscles were shaken by the counterforce, leaving her numb and her bone membranes crying out in agony. Unwilling to give in, she tightened her arms around Chen's neck, trying to find a weakness in his vertebrae. As her tactical gloves rubbed forcefully against Chen's neck, they produced a harsh squeak, sound like metal clashing. Not even the thin layer of oil on Chen's neck was scratched. At that moment, 10 meters away in the bushes near the clearing, 2 sophomore patrol seniors were squatting in a muddy pit, their hands clutching flashlights, their jaws resting on their knees. They gaped, watching the scene unfold in the clearing, forgetting even to breathe. Is that Major General Yan? She's actually using the military's lethal technique, cross-strangle, against a freshman. This move can even snap the neck of a third-tier star beast. That kid hasn't even pulled his hands out of his pockets. This position seems off. Why is the instructor completely pressed against his back? The two patrol seniors' fingernails dug deep grooves in the mud. Jealousy and shock twisted their nerves into a tangled mess. They thought they had stumbled upon a brutal homicide, yet this scene looked more maddening than an idle drama. Sweat beads appeared on Yan Hongya's forehead, trickling down her fair cheeks. Her chest heaved violently, each breath pressing tightly against Lu Chen's steel-like latissimus dorsi. An unprecedented sense of helplessness and security intertwined in her mind. No matter how hard she tried, this body remained immovable, like an insurmountable towering mountain. How on earth did you train like this? Yan Hongya gasped into Lu Chen's ear, her voice carrying an indescribable fervor. She unconsciously leaned her cheek against Lu Chen's shoulder, greedily absorbing the heat of his male pheromones. The two seniors in the bushes were reduced to tears at this scene. I can't go on. My ice-cold Valkyrie is actually rubbing her face against a man's back. Kill me. This scene is 1,000 times more brutal than death. Lu Chen felt a surge of anger from the woman on his back. Why aren't you sleeping at this hour, coming here to act like a koala? Are you sick? Lu Chen pulled his hands out of his pockets, grasping Yan Hongya's pale ankle. He wanted to pull this troublesome woman off his back, like peeling off a stubborn bandage. 100,000 tons of physical energy surged through his palm. Yan Hongya felt an irresistible force bursting forth, instantly breaking the hold of her legs around Lu Chen's waist. But the stubbornness deep within her flared up completely. She clung tightly to Lu Chen's neck, refusing to let go. I won't let go. If you have the guts, throw me out. Yan Hongya's face flushed like a ripe apple, her voice carrying a hint of playful reproach that even she was unaware of. Lu Chen frowned, suddenly twisting at his waist. A violent centrifugal force stirred up a whirlwind, sending the fallen leaves swirling into the air. Yan Hongya was flung into the air, yet her hands seemed welded to Lu Chen's neck. The two maintained a strange and ambiguous tugging position under the moonlight. Having been unable to shake her off after several attempts, Lu Chen impatiently frowned. Auntie, are you wrestling or acting like a rogue? Hurry up and let go, otherwise I won't be responsible if I tear your clothes. Lu Chen shook twice without success, frowning impatiently. Auntie, are you fighting or just being a rogue? Let go quickly, or I won't be responsible if I tear your clothes. Hearing this warning, Yan Hongya not only refused to let go, but also let out a disdainful snort from her nose. Tear my clothes. She coiled around Lu Chen like a giant python, her long legs tightly locking around his waist. This is the highest level tactical bulletproof vest of the Star Army. Yan Hongya pressed her hot cheek against Lu Chen's hard back, exhaling like an orchid. It has 3 layers of high-density Kevlar fibers mixed with deep-sea silver thread. Don't even think about tearing it. Even if hit by high-explosive armor-piercing rounds, it wouldn't even fray a thread. You want to tear it? Dream on. Her inherent competitiveness was completely ignited, and the second-tier star power in her arms surged again. The blue light of the star power flickered in the dim little grove. Yan Hongya used almost all her strength, desperately tightening her grip around his neck. She simply refused to give up, determined to force out the star power within Lu Chen. 10 meters away in the bushes, 2 sophomore patrol students squatted in a mud pit, holding their mouths tightly with both hands. They heard Yan Hongya's resolute declaration, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Is this something I can listen to for free? The tall student trembled with excitement, digging his nails into the tree bark, carving deep grooves. The chief instructor called the male freshman to the grove at midnight just to play this thrilling game. The short, chubby student slapped himself hard, wincing in pain. What do you mean, fighting or being a rogue? This is clearly the chief instructor going all out. How could this guy complain about the instructor being a rogue? Is he even a normal man? The jealousy of the two students grew wildly like weeds. They even forgot their patrol duties, wishing they could rush out right now to bear Lu Chen's burden. Lu Chen was being choked by the woman behind him, struggling to catch his breath. It wasn't that Yan Hongya was particularly strong, it was that the scent of high-grade perfume mixed with sweat was drilling straight into his nose. I told you, don't go crazy in the middle of the night. Lu Chen sighed deeply, his tone filled with exasperation. He didn't even want to turn his head. The previously relaxed muscles in his shoulders and back suddenly awakened at that moment. Beneath his bronze skin, high-density muscle fibers tightened, like a drawn bowstring, producing a series of teeth-grinding friction sounds. 100,000 tons of physical kinetic energy surged up his spine, reaching his broad latissimus dorsi. Lu Chen didn't even make any large movements. He merely puffed his chest slightly outward, casually shaking his arms to the sides. A violent physical backlash erupted from his flesh. This force was more domineering than a Category 12 typhoon. Rip! A crisp, deafening, tearing sound abruptly echoed in the quiet grove. The sound resembled someone using a hydraulic cutter to forcibly sever a thick steel plate. Yan Hongya's proudly worn military-grade Kevlar vest was as fragile as a piece of water-soaked tissue paper under Lu Chen's casual physical expansion. The durable fabric mixed with deep-sea silver thread tore apart right in the middle of the vest. The shredded Kevlar fibers fluttered like snowflakes in the air. The arms locked around Lu Chen's neck were directly flung outward by that overwhelming force. Yan Hongya lost her balance and slipped off his back. She staggered back 2 steps, her high-top military boots crushing a broken branch, barely managing to steady herself. The night wind blew past. The chill instantly swept over Yin Hongya's upper body. The black tactical bulletproof vest had completely turned into 2 ragged pieces of cloth hanging precariously on her rounded shoulders. Large areas of white ample spring scenery were fully exposed to the dim moonlight in the grove. Only a black sports bra remained struggling to support her breathtaking curves in the night wind. The 2 thin straps of the bra seemed ready to snap under the heavy weight at any moment. Her fair flat abdomen and the well-defined abs without an ounce of excess flesh glistened alluringly under the moonlight. The entire grove fell into a deathly silence. Even the cicadas in the trees were scared into silence. Chen turned around, his hands still stuffed in the pockets of his loose-fitting sweatpants. He looked Yin Hongya up and down, his face showing disdain. Did I not remind you earlier? Don't flaunt clothes of such poor quality. If they tear, don't blame me for being too forceful. Just to be clear, I won't compensate for the bulletproof vest. It's you who insisted on coming close. Chen firmly cleared himself of all responsibility. The 2 patrol students hiding in the bushes had now completely turned into stone statues. The tall student's nosebleed gushed down like a faucet running frantically down his philtrum, dripping onto the muddy ground, creating red puddles. The vest exploded. He actually tore the chief instructor's bulletproof vest. That's material meant to withstand armor-piercing rounds. He just puffed out his chest, and it shattered. The short, chubby student clutched his philtrum tightly, fearing he might faint from happiness on the spot. What a beast. A stunning beauty practically threw herself at him, and he's worried about the cost of the torn clothes. Is this guy just a heartless pile driver? The 2 students pounded the ground in the mud pit, their jealousy so intense they felt like they might crack their back teeth. Yin Hongya stood dazed in place, stunned for 2 full seconds. She glanced down at the 2 pieces of tattered fabric fluttering in the wind. Her mind completely malfunctioned. A military-grade bulletproof vest was shattered by the expansion force of someone's back muscles. What kind of inhumane physical structure is this? 2 seconds later, a wave of scorching heat surged from her neck to her ears. Her usually cold and frosty beautiful face was now redder than a monkey's butt. When has the iron-blooded Major General of the Star Army ever exposed so much skin in front of a man? Moreover, it was shattered by a freshman in such a humiliating manner. Yin Hongya felt both ashamed and furious. Her hands crossed tightly over her chest, trying to conceal the alluring spring scenery. She bit her plump red lips, her beautiful eyes misting with a thin veil of tears. Chen, you bastard. Yin Hongya's voice trembled, laced with a petulance she didn't even realize. Chen rolled his eyes and turned to leave. What are you going crazy about in the middle of the night? I'm going back to sleep now. Just then, outside the grove, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps approached. 3 or 4 glaring beams of flashlights swept through this dark clearing like swords. Several student council members responsible for checking dorms charged over with strong flashlights, their demeanor aggressive. The flashlight beams flickered back and forth in the grove. They landed squarely on Chen and Yin Hongya. Under the blinding white light, the scene appeared bizarre and ambiguous. Chen, dressed in loose sportswear, wore a lazy expression. Opposite him stood a female chief instructor with torn clothes, wearing only a sports bra, her arms crossed and face flushed. The patrolling students abruptly halted. The flashlight beams flickered over Yin Hongya's snow-white skin, causing them to tremble. Thud! 2 flashlights fell directly onto the grass, rolling far away. The jaws of several student council members dropped collectively, their eyes nearly popping out. Yin Hongya stood dazed for 2 seconds, her cheeks instantly flushed. Before she could scream, a voice called out from outside the grove along with the flashlight beams and patrolling students. Who's over there? Oh my God! The chief instructor and Chen are. Who's there? Good heavens! The chief instructor and Chen are. The stark white beam of a high-powered flashlight bore relentlessly into the clearing in the woods. Within the harsh circle of light, the scene froze like a paparazzi shot primed to detonate across the internet. Chen stood with his hands buried in the pockets of his loose sweatpants, his face a mask of sleep-deprived irritation. Standing before him was Yin Hongya, the formidable young major of the Stellar Military Command. At this moment, the notoriously feared female drill instructor, who made every freshman's blood run cold, had her military-grade bulletproof vest shredded into 2 tattered pieces. An expanse of fair full skin was exposed directly to the night breeze. Only a black sports bra remained, straining precariously to contain its contents. 3 patrol leaders wearing student union armbands had their mouths agape wide enough to swallow a bowling ball. The lead male's wrist twitched involuntarily. Thud! The heavy flashlight slipped from his grasp, smashing onto his own foot. He didn't even register the pain, his eyes glued to the shattered fragments of Kevlar on the ground. Is that a bulletproof vest? Did Chen tear it apart with his bare hands? The chubby student beside him sucked in a sharp breath, the cold air stinging his lungs. Tore it. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. I saw it clearly. He just puffed out his chest, and the vest just burst apart. What is this, a hookup or a demolition project? The 3 patrol leaders exchanged glances, feeling they had stumbled upon the academy's most forbidden secret. The chief instructor secretly meeting a male freshman in the woods at night, and getting this wild and explosive with him. If they got silence for this, no one would even find their bodies. The lead male reacted fastest, slapping his hands over his eyes. He executed a perfect 180-degree turn on the spot and bellowed in a cracking voice. I'm blind. I've had night blindness since I was a kid. We didn't see anything. Carry on. Please continue. The chubby one also covered his eyes, stumbling and crashing into a nearby tree trunk. Right. The moon is so round tonight, let's go admire it over there. The 3 patrol students didn't even dare to pick up the fallen flashlight. Like 3 groundhogs with their tails stepped on, they shoved each other into the underbrush and fled in panic. The squelching sound of their boots in the mud quickly faded into nothing. Silence descended upon the woods once more. Only the abandoned flashlight continued its dutiful glow. Yan Hongya stood rooted to the spot, stunned, not breathing for a full 2 seconds. This iron-willed female general, who commanded thousands, felt her authority shatter into a million pieces of glass in that instant. A wave of searing heat rushed from the base of her neck all the way to the tips of her ears. Her perpetually icy face flushed a deep crimson like a ripe apple. She felt as if steam might be rising from the top of her head. In her 24 years of life, she had never been so exposed in front of a man. And to be caught in the act by her own, her legs gave way and she sank directly onto the grass. She crossed her arms tightly over her chest, burying her flushed face deep into the crook of her elbow. Wishing she could dig a tunnel with her combat boots and disappear into the earth, Lu Chen watched the patrol flee in panic, then looked at Yan Hongya crouched on the ground like an ostrich. He let out a long yawn, squeezing 2 drops of physiological tears from the corners of his eyes. A bunch of lunatics in the middle of the night. He finally pulled his hands out of his pockets and grabbed his tattered school uniform jacket. The jacket had been stained with demon ape blood earlier, then washed by Su Qingyuan until it smelled faintly of mint. Now it clung to him stiff and dry. He pinched the collar and pulled it over his head. Huff! The jacket came off, revealing a bronze muscular torso that rivaled a classical Greek sculpture. Without sparing another glance at the enticing figure crouched on the ground, he casually tossed the jacket. It arced through the air and landed perfectly over Yan Hongya's head. Consider this compensation for your clothes. Don't bother me again. Shirtless, wearing cheap plastic slippers, he turned and shuffled away. He swaggered down the tree-lined path towards Villa No. 7. If anyone else wakes me up in the middle of the night, I'll twist their head off and use it as a chamber pot. Lu Chen's grumbling, tinged with morning grogginess, drifted back on the night wind. Yan Hongya, still crouched on the grass, was completely covered by the oversized uniform jacket. Her vision went dark instantly. A potent wave of masculine pheromones flooded her senses. It was a unique scent, a mix of sweat, sunlight, and some raw, untamed power. The smell hit her like a hammer blow to her already racing heart. Yan Hongya pulled the jacket from her head. She lifted her eyes, misted with unshed tears, and stared blankly at Lu Chen's broad back as he disappeared into the night. No unnecessary words, no opportunistic lecherous gaze. Just this unreasoning dominance and a pure absolute physical force. Yan Hongya clutched the uniform jacket tightly, her knuckles turning white. She realized she wasn't angry at all. Instead, the dormant beast within her, the one that yearned for strength and had slept for 24 years, had been thoroughly awakened by that retreating figure. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, a convoy of buses from the War God Academy transported all the freshmen to a deep wilderness zone hundreds of kilometers away, her face burning red. She wrapped the jacket, still carrying his body heat, tightly around herself, shielding her exposed skin. The night breeze brushed against her feverish cheeks. The demon drill instructor stood there in the woods, flustered for a long time, yet the corner of her mouth twitched upwards beyond her control. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, a convoy of buses from the War God Academy transported all the freshmen to a deep wilderness zone hundreds of kilometers away. This was the core campsite for the annual military training exercises. The perimeter was fortified with high-voltage electric fences and runic pillars of star energy. From the primeval forest outside the camp, spine-chilling roars of beasts echoed intermittently. Thousands of freshmen in matching camouflage uniforms were already complaining bitterly under the grueling training tasks. This isn't military training, this is exile to a labor camp at the border. They confiscated my limited edition sunscreen. This UV is going to fry my skin. Several young ladies from prestigious families sat outside their tents, massaging their sore calves and complaining. In the clearing at the center of the crowd, Lu Chen was sprawled out on a makeshift lounge chair cobbled together from thick tree trunks. With his hands behind his head and a giant banana leaf covering his face to block the sun, he was sleeping soundly. For others, military training was hell. For him, it was just a change of scenery for sleeping. Su Qingyuan, carrying a military mess kit and wearing combat boots, walked over. Her camouflage uniform had been altered to a fitted style, cinching her impossibly slender waist. Hey blockhead, wake up and eat. I made you some porridge from the military rations. Su Qingyuan crouched beside the chair and reached out to lift the banana leaf from his face. Not to be outdone, Shun Wanwan squeezed in from the other side, carrying a temperature-controlled food box. Why eat porridge? I had the freshest deep-sea caviar airdropped in. The 2 stunningly beautiful women flanked him, starting their daily ritual of jealous bickering. The male students around them clutched their rock-hard compressed biscuits, chewing with tears welling up in their eyes. This public display of affection was harder to swallow than stone. Just as Lu Chen was impatiently removing the banana leaf ready to scold them both. Boom! The ground of the entire wilderness camp began to shake violently without any warning. The tremors were more intense than a magnitude 10 earthquake. The flimsy lounge chair beneath Lu Chen collapsed, sending him tumbling onto the dirt. Did a demolition crew start work at noon? Lu Chen dusted himself off and stood up frowning. The resting freshmen were knocked off balance, and a large number of tents collapsed. What's going on? An earthquake? Run! The ground is splitting open. The high-voltage electric fence at the camp's edge suddenly erupted in a series of dazzling sparks. The runic pillars of star energy supporting the defensive wall exploded violently one after another. The clouds in the sky were forcibly torn apart by an immense, invisible force. A pitch-black, profound spatial rift slowly took shape above the camp. The stench of blood mixed with the terrifying pressure of a high-tier star beast cascaded down like a tsunami. Several instructors on guard duty turned pale instantly, their hands trembling as they pulled their gun bolts. The red warning light at the camp's center flashed frantically. The loudspeakers emitted a piercing shriek. Then a shrill siren wailed, warning. A spatial rift has appeared in the... A high-tier beast king has broken into the freshman camp. Warning. A spatial rift has appeared in the training area. A high-tier beast king has breached the freshman camp. The piercing air raid siren tore through the sky above the wilderness zone. The once clear clouds were ripped apart by an invisible colossal hand, revealing a 100-meter-long pitch-black rift. A nauseating stench of blood poured through the rift, flooding the freshman camp. Boom! A massive hoof covered in black scales and thrice the size of a millstone stomped out from the rift. The ground trembled as the high-voltage electric fence on the camp's perimeter short-circuited, instantly erupting in blinding sparks. Moments later, a colossal creature over 30 meters long, bristling with titanium alloy bone spikes, crashed to the ground. It was an iron-horned rhinoceros king, a peak 5th-rank star beast. Its 10-meter-long horn gleamed with a cold metallic light. With each breath, it expelled 2 streams of scorching sulfurous air from its nostrils. Open fire. Heavy cover. The garrison company commander at the outer defense line roared hoarsely, his star energy assault rifle blazing wildly. Over a dozen military heavy mechs raised their cannon barrels, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of high-explosive armor-piercing shells that rained down upon the Rhino King. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew wildly as the shells ricocheted off the Rhino King's thick bone armor. These shells, capable of easily shredding a 3rd-rank star beast, failed to even leave a dent on it, flattening into useless scrap metal on the ground. Lowering its head, the iron-horned rhinoceros king ignored the mechs, entirely charging forward on its 4 thick, stubby legs. The 3-meter-high reinforced concrete blast walls along the way crumbled like wafers before it. Crack! A blast wall shattered into a cloud of flying debris as the beast rammed it. 2 heavy mechs too slow to dodge were clipped by its massive shoulder and snapped in half, their parts scattering across the ground. Form up. Everyone fall back. Yin Hongya leaped down from midair, her black tactical vest stretched tight. Clutching a high-frequency vibrating combat knife shimmering with blue star power, she charged forward with 7 or 8 senior instructors. Kill! The instructors simultaneously erupted with peak 3rd-rank star power, weaving a massive net of colorful star skill light in the air, attempting to ensnare the rampaging beast. Yin Hongya led the charge, her combat knife piercing through the air towards the Rhino King's enormous blood-red eye. The beast let out a muffled roar, its thick neck jerking upwards. Its 10-meter-long titanium alloy horn, carrying devastating physical force, smashed viciously into the star power defense net formed by the instructors. Boom! The star power net shattered into a shower of light particles in less than half a second. A colossal recoil force surged back through the horn. The 7 or 8 instructors, sent flying like bowling pins, tumbled dozens of meters backward. They crashed through camp tents and rolled several times before stopping, all coughing up blood. Yin Hongya, taking the brunt of the impact, felt her high-frequency combat knife snap in 2. She let out a muffled groan and hurtled backward like a broken kite, slamming into a large tree with enough force to snap it in half. Yin Hongya slid to the ground, clutching her agonizing chest, her face pale, as she spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. The physical impact of a peak 5th-rank beast was simply beyond human capability to withstand. With the defensive line in total collapse, the entire freshman camp was plunged into an abyss of despair. The iron-horned rhinoceros king rampaged through the tent area like an out-of-control steamroller. Flames erupted everywhere, and thick smoke blotted out the sun. The young heirs from prestigious families who usually strutted around the War God Academy with arrogance were now scrambling and crawling in sheer terror. Get out of my way. Scram! A young master from the capital kicked aside a female classmate blocking his path, scrambling on all fours towards the air raid shelter. His crotch was soaked, his expensive custom trousers caked with mud and urine. Young Master Wong, take me with you. A fawning girl who usually clung to him lunged forward and grabbed his leg, crying and pleading. Get lost. I can't even save myself. Young Master Wong kicked her squarely in the face without a moment's hesitation, leaving a muddy footprint, and fled without looking back. The girl collapsed into the mud pit, staring in despair at the hellish scene around her, crying so hard her makeup ran and her fake eyelashes stuck to her cheeks. These self-proclaimed noble youths had shed all their dignity in the face of death. Some shoved their classmates towards the beast just to buy themselves half a second more to escape. Some hid under collapsed iron frames, clutching their heads and trembling like leaves. Another heir pulled out a gleaming golden defensive array plate, shouting that it was a treasure capable of withstanding fourth-rank attacks. But as the iron-horned rhinoceros king passed by, it casually flicked its tail. The array plate exploded into dust, and the heir was sent flying, landing draped over a tree branch. Su Qingyuan gripped her frost spear, standing amidst the chaotic crowd, her clear, cold eyes filled with determination. She wanted to rush forward and help, but Shen Wanwan grabbed her arm tightly. "Are you crazy? That's a peak 5th rank beast king. You'd be nothing but a toothpick snack for it." Shen Wanwan shouted, her eyes red, clutching a pink spatial teleportation talisman, only to find the space around them sealed by the beast king's oppressive aura. The iron-horned rhinoceros king continued its advance through the wreckage. It raised its 2 front hooves and stomped down hard on 2 military armored vehicles blocking its path. Crunch! A teeth-grinding screech of twisting metal filled the air. The dozen soft and Shivi armored vehicles were crushed flat into 2 sheets of metal under the weight of the 5th rank beast king. Glass shattered everywhere and tires burst one by one like balloons. The Rhino King shook its head, snorting out 2 plumes of white smoke from its nostrils, its blood-red vertical pupils locking onto a group of female students in the open area ahead. There were dozens of medical department girls, so terrified their legs had given way. Lu Rian was among them, still clutching her medical kit tightly, her pretty face pale as paper. Roar! The iron-horned rhinoceros king dug 2 massive pits in the ground with its hind legs, then charged at full speed, launching a fatal stampede towards the group of girls. The ground shook and the shadow of death loomed over them instantly. The girls closed their eyes in despair, huddling together and sobbing loudly, awaiting their gruesome end. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. The anticipated agonizing pain of crushed bones never came. Instead, a tall, broad shadow steadily blocked the glaring sunlight above them. Lu Rian opened her trembling eyes. The scene before her was one she would never forget for the rest of her life. A male student in tattered school uniform stood there, holding a bowl of steaming compressed biscuit paste in one hand. In his other hand, he held a spoon, impatiently tapping it against the edge of his stainless steel lunchbox. He stood casually directly in the path of the frenzied, charging iron-horned rhinoceros king. The size comparison between man and beast was like an ant standing before a speeding bullet train. But the rampaging 5th rank beast king came to a grinding halt less than 2 meters away from the boy. It wasn't that it wanted to stop, it was that an even more terrifying, more brutal physical pressure, like an invisible wall of despair, pinned it firmly in place. Lu Chen walked out with a yawn. He swallowed the dry rations in his mouth and picked at his ear, numbed by the beast's roar. He looked up impatiently at the colossal creature before him. The iron-horned rhinoceros king, having crushed 2 armored vehicles, had charged at a group of girls frozen in fear on the ground. Just as all seemed lost, a tall shadow blocked out the sun. Lu Chen strolled out with a yawn. So noisy, can't a guy even enjoy his picnic in peace? The iron-horned rhinoceros king crushed 2 armored vehicles underfoot and launched a fatal charge towards a group of petrified girls. Lu Chen stepped out yawning, saying, "It's so noisy, can't a person enjoy a picnic in peace?" The 5th-tier iron-horned rhinoceros king was in a frenzied charging state. Its eyes, as large as red lanterns, fixated on the small black figure blocking its path. As a tyrant of the starry abyss, it was the first time it encountered a human who dared to step forward to seek death. The rhinoceros' nostrils released 2 jets of scalding white smoke, and its 4 stout hooves dug half a meter deep into the muddy ground. It lowered its head to reveal a 10-meter-long titanium alloy horn, accelerating once more, as if it were a heavy high-speed train derailing and crashing forward. The ground trembled violently, and Lu Ruyan, hiding behind Lu Chun along with the group of medical students, huddled together in fear. They were so terrified that they couldn't even scream, only closing their eyes in despair. Lu Chun sighed reluctantly, placing the bowl of compressed biscuit mush he held onto a relatively clean stone nearby. "The food at this lousy school is already bad enough, and now I have dust all over my mush." He cracked his neck, the joints popping loudly. The fierce wind rushed towards him, making his ragged school uniform flap, yet he showed no intention of dodging. Lu Chun glanced to his left and right. The previous defense had been breached, and a military heavy off-road vehicle lay overturned beside him. The vehicle was covered in blast-proof armor, loaded with ammunition weighing at least 5 tons. Lu Chen strolled over, and in the dazed gazes of the teachers and students, seized the all-steel front bumper of the off-road vehicle. In the distance, several instructors, clutching their broken ribs, shouted with pale faces, "Lu Chen, run. Hiding behind the vehicle won't help. That vehicle can't even withstand one of its horns." They thought Lu Chen was trying to use the off-road vehicle as cover. Lu Chen ignored the frantic shouts of the instructors. He stepped back half a step with his right leg, then stomped down hard. Crack! The hard rock ground was forcefully stomped into a spiderweb-like deep pit. The muscles in Lu Chen's thigh tightened instantly, and 100,000 tons of physical energy surged up from his waist and hips. The veins in his powerful arms bulged like twisted steel cables. Lift! Lu Chen let out a muffled roar from his throat. The 5-ton blast-proof off-road vehicle was single-handedly yanked from the mud. The metal chassis creaked under the unbearable load. Lu Chen handled the vehicle as if it were a light plastic toy, swinging it into the air. At that moment, everyone's jaw dropped in unison, crashing down onto their feet. He lifted the vehicle. That's a 5-ton armored car. One young master from a prestigious family, frightened, shoved his water bottle into his nostrils. The iron-horned rhinoceros king was now less than 5 meters away from Lu Chen. The sharp titanium alloy horn almost poked Lu Chen's nose. The foul stench rushing towards him made him not only ugly, but it also doesn't brush its teeth. Lu Chen gripped the chassis beam of the off-road vehicle with both hands, his back muscles taut like a fully drawn bow. He treated the 5-ton military off-road vehicle as if it were an oversized fly swatter. Swinging it towards the massive head of the 5th-tier Beast King, he brought it down with great force. Whoosh! The off-road vehicle tore through the air, creating a wide circle of white sonic boom clouds. The terrifying physical wind pressure struck the iron-horned rhinoceros king's face, first distorting its flesh. For the first time, a glimmer of fear flashed in the vertical pupils of the 5th-tier Beast King. It wanted to break, but the immense inertia could not be halted. Boom! A deafening roar that caused everyone's eardrums to malfunction erupted at the center of the king. This noise was more exaggerated than several tons of TNT exploding simultaneously. The heavy off-road vehicle crashed down squarely on the iron-horned rhinoceros king's head. There was no collision of star power, only the pure and chilling pressure of physical mass. The titanium alloy skull of the 5th-tier Beast King, which was said to withstand cannon fire, couldn't hold for even half a second. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering sent chills down spines. The iron-horned rhinoceros king didn't even have time to let out a scream. Its enormous body, 30 meters long, lost all support under Lu Chen's devastating blow. A massive shockwave surged down its head. The ground suddenly collapsed, creating a deep pit with a diameter of several dozen meters. The steel plates of the off-road vehicle were twisted into a messy tangle embedded tightly with the flesh of the rhinoceros. A small gray mushroom cloud rose from the deep pit. The violent wave of physical air swept across the ground, uprooting nearby tents. Dust filled the air. The entire wilderness camp fell into a dead silence for half a minute. The wind blew away the smoke and dust, revealing the scene in the large pit to everyone's eyes. The once mighty 5th-tier iron-horned rhinoceros king, which had smashed through the military defenses, was now unrecognizable. It had been flattened into a bloody meat pancake beneath the off-road vehicle. Heavy scales and bone spurs shattered into piles of debris. Brain matter mixed with the black oil leaking from the vehicle splattered everywhere. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the pit, still holding a half-deformed bumper from the off-road vehicle. He disdainfully tossed the iron rod into the pit and brushed off the dust from his hands. The skin is still quite tough, it made my wrist tingle. Lu Chen turned to glance at the food container he had placed on the stone. The earlier gust had blown all the dirt from the ground into his food mush. Lu Chen's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. My breakfast. I queued for 10 minutes to get this. He cursed at the pile of meat paste in the pit. Outside the camp, those high-ranking instructors who had been thrown away were helping each other crawl out from the ruins. They stared at the deep pit with a diameter of several dozen meters and the Beast King's meat pancake within. All the instructors were collectively petrified. Yin Hong, clutching her bleeding arm, leaned against a broken tree, her wild eyes filled with deep shock. She knew Lu Chen was strong. However, she never expected that this kid's strength could reach the level of using a car as a fly swatter. That was a 5th-tier peak iron-horned rhinoceros king. Even she, a major from the Star Army, couldn't break its defenses. Is it really just flattened by a vehicle? Is this even human? A male instructor slapped himself twice, his face swelling, unable to believe the reality before him. Those young masters hiding at the entrance of the air raid shelter had lost all strength to flee. Their pants were soaked and they slumped to the ground like piles of boneless mud. The several young masters from the capital who had been boasting about teaching Lu Chen a lesson now looked at his back, too scared to even breathe loudly. If one day he were to get upset and casually grabbed a vehicle to smash them, they wouldn't even leave behind any meat scraps. The group of medical students behind Lu Chen finally snapped back from their extreme fear. Lu Ruyan was still kneeling in the mud, clutching the first aid kit tightly. She looked up, gazing at the broad back ahead that seemed insurmountable like a mountain. The sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Lu Chen's bronze shoulders, outlining the perfect muscle lines. It radiated an overwhelming sense of security that transcended all flowery words, striking deep into the soul. A layer of burning flush instantly crept onto Lu Ruyan's fair cheeks. She breathed heavily, her glistening eyes bursting with uncontrollable fervor. Not just her, but the originally petrified girls around her also had their gazes transformed. All pretenses of being green tea or white lotus or the haughty demeanors of young ladies from noble families faded away. In the presence of a man capable of flattening beast kings with a single hand, they all reverted to their most primal feminine instincts. They gazed at the specks of mud on Lu Chen's tattered school uniform. The scene fell silent. The girls who had just been terrified now stared at Lu Chen's godlike back, suddenly erupting into a chorus of infatuated screams. Brother Lu Chen is so handsome. Your clothes are dirty. Well, line up to wash your underwear. Brother Lu Chen, you're so handsome. Your clothes are dirty. Let us queue up to wash your underwear. This earth-shattering scream was like a ton of high explosives thrown into a calm lake. The girls who had just been paralyzed in the mud, their legs trembling in fear, suddenly seemed to have the channels of their bodies. With eyes gleaming like hungry wolves, they rushed towards Lu Chen with outstretched claws. The scene instantly spiraled out of control, resembling a horde of zombies breaking free. Leading the charge was the pampered daughter of a financial magnate from the capital, Miss Li, who usually required assistance even to walk in school. She had even lost one of her custom crystal shoes worth over 100,000. Barefoot on the gravel, she sprinted with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Brother Lu Chen, I have a full set of high-end washing and care equipment at home. I can wash your clothes by hand. As she ran, Miss Li stretched out her hand, painted with bright red nail polish, desperately reaching forward. Normally unable to open a bottle cap, she swatted another green tea girl, blocking her way aside. Get away. With your rough hands, how dare you touch Brother Lu Chen's personal clothes? The green tea girl, thrown aside, was not to be outdone and scrambled back up from the mud to push forward. Not only can I wash underwear, but I can also help Brother Lu Chen wipe sweat and massage his feet. She tore off her expensive silk skirt, waving it madly like a white flag. More than a dozen rich girls who usually wouldn't even glance at ordinary boys had completely lost their minds. They were pulling each other's hair and grabbing each other by the neck to fight for a position near Lu Chen. Their expensive clothes were torn into rags, and their exquisite makeup had turned into a palette of colors. Anyone who dared to push forward another half step would immediately be pulled back by the others. The young masters hiding at the entrance of the bomb shelter stared blankly at this scene. One boy rubbed his eyes hard, causing blood vessels to burst. Is that the goddess to whom I just gifted a limited edition handbag yesterday? She even said she disliked the smell of sweat from men. She actually scratched Miss Li's face just to wash a man's underwear. The boys' worldview collapsed, their hearts bleeding as if pierced by shards of glass. The goddess they usually revered as a deity was now clinging to Lu Chen like a lustful wildcat. This was even more despairing than being trampled by a fifth-tier iron-horned rhinoceros king. Dozens of grown men huddled together, weeping inconsolably, their noses running. Lu Chen held the food container, now contaminated with mud. He looked at the group of women rushing him with bared teeth, feeling his scalp tingle. These women were mixed with dozens of different brands of pungent perfumes combined with the smell of mud and sweat. This odor was even more eye-watering than that fifth-tier star beast. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will take action. Lu Chen retreated repeatedly, as if dodging a plague. His colossal physique, capable of weighing 100,000 tons, showed no sign of fear against the beast's tide. But facing this group of irrational green tea and white lotus flowers, he felt for the first time what it meant to have a heavy head. Lu Chen, they have rough hands and will hurt your skin. Lu Rian, carrying a first aid kit, squeezed through the crowd, taking advantage of her status as the medical department's flower. Her white nurse's uniform was already covered in dust, but she didn't care. Her fair cheeks were flushed as she discarded the first aid kit and threw her arms around Lu Chen. Let me take you to the tent for a full muscle examination. Let's get you undressed and checked thoroughly. Lu Rian's voice was soft and sweet, her infatuation unmistakable in her eyes. Lu Chen disdainfully extended a finger, pressing it against Lu Rian's smooth forehead. He forced her beautiful face back half a meter. What are you checking? My skin can't even be pierced by armor-piercing rounds. Oh, what can you find? And you all, can you keep your distance? This outfit is meant for Brother Lu Chen. Let me touch your abs, just once. Don't push me. I absolutely must get Brother Lu Chen's dirty. Dozens of soft hands reached out into the air in chaos, and the scene was completely out of control. The veins on Lu Chen's forehead throbbed rhythmically. The food container was dirted by mud, and now even finding a quiet place to rest had become a luxury. The bottom line for the eater was repeatedly trampled. Lu Chen crushed the stainless steel lunchbox into a ball and casually tossed it into the nearby deep pit. Get the hell away from me. Lu Chen let out a low growl from his throat. He took half a step back with his right leg, his thigh muscles instantly tensing up. A violent physical airflow began to swirl from the soles of his feet. He planned to stomp the ground to shatter it and use the shockwave to blow these annoying flies into the woods. Even if he faced a disciplinary action for hitting a classmate, he couldn't endure this mental torment. Just as Lu Chen was about to unleash his strength, the temperature of the air around him dropped unexpectedly below freezing. The muddy water on the ground began to visibly congeal into white ice shards. Following that, a suffocating aura of murderous intent swept in from behind Lu Chen like a tangible force. This murderous intent carried a strong smell of gunpowder, causing the leaves around to rustle. The girls preparing to pounce on Lu Chen all shivered in unison. A few green tea girls in the front sneezed several times from the cold. They stiffly halted, fearfully glancing past Lu Chen's shoulder to look behind him. Two tall and beautiful figures walked up, stepping on the frost and gravel. On the left was Su Qingyuan, the ice queen of Jiangcheng No.3 High School. She held a frost spear, emitting a bone-chilling aura, its tip carving a deep, white line into the ground. Her face, ethereal and cold, bore no expression. Yet the cold glint in her peach blossom eyes seemed capable of killing. On the right was Yin Hongye, the training instructor, dressed in a new uniform. She wore a loose military green jacket that concealed her impressive figure. This jacket was clearly just borrowed from logistics, but it radiated a wild, untamable dominance. Yin Hongye held a Star Energy military machete, its blade shimmering with high-frequency blue light. The two exceptional women, usually at odds, had unexpectedly formed a united front. Their gazes were like knives fixated on the shameless group of female students across from them. Lu Rian shrank her neck, instinctively loosening her grip on Lu Chen's clothes. Miss Li stumbled back 2 steps, almost falling on the gravel. The entire wilderness camp fell into a death. Even the wind had stopped, leaving only the sound of occasional dripping blood from the corpse of the iron-horned rhinoceros in the distance. The boys hiding far from the bomb shelter held their breath, not daring to make a sound. With the appearance of these two killing gods, the oppressive aura was even more overwhelming than that of the fifth-tier beast king. Su Qingyuan stepped forward, pulling Lu Chen behind her. She disregarded the mud and beast's blood on Lu Chen, asserting her dominance. Yin Hongye strode forward, driving her machete heavily into the mud. Buzz! The machete trembled, splitting the ground with a half-meter-wide crack just skimming the toes of the green tiger. Su Qingyuan and the newly dressed Yin Hongye stood together, glaring fiercely at all the girls. His clothes are not for you to touch. Get the hell away from here. Their clothes are not for you to touch. Get lost. The furious shouts of the Ice Mountain School beauty and the iron-blooded female major echoed violently in the chaotic wilderness camp. This voice was laced with the biting coldness of Frost Star power and the iron-blooded aura of genuine combat. Those young ladies from aristocratic families who had just lunged forward like zombies suddenly hit the brakes. The eldest daughter of the Li family at the forefront found the mud beneath her feet frozen into a hard chunk of ice. As she slipped, she fell face first into a puddle stained with the blood of exotic beasts. Ouch, my nose. The eldest daughter of the Li family covered her mud-smeared face, her expensive prosthetics nearly askew. Yet she dared not cry out loud, fearing to provoke the two ruthless harbingers of death ahead. Su Qingyuan pushed her frost spear forward half an inch, the spear tip firmly pressed against the nose of another green tea girl. The sharp chill froze the girl's false eyelashes, which then fell to the ground and shattered into powder. Take another step forward, and I'll chop off your hand to feed the wind wolves. Su Qingyuan's voice was so cold it could shatter ice, and the killing intent in her peach blossom eyes was unmistakable. Beside her, Yin Hongye's movements were even more direct, wielding her high-frequency, vibrating mountain-splitting knife in the air, creating a fierce display of blade flowers. The blue blade light brushed past several girls' scalps, directly severing a large section of meticulously styled wavy hair. Disrupting order in the military zone. Do you believe I could execute you under wartime military law right now? Yin Hongye's eyebrows shot up, and the killing aura around her solidified the air. How could these sheltered flowers of high society have ever encountered such a scene? The earlier excitement to wash Lu Chen's underwear evaporated instantly under the weight of deathly fear. I'm sorry. Well, never dare again. Run. These two women have completely lost their minds. Dozens of girls clutching their tattered skirts scrambled towards the bomb shelter, heads ducked and bodies low. Those who ran slowly even resorted to crawling through the mud, terrified that if they were late their hands would truly be chopped off. A few hundred meters away behind the barricade, the group of male freshmen peeked out, swallowing hard. Is this what it means to have the aura of the main consort? So domineering. Lu Chen's soft lifestyle is something most people could hardly digest. It might even cost them their lives. The boys were so jealous their back teeth nearly crumbled, yet they admired Lu Chen to the core. Watching the group of green tea girls vanish, Su Qingyuan and Yin Hongye simultaneously sheathed their weapons. The two turned their heads, their gazes colliding heavily in the air. It was as if the void sparked with crackling high-voltage electricity, the smell of gunpowder thick enough to ignite the entire camp. Su Qingyuan took the initiative, stepping forward to grab the left sleeve of Lu Chen's tattered uniform. Instructor, Yin, I've been washing Lu Chen's clothes. You don't need to trouble yourself, Major. She deliberately emphasized the word Major with a clear territorial assertion. Yin Hongye sneered, refusing to back down, as she stepped forward, gripping the right sleeve of Lu Chen's uniform. She was still wearing a large military green coat that concealed the shreds of her bulletproof vest underneath. Student Su, this is wilderness training. I am his chief instructor, and it's my duty to care for my students' daily lives. She puffed out her impressive chest, stretching the mail coat into a breathtaking arc. Besides, can a delicate young lady like you clean a uniform stained with the blood of high-level star beasts? The military has specialized powerful stain removers. I could wash it better with my eyes closed than you can with your fancy products. Su Qingyuan had hit a sore spot, her fair cheeks flushed with two defiant blushes. She glared at Yin Hongye without yielding. I just washed his coat yesterday with the Su family's secret spring water. It still has a mint fragrance. What do you know about high-end softeners as a soldier? Can you afford to compensate if you ruin Lu Chen's clothes? The two were tugging at each side of the sleeve, unwilling to let go, secretly competing with each other. The sharp sound of tearing fabric abruptly pierced the air. Rip! Lu Chen's already weathered uniform tore open a half-foot-long gash at the collar under their opposing forces. Lu Chen, caught in the middle, felt the veins on his forehead pulse rhythmically. Were these two women lacking in brains? A peak 5th-level iron-horn rhinoceros lay in the nearby pit, hundreds of tons of fresh exotic beast meat waiting to be cooked. Yet instead of fighting for the meat, they were arguing over a tattered piece of clothing. Lu Chen sighed, crossing his hands to grip the hem of his uniform. With a slight exertion of his back muscles, he pulled upwards. Whoosh! He directly removed the torn uniform, revealing his bronzed, chiseled, muscular physique. Lu Chen casually tossed the muddy, blood-stained uniform between the two women. Enough, stop arguing, you're giving me a headache. He let out a long yawn and reached to clean the earwax from his ears. It's just a tattered piece of clothing. Whoever wants to wash it can wash it. Just return it to me clean. I'm lazy anyway, or as long as someone does the work, I don't care if it's with spring water or a stain remover. Lu Chen, bare-chested, boldly walked over to a clean rock and sat down. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyuan and Yin Hongya were both stunned. The boys in the distance, hearing this hardcore statement from a man, were so infuriated they nearly pulled their hair out. Two stunning beauties were fighting over who would wash his clothes, and he brazenly decided to become a hands-off manager. To reach such an extreme in living off others, he was truly unprecedented. Su Qingyuan moved quickly, snatching the uniform and hugging it to her chest. This is my trophy. She buried her face in the clothing, inhaling the wild scent of male hormones, unable to suppress the upward curl of her lips. Yin Hongya was a step too late, grasping at nothing. Annoyed, she stomped her military boots, crushing the gravel beneath her into powder. Just as this tumultuous scene seemed to reach a temporary lull, the heavy clouds above the wilderness camp were suddenly torn open with brute force, creating a massive gap. A sound of rushing air louder than thunder cascaded down from the sky. The violent wind pressure bent several towering ancient trees into bow shapes. Lu Chen looked up, squinting at the sky. Is it meteor shower again in broad daylight? A lean yet imposing figure descended like a meteor, stepping onto a visible circle of white sonic boom clouds crashing down towards the ground. It was the old Dean Zhang Quang. The only peak marquis in the War God Academy. He couldn't even be bothered to use deceleration techniques. He simply allowed his body to freefall, crashing straight into the ruins at the center of the camp. Boom! The earth trembled and the soil rolled into the sky like a tsunami. A funnel-shaped pit, 3 meters deep, was created on the ground. The shockwave sent dozens of curious freshmen flying several meters away. The old dean jumped out of the pit. His gray hair was blown wildly by the wind, and his long robe was splattered with mud. But he didn't care about those details at all. The old dean strode over the debris, charging towards Lu Chen. As he passed, the 5th-level iron-horn rhinoceros flattened into a meat pancake. He didn't even spare it a glance. His large leather shoes stomped on the rhino's titanium alloy bone spur, forcing it into the mud. The surrounding instructors were so frightened they immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yin Hongya also dropped her jealous demeanor and stood upright. Dean, why did you personally come to the wilderness area? Yin Hongya straightened her posture and saluted formally. The old dean brushed aside Yin Hongya's arm. Get out of the way, I don't have time to waste with you. He took 2 steps forward to Lu Chen's stone. The old dean reached out his calloused hand and firmly grasped Lu Chen's broad shoulder. The force was immense. If it were a normal freshman, their shoulder blades would have been shattered long ago. But gripping Lu Chen's shoulder, the old dean felt as though he was holding a solid piece of starfall iron, causing his palm to tingle. Lu Chen frowned, brushing off the old dean's hand with disdain. Old man, don't get handsy. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. And you're interrupting my thoughts on how to roast that rhinoceros tonight. The old dean paid no mind to Lu Chen's offense. The old dean was completely unfazed by the wreckage around him, grabbing Lu Chen's shoulder with wide eyes red like a madman. Good boy. Come with me. I will teach you the strongest divine skills of the War God Academy. The old dean, utterly disregarding the ruins around him, seized Lu Chen's shoulder with a death grip, his eyes blazing like a madman's. Good lad. Come with me. I shall impart to you the mightiest divine art of the War God Academy. His hand, like a steel clamp, locked firmly onto Lu Chen's collarbone. He stomped the ground, erupting a violent ring of white chi. The old man and the youth transformed into twin blurs, tearing down the academy's grand boulevard. The ferocious wind pressure sent ancient trees lining the path, swaying wildly, leaves scattering in chaos. A few second-year students passing by were sipping Star Energy drinks. Caught in the gale, their cans slammed into their faces, spilling drink down their fronts. Peeling the cans off, they gaped at the fading afterimage. Isn't that the old dean? Who's he carrying? Look at that ragged uniform. It's the newbie Lu Chen. The dean personally came to snatch him up. The older students gnashed their teeth in envy, half tempted to drown themselves in the artificial lake. The dean dragged Lu Chen, sparks flying, and smashed straight through the doors of the central administrative tower. The blast-proof glass doors shattered into a cascade of fragments upon impact. Several female receptionists shrieked and dove under their desks, trembling with heads lowered. Ignoring the pandemonium on the ground floor, the dean hauled Lu Chen into a hidden, specially made Star Energy elevator concealed behind the wall. The elevator had no up button, only a single red switch leading to the depths below. The dean slapped it. A powerful sensation of weightlessness hit as the elevator plunged at freefall speed. After a full 5 minutes of descent, the elevator screeched to a halt with a dull thud. The heavy silver alloy door, a cold wind tinged with the scent of rust and ancient antiquity rushed to meet them. This was the Academy's most secret cultivation chamber buried at its deepest level. The walls, floor, and even the ceiling were cast from a single pour of deep-sea meteorite iron. This metal could absorb all light and star energy fluctuations. Chen shuffled in on his worn plastic slippers, which made crisp slapping sounds on the meteorite floor. He glanced around and curled his lip in disdain. Old man, what are we doing in this basement? There's not even a fan here, it's suffocating. Chen yawned hugely, his eyelids drooping lazily. His mind was occupied solely with finding a soft large bed to catch up on the sleep-head mist. The dean He walked solemnly to a black security console at the chamber's center. He pressed his fingerprint, then leaned in for a red. Finally channeling the formidable blood energy of his Marquis realm cultivation, he funneled a blazing sphere of star energy into the console's slot. Click! The sound of heavy metallic mechanisms echoed through the room. The console split apart, revealing a transparent temperature-controlled glass case, rising slowly. Inside the case lay a yellowed ancient remnant scroll of a star technique. Its material was neither metal nor wood, and the moment it was revealed, the pitch-black chamber flooded with blinding golden light. Thick ancient star energy rippled through the air in visible golden waves. Even the dust motes sparkled under its influence. The dean took a deep breath, his hands trembling as he lifted the scroll. His aged murky eyes reddened and tears of excitement welled at the corners. He thrust the scroll before Chen's spittle flying in the golden glow. Boy, you've stumbled upon an incredible fortune. This is a supreme star technique excavated from the deepest high-level ruins of the star abyss. Only the headmasters of this academy have ever been permitted to study it. Even I, after 30 years of contemplation, have only grasped a fraction of its essence. If you master this art, your star energy will undergo a profound transformation, and conquering Blue Star will be within your grasp. The dean grew more fervent, as if envisioning Chen standing atop vanquished star abyss beasts. He thrust the divine manual coveted by every student and teacher heavily into Chen's hands. Chen glanced down at the glowing booklet. On the yellowed pages were dense, twisted black symbols writhing like. Alongside were intricate diagrams of human meridians. Red and blue lines crisscrossed the figures in a tangle more chaotic than a ball of yarn. Chen stared at the scribbles for a second. He felt his temples throb, a sharp pain piercing his brain. His food-loving brain, faced with such complex information, simply shut down as a defense mechanism. What is this mess? There's not even a phonetic guide. Chen flicked his wrist in disdain. He treated the priceless tome like a piece of trash, tossing it forward carelessly. Smack! The ancient scroll, radiating boundless golden light, arced through the air. It smacked squarely into the dean's face. The dean recoiled, his nose nearly bruised. He fumbled to catch the scroll midair, his heart nearly leaping. This was the Academy's lifeblood. If it had fallen and been damaged, he would never forgive himself. You blasted little wretch. What are you doing? This is priceless. The dean roared, his voice like a broken gong, making the meteorite walls vibrate. Chen stood with his hands in his ragged uniform's pockets, his face radiating smug justification. This crappy book gives me a headache just looking at it. I can't read a single one of those symbols. Learning this brainy stuff is worse than hauling cement at a construction site. The air in the chamber instantly solidified. The dean, clutching the scroll, stood as still as a statue weathered for a millennium. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Chen's nonchalant face. You can't read. You, the provincial top scorer with a perfect score, are telling me you don't recognize these ancient runes. The dean felt his entire understanding of martial arts being crushed by a truck. Chen puffed out his chest, devoid. The exam tested killing wild boars and roasting birds, not reciting poetry. I believe in raw power. Why waste brain cells memorizing meridian routes when I can just smash things with my fists? With the time spent memorizing, I could have twisted off an opponent's head and bowled with it. This heretical speech nearly gave the dean a stroke on the spot. The dean's lifelong martial wisdom was rendered more useless than a roll of toilet paper in front of this He grabbed his own graying beard, shaking with rage. Crack! He pulled out a small tuft of hair, his eyes twitching in pain. You know nothing. Without star energy, even with 100,000 pounds of brute strength, you're just a slow-moving target. This scroll's energy pathways can double your explosive power in an instant. He slammed the scroll onto the nearby alloy table, leaving a deep dent with a resounding clang. Chen rolled his eyes, dramatically immune to such empty promises. Double. That's less effective than me eating 2 extra bowls of rice at lunch. All this meridian stuff, by the time the energy reaches my fist, everything would be cold. The dean's lungs were about to burst from fury. He stormed over, his finger nearly poking Chen's nose. His beard bristled as he roared, pointing at the pitch-black wall at the chamber's end. You imbecile. This is a supreme star technique. Do you want to be a brute forever? Go punch that testing wall and show me what you do. The old director's beard bristled with anger as he pointed at the pitch-black wall at the end of the secret chamber and roared, you fool. This is the supreme star technique. If you don't want star power, do you really want to be a brute who can only rely on raw strength for the rest of your life. Go and punch that test wall and see what you can achieve. His voice was as loud as a high-pitched horn shaking the silver ceiling of the basement, causing rust to fall down. Chen covered his ears and turned around slowly. Following the old director's withered finger, he saw the dark metallic wall at the end of the secret chamber. The wall glimmered with a cold, heavy sheen etched with dense reinforcement runes. This test wall is made from a mixture of deep-sea fallen iron and star abyss secret silver. The old director crossed his arms, lifting his chin high, waiting to see the spectacle unfold. Only mentors of the king rank are qualified to test their destructive power on this wall. Aren't you boasting about your without star power to protect your body, just using pure physical strength to strike this deep-sea fallen iron? The recoil could shatter your hand bones into 8 pieces. The old director coldly laughed, eagerly anticipating Chen to suffer a great loss, and then obediently returned to seek his teachings on star power techniques. Chen sighed and dragged his cheap plastic slippers over. The soles made a lazy sound as they tapped on the fallen iron floor. Old man, if I break this piece of scrap metal, don't you dare act like last time in the arena and make me pay for it. Chen approached the test wall, extending his index finger to tap twice on the black surface, producing a muffled and solid thud-thud sound. Hey, he'll make this clear today. The old director laughed heartily, slapping his thigh with a loud bang. If you can leave a fist mark on this wall using pure brute force, I will call you my ancestor from now on. Chen nodded, shaking his slightly sore right arm. He didn't even assume the basic horse stance. His feet stood carelessly, and his upper body was slightly slouched. No preparation, no roar, no glow of star power. Chen approached the wall as if he had forgotten his keys, and casually knocked on the door. His right hand formed a loose fist and extended towards the pitch-black fallen iron wall. The old director watched this feeble action and shook his head repeatedly. This child cannot be taught. Such a force application posture wouldn't even kill a fly. The old director's words were cut short, stuck in his throat. Chen's fist had already made contact with the surface of the deep-sea fallen iron. In that millisecond, the high-density muscle fibers in Chen's arms suddenly tightened at an extraordinary rate. 100,000 tons of kinetic energy was brutally compressed into the few square centimeters of contact at the tip of his fist. Boom! A terrifying roar that could tear through eardrums exploded in the underground chamber. The noise was as if a ton of high explosives detonated simultaneously in a sealed iron container. A white sonic boom cloud spread outward in a circular pattern from the center of Chen's fist. The deep-sea fallen iron wall, said to withstand a full-force strike from a king-rank powerhouse, was about to face its doom. At the moment of contact with Chen's fist, it was like soft tofu placed under a hydraulic press. Crack! The 3-meter-thick fallen iron wall instantly shattered into countless pieces of black metal debris. 100,000 tons of brute force filled with destructive energy directly pierced through the entire wall. But this was only the beginning. The punch Chen threw created a substantial physical shockwave that transformed into a terrifying tornado with a diameter of 10 meters. The punch's wind pressure penetrated through the test wall, continuing unabated. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavy load-bearing columns in the basement began to break one after another. The punch's wind was like a raging earth dragon forcibly plowing a vacuum tunnel over 100 meters long deep beneath the War God Academy. Meanwhile, on the surface of the War God Academy, the previously sunny campus square unexpectedly experienced a magnitude 7 earthquake. The smooth star energy stone pavement undulated violently like ocean waves. The scenic trees in the flower beds were shaken this way, and that their leaves falling like rain. An earthquake. Has the star abyss fissure opened again? The old students on the playground dropped their weapons in fright, scrambling to run to open spaces. Several young masters from noble families who were drinking soup on the second floor of the cafeteria were jolted into their bowls. Their faces were covered in oily tomato beef soup, scalding them to screams. Outside the administrative tower's door, Su Qingyuan, holding a box of freshly washed fruit, was anxiously pacing back and forth. The intense tremors caused her high-heeled tactical boots to twist suddenly. She quickly infused frost star power into her feet, freezing the ground beneath her to maintain her balance. This commotion is coming from underground. Panic filled Su Qingyuan's cold peach blossom eyes, moisture swirling in her eye sockets. She was aware that Chen had been taken to the underground chamber by the old director. Could it be that the hot-tempered old man was going to kill Chen? If Chen loses a single hair, I will demolish this administrative building today. Su Qingyuan gritted her silver teeth, her frost spear instantly forming in her hand, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. Without hesitation, she rushed towards the administrative building. Beside her, Shen Wanwan was also in a state of panic, her loudspeaker having cracked in her grip. Bodyguard brother, hold on. I'm going to hire 10 king-rank powerhouses to rescue you. The two girls were as frantic as ants on a hot pan, almost smashing through the security door on the first floor of the building. Deep underground, the entire chamber began to shake violently, and the heavy silver ceiling started to collapse in large sections. The old director was still stroking his beard, waiting to see the joke of Chen's hand being broken. Instead, the world-destroying physical shockwave rolled back. The old director's wrinkled face was instantly distorted by the wind pressure, his lips curling back towards the back of his head. What the hell? As a dignified king-rank powerhouse, he could only emit a broken high-pitched curse. The protective star power he took pride in was torn apart like paper by this pure physical wind pressure. The old director was lifted off the ground flying like a broken kite over 10 meters away. He crashed heavily into the metal instruments behind him. Immediately after, tons of rubble and fallen iron fragments came crashing down. They buried the old director of the War God Academy alive beneath a Tunterheim mound of debris. Dust soared into the sky, rendering the basement a dark void. The alarm blared throughout the entire building, and the red emergency lights flashed frantically amidst the swirling dust. It took a full 3 minutes for the violent physical airflow to completely subside. Chen stood in place, retracting his right fist. He looked down at his finger joints, which had not even scraped off a layer of skin. What deep-sea fallen iron! Its quality isn't much better than a plastic table at a roadside food stall. Chen disdainfully brushed off the dust from his hands. He looked at the white dust covering his school uniform sleeves, frowning in annoyance. This broken wall exploded so much dust, and my school uniform was freshly hand-washed by Su Qingyuan just last night. She even added a premium fabric softener. If it gets dirty, I'll have to listen to her nag for half a day. Chen turned around, looking at the towering pile of rubble behind him, and helplessly scratched his head. Old man, are you still alive? If you're dead, will my free exotic beast meat still be delivered to the cafeteria tomorrow? Chen walked to the pile of rubble, preparing to dig him out. Crash! A few large stones rolled down from the top of the rubble. A withered hand emerged from the cracks, desperately clutching the edge. The old director, covered in dirt, crawled out from inside. His signature Tang suit had turned into a tattered outfit flapping in the wind. His graying hair was filled with dirt and iron filings, and a swollen lump the size of an egg had formed on his forehead. The old director lay on the rubble, gasping heavily. He ignored his injuries and suddenly turned his head to look at the spot where the test wall had been. There was no wall. All that remained was a terrifying hole that penetrated underground, its edges smooth and mirror-like. The cold water pipe underground was broken, and water flowed down the hole in a torrent. The old director's pupils trembled violently as he swallowed hard. He shakily extended his hand, pointing at the hole, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. A punch broke through the deep-sea fallen iron. Not only did it break through, but the shockwave also dug a bomb shelter beneath the War God Academy. If he learned the star power techniques with that punch, the tectonic plates of Blue Star might just shift under his might. Chen looked at the old man's dumbfounded expression, thinking he was lamenting the renovation costs. I gave prior notice. You forced me to take action. You said earlier that as long as I left a mark, you would call me an ancestor. Forget about the ancestor title. Ooh, I don't want to embarrass you by taking you out. The repair costs for this wall are on you. Chen crossed his arms, washing his hands of the matter. Upon hearing Chen's words, the old director shuddered violently. He climbed up from the rubble, not even bothering to dust off his clothes. He didn't explode with rage, nor demanded Chen to pay. The old director's face, covered in bruises, suddenly flushed bright red. The dirt-covered old director crawled out from the rubble, gazing at the enormous hole that pierced underground. Instead of being angry, he was excited and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Good. What a powerful force breaking through myriad techniques. From today onward, you are the only direct disciple of my war god. The old dean, covered in dust and dirt, crawled out of the ruins, gazing at the massive pit that penetrated the ground. Instead of being angry, he was thrilled and laughed wildly towards the sky. Ha! Good. What a force breaking through myriad laws. From today onwards, you shall be the only direct disciple of my Zhang Quan. The old dean's laughter echoed through the large hole in the basement, reaching the surface square of the War God Academy. This booming voice rattled the glass of the administration building. The older students outside were still shaken from the earth. Upon hearing this proclamation, everyone froze as if the pause button had been pressed. After a moment of dead silence, the entire War God Academy erupted in chaos. The old dean has accepted a direct disciple. Didn't he say he would never take on students in this lifetime? What on earth did Chen do? How can he be considered a direct disciple after demolishing the underground chamber? Even the dean at the Duke level took him as a disciple. This kid's background is tougher than pure titanium alloy. The news spread like wings, reaching every corner of the academy in just 3 minutes. In the underground chamber, Chen had his hands in the pockets of his tattered school uniform, looking at the old dean's ecstatic face. He let out a long yawn. Old man, what are the benefits of being your direct disciple? Let me say this first, I won't do any of that memorizing formulas or meditating to cultivate qi. The old dean wiped the dirt off his face, grinning widely. No need to memorize. You can do whatever you want from now on. My private cultivation chamber is yours to use, and the academy's credit card can be used without limit. If anyone dares to bother you at school, they'll personally break their legs. Upon hearing about the unlimited credit card, Chen's eyes instantly lit up. He rubbed his belly, which had just digested food. Can I use the credits to exchange for the 4th grade snowflake beef from the cafeteria's kitchen? The old dean waved his hand, grandly patting his chest with bravado. Absolutely. He'll have someone deliver 500 pounds of fresh beef to you every day. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Deal, from now on you shall be my nominal master. This master-disciple title was hastily settled under the transaction of 500 pounds of beef. Half an hour after the two reached an agreement, the official forum of the War God Academy experienced its first major crash since its establishment. The screen was filled with trending posts all about one named Chen. Those upperclassmen who usually held themselves high were now going crazy on the forum. I'm offering a generous reward for Chen's dorm room number. I want to deliver him a heartfelt midnight snack. What kind of girls does brother Chen like? Does he prefer girls in black stockings or white stockings? I'm strong enough to carry 2 bags of rice at once. Would brother Chen like a wholesome girl like me? Get lost, you upstairs. A wild man like brother Chen must prefer a mature woman who knows how to care for him like me. The speed of the post's refreshing was dizzying. In the server room, a multi-million-star energy server processor emitted a puff of black smoke due to overload. This fervent wave of affection triggered Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan to sound the highest-level air raid alarm. In the kitchen of Villa No. 8. Su Qingyuan glared at the explicit confessions on her phone, infuriated as she crushed a cucumber in her hand, juices dripping down her delicate fingers. The cold light of vigilance filled her captivating peach blossom eyes. These shameless women actually want to rob me of my right to do laundry. Without even removing her apron, Su Qingyuan rushed out with a frosty long spear she had just finished cutting vegetables with. On the other side, Shen Wanwan was anxiously stomping her feet in the luxurious dorm. She threw several $1,000,000 haute couture Lolita dresses on the carpet. This is driving me crazy. That junior sister actually posted a picture of herself in a bikini to seduce brother Chen. Clenching her small white teeth, Shen Wanwan immediately took out her phone to call her bodyguards. Bring me 200 elite guards immediately. Surround brother Chen's Villa No. 7, and not even a female mosquito is allowed in. 2 stunning beauties who couldn't stand each other found an unprecedented agreement when it came to protecting Chen's chastity. On the tree-leaned path of the academy, the next day, a spectacle appeared. Chen shuffled along in plastic flip-flops, looking impatient as he walked down the middle of the road. He was holding a large stainless steel basin filled with steaming red-braised lion's head which he had just snatched from the cafeteria. Su Qingyuan, dressed in a fitted combat uniform, walked with a cold expression on Chen's left, holding a frosty long spear. Anyone who dared to look at Chen for too long would find the tip of her spear pointed mercilessly at them. On his right, Shen Wanwan carried a Pink Star energy Gatling gun, walking angrily beside Chen. Her large eyes scanned the surrounding bushes like a radar. The 2 top beauties of Jiangcheng had become Chen's personal bodyguards. Knight Lioli, dressed in a maid outfit, followed behind with a tray of tea, unable to find a chance to get close. Those older sisters and younger sisters who wanted to deliver love letters or breakfast were forced to retreat as they approached 10 meters due to the overwhelming aura from the 2. A few girls holding carefully made heart-shaped bento boxes were scared and hiding behind trees, wiping their tears. Brother Chen, take your time, eating, don't choke. Shen Wanwan put away her Gatling gun and took out a wet tissue to wipe Chen's sweat. Su Qingyuan, quick to act, slapped Shen Wanwan's hand away. I brought chilled snow lotus water, don't ruin his skin with your ragged tissue. Su Qingyuan unscrewed the thermos cap and gently offered it to Chen. The boys watching this scene from a distance felt their hearts shatter into pieces. That's the ice goddess from my dreams. She's personally feeding water to a man. I can't take it anymore. I'm dropping out of this school to become a monk. Several young masters from noble families wept in despair, tearing up the grass beneath them. Chen swallowed the lion's head in his mouth and rolled his eyes dramatically. He pushed away the water cup that Su Qingyuan offered. Can you 2 calm down? One blowing cold wind on the left, and the other brandishing a gun on the right. It's ruining my appetite. Besides, if those girls want to deliver food, let them. My bowl isn't full yet. What's wrong with having a few more pieces of me? Chen glanced regretfully at the lunchboxes held by the scared girls who had run away. In the eyes of a foodie, there were only free extra meals, not romance. Su Qingyuan was so angry that she twisted the thermos lid so hard it made a cracking sound, her high-heeled boots leaving a white mark on the stone pavement. Shen Wanwan pouted, wishing she could bite Chen's arm. You idiot! The 2 girls shouted in unison. Chen ignored their protests and continued to skewer the lion's head in the basin with a bamboo stick. He was eating so messily. Just when Chen thought this peaceful morning was a rare occurrence and was about to find a bench to sit down and continue gnawing on the meat, a loud shriek suddenly erupted from the high-pitched Star Energy speakers in the direction of the teaching building plaza. Ziz! The powerful electrical sound startled the birds in the trees into flight. A brazen voice filled with a strong sense of aristocratic superiority echoed throughout the entire War God Academy through the loudspeaker. All the teachers and students who were in class or walking stopped in their tracks at that moment. Everyone looked up at the giant podium hanging the loudspeaker in the plaza. Just when Chen thought the days were finally peaceful, a brazen and arrogant voice came through the loudspeaker. Who would get out here? I've heard you've monopolized Su Qingyuan. I am a member of the Ji family from the imperial capital, will sleep with your woman today. Who is Chen? Come out. I heard you have taken Su Qingyuan. I am a member of the Ji family in the imperial capital, am here to sleep with your woman today. The harsh sound waves emitted from several high-powered star energy loudspeakers in the teaching building square were like tangible slaps striking the ears of all the teachers and students in the school. Several large loudspeakers hanging on the trees overloaded, emitting black smoke, and exploded into a pile of plastic fragments in midair. The originally lively campus square suddenly fell silent. Thousands of students who were out for a stroll suddenly stopped directing their gazes toward the giant podium in the center of the square. A young man dressed in a high-end star energy coat from the imperial capital was stepping on the principal's speaking table. He had dyed white hair, his chin held high, and his nostrils almost pointing to the sky. This person was named Ji Wudao, a direct exchange student from the first family of the imperial capital, the Ji family. In the imperial capital where the powerful were numerous members of the Ji family walked with an air of superiority. Behind Ji Wudao stood 12 bodyguards in black suits wearing sunglasses lined up. All were peak third-tier star warriors. A powerful wave of blood energy gathered together, creating a buzzing sound that compressed the air within several meters around them. A few curious freshmen in the front row were overwhelmed by this pressure. Their legs went soft, and they knelt on the stone ground. The Ji family of the imperial capital. That is a supergiant that can directly challenge the Star Army. A well-informed junior swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva and retreated repeatedly. Now Lu Chen has really kicked the iron plate. How can a local snake from Jiangcheng compete with a dragon from the imperial capital? Whispered voices of anxiety spread through the crowd. Standing not far away, Su Qingyuan's face instantly fell to freezing point upon hearing the foul language from the broadcast. The bluestone pavement beneath her feet made a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache. A layer of pale frost spread out from her as the center rapidly covering half of the flower bed. Seeking, Su Qingyuan bit her lip, a trace of blood seeping into her mouth. With a grasp of her right hand, a tunter-long frost spear instantly formed, radiating a chilling white mist. Even if the other party was from the Ji family in the imperial capital, she would stab a few transparent holes in them for daring to insult her in front of the entire school. Shen Wanwan was even more irate, flipping over a nearby trash can. Dare to steal my bodyguard. I will call the Shen family's private armed helicopter to clean this up. Shen Wanwan pulled out her phone, ready to summon help. Just as the two girls were about to take on this young master from the imperial capital. It's so noisy. A lazy voice thick with post-meal drowsiness slowly drifted over from the direction of the cafeteria. Everyone turned to look. Lu Chen was holding a stainless steel bowl that had just been licked clean, wearing plastic flip-flops, and walked over with a clatter. He had a toothpick in his mouth and was yawning widely. Having just eaten too much in the VIP cafeteria on the second floor, he was now only thinking about finding a shady spot to take a nap. Who would have known that just stepping out would lead him to this idiot causing a disturbance with a loudspeaker? The students watching parted like the Red Sea, automatically creating a 5-meter-wide path for Lu Chen. No one dared to stand in front of this humanoid Tyrannosaurus who could stomp the ground flat. Lu Chen walked to the podium, using his pinky finger to scratch his itching ear. He raised his head, looking at Ji Wudao, as if he were a fool. What are you making a scene about in the middle of the day, eh? Wanna breed? Why come to the War God Academy to shout? Don't you know that disturbing others while they digest will shorten your lifespan? Lu Chen spat out the toothpick, which lodged into the concrete ground like a nail. The entire school held its breath, the air in the square becoming still. Is he insane? That's the young master of the Ji family in the imperial capital. He really gives no face at all, directly insulting him as a breeding beast. A few young masters covered their heads with their hands, feeling that the end of the world was approaching. Ji Wudao was stunned on the podium. In his 20 years of life, he had never seen anyone dare to speak to him like this. In the imperial capital, who had not bowed and scraped before him like a dog. His pretentious face twisted in an instant, veins popping out on his forehead. You are that mud-legged Lu Chen. Ji Wudao kicked the principal's podium in half and pointed at Lu Chen's nose, cursing loudly. Don't think that just because you've made a name for yourself in Jiangcheng you can rise to the heavens. I am here today to take over all your resources in the academy. And that Su Qingyuan beside you, I will let her know tonight what the rules of the imperial capital are. His 12 bodyguards stepped forward simultaneously. 12 peak third-tier star power shields lit up at the same time, dazzling colors blinding the eyes. The star energy alloy swords in the bodyguards' hands were drawn in unison, producing a harsh metallic scraping sound. Su Qingyuan trembled with anger upon hearing those lewd words, raising the frost spear and preparing to charge forward. However, Lu Chen extended his left hand and firmly pressed down on her shoulder. His broad hand radiated astonishing warmth, instantly melting the frost on Su Qingyuan's shoulder. Don't move, this kind of trash isn't something you should deal with. Lu Chen casually handed the stainless steel bowl he was holding to Shen Wanwan beside him. Help me hold this, there's still some braised pork sauce on it, don't spill it. Shen Wanwan instinctively hugged the bowl, nodding in a daze. Lu Chen turned around and rubbed his wrist. The sound of his joints cracking echoed sharply in the silent square. He looked at Ji Wudao on the podium and sighed. I didn't want to move after eating, but you insist on throwing yourself into the gun's mouth. The Ji family of the imperial capital, right? Did you bring enough change of clothes? Ji Wudao couldn't understand what he was saying, only feeling that this bumpkin was being pretentious. He laughed wildly, and a terrifying azure star light erupted from his body. This light soared into the sky, faintly forming the phantom of a giant azure eagle in midair. Several mentors in the viewing platform were so frightened that they couldn't steady the teacups in their hands. That's N's class star martial talent. Storm Giant Eagle. He's only a freshman, and he's already on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd tier. No wonder he is from the first family of the imperial capital. The mentors looked at Ji Wudao in terror. Such talent was rare, even in the entire country of Huaxia. Ji Wudao reveled in the shocked gazes around him, his vanity reaching unprecedented satisfaction. He looked down at Lu Chun from a height, as if he were looking at a trivial ant. Pointing at Lu Chun with a cold smile, Ji Wudao said, "Kid, I am class." Before he could finish, the bluestone pavement beneath Lu Chun's feet suddenly exploded. The shattered stones sprayed out like shotgun pellets in all directions. Lu Chun's entire being transformed into a supersonic shadow, creating a series of sonic booms in the air. In a distance of several meters, not even a 100th of a second was used. The 12 peak 3rd-tier bodyguards hadn't even completed the motion of drawing their swords. Lu Chun had already appeared in front of Ji Wudao, as if he had teleported. His palm, as large as a fan, opened with fingers spread, carrying 100,000 tons of physical energy. He grabbed Ji Wudao's prominent white hair at the back of his head. The violent physical force directly crushed the glass star energy shield on Ji Wudao's scalp into a flurry of blue light spots. In an instant, Lu Chun crossed over several meters, grabbing the back of his head. "Sklass my ass, you talk too much, wake up." Lu Chun instantly crossed over 10 meters, grabbing the back of his head. "You wretched brat, stop the nonsense and wake up." Ji Wudao's once white hair, dyed at a top salon in the imperial capital for thousands of dollars, now became the best handle to grab. Lu Chun's 5 fingers like steel pincers dug deep into his scalp. The immense physical momentum pressed heavily down from the palm of Lu Chun. Ji Wudao didn't even have time to utter a cry before being bent over by an irresistible brute force. His prideful strength storm giant eagle illusion was reduced to a mere inferior plastic balloon under Lu Chen's hand. A faint pop echoed. That dazzling azure starlight was directly crushed into countless flying specks of light, completely dissipating into the air. The 12 black-clad bodyguards behind Ji Wudao finally reacted. "Let go of the young master." The lead bodyguard captain shouted, his peak 3rd stage star power erupting. 12 star energy alloy battle knives gleaming with cold light sliced through the air with a tearing scream, striking towards Lu Chen's back from all directions. Su Qingyuan raised her frost spear instantly, wanting to rush forward to help. Yet Lu Chun didn't even turn his head. With his left hand holding Ji Wudao's head, he casually swung his free right hand backward. The action resembled swatting away a few greenhead flies buzzing around a dining table in summer. Boom. 100,000 tons of pure physical energy transformed into a violent, tangible wall of air. The air was fanned out in a deafening circle of white sonic boom clouds. The 12 high-tier alloy battle knives didn't even graze Lu Chen's clothes, but were directly smashed into countless scrap metal fragments midair by the air wall. Bang, 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 bang. The 12 elite bodyguards at peak 3rd stage felt as if they had been hit by a high. They flew backward at a speed 10 times faster than when they rushed in. These dozen or so people slammed hard against a red brick wall at the edge of the square. The massive physical impact created 12 human-shaped indentations in the wall. The bodyguards were like 3-dimensional murals firmly embedded in the wall, unable to be pried out. The thousands of teachers and students present were dumbfounded. The vast square of the teaching building fell into a dead silence where even the sound of gasping could not be heard. Lu Chun didn't even glance at the bodyguards dragging Ji Wudao towards the public men's restroom beside the square. Ji Wudao fell heavily to his knees grinding fiercely against the rough bluestone slab. His high-end designer coat from the imperial capital was instantly torn into ragged strips. "Let go of me, you dirt-mud peasant." Ji Wudao desperately waved his hands, attempting to use wind-type star power to cut Lu Chen's wrist. The sharp wind blade struck Lu Chen's bronze skin, ringing out with a crisp metal clanging sound. Sparks flew splattering Ji Wudao's face, yet not a single hair on Lu Chen's arm was harmed. Instead, Ji Wudao was shocked, his hands' palms cracking, blood trickling down his wrists. "This ragged outfit is quite sturdy, dragging you is quite taxing." Lu Chen mumbled, taking even larger steps. Ji Wudao's face was pressed against the ground, eating a mouthful of dirt and pebbles. In his 20 years of life, he had never endured such inhumane humiliation. Back in the imperial capital, even walking out of his door, servants would have laid a red carpet in advance. Now, however, he was being dragged by his hair like a dead dog in front of everyone. "Lu Chun, my Ji family will not." Ji Wudao's voice was hoarse, trembling with fear he couldn't hide. Lu Chun couldn't be bothered to respond, taking several large strides into the public restroom. A mixture of disinfectant and urine odor hit him. Lu Chen walked to the innermost stall and kicked open the dilapidated wooden door. Inside was a white ceramic flushing toilet, its tank covered in yellowish grime. "Who did you say you wanted to sleep with earlier?" Lu Chun grabbed Ji Wudao's hair, suspending his terrified, contorted face above the toilet. Looking down at the murky toilet water, Ji Wudao felt his stomach churn. "You dare?" I am the legitimate heir of the Ji family in the imperial capital. You wouldn't dare touch me. He was still trying to intimidate Lu Chen with his family's name. Lu Chen sighed, shaking his, you talk too much, it seems your mind is indeed not clear, it needs a wash. Lu Chen suddenly pressed down hard. Glug glug. Ji Wudao's previously proud face was directly pressed into the toilet water by Lu Chen. Splashing water soaked Lu Chen's cheap plastic slippers. Lu Chen freed his left hand and found the flush button on the toilet tank, pressing it without hesitation. Whoosh. The sound of rushing water echoed in the cramped restroom stall. The rushing water formed a whirlpool, violently washing Ji Wudao's head and white hair. Gulp gulp. Ji Wudao struggled desperately in the toilet, clinging tightly to the edge of the ceramic bowl. But his meager strength under Lu Chen's 100,000 in physical suppression was laughable, like an ant trying to shake a tree. He was forced to open his mouth for air, and a large mouthful of foul toilet water rushed directly into his throat. The burning, choking water surged into his lungs. This esteemed young master of the Ji family in the imperial capital had tears mixed with toilet water all over his face. His proud family dignity was utterly shattered at this moment, washed clean down the drain. Outside the restroom, thousands of students listened attentively to the commotion inside. The sounds of flushing and his anguished retching were clearly audible to everyone. The boys shivered all over, instinctively covering their own necks. This is brutal. Oh, it's more shattering than killing him. The distinguished young master of the Ji family in the imperial capital drinking toilet water from our war god academy. What kind of devil is Lu Chen? Does he not know fear at all? Su Qingyuan stood at the front of the crowd, her frost spear already dissipated. In her cold, beautiful peach blossom eyes, admiration sparkled without concealment. Anyone who dared to insult her would find this man trampling their dignity into the mire in the most domineering manner. Shen Wanwan was even clapping her hands, laughing until she doubled over. Deserved it. Let you think about my bodyguard brother's woman. Stay there and drink your fill. Inside the restroom, the flushing sound gradually subsided. Lu Chen guessed enough time had passed, yanking Ji Wudao out of the toilet with one hand. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. Ji Wudao lay on the tiles like a dying fish out of water, coughing and gagging fiercely. His white hair was wet and plastered to his scalp, still dripping with light yellow droplets. He covered his neck with both hands, gasping for the not-so-fresh air in the restroom. The suffocating sensation from that minute made him truly experience the fear of death. The arrogance built from living in luxury in the imperial capital was now utterly gone. The way he looked at Lu Chen was as if staring at a living llama. Lu Chen disdainfully shook off the water from his hand. He dried his hands on Ji Wudao's ragged designer coat, then kicked him in the backside like kicking trash. Ji Wudao slid 2 meters on the ground from the kick, directly sliding out of the restroom door. The observing teachers and students all took a large step back, afraid of getting the stench on them. Lu Chen, wearing his plastic slippers, clattered out of the restroom. Lu Chen pulled out the crying Ji young master, who looked like a drowned rat, and casually tossed him onto the corridor floor, shaking his hand in disdain. Did you wash out the water in your head? Aren't you leaving? Lu Chen dragged the weeping young master Ji, who looked like a drenched chicken, out of the toilet, and casually tossed him onto the floor of the corridor, shaking his hand in disgust. Have you emptied your brain of water? Still not rolling. Ji Wudao lay on the cold porcelain tiles, his stomach churning violently, even vomiting yellow bile. His signature white hair was now dripping with toilet water, exuding a nauseating stench. 12 peaked third-tier bodyguards finally pried themselves off the wall and rolled towards their young master. The captain of the bodyguards wanted to help, but was repulsed by the smell emanating from Ji Wudao, gagging as his hand froze in midair. Young master, let's take this kid on. We can't lose face for the Ji family. The captain of the bodyguards held back his nausea, drawing his half-broken energy blade, trying to act tough. Upon hearing this, Ji Wudao shuddered in fear. Pushed underwater for just a minute, he felt an absolute sense of helplessness. The pressure of 100,000 tons bore down on his head. Even a deity would have to drink a bit of sewage before leaving. What nonsense. Are you blind? If you want to die, don't drag me along. Ji Wudao shrieked with a quacking voice, his tone cracking, losing all semblance of the demeanor of an elite from the capital. He didn't dare to look at Lu Chen, even once, fearing that this living llama would pick him up again and toss him into the cesspool. Ji Wudao disregarded the stains on his designer overcoat, scrambling to get up from the ground. He pushed through the crowd, blocking his way, not even daring to turn back to retrieve the shoe he had lost. Lu Chen, just wait for me. I'll go tell my mom. As Ji Wudao sobbed and hobbled along the campus avenue, this weak threat left the tens of thousands of students around him utterly dumbfounded. The distinguished young master of the first family in the capital, a top talent with glass storm giant eagle potential, was actually reduced to a state of panic after a physical dunking, shouting about wanting to go home to find his mother. The square was silent, only the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. The Adam's apples of thousands of boys bobbed up and down, the sounds of swallowing echoing. The way they looked at Lu Chen transformed from jealousy to awe of a deity. This was the person who had pressed the prince of the capital down into the toilet. What were they, a bunch of small fish? Su Qingyuan walked over, stepping on a ground covered in frost. Her cold peach blossom eyes shimmered with water as she gazed at Lu Chen's back, her fingers almost crumpling the pleated skirt. Before this man, all family backgrounds and talent levels were merely paper tigers that could be easily punctured. Mutu, you offended the Ji family for me. From now on I will use all the resources of the Su family to support you. Su Qingyuan leaned closer to Lu Chun with a flushed face, her voice sweet enough to draw out strands of silk, revealing her unreserved affection. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanwan angrily smashed the stainless steel bowl she was holding onto the ground. Su Qingyuan, stop flattering yourself. Brother Lu Chen clearly acted because he found him noisy. The rich girl rushed over, hugging Lu Chen's right arm, pressing her small face tightly against his solid muscles. Brother Lu Chun, if the Ji family dares to cause you trouble, I will immediately have my dad send 1,000 mercenaries to flatten their turf in the capital. Lu Chen found himself sandwiched between these two women, his forehead twitching. He pulled his arm out of Shen Wanwan's embrace and casually flicked her on the forehead. Are you two done yet? I haven't even finished my meal, and that white-haired guy has messed it all up. Lu Chen yawned widely, bare-chested, and walked towards Villa No. 7. I'm going back for a nap, or if anyone disturbs me again I'll twist their head off and use it as a bowling ball. After being yelled at, the two stunning beauties were not angered, but instead followed behind like obedient little wives. The boys around watched this figure, tears of envy and bitterness pooling in their hearts. That night at the Jiangcheng City high-speed train station, a figure wrapped in a black military coat wearing a mask and sunglasses stood shivering in the waiting hall. Ji Wudao crouched in a corner like a homeless man, emanating an indelible odor of a restroom. He didn't even have the courage to buy a clean set of clothes, fearing he might run into that brute in a torn school uniform again on the street. The captain of the bodyguards rushed over holding a train ticket, his face full of embarrassment. Young master, all the business class and first class seats to the capital are sold out. There's only one standing ticket left. Should we wait until tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Ji Wudao jumped up from the ground in fright. Tomorrow I'll be flushed down the sewer by him. Standing ticket is fine. He'll escape this hellhole, even if I have to hang on to the front of the train. Ji Wudao snatched the standing ticket, rushing into the ticket gate without looking back. Just as he was passing through security, a loudspeaker suddenly announced a search for someone heading to Jiangcheng No.3 High School. Upon hearing the name, Jiangcheng City, Ji Wudao's knees buckled, and he directly knelt on the security conveyor belt. A stream of yellow liquid trickled down his pants, forming a puddle on the tiles. This capital's genius was so terrified by Lu Chen's shadow that he wet his pants at the train station. From then on, whenever anyone mentioned the name Lu in front of Ji Wudao, he would be so frightened he needed to take 2 heart-saving pills. The next morning, news of Ji Wudao buying a standing ticket to escape spread like wildfire throughout the War God Academy. The campus forum was filled with posts worshipping Lu Chen. He crushed its glass shield, scaring the young master of the capital into wetting his pants and buying a standing ticket. Is this even a carbon-based life form? Senior Lu Chen is my god. I'll pay 100,000 for the bottle of toilet water that Senior used yesterday to wash his hair. No one at the War God Academy dared to disrespect Lu Chen anymore. At 9 in the morning, in the dean's office on the top floor of the War God Academy's administrative tower, the old Dean Zhang Kuang sat behind a pure steel desk that Lu Chen had dented. In the spacious office, the top 10 young talents from this year's freshman competition stood neatly. Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan stood on either side, both rolling their eyes at each other. Lu Chen leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window like a boneless figure chewing on a piece of snowflake beef jerky that Shen Wanwan had just stuffed into his mouth. Old man, why did you call us over so early? I just started to stew beast meat in my pot. If I let it cook too long, it will turn dry. Lu Chen impatiently urged, showing no regard for the old dean at the duke level. If anyone else dared to speak to the dean like that, they would have been slapped into the wall as a mural. But the old dean looked at his only treasured disciple with a smile that lit up the wrinkles on his face. Brad, all you do is eat. The old dean scolded him jokingly, then his smile faded and his expression became somewhat serious. He crossed his hands on the desk, his gaze sweeping over the 10 elite freshmen present. The atmosphere in the office instantly became tense. Those young talents, usually proud and haughty, unconsciously straightened their backs. Only Lu Chen continued to munch on his beef jerky. The old dean cleared his throat and picked up a red confidential document from the desk. The next day, the old dean summoned the top 10 freshmen to the office, his expression grave as he announced, "Tomorrow is the Global University Exchange Competition, and the exchange students from the Fusang region have arrived. They are skilled in ninjutsu and illusion techniques, so everyone must be careful." The next day, the old dean summoned the top 10 freshmen to his office, his expression grave as he announced, "Tomorrow is the Global University Exchange Competition. The exchange students from the Fusang region have arrived, and they are skilled in ninjutsu and illusion techniques. Everyone must be extremely careful." Lu Chen leaned against the desk, still chewing on a piece of snowflake beef jerky, nodding perfunctorily. To him, ninjutsu and illusion techniques were merely flashy tricks. As long as the opponent dared to perform seals and cast spells in front of him, he guaranteed that a hefty slap would send both the person and the seals down the drain. That evening, the War God Academy hosted a grand welcome dinner in the highest-spec Nebula Banquet Hall to showcase the grandeur of a great nation. The entire banquet hall was resplendent with hundreds of luminous star energy pearls floating from the dome. The buffet table stretching over 100 meters was filled with various high-grade delicacies from rare exotic beasts. The young talents from various provinces donned custom, high-end attire toasting with red wine glasses and flattering each other in the crowd. In this atmosphere of elegance and nobility, Chen entered wearing a loose white sports outfit and cheap plastic sandals clattering as he walked in. As soon as he entered, his eyes lit up like high-powered searchlights. Without bothering to greet anyone, he directly grabbed a stainless steel plate the size of a basin and dove into the pile of food. With his left hand grasping a carbon-grilled 3-tiered deep-sea demon crab, and his right hand holding a half-meter-long braised fiery steak, he commandeered a long leather sofa in the corner and began to clear the battlefield like a whirlwind. Crunch, crunch. The deafening chewing sound stood out starkly against the graceful and gentle symphony. The hard shell of the deep-sea demon crab was crushed and swallowed like potato chips by his well-set teeth. The surrounding young masters holding their tall glasses were dumbfounded and quickly retreated 10 meters away with their drinks. Has this kid never eaten before? That's a razor-sharp steel crab shell. Keep your voice down. Have you forgotten how Ji Wudao was held down and forced to drink from a toilet? The boys shrank back, not daring to look at Chen any longer, fearing this brute would drag them over to chomp on them. Su Qingyuan approached dressed in an ice blue fitted evening gown and wearing crystal high heels. She held a small bowl of snow lotus and white fungus soup that she had personally brewed. Don't just eat greasy food, drink some soup to soothe your throat. Su Qingyuan sat beside Chen using her delicate hand to scoop a spoonful and bring it to his mouth. Shen Wanwan rushed over from the side, her complicated pink Lolita dress billowing like a little cannonball. She held a plate of peeled top-grade lobster meat, shoving Su Qingyuan aside with her backside. Brother Chen wouldn't drink that kind of clear soup. Eating shrimp meat is what builds strength. The two top heiresses of Jiangcheng glared at each other on the sofa, vying for the right to feed him. The air suddenly thickened with a strong smell of gunpowder as frost and sparks collided madly at the intersection of their gazes. The hearts of all the boys in the school shattered once again, with jealous tears flowing into their champagne glasses. At the other end of the banquet hall, a group of exchange students from the Fusang region, dressed in traditional kimonos, coldly observed all of this. They wore wooden sandals and carried samurai swords at their waists, exuding a chilling arrogance. Among them, a petite girl in a pink kimono quietly stood at the back of the line. With bangs and big watery eyes, she looked just like an innocent middle school girl. This girl was named Sakurai Suki. Superficially, she was a substitute player from the Fusang region, but in reality, she was a top assassin secretly trained by the Fusang high-ups. She grew up in a toxic environment, mastering various deceptive illusion techniques and lethal poisons. Sakurai Suki slightly narrowed her innocent big eyes, her gaze piercing through the crowd, locking onto Chen, who was feasting in the corner. Even before arriving in Huaxia, she had obtained classified information about all the geniuses from the War God Academy. The boy who could stomp on the foundation of the competition arena and toss a 5th-tier beast king with his bare hands had already been classified as the highest-level threat by the Fusang High Command. A bunch of fools only knowing how to watch him eat and laugh at him. Sakurai Suki sneered coldly, in her heart a cruel curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Her keen assassin instincts told her that the man named Chen concealed a terrifying potential capable of overturning the entire Fusang delegation. Chen didn't even activate his Star Force shield. Merely sitting there eating meat emitted an oppressive aura of pure blood that made her feel breathless. If he wasn't dealt with beforehand, the Fusang region would definitely face total annihilation in tomorrow's exchange competition. No matter how strong Huaxia's physical techniques are, they are ultimately flesh and blood, unable to escape the corrosion of poison. Sakurai Suki touched a small paper packet hidden in her kimono sleeve, a flicker of snake-like malice flashing in her eyes. She turned around, slipping out of the main banquet hall under the pretense of going to the restroom. 10 minutes later, a sexy maid in a black and white outfit with a skirt short enough to reach her thighs entered the venue carrying a silver tray with her head bowed. Sakurai Suki changed into a pitiful-looking maid outfit. Her petite frame combined with this scanty attire made many boys around her gulp in excitement. Holding the tray, she walked slowly through the crowd in her black shoes. Her steps were as light as a cat in the night, making no sound at all. Her target was clear, heading straight for the secluded corner where Chen sat. The tray held a cup of freshly brewed premium Dahong Pao. The white powder she had hidden in her sleeve had long since melted unnoticed into the steaming tea. This was a specially crafted potent aphrodisiac, a secret of the Fusang royal family, known as Immortal Down. It was colorless and tasteless, and just a single sip would make one feel feverish, leading to blood flow reversal and death. The most malicious aspect was that while the drug took effect, it would completely destroy the star martial artist's meridians like a meat grinder, rendering them entirely incapable of mobilizing star power while humiliating themselves in a frenzy. Once you drink this cup of tea tomorrow, you'll be a waste in front of the entire school, losing control. Sakurai Suki plotted the perfect script in her mind, her hands tightly holding the tray as she slowly approached. In the corner of the sofa, Chen had just finished off the 5th deep-sea demon crab. He spat out the last piece of crushed crab claw, satisfied, and let out a loud burp. Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan were still arguing over who would fetch the next plate of grilled meat. Finding their noise bothersome, Lu Chun leaned back against the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. At that moment, a faint cherry blossom fragrance wafted to his nose. Sakurai Suki approached the sofa with a plop. She knelt beside Lu Chen's feet in a demure and humble posture. The short-made skirt shrank upwards, revealing a large expanse of alluring white thigh. Several boys, stealing glances at this side, were nearly drooling. Where did this maid come from? This overly eager service attitude was just too much. Sakurai Suki lowered her eyes, feigning a timid yet admiring demeanor. She held the tray above her head with both hands, presenting the cup of da hong pao infused with powerful ingredients. Steam rose from the teacup, filling the air with rich tea fragrance, completely masking any hint of alcohol. Sakurai Suki poured a packet of colorless and tasteless potent aphrodisiac, which could also destroy the meridians of star martial artists, into the teacup, kneeling next to Lu Chun on the ground, forcing a sweet smile. Lu Chun, please drink some tea. Sakurai poured a colorless and tasteless, specially formulated potent aphrodisiac into a teacup, then knelt beside Lu Chun and forced a sweet smile. Lu Chun, please have some tea. She held the pure silver tray high, adopting the lowest posture. The short skirt of her maid outfit barely covered her thighs under the light, causing several young masters from noble families nearby to gulp with desire. Yet in Sakurai-Yu's lowered gaze there lurked the coldness of a serpent locking onto its prey. The ingredients in this cup of da hong pao were a forbidden drug known as Immortal's Fall, a royal secret from the Fusang Empire. Once ingested, it could cause a person to instantly lose their sanity and publicly become aroused. The violent effects of the drug would twist the meridians of the Star Warrior's entire body into a muddy mess, like countless rusted blades. She could already envision this strongest newcomer from Huaxia turning into a drooling, useless beast. In the corner of the sofa, Lu Chun had just finished gnawing on the claw of his fifth deep-sea magic crab. He licked the crab roe off his fingers, feeling parched in his throat. Lu Chun didn't even glance at the kneeling Sakurai-Yu. He casually grabbed the white porcelain teacup from the tray and tilted his head back. The scalding tea mixed with the deadly aphrodisiac was gulped down all at once, leaving no residue of even a single tea leaf. Sakurai-Yu heard the crisp sound of swallowing, and her heart raced with excitement. Her pure large eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen's face as she began to silently count down in her mind. Within 3 seconds the drug would breach the stomach wall, reaching the brain and all limbs. 3, 2, 1. Sakurai-Yu awaited the tragic scene of Lu Chun bleeding from all orifices, tearing his clothes apart. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. Lu Chun sat steadily on the genuine leather sofa. Even his breathing rate remained unchanged. He smacked his lips, licking around his lips, his brows tightly knitted together. Why does this tea taste like cheap artificial flavoring, as if it were watered down? It's completely ineffective. Lu Chun disdainfully complained. He casually tossed the white porcelain teacup, which traced a parabolic arc through the air. With a thud, the teacup shattered in a distant garbage bin. Sakurai-Yu's sweet smile instantly froze. Holding the empty silver tray, her fingers trembled uncontrollably. She widened her eyes, staring at Lu Chen's calm face, as if looking at an alien. There was no blood spouting from severed meridians, no uncontrolled frenzy of lust. This man was actually savoring the taste of the tea. She had no idea that Lu Chen's body didn't even possess a single star force meridian that could be destroyed. This body was merely a humanoid nuclear weapon powered by 100,000 tons of physical energy. The package of Immortal's Fall, capable of killing an adult elephant, had just landed in Lu Chen's stomach. It was tightly wrapped by his monstrous gastric acid that could melt iron. The complex chemical bonds of the poison did not even last a second in the face of his absolutely overpowering digestive system. It was violently broken down into the most basic carbohydrates and heat. Poison. In the stomach of a physical powerhouse, it was merely a cup of slightly high-calorie bubble tea. Just as Sakurai-Yu began to doubt whether she had picked the wrong package of drugs, Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan, who were quarreling over a plate of roasted meat, finally noticed the commotion. The icy school beauty, Su Qingyuan, turned her head and immediately spotted the maid kneeling beside Lu Chun. The piece of chilled sashimi she had just picked up was instantly frozen into a solid ice block by the cold aura emanating from her fingertips.
A tintin lump of iron slamming into someone's face at such speed. Forget those top-class students in the key classes whose blood and chi exceeded 100.
The frost energy surrounding her caused the carpet to creak underfoot, and the temperature around them plummeted. Shen Wanwan even slammed the plate in her hand onto the table. The rich loli pulled out a pink star energy pistol, disengaged the safety, and rushed over. Dare to serve tea to my bodyguard brother. Did you ask my bullets first? Where's the security? Quickly throw this shameless woman into the sea to feed the sharks. The two women flanked from left and right, their terrifying aura reminiscent of a first wife confronting a mistress, causing the surrounding boys to retreat in fright. The boys hid behind the pillars, tears streaming down their faces. What crime has this bumpkin committed for two goddesses to be jealous over a maid? I also want to be served tea by a girl in a maid outfit while kneeling. God, are you blind? Sakurazaki, you remain kneeling on the ground, locked on by the murderous intent of these two women, her back instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Her mind was filled with the fear of mission failure, leaving no room to care about jealousy. Why hadn't the poison? Could it be that this kid's flesh had become so indestructible that it was immune to all poisons? Lu Chun completely ignored the two women confronting each other beside him. Leaning against the sofa, he suddenly felt a warm current rising in his stomach. This warm current surged through his bloodstream, wildly rushing towards his limbs. Though the specially formulated aphrodisiac had failed to destroy his rationality, the immense energy contained within was fully absorbed by his stomach. A massive amount of calories was forcibly transformed into violent physical energy. The flow rate of Lu Chen's blood began to surge exponentially. Thump, thump, thump. A dull drum-like heartbeat resonated from Lu Chen's chest. The sound was so loud that it even drowned out the elegant symphony in the banquet hall. The surrounding students looked around in fright. What sound is that? Is the engineering team driving piles outside? No, wait. The sound is coming from Lu Chun. Lu Chen's breathing became heavy. Hot white air surged from his nostrils. A strange dark red hue began to surface on his bronze skin, as if it were a piece of raw iron being heated continuously in a furnace. Large volumes of scalding steam erupted from his pores. He sat there like a pressure cooker about to explode. The surrounding air twisted and deformed by the heat. As Su Qingyuan reached the edge of the sofa, she was forced to halt by the wave of heat rushing towards her. She looked at Lu Chen's flushed skin and the white smoke rising from his head, her usually cold peach blossom eyes flickering with a hint of panic. Lu Chun, what's wrong with you? Su Qingyuan's voice unexpectedly trembled. She recalled some obscure knowledge learned in biology class and glanced at the nearby maid who was dressed provocatively. A daring and blush-inducing thought suddenly invaded her mind. Shen Wanwan could no longer steady the gun in her hand, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. She covered her cheeks with her hands, peeking through her fingers at Lu Chen's explosive chest muscles. Lu Qing'a, there are too many people here if you really can't hold back. Let's talk about it back in the dorm. She covered her cheeks with her hands, peeking through her fingers at Lu Chen's explosive chest muscles. Lu Qing'a, the school beauty and the daughter of the richest man, are actually saying such things in broad daylight. Sakurazaki, you heard the commotion and suddenly looked up. She gazed at Lu Chun, who was steaming and flushed, and the dead silence in her eyes reignited the flames of hope. The drug's effects were kicking in. He had merely suppressed the onset with his monstrous physique. This violent body temperature and reddened eyes were definitely a precursor to the full eruption of a mortal's fall. If she could just wait another 10 seconds, this man would completely lose his rationality, turning into a lustful beast utterly disgraced before the entire faculty and student body. Sakurazaki, you quietly inched back 2 steps, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as she prepared to enjoy the spectacle. Yet she had no understanding of the physical structure of a pure powerhouse. Lu Chun felt an uncontrollable surge of energy racing wildly within him. This energy filled his muscle fibers with soreness and swelling. If he didn't throw a couple of punches soon, he felt like his arms would explode. What aphrodisiac, what desire? In his mind, it was all translated into excess calories and pure kinetic energy. Lu Chun, impatient, grasped the collar of his sportswear and violently yanked it outward. Rip! The sound of tearing fabric echoed. The collar was brutally torn open, exposing his rock-solid collarbone and a large patch of his heated chest. Sweat slid down his defined abdominal muscles, glistening wildly under the light. This primal hormonal spectacle left all the girls present utterly mesmerized. Lu Chun, radiating heat, his eyes slightly reddened, stood up after tearing open his collar. I feel a fire burning within me. Do I need to find a place to vent it? Lu Chun was enveloped in a wave of heat, tearing open his collar as he stood up. I feel a fire within me. Do I need to find a place to vent it? Hearing this, the kneeling Sakura Mizuki turned pale with fear. Her legs trembled, and she scrambled backward, her back colliding heavily with the edge of the leather sofa. This was the most potent aphrodisiac of the Fusang royal family. In her imagination, Lu Chun should have completely lost his senses by now, turning into a beast driven solely by the instinct to mate. Sakura Mizuki looked into Lu Chen's reddened eyes, terrified, as she pressed her hands tightly against her chest. Lu Qingkuan, this is the banquet hall. Please don't act recklessly. She deliberately made her voice sound pitiful while secretly preparing for a desperate situation. Hearing this, Su Qingyuan, standing nearby, was enraged, her frost spear gathering energy once more. She stepped in front of Lu Chun, arms outstretched like a lioness protecting her cubs. How dare you touch her? I'd rather you take me. Su Qingyuan bit her red lip, unable to finish the sentence in her embarrassment, her cheeks burning like a furnace. Shen Wanwan directly wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's waist, resting her head against his scalding abdominal muscles. Bodyguard brother, if you need to vent, come to me. I'll take you to the presidential suite on the top floor. The wealthy young lady's bold proclamation caused the surrounding boys to clutch, their hearts collapsing to the ground in tears. Lu Chun was driven to distraction by the noise from these 2 women. The physical energy within him, transformed from hundreds of thousands of calories, surged wildly through his veins. His muscle fibers were expanded to their limits. If he didn't throw a punch soon, he felt like his bones would burst. Get out of my way, who has time to deal with you? Lu Chen shoved Su Qingyuan and Shun Wanwan aside. He didn't even glance at the trembling Fusang maid on the ground. Lu Chen strode toward the entrance of the Xingyun banquet hall. With each step, the star energy jade tiles beneath his feet shattered with a thunderous sound, creating half-meter deep blackened craters. Bang! Lu Chen crashed through the heavy alloy glass door of the banquet hall, transforming into a steam locomotive with an afterimage. The violent pressure of the wind sent the two welcoming young masters flying to the ceiling. Sakura Mizuki sat dazed on the ground. She stared at the figure rushing away, her mind completely frozen. Why would this man run out instead of pursuing three stunning beauties? On the west side of the God of War Academy, there stood a row of sturdy, specially designed explosion-proof villas. These were the accommodations prepared for exchange students from the Fusang region. The exterior walls were made of high-density, pressure-resistant alloy, and even the windows were military-grade bulletproof glass. Inside the villa, dozens of Fusang exchange students were gathered drinking sake. They wore loose samurai outfits, embracing several attractive junior sisters, laughing freely. Sakura Mizuki has poisoned him. That Huaxia brute named Lu Chen will be a waste of space by tomorrow. Even if Waxia's martial arts are strong, they are just a joke in the face of our high-level ninjutsu and poison. A Fusang young master with a katana at his waist proudly raised his wine glass. Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly shook the ground outside. Thud, thud, thud. The noise was so loud that the sake in the cups inside the villa violently sloshed, spilling everywhere. The Fusang young masters frowned, pushing the girls they were holding aside as they drew their katanas and moved to the window. Outside, a figure shrouded in white steam was sprinting towards them. Lu Chen stopped directly in front of the villa, gasping heavily. The heat radiating from his body warped the surrounding air. This pent-up energy is too frustrating. I need to find a sturdy punching bag to practice on. Lu Chen glanced up at the explosion-proof villa, which was said to withstand the impact of a fourth-level star beast. He slightly crouched, carving two deep grooves into the ground. With his right arm pulled back, the muscles in his back twisted like ancient dragons, awakening, tightening violently. The excess kinetic energy within him surged down his spine, all converging on his tightly clenched right fist. Break for me. Lu Chen let out a deep, muffled roar. Without any flashy movements, he threw a powerful right hook directly at the thickest load-bearing wall of the villa. Boom. Before his fist even made contact with the wall, the violent compressed air exploded outward, forming a ring of white sonic boom clouds. This 12th-level physical storm shattered all the bulletproof glass outside the villa. Glass shards flew into the interior like a torrential rain. Then 100,000 tons of pure kinetic energy slammed into the alloy wall. Crack, crack. The so-called indestructible explosion-proof alloy wall crumbled before this punch like a piece of low-quality wafer. Huge cracks spread out like a spider web. The load-bearing column snapped in half, steel bars twisted out of shape, emitting a chilling wail. Bang, boom. The right half of the villa completely lost support and collapsed. Hundreds of tons of reinforced concrete came crashing down. The Fusang young masters, who were still boasting, were crushed under the rubble before they could even finish their ninjutsu seals. Dust billowed into the sky, obscuring the cool moonlight. Yet the destructive force of this punch did not cease. The excess kinetic energy in Lu Chen's fist surged down to the foundation of the load-bearing wall, penetrating violently. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The rock layers deep below were shattered by this force, creating a massive underground fissure. Sizzle, boom. A dull explosion sounded underground. The main power cable of the God of War Academy, buried deep below, was snapped by this physical shockwave. The thick high-voltage cable broke, exploding into a dazzling blue electric spark underground. In the Fusang region's exchange student residence, all the streetlights, neon lights, and lighting fixtures in the villas. In the same second, they all went out. The originally brightly lit West Campus was instantly plunged into darkness. The power was out. One punch had caused the entire block to lose power. From the rubble, the cries of the Fusang exchange students echoed. Baka, it's an enemy attack. My leg is broken. Help. I'm trapped under the slab. Someone pull me out. In the darkness, someone was frantically crawling in the rubble, pierced by the steel bars, screaming in agony. Sakura Mizuki, panting heavily, ran up behind. She had just witnessed Lu Chen punch down half a building and accidentally sever the main cable. This top assassin of Fusang fell to her knees with a thud on the rubble-strewn road. In her pure wide eyes, the figure of that man, resembling a demonic god, was reflected. Lu Chen shook his wrist and let out a long breath of stale air. Phew, I feel much better now. Oh, I finally burned off the calories from that low-quality tea. Lu Chen twisted his neck, the joints cracking like popping beans as the white smoke around him gradually dissipated. Sakura Mizuki clutched the dirt beneath her, her nails breaking. Having undergone the most rigorous training in ninjutsu since childhood, she firmly believed that illusions and poisons were the highest art of killing. But at this moment, her long-held worldview of martial arts was completely shattered by Lu Chen's plain, yet overwhelming punch. What high-level ninjutsu? What unresolvable poisons? In front of this physical brute, who could punch down an explosion-proof building and sever the main power cable, it was all a joke. A cold wind blew, stirring up clouds of flying brick dust. In the darkness and the swirling debris, Sakura Mizuki was knocked to her knees at the edge of the rubble. She looked at the man who had smashed down a building with a single punch, her long-held belief in the world of ninjutsu completely collapsing as she trembled, murmuring, Is this the martial arts of Huaxia? Amidst darkness and swirling debris, Jingyue knelt at the edge of the ruins, shaken by the shockwave. She gazed at the man who had shattered an entire building with a single punch, her long-held belief in the world of ninjutsu utterly shattered. Trembling all over, she murmured, Is this the martial art of Huaxia? A sharp buzzing suddenly echoed from the basement of the small villa. The War God Academy's emergency backup power automatically kicked in. The dim emergency lights flickered to life, barely illuminating the grim ruins. By the faint light, Jingyue discerned the devastation around her. The once splendid and bomb-proof villa had now become a heap of twisted, reinforced concrete debris. The dozen or so prodigies from Fusang, who were boasting inside moments ago, were all buried beneath the rubble. The leading upper ninja young master was pinned under a load-bearing wall, spewing blood-tinged foam from his mouth, and several proud illusionary prodigies hadn't even formed their seals before being knocked unconscious, sprawled like dead pigs in the mud. A tingling numbness crawled from Jingyue's scalp down to the crown of her head. The royal special poison she took pride in a mortal's downfall hadn't even elicited a single reaction in this man's stomach. He had even treated the poison like a high-calorie energy drink, transforming it into a punch that snapped the city's main power cable. Was this truly the deed of a carbon-based life form? This was clearly an ancient Tyrannosaurus draped in human skin. Chen stood amidst the ruins, casually brushing the dust off his hands. This wall's quality isn't great either. The rebar is too thin, clearly cutting corners, he grumbled, turning to head back to his dormitory for more sleep. At the moment he turned around, the last shred of Jingyue's psychological defense and dignity was utterly pulverized under absolute physical domination. The pathological worship of absolute strength ingrained deep within Fusang's bones sprouted wildly in her mind like a poisonous weed. Recklessly, she discarded the poisoned kunai in her hand. Her knees slammed heavily onto the ground, littered with shattered stones and glass shards. With a thud, Jingyue crawled forward on all fours, heedless of the glass cutting into her tender knees. Her maid outfit was torn ragged by the rebar on the ground, large patches of skin exposed to the cold wind. She rushed to Chen and clung tightly to his leg, clad in cheap sweatpants. Master, I beg you show mercy and spare my worthless life. Jingyue lifted her pure and delicate face, tears streaming down like pear blossoms in the rain. Her tears and snot smeared on Chen's pants. As he prepared to take a step, his right leg suddenly felt as heavy as if a sandbag were tied to it. Looking down, he saw a short, tear-streaked girl in a maid outfit clinging to him. Who are you? Out here in the middle of the night, trying to scam someone? Chen shook his leg disdainfully, trying to shake off the clingy piece of gum. But Jingyue refused to let go. Summoning all her strength, she locked onto Chen's ankle like an octopus. Master, I was blind, foolishly provoking a god like you. She pressed her forehead against his cheap plastic slippers, her humility sinking to the depths of the earth. If you spare me, I will do anything for you. I can be your slave, serve you tea, wash your clothes, cook your meals. Fusang women are the most obedient. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Please accept me. Her shameless devotion broke the composure of the few Fusang youths who had just awakened nearby. The upper ninja young master, trapped under the wall, coughed up a mouthful of old blood in fury. Jingyue, you are a disgrace to great Fusang. How dare you kneel before a dirt farmer from Huaxia? The young master roared hoarsely, trying to preserve the last shred of ninja dignity. Chen didn't even glance at the ranting young master. He lifted his left foot and casually kicked a walnut-sized stone on the ground. With a swift whoosh, the stone produced a sonic boom and struck the young master's forehead with a dull thud. The young master's eyes rolled back as he promptly lost consciousness once more. Silence fell over the ruins. The remaining Fusang students quickly shut their eyes and feigned death, barely breathing. Witnessing this, Jingyue's fear and admiration of Chen soared to new heights. She hugged his thigh, her adorable face rubbed desperately against Chen's sturdy calf. Master, you are mighty. Such trash isn't worthy to speak to you. Jingyue shamelessly kicked her compatriots in the heart. Master, though my ninjutsu is useless to you, I can help assassinate others. Just say the word, and I will return to Fusang immediately to behead our principal and offer it to you as a ball to kick. Chen's temples throbbed with veins bulging in frustration. Was her mind filled entirely with sewage sludge? He recalled that during the banquet, the one serving tea was this very short girl in the maid outfit. That tasteless inferior tea had forced tens of thousands of calories of fiery heat into his body, driving him to vent by punching the load-bearing wall in the middle of the night. And now she dared to come and cling to his thigh, calling him master. Let go of me. Chen's voice grew cold as his right hand clenched into a fist. These pants were 9 yuan 99 with free shipping from a street stall. If you smear your tears on them again, I will punch your head into your stomach. Jingyue trembled in fright Yet survival instinct forbade her from releasing this last lifeline. If she were chased away now, the Huaxiao Academy's leaders would surely dissect her for research. Master, I will wash your pants. I will scrub them clean with my own hands. Just as Lu Chen's impatience peaked, and he prepared to unleash a muscle shock to fling her away, two blinding beams of light suddenly illuminated the pitch-black street, where power had been cut. They were high-intensity flashlights supplied exclusively by the Star Army. Following came the hurried clatter of high heels and leather shoes striking the ground. Just ahead, I saw Lu Chen run this way. Shen Wanwan's crisp, anxious voice carried on the night breeze. Immediately, a biting frost swept the surroundings, lowering the temperature of the ruins within hundreds of meters below. Su Qingyuan strode in tactical boots, wielding an icy spear. Her killing intent radiated fiercely as she entered the backup power light circle. Her exquisitely cold face was coated in frost, clearly having tracked Lu Chen's trail all the way here. Shen Wanwan, clutching her Lolita skirt, gasped for breath behind her. The two women immediately spotted Lu Chen standing beneath the remnants of a street lamp and the disheveled Fusang, maiden kneeling and clutching his thigh. Time seemed to freeze. The ruins were so silent that only the dripping sound of a leaking water pipe could be heard. Su Qingyuan stared at Ng Jinyue's face, a blend of innocence and allure, then at her utterly submissive posture. The rational chord in the icy beauty's mind snapped with a sharp click. Earlier at the banquet, she had sensed something off about the maid's gaze toward Lu Chen. She never imagined this enchantress would chase him outside and even physically cling to his leg. Shen Wanwan's eyes reddened with fury. She pulled out a pink Star Energy pistol and fired a shot into the sky. Well then, I always knew no Fusang woman was trustworthy. How dare you seduce my bodyguard brother in broad day? Shen Wanwan gritted, her small white teeth itching to scratch Ng Jinyue's face. Su Qingyuan took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. The frost beneath her feet instantly spread, freezing the muddy water beside Ng Jinyue's knees into solid ice. Su Qingyuan focused her icy spear, glaring at the foreign girl kneeling at Lu Chen's feet. Lu Chen, are you recruiting for a harem? Su Qingyuan looked at the foreign girl kneeling at Lu Chen's feet, and the frost lance in her hand instantly condensed. Lu Chen, are you collecting a harem? The cold, questioning voice echoed in the ruins. The air temperature around dropped sharply, and a layer of pale ice flowers formed on the surface of the water puddles below. Shen Wanwan was so furious that she jumped up and down. Her pink Star Energy pistol clicked as it was loaded. The gun barrel was firmly aimed at Sakura Yuki's pure and pitiful face. Bodyguard brother, you must give me an explanation today. Otherwise I'll turn this shameless vixen into a beehive and throw her into the sea to feed the turtles. Lu Chen was annoyed by the high-decibel voices of these two women. He rubbed his ears and rolled his eyes dramatically. Lowering his head, Lu Chen looked at Sakura Yuki, who was still clinging to his thigh, with a face full of disdain. Do you two only have low-quality soap operas in your heads? How can someone so short with a chest as flat as a washboard even think they qualify for my harem? Lu Chen's blunt remarks struck like a dull knife. It plunged into Sakura Yuki's proud sense of self-worth. After all, she was a well-known, pure, and innocent goddess in the Fusang region. Today, being offered for free was one thing, but being ridiculed to her face for being flat-chested and short was another. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyuan felt a significant part of her bitterness dissipate. But she still maintained her stunningly beautiful face and refused to relent easily. Then why do you let her cling to your leg? Do you enjoy this feeling? Lu Chen irritably pointed at the debris scattered all over the ground. Then he pointed at the underground cable pit that was still sparking with blue electrical arcs. This girl is crazy. She served me a cup of fake tea mixed with low-quality fragrance at the banquet hall. After drinking it, I felt hot all over, and with nowhere to expend the excess calories, I could only run out to vent by hitting the wall. Now she comes back to cling to my leg, crying and calling me daddy. I can't possibly have such an ugly daughter. The proud elites of Fusang who were playing dead in the ruins nearly fainted upon hearing this. The Sakura Yuki they revered as a high mountain flower was reduced to nothing in this guy's words. Lu Chen, how can you say that about her? Sakura Yuki wanted to make a final struggle, squeezing out two glistening tears. She raised her head and intentionally tugged at the neckline of her maid outfit. Lu Chen was completely unfazed. He suddenly shook his right leg, and the immense physical force created a shockwave. Bang! Sakura Yuki felt her arms go numb, and she was directly flung 2 meters away. She rolled 3 times on the gravel-covered ground, her fair knees scraped and bleeding. Stop disgusting me. I have no interest in women who use drugs. Lu Chen turned around and walked toward a section of the collapsed load-bearing wall. He extended his bronze-colored right hand, fingers clawed, and fiercely grabbed a 2-ton concrete block. Crack! The hard, high-strength concrete was crushed into powder. As a large cloud of dust flew up, a rebar the thickness of a thumb was revealed. Lu Chen gripped one end of the rebar with one hand, his back muscles tightening like a drawn bowstring. Creak! The harsh sound of metal grinding rang out as he forcibly pulled the 5-meter-long rebar from the cement. Sakura Yuki watched as Lu Chen approached with the rebar in hand, frightened to the point of scooting back on the ground. What are you going to do? I'm an exchange student from the Fusang region. You can't take the law into your own hands. Lu Chen didn't bother to reply. He walked over, grabbed Sakura Yuki by the back of her collar, and lifted her into the air like picking up a chick. With the rebar in his right hand, it felt as if he were holding a soft piece of yarn. Crack, crack. Lu Chen's hands flew up and down, his movements brutal to the extreme. The thick rebar was bent at will in his hands, wrapping quickly around Sakura Yuki's body. In less than 3 seconds, she was tied up tightly like a pig for the new year. The rebar pressed tightly against her, binding her into a completely immovable iron zongzi. Let me go. You are inciting a conflict between the two districts. Sakura Yuki desperately twisted within the rebar circle, only to find it was tied even tighter than a titanium alloy chain. Just then, a chaotic sound of footsteps and the beam of a flashlight came from the distant darkened street. The director of the administrative office of the War God Academy, accompanied by dozens of fully armed security guards, rushed over panting. The director looked at the half-collapsed, blast-resistant villa. Then he glanced at the underground main cable pit that was continuously sparking. He felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, his legs nearly giving way. This is a special blast-resistant building for receiving foreign guests. How can the underground cable be cut too? The director trembled as he pointed at the scattered debris, feeling his official hat was about to fall. Seeing the big boss arrive, Lu Chen directly kicked the tightly bound Sakura Yuki to the director's feet. Director, you came just in time. Oh, I just caught a vandal in the act. This girl is an undercover from the Fusang district, deliberately poisoning me at the banquet, attempting to murder me, the top scholar of the province. After I saw through her, she became desperate and used a miniature bomb to blow up this building, even cutting off the school's main cable. Lu Chen spoke without even preparing notes, his face calm and collected. The boys hiding behind the trees watching this scene dropped their jaws in unison. Clearly, it was you who knocked the building down with a punch. Now you're pushing all the blame onto a weak girl who you tied up like a zongzi. Your audacity is thicker than the corner of a city wall. Sakura Yuki's eyes widened, letting out a piercing scream. You're lying. This building was clearly brought down by your punch. Lu Chen stepped forward, stepping on the rebar on her body, looking down at her. I brought down the blast-resistant building with one punch. Ask the people present who would believe that. As an ordinary student without even a star power, how could I penetrate 30 meters of earth to cut the cables? The director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this blast-resistant villa could not be penetrated even by missiles. How could it be collapsed by human strength? This must have been caused by some high-tech explosive weapon used by the Fusang district. These Fusang people are truly unscrupulous, attempting to assassinate their beloved disciple from the War God Academy. Take her away, lock her in the dungeon, and interrogate her severely. The director waved his hand, and several fierce security guards pounced, lifting the rebar zongzi and dragging it away. Sakura Yuki desperately struggled, tears streaming down her pure face. Lu Chen, you bastard. You're inhuman. Lu Chen looked at her being dragged away and added loudly to the director. Director, the repair costs for the cables are not cheap. I doubt she can afford it. Simply send her to the black coal mine in Jiangnan province. Make her dig 10 tons of coal every day, and she can only return to Fusang when she pays off the cable debt. The director's eyes lit up, feeling this idea was excellent, and he slapped his thigh. Sakura Yuki turned pale and rolled her eyes upon hearing the words black coal mine. The proud assassin of Fusang fainted right then and there in the hands of the security guards. This earth-shattering farce finally came to an end. The frost lance in Su Qingyuan's hand had already dissipated into light spots. She looked at Lu Chen's ruthless and unyielding way of dealing with the vixens, and her cold peach blossom eyes were filled with an indescribable smile. This man, though rough and barbaric, truly dealt with those proactively approaching flowers with a heavy hand. A sense of indescribable satisfaction and security instantly filled Su Qingyuan's heart. Shen Wanwan was even more delighted, running over to tightly hug Lu Chen's arm. Lu Chen, you did great. Tomorrow I'll donate 1,000 iron picks to that coal mine for her to dig to her heart's content. The admiration from the two stunning beauties for Lu Chen reached its peak, their eyes filled with sparkling stars. The boys around them watched this scene, feeling sour as if they had drunk 10 pounds of aged vinegar. While others pampered beautiful women, this brother directly tied up a beauty with rebar and sent her to dig coal. As a result, the school beauty and the rich lowly loved him even more. Does this world even have any reason left? Just as the atmosphere slightly eased and Lu Chen was preparing to go back to take a nap, Coo! Suddenly a piercing eagle cry pierced through the clouds. The sound carried a chilling, killing intent, making the shattered glass on the ground buzz. Everyone instinctively looked up at the pitch-black night sky. A mechanical hawk with a wingspan of over 3 meters dove down rapidly from the clouds. It circled above the ruins once and suddenly released its steel claws. Just as the farce had calmed down, a hawk cry suddenly sounded from the sky. A golden parchment challenge letter descended from the sky, landing steadily in Lu Chen's hand with a line written in blood. Lu Chen of the Huaxiao War God Academy, the Western Paladin challenges you to a life-and-death duel. A golden parchment scroll of challenge descended from the sky, landing steadily in Lu Chen's hand with a line of large characters written in blood. Lu Chen of the Huaxiao War God Academy, the Western Paladin challenges you to a life-and-death duel. Lu Chen glanced down at the scroll in his hand, rubbing his fingers over the still damp bloodstains. He furrowed his brows, his face filled with disdain. Throwing garbage around in the middle of the night and making it all bloody is just disgusting. Chen turned his hand and crumpled the expensive challenge letter, symbolizing the highest honor of the Western Knights, before tossing it into the nearby sewer. He vigorously rubbed his palms on his tattered school uniform, as if he had touched something unclean. Are these Westerners out of their minds? Why do they have to use blood to write a challenge? Don't they know it can spread bacteria? Su Qingyuan, standing beside him, and previously bantering with Shen Wanwan, immediately put away her usual aloofness and leaned in when she saw the glimmering challenge letter. Her fair fingers tightly grasped the hem of Lu Chen's clothes, a hint of caution flashing in her peach blossom eyes. Woodhead, don't be careless. That's the life and death challenge letter from the Western District Paladin Temple. They have always acted arrogantly. This time, they must be targeting you, the top scorer of the provincial exam. Shen Wanwan stuffed her star energy pistol back into her designer bag, placed her hands on her hips, and stomped her feet in frustration. What's there to fear? My bodyguard brother can slap them all into the Pacific Ocean to feed the fish. Tomorrow, I will book all the flower shops in the city to lay a flower path for brother Lu Chen to the competition. Lu Chen yawned widely, lacking any enthusiasm to respond. I have to wake up early tomorrow for the cafeteria's free buffet. Who has time to deal with these foreign devils? You two hurry back to sleep and don't disturb my nap. The next morning, outside the newly built Star Energy Alloy Arena of the War God Academy, a massive crowd gathered and colorful flags fluttered. The Global University Exchange Competition officially commenced, with top talents from various regions of Blue Star gathering together ready to shine at this grand event. The stands around the arena were filled with reporters from major media outlets and prominent families drawn by curiosity. Spotlight flashed wildly and countless cameras focused on the center of the arena. There, a tall figure clad in heavy armor stood proudly. This was the #1 seed from the Western District, the heir of the Paladin Arthur. His armor shimmered with blinding golden light, its design exaggerated to the extreme. The armored plates on his chest and back were half a meter thick, layered with complex metals. From a distance, this iron lump resembled a huge golden turtle shell. Arthur held a tumter-long heavy cross sword upside down in his hand, standing on the head of a Huaxia student. The student underfoot was a defensive genius from Longdu Academy. His once proud a-level star energy shield was now shattered into a heap of glass shards. This genius spat blood, gripping Arthur's boot tightly, struggling to rise. Huaxia's martial arts are nothing but this. Arthur didn't even glance at the defeated foe beneath his feet. He raised his heavy metal boot and kicked the genius ribs with the force of a soccer kick. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed throughout the arena. The Huaxia student was kicked several meters away onto a medical stretcher, unconscious. This is Huaxia's top genius. Arthur's rough voice boomed through the arena via the helmet's loudspeaker, laden with mocking contempt. You couldn't even block a single sword strike from me. Your star energy is as fragile as waste paper. The audience of 10,000 Huaxia students fumed with fiery eyes, their fists cracking with anger. So arrogant. This foreign devil relies on that turtle shell. What skill is that? If he dares to take off his armor and fight me unknown, I'll teach him a lesson with one punch. Several hot-blooded boys stood up and shouted, only to be met with a cold glare from Arthur. He sneered, extending his hand clad in a metal glove to knock on his heavy armor. Clang, clang, clang. The dull metallic echoes reverberated above the arena, causing the front row audience to wince in pain. This is the supreme legacy of our Paladin Temple, the Holy Light Armor. It can withstand the full-force strike of a 5th-tier Beast King. You weaklings wouldn't even leave a scratch on it, even if you broke your hands trying. Arthur's gaze swept through the crowd, directly locking onto Lu Chen, who sat in the front row of the Huaxia representative area. At that moment, Lu Chen was comfortably seated in a VIP lounge. In his left hand, he held a plate of just roasted 3rd-tier red-armored pork chop, while his right hand held a toothpick. Su Qingyuan sat to his left, ready to offer him a chilled fresh juice. Shen Wanwan sat to his right, holding a box of peeled deep-sea magic shrimp meat. This relaxed demeanor, feasting contentedly, was in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere on the arena. Lu Chen tore into the pork chop, grease dripping from his mouth. This meat is a bit too overcooked. Next time, I'll remind the cafeteria lady to use less salt. Arthur looked at Lu Chen, who seemed utterly unconcerned, and his disdain deepened. He raised his cross sword, pointing the tip directly at Lu Chen. Are you the Lu Chen who's been praised to the heavens online? I heard you don't even possess star energy, only relying on your lowly brute strength. Lu Chen swallowed the pork chop, letting out a loud burp. He didn't even raise his head, focusing intently on the last piece of bone on his plate. Seeing Lu Chen dare to ignore him, Arthur's face contorted in anger. A dazzling holy light erupted from him, shooting straight into the clouds. Huaxia's physical techniques are merely the skills of lowly peasants used for hard labor. In the face of true divine star energy, your muscles are nothing but weak flower fists and embroidered legs. The surrounding Western exchange students began to stand up, chanting in broken Chinese. Young Master Arthur is right. Huaxia people are only fit for carrying bricks on construction sites. That Lu Chen is probably scared stiff, hiding behind a bunch of women and too afraid to come out. Isn't Huaxia known as the land of etiquette? Why is there not a single man brave enough to step up and fight? The ridicule spread through the audience like a tsunami. The students from Huaxiao were furious, their eyes turning red, but the top students from various academies dared not easily step onto the stage. Arthur's turtle shell armor was simply too formidable. Even a fourth-tier attack star technique earlier felt like mere polishing and waxing against it. Going up would only mean being beaten up unilaterally. Su Qingyuan, hearing those insults directed at Lu Chun, crushed her plastic juice cup into ice. She suddenly stood up, her frost spear instantly condensing in her hand. A bunch of turtles who can only hide in iron shells dare to spout nonsense here. With a cold expression, Su Qingyuan was about to charge onto the arena. Lu Chun reached out his greasy hand and grabbed the hem of her pleated skirt. Sit down, don't spoil my appetite. Lu Chun tossed the last piece of bone into the trash can and casually wiped the grease off his uniform. Su Qingyuan stumbled from his pole, falling back onto the sofa, glaring at him angrily. He's already insulted you directly, and you can still eat. Lu Chun patted his belly, slowly standing up. I'm just about 8 points full, and moving around will aid digestion. He stepped in his cheap plastic slippers and walked towards the aisle. 100,000 pairs of eyes instantly focused on him. The Huaxia students held their breath, their gazes filled with uncontainable fervor. They had witnessed how this man uprooted a building to fill a pit. Go, brother Lu. Smash that grandson's turtle shell to pieces. Fat Lin in the back row held up a megaphone, shouting his lungs out. God, Lu is going to battle, nothing will grow in his wake. Many of the top talents who had undergone physical education from Lu Chun also joined in the frenzied shouting. Arthur looked at Lu Chun, stepping out, a cruel smile appearing on his face beneath the helmet. He forcefully drove the crossed sword into the alloy floor of the arena. Crack! A long gash was cut into the hard floor by the sword blade. Arthur spread his arms wide, letting his armor half a meter thick shine brilliantly in the sunlight. He fixed a provocative gaze on Lu Chun below. Arthur knocked on his holy light armor, laughing arrogantly. Lu Chun, this armor can withstand even a nuclear explosion. Come up and let me see how soft your fists are, you white-faced. Arthur pounded on his half-meter thick holy light armor, laughing arrogantly. Lu Chun, this set of holy armor can withstand even a nuclear explosion. Come up and let me see how soft your fists are, you white-faced braggart. The heavy sound of steel colliding echoed throughout the arena via the microphone. The exchange students from the Western District sat in the stands, whistling and clapping wildly. Young Master Arthur is a Ancient century holy light genius in our district. That set of holy armor he wears is made from celestial meteorite mixed with sacred silver from the temple, a heavy-duty armor. Even if a fourth-tier star beast bites it, it would break all its teeth. Several blonde Western boys boasted loudly in broken Chinese. The students from Huaxia clenched their fists but could not find a single rebuttal. Just now the genius from Longdu Academy's defense department could not even withstand a casual strike. This turtle shell-like iron armor evoked a deep sense of helplessness. Lu Chun scratched his itchy ears, letting out a long yawn. He looked down at the blue plastic slippers he bought for cheap. This iron shell looks heavy. Oh, it should be worth quite a bit in scrap metal, enough for some barbecue money. Lu Chun stuffed his hands into the pockets of his loose sweatpants and walked towards the steps with a casual gait. He didn't even take a running start or jump, moving up the steps to the arena as slowly as an old man strolling in the park. This relaxed demeanor made Arthur feel deeply insulted. Stupid Eastern monkey, you're seeking death. Arthur roared, slamming his hands together in front of his chest. The pure Western holy light star power within him poured forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Boom! A blinding golden beam descended from the heavens, enveloping Arthur's massive body. Behind him, a giant golden cross, 10 meters tall, faintly materialized. The surface of the half-meter thick steel holy armor glowed with a layer of substantial golden energy shield. The bright light forced the front row audience to shield their eyes. Holy light protection. This is absolute defense. The Western team mentor jumped up from his seat, waving his arms and shouting excitedly. As long as the holy light lasts, any physical attack against it will be rebounded. The mentors from the Huaxia representatives turned pale, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. The old Dean Zhan Kuang sat on the high platform, rubbing his bald head, his eyes filled with anticipation. Su Qingyuan sat in the VIP seat, tightly gripping her chilled juice. Moisture condensed into a thin layer of frost on her delicate fingers. Shen Wanwan, biting into the unfinished beef jerky in her hand, shouted loudly towards the arena. Bodyguard brother, smash that glowing turtle shell. He'll treat you to tier 5 iron-armored beef tonight. Lu Chun stopped less than 3 meters away from Arthur. He squinted, raising his hand to shield his forehead. The dazzling golden effect made his eyes sparkle. What kind of high beam is this in broad daylight? Do you understand traffic rules? Lu Chun complained somewhat irritably. He didn't even clench his fists, nor did he assume any stance to gather power. He simply lifted his right arm casually. The 100,000 tons of physical energy surged through his muscle fibers like an awakening ancient dragon, instantly flooding into his palm. The air before his palm was forcibly compressed, producing a sharp sonic boom. Lu Chun opened his palm wide and delivered a simple slap to Arthur's face hidden beneath the helmet. Turn off that light. Lu Chun shouted, his palm carrying the wind pressure that ripped through the air, slamming down hard. Whooshed! A violent 12th grade physical hurricane suddenly whipped up in the center of the arena. Arthur looked at the enlarging hand, a mocking smile still on his face beneath the helmet. He was convinced that this hand, devoid of any star power, would be shattered by the holy light into a puddle of mud in the next moment. Smack! A crisp sound that shattered the eardrums of the entire audience exploded on the Star Energy Alloy Arena. The sound was as loud as a heavy bomb detonating right next to their ears. Those sitting in the front row felt their heads buzz and warm blood trickled from their ears. Arthur's mocking smile froze on his face the moment it came into contact with Lu Chen's palm. His proud holy light shield could not withstand even a thousandth of a second under the pressure of Lu Chen's 100,000 tons of physical energy. Crack! The golden light shattered like a glass dome struck by a hammer, bursting into countless small specks of light. The absolute defense shattered. But the terrifying power of Lu Chen's slap had just begun to pour forth. His wide palm landed solidly on Arthur's half-meter thick steel holy armor. The ear-piercing sound of metal being compressed made one's teeth ache. This Western supreme defense, touted to withstand nuclear explosions, behaved like a piece of inferior rubber under pure violence. Creak, bang. The supposedly indestructible armor shell caved inward. The half-meter thick composite metal armor plate was flattened under the blow. Arthur's towering body, over 2 meters tall, was abruptly forced downward by this overwhelming force. The Star Energy Alloy Arena beneath his feet let out a mournful cry under the burden. Large sheets of alloy steel plates rolled and cracked open, revealing the load-bearing base below. Boom! Lu Chen's palm pressed down on the metal, smashing through the arena floor. Dust rose like a fountain into the sky, obscuring the blinding sunlight. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone maintained their previous posture, as if the collective time had been paused. The wind blew across the arena, gradually dispersing the clouds of dust. Lu Chen shook his right hand, brushing off the metal fragments clinging to his sweatpants. Making such a thick tin can is quite a workout to slap. He kicked his plastic slippers, taking a step back to reveal his all 100,000 pairs of eyes focused on the 2-meter-wide pit. At the bottom of the pit lay an exaggerated iron disc. The originally half-meter thick holy light armor was now less than 2 centimeters thick. This sacred armor had been slapped flat into a smooth iron plate by Lu Chen. As for the arrogant Western paladin, air inside Arthur was squeezed tightly in the middle of the iron disc. Half of his face barely peeked out from the edge of the disc. At this moment his eyes were rolled back, his tongue hanging out, and white foam bubbling from his mouth. His bones had likely broken numerous times, and he was physically compressed into a standard 2-dimensional plane. If it weren't for his chest still rising and falling weakly, everyone would think he had been slapped into a photograph. Gulpy. From the direction of the Western delegation came a synchronized sound of swallowing. The leading Western mentor dropped the folder in his hand, his legs weak, kneeling directly on the steps of the stance. The holy light shattered. Half a meter thick armor turned into a grilled iron plate. Several Western exchange students hugged their heads, staring at Lu Chen on the stage with terror in their eyes. The Western mythology they had always believed in shattered before this man's slap, unable to piece itself back together. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the Huaxiao representatives erupted in a frenzied cheer that could topple the roof. Lu God is amazing. One slap flattened the foreign iron turtle. What holy light protection. In front of our Huaxia's physical might, it's all just papier-mâché. Lin Fatty stood on his chair, waving a red flag, his throat nearly hoarse from shouting. Su Qingyuan sat in her seat, her fair hands tightly clasped together. A smile radiating enough to overshadow 100 flowers blossomed on her cool face. This man always brings her the most domineering sense of security in the most unreasonable ways. Shen Wanwan even threw all the beef jerky in her hand into the air, dancing with joy. Lu Rian from the medical department, clutching a first aid kit, gazed at Lu Chen's broad back with flushed cheeks, her breathing a complete mess. The Western delegation fell into collective silence, no one daring to go pull Arthur out from the iron disc. At that moment of collective jubilation, a sharp metallic scraping sound pierced the air from the front row of the Western delegation. A slender and sharp Western rapier abruptly sliced through the railing in front. The Western delegation fell into collective silence. A blonde, blue-eyed, curvaceous Western female captain sitting at the front suddenly stood up, drawing her slender rapier, and roared, "You dare to insult the knight's spirit in such a barbaric way. I will use my undefeated swordsmanship to chop you into pieces." The Western delegation fell into a collective silence. The blonde, blue-eyed captain with a fiery figure suddenly, she drew her slender rapier and shouted angrily, "You dare to insult the spirit of knighthood in such a barbaric manner. I will shatter your body into 1,000 pieces with my invincible swordsmanship." With a crisp sound of her sword ringing, the blonde beauty leaped onto the damaged arena like an arrow released from a bow. She wore a magnificent and intricate silver-white lightweight armor. The tight metallic lines accentuated her alluring shaped curves to perfection. Her golden wavy hair danced wildly in the wind, while her azure eyes sparkled with a lofty pride. This was the ace of the Western region, known as Alice, a genius swordswoman of unmatched agility in her rank. The Western exchange students below seemed to grasp at a lifeline, frantically pounding the backs of their seats. This barbarian from Huaxia is nothing but brute force. Against Senior Alice's absolute speed, he won't even touch a single hair. This barbarian from Huaxia is nothing but brute force. Against Senior Alice's absolute speed, he won't even touch a single hair of hers. The boys from Huaxia watched the voluptuous foreign beauty on stage, their swallowing sounds rising one after another. Lin Fatty was jumping anxiously on the sidelines, crazily screeching into a loudspeaker. "Brother Lu, be careful. This foreigner's Western sword specifically targets vital points, and don't let her kite you." Lu Chen stood in the center of the crushed arena, letting out a long yawn. He rubbed his forehead in frustration, not even glancing at Alice's striking figure. "Do you Westerners really have to dress as if you're going to walk the red carpet when you fight? This metal shell is too reflective, it's making me dizzy." Lu Chen's blunt complaint turned Alice's fair cheeks bright. She clenched her silver teeth, and the Western rapier in her hand erupted with dazzling golden starlight. "Crude Waxians, go to hell with your barbarism." With a light push of her toes against the ground, Alice instantly transformed into dozens of golden afterimages. Her supersonic movement stirred up a whirlwind in the arena, making it impossible for the naked eye to catch her true form. A dense array of sword lights enveloped Lu Chen like a golden spiderweb. Swish, swish, swish. The Western rapier, accompanied by the piercing sound of slicing air, lunged crazily at Lu Chen's throat, eyes, and heart. Vital points. Alice was absolutely confident in her speed. She had even prepared herself to witness the pathetic sight of this arrogant boy kneeling and begging for mercy. Clang, 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 clang. A series of dense metallic clanking sounds erupted violently against Lu Chen's body. Those golden sword rays, sharp enough to cut through steel, struck Lu Chen's unguarded skin. Bright sparks exploded in large clusters. Alice only felt a series of piercing pains in her wrist. The specially made high-level rapier in her hand had its tip twisted into a spiral. Lu Chen didn't even lift a hand, and he even closed his eyes. He felt as though 1,000 green-head flies were buzzing around him, circling his head. "Are you done spinning around?" Lu Chen frowned impatiently, feeling a bit car-sick from all the afterimages. "In the middle of the day going around in circles, do you want me to puke and use it as fertilizer for you?" Hearing this taunt, Alice's chest heaved violently, and her star power burned fiercely. She pushed her speed to the limit, preparing to unleash her final killer stab. Just then Lu Chen suddenly stopped picking his ears. His legs sank slightly, leaving two dents in the alloy floor. Lu Chen took a deep breath. The surrounding air instantly rushed into his chest like a funnel. His already broad and sturdy chest muscles expanded dramatically in that moment. The high-density muscle fibers expanded instantly, and the air in his lungs was forcibly compressed by 100,000 tons of physical power. Lu Chen opened his mouth and let out a pure physical roar towards the chaotic golden afterimages. "Get lost." Boom. This one word, carrying the violent pressure of a 12-degree typhoon, exploded. The materialized white sound wave surged forward like the blade of a bulldozer, pushing past Alice's face. The explosion-proof glass on the surrounding stands shattered into dust under the impact of the sound wave. 100,000 spectators covered their ears in agony, their heads buzzing, feeling as if their eardrums were about to burst. Alice was right at the forefront, less than 2 meters from the center of the sound wave. She felt as if a high-speed train had crashed into her chest. Thud. The rapier she held, now dulled, was blown away by the gale and embedded into the wall of the stands dozens of meters away. Immediately after, a chilling sound of metal fracturing resonated around her. Crack, crack. Alice's prideful and ornate silver lightweight armor was violently torn apart by the physical sound waves, shattering into countless iron shavings. The shattered metal pieces fluttered in the air like butterflies. Without the protection of her armor, the black high-elasticity tight combat suit Alice wore underneath was fully exposed. This originally intended inner layer clung to her alluring figure, accentuating her curves. She was blown back like a fallen leaf, propelled over 10 meters by the sound wave. Thud. Alice heavily fell onto the dusty, broken arena. From the direction of the Western delegation, a synchronized sound of jaws dropping could be heard. The leading Western mentor tugged at his hair, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. A shout shattered Alice's armor. He didn't even lift a finger. Several Western geniuses were so frightened that their legs went weak, directly kneeling in the aisle of the stands. The old Dean Zhang Kuang spewed tea 3 meters away, tearing half of his white beard. He pounded the table with laughter, repeatedly praising that this was the romance of a man. Su Qingyuan sat in the VIP seat, her water bottle being squeezed into a warped shape. She looked at the foreign woman on the arena, only wearing a tight suit, with a fire of jealousy igniting in her peach blossom eyes. Shen Wanwan was even more furious, jumping up and down, wildly protesting with a Star Energy loudspeaker. "This vixen did it on purpose. She definitely wore such tight clothes to entice my bodyguard brother." Alice sat blankly on the ground, her golden hair disheveled against her cheeks. The undefeated myth she had maintained all her life shattered into pieces before this one shout. All her pride and dignity were utterly crushed by this man's roar. She gazed at Lu Chen's broad back. A primal instinct named admiration surged wildly from the depths of her soul. In the Western world, submitting to absolute power is an ingrained iron law. Alice was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her lofty self-esteem completely collapsing. Her eyes reddened, and she disregarded her image, crawling over to hug Lu Chen's calf, crying out in broken Chinese, "You're too strong. I lost, please give me your WeChat, I am willing to serve a true strongman." Alice was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her proud self-esteem completely shattered. Her eyes reddened as she crawled over and hugged Lu Chen's leg without regard for her image. She cried out in her broken Chinese, "You're too strong. I lost. Please give me your WeChat, I am willing to serve a true strong person." The foreign swordsmanship genius with golden hair and blue eyes seemed like an abandoned golden retriever at that moment. She clung tightly to Lu Chen's leg, which was clad in cheap sweatpants, crying like a rain-soaked pear flower. Her three-dimensional Western beauty face was filled with expressions of grievance and flattery. The tip of her well-formed nose rubbed against Lu Chen's pant leg, leaving a faint gray mark. The members of the Western delegation watched this scene in collective silence. The boys who had just boasted about Western swordsmanship being the best in the world now forgot to breathe. The leading Western mentor plopped down on the ground, his tactical tablet breaking into two. Their ace competitor from the Western region was actually begging a Huaxiao man for his WeChat in broad daylight. This was more devastating than killing them. Their Dao hearts shattered into pieces. On the Huaxiao side, the boys were so jealous that their gums bled. Lin Fatty held a Star Energy megaphone, drooling all over the place. Brother Lu is bringing glory to the nation. Even the top player from the Western region is seeking him out. I'm feeling sour. That's Alice, the so-called thorny rose. Several young masters from powerful families felt their legs go weak and directly knelt on the steps of the stands. They sent gifts and watches to the green tea girls at their school every day and never even held their little hands. Lu Chen shouted, and the Western goddess was already begging for contact information. Comparing people like this can really make someone furious. Lu Chen stood on the broken arena, feeling uncomfortable as he was hugged. He looked down at the golden-haired beauty, scratching his messy hair in confusion. "Want my WeChat? You should have said so earlier, I wouldn't have shouted that." He grumbled, "Now there's scrap metal everywhere, and my shoe soles are dirty." Lu Chen mumbled as he reached into the faded school uniform pants pocket. He fumbled around for a long time. He took out an old smartphone with peeling paint. The screen of the phone was covered in cracks with 2 pieces of transparent tape stuck on to prevent scratches. Unlocking the screen took more than 10 seconds to respond. "Are you scanning me, or am I scanning you? My signal isn't very good, you'd better connect to a hotspot." Lu Chen seriously turned on the screen, preparing to pull up the green QR code. "He'll scan you. As long as you're willing, I can come to your dorm every night to learn physical techniques." Alice wiped her tears and excitedly pulled out her latest model phone from her armor. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire arena dropped to freezing point. In the VIP section, Su Qingyuan sat on a leather sofa, her fair hands showing prominent veins. The sip of ice-cold juice she just took instantly turned into ice cubes in her mouth. Within her cold, frost-like peach blossom eyes, a raging jealousy ignited. This foreign vixen not only sought him out, but wanted to knock on the door of Villa No. 7 in the middle of the night. Did she think Su Qingyuan was dead? The high-strength glass floor beneath her feet made a freezing, crackling sound. The pale frost spread wildly from her high-heeled tactical boots. Su Qingyuan bit down on a silver tooth, and the plastic water cup in her hand was crushed. Cold water splashed everywhere, but she remained unaware. "Shameless foreign horse, how dare you flirt with him under my nose?" Su Qingyuan uttered coldly, her frost spear forming instantly in her hand. She leaped down from the stands more than 10 meters high. Su Qingyuan didn't take the stairs, stepping directly on the ice stairs that formed in the air as if walking on flat ground. Bang! The high-heeled tactical boots slammed heavily onto the alloy arena in front of Lu Chen. A wave of icy blue chills swept across the ground, making Alice shiver. Lu Chen had just brought up the QR code and hadn't had time to present the screen. A gust of cold wind with a minty scent rushed toward him. Su Qingyuan's fair little hand snatched the broken phone from Lu Chen's hand like a pair of iron pliers. "I was just about to add a friend." Lu Chen frowned, his face clearly showing displeasure. Su Qingyuan turned her head, shooting him a cold glare. The jealousy and grievance in her gaze were enough to turn the entire arena's air into old vinegar. Without saying a word, her fair fingers tightened around the second-hand phone. The biting frost star power surged from her palm, instantly flooding into the phone's internal circuitry. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound echoed across the arena. The old phone, along with its battery and motherboard, was frozen into a block harder than stone by Su Qingyuan's frost. Following that, Su Qingyuan tightened her grip. Bang! The entire phone turned into a pile of white, icy powder in her palm. Fine ice crystals fell through her fingers, landing on the ruins of the arena. The tens of thousands of spectators were dumbfounded. The boys clutched their chests, feeling as if their hearts had been crushed along with that phone. "This is it, goddess. Su has completely overturned the vinegar jar." What she crushed was not just a phone, but all the hopes of her rivals. Lu Chen is in trouble. He's angered the Ice Mountain School beauty, and the consequences are scarier than facing a fifth-tier beast king. Su Qingyuan brushed off the ice flakes on her hands. She turned her head to look down at Alice, who was sitting on the ground. She thrust the frost spear in her hand forward, pressing the tip firmly against Alice's nose. The sharp chill froze a layer of white frost on Alice's golden bangs. Want my WeChat? Do you even deserve it? Su Qingyuan's voice carried an undeniable imperial aura. Lu Chun is mine, Su Qingyuan's. I wash his clothes and take care of his meals. You, an outsider golden retriever, dare to act so lewdly here. If you don't leave now, I'll freeze you into an ice sculpture and throw you into the Pacific to feed the fish. Alice was so frightened by this killing intent that her face turned pale and she even stopped breathing. She had never encountered such a rude and unreasonable Huaxiao woman. Alice released Lu Chen's legs, scrambling backward with her hands and feet. She retreated several meters before daring to stand up, covering her face and crying as she ran back to the Western delegation. The Western mentors shrank their necks, not daring to protest. Who would dare to provoke this Ice Mountain school beauty, who crushed phones into powder? Lu Chen stood in place, staring blankly at the pile of white ice flakes on the ground. He covered his head with both hands, squatting down in distress. My phone. I spent $80 buying it at the You broke it. What am I supposed to use for takeout from that pig trotter's place on East Street tonight? That restaurant's $20 discount coupon expires today. The 100,000 teachers and students in the school nearly vomited blood upon hearing this. Two stunning beauties fighting over you almost got into a brawl on the arena, and all you can think about is takeout and you're worried about that nearly expired discount coupon. What kind of road roller is this guy's brain modeled after? Several Western contestants lying on the ground fainted upon hearing the translation. Su Qingyuan was also thrown off guard by Lu Chen's complaint. She was so angry that her chest heaved violently, stomping her feet and glaring at Lu Chen. You blockhead. All you know is to eat. They'll compensate you with 100 latest model Star Energy phones. They'll send a private jet to buy you takeout. But if you dare to add any other woman's WeChat again, I'll freeze your hands too. After shouting this, Su Qingyuan with red eyes turned around and walked away, feeling annoyed at even looking at him again. Shen Wanwan held a loudspeaker in the stands, laughing uncontrollably. Su Qingyuan, you fierce tiger, you scared brother Lu Chen. The rich little girl in her small leather shoes nearly rushed down to bring Lu Chen a new phone. Lu Chen squatted on the ground, poking at the ice flakes with his finger, letting out a long sigh. In this day and age, how is it so difficult to have a peaceful meal? I couldn't even keep a broken phone and ended up in trouble. While Lu Chen was lamenting over his phone, the medical student sister Lu Rian approached with a medical kit, her eyes sparkling like autumn water. Junior, if you broke such a hard-shell turtle, your wrist must be sore, right? Come with me to the infirmary. They'll give you a full-body essential oil massage to relax you with my exclusive technique. Su Qingyuan had just crushed Lu Chen's phone when she turned to hear Lu Rian's words, and the frost star power in her hand coalesced once more. She stepped on the shattered ice and walked in front of Lu Rian, blocking Lu Chen's line of sight. Lu Rian, put away your seductive tricks. Even if his wrist is broken, it's not your place to press it down. Su Qingyuan gritted her teeth, twisting her wrist as a frost spear emitted a humming resonance in the air. Lu Rian did not back down at all. Clutching a medical box, her eyes glimmered with a hint of moisture. Su Jr., as a senior in the medical department, it is my duty. Do you really want to watch Lu Chen Jr. suffer hidden injuries? The two women locked eyes, the air seemingly crackling with high-pressure electric sparks. A new round of the Peach Blossom War was about to erupt. Su girl, come here quickly. The voice of the old Dean Zhan Kuang echoed from above the stands, interrupting the two. The results record for the exchange competition needs your approval as the student council vice president. Hurry over to stamp it. Su Qingyuan stomped her feet in anger, leaving a white mark on the alloy floor with her high-heeled boots. She dared not disregard the old dean's authority. She turned her head and shot Lu Chen a fierce glare. You are not allowed to go. Wait here for me. I'll take you to eat the roasted pig trotters on Dong Street once I finish signing. After making her threat, Su Qingyuan reluctantly glared at Lu Rian and rushed towards the podium, stepping on the frost. Lu Chen watched her retreating figure, rolling his eyes. By the time she finishes stamping the pig trotters on Dong Street, will have been snatched up. Lu Chen turned to look at Lu Rian, whose eyes shimmered with autumn water, and yawned widely. What you mentioned earlier about a whole-body massage, it's just lying on the bed doing nothing, right? Lu Rian nodded repeatedly, a gentle smile curling her lips. Exactly, Junior. You just need to lie down and close your eyes. I'll leave the rest to your senior sister. Lu Chen rubbed his belly, feeling drowsy after the earlier exertion. All right then, as long as I can have a quiet nap, I'm fine with going anywhere. Lu Chen kicked his worn plastic slippers, hands in pockets, swaggering behind Lu Rian towards the infirmary. The male students in the arena watched this scene, their hearts breaking in unison. I can't go on living. Senior Liu's exclusive essential oil massage is something that all the boys in the school dare not even dream of. Just kill me. This bumpkin doesn't even understand what essential oil massage is. He thinks it's just about sleeping. Dozens of boys huddled together, weeping loudly, causing the concrete floor to thud. The advanced VIP infirmary of the God of War Academy is situated in a tranquil bamboo grove on the back mountain. It is a two-story Western-style building with a serene environment and a faint scent of herbs in the air. Lu Rian pushed open a special care ward at the innermost part of the second floor. This ward is usually only open to instructors, and the equipment inside is luxuriously top-notch. Lu Chen walked in, not even glancing at the high-tech equipment and directly threw himself onto the therapy bed covered with silk sheets. This bed is too soft. Lying here feels like sinking into a mud pit. You all have to make do with it. Lu Chen buried his face in the pillow, muttering a few words, and within 2 seconds, he was snoring evenly. Lu Rian looked at him in this unguarded state and turned the door handle. Click. The door lock was engaged from the. Lu Rian pulled down the heavy blackout curtains, and the room instantly became dim and ambiguous. She walked over to the nearby closet and unfastened the oversized white lab coat. Underneath, she wore a custom-fitted tight pink nurse outfit. The fabric of this nurse outfit was pitifully scant, with the hem barely covering the tops of her thighs. The neckline was low and wide, almost spilling over with full snow-white flesh. Paired with white stockings on her legs, if she walked out in this outfit, it would send all the boys in the school into a bleeding frenzy. Lu Rian took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling violently. She took out a bottle of fragrant Star Energy essential oil from the cabinet. This was a top-tier relaxation agent made from the marrow of a third-tier enchanting fox worth tens of thousands of star coins per drop. She approached the therapy bed, her gaze falling on Lu Chen's dusty and torn school uniform jacket. Lu Rian extended her slender fingers, gently gripping the hem of Lu Chen's clothing, and slowly lifted it upward. A set of bronze-colored latissimus dorsi muscles chiseled, as if by knife and axe, was laid bare before her. The muscle lines exuded a primal beauty of violence. There wasn't an ounce of excess fat, only hard fibers containing the power to devastate. Lu Rian swallowed hard, feeling her throat dry. She poured the expensive Star Energy essential oil into her palm, rubbing her hands together to warm it up. Junior, I'm about to begin, or it might hurt a little. Lu Rian's voice was soft like a puddle of water. Her hands covered Lu Chen's broad back. The moment she touched that bronze skin, Lu Rian's heart skipped a beat. She tried to apply pressure downwards, attempting to massage Lu Chen's shoulder blade muscles. Hiss! Lu Rian gasped in surprise. She felt as if she was pressing against a solid titanium steel plate, not a human body at all. As a mid-second-year medical star warrior, she had a few hundred pounds of strength in her hands. Yet despite exerting all her strength, Lu Chen's back muscles showed no sign of yielding. Instead, her delicate fingers were painfully jarred by the recoil, nearly dislocating her knuckles. What kind of monstrous body is this? Lu Rian gasped in her heart, her eyes burning with even more fervor. Unable to press into the muscles, she decided to change her strategy. Her hands, coated with Star Energy essential oil, slowly glided down along Lu Chen's spinal groove. The slippery sensation mingled with Lu Chen's scorching body temperature made Lu Rian's breath quicken. The air in the infirmary seemed ignited, the temperature skyrocketing. The faint scent of herbs mixed with a potent masculine hormone aroma made one dizzy. Lu Rian simply took off her nurse shoes. With gentle movements, she climbed onto the therapy bed, straddling Lu Chen's thighs. Using her body weight, her upper body nearly pressed against Lu Chen's back. Lu Chen was deep in sleep, feeling as if a mosquito was constantly crawling on his back. Moreover, this mosquito seemed to have applied some slippery lubricant. In the middle of the day, how is your massage technique any different from polishing pigskin? Lu Chen's eyes closed and still groggy complained. Can you use a little more strength? My back is a bit itchy. Lu Rian's cheeks flushed at his blunt remarks. Biting her rosy lips, she continued to glide her hands over Lu Chen's back. Her peach blossom eyes shimmered with a dreamy glint as she gazed at Lu Chen's hardened shoulder blades, unable to suppress the urge to swallow. Lu Rian's courage grew. She slowly leaned down. Her ample softness pressed tightly against Lu Chen. Lu Rian's breath quickened, her cheeks flushed as she leaned close to Lu Chen's ear, whispering, Junior, do you need a massage in front as well? Before her words could finish, the infirmary door was violently kicked open with a loud bang. Lu Rian breathed heavily, her flushed cheeks close to Lu Chen's ear, whispering like an orchid, Junior, do you need a massage up front as well? As soon as she finished speaking, with a loud bang, the door of the infirmary was violently kicked open. The heavy solid wood door, along with the hinges on the door frame, detached from the wall. The door crashed like a cannonball against the white wall opposite the infirmary, splintering into pieces. Amidst the flying wood chips and dust, a petite figure brimming with violent energy rushed in. Shen Wanwan, wearing limited edition Lolita shoes, surprisingly carried an exaggerated pink Star Energy Gatling on her shoulder. 6 thick gun barrels began to hum and rotate ominously under the drive of Star Energy. Following closely behind Shen Wanwan was Su Qingyuan, who stomped in on shattered ice. The Ice Queen, who usually maintained her aloof demeanor, was now holding a frost spear that radiated a piercing chill. As the two girls burst into the room, their gazes instantly locked onto the treatment table in the center. The aroma of essential oils still lingered in the air. Lu Rian was straddling Lu Chen's waist, the neckline of her pink nurse uniform wide open. Her pale thighs pressed tightly against Lu Chen's bronzed back, creating an extremely ambiguous posture. Upon seeing this scene, Shen Wanwan's large eyes turned red, tears welling up in her eyes. She leveled her pink Gatling, aiming it squarely at Lu Rian's head. Lu Rian, you shameless, scheming, white-clad angel. I wondered why you were so eager to bring him to the infirmary. Turns out you wanted to close the door and steal a kiss. Get off my bodyguard brother right now, or he'll turn you into a beehive. Shen Wanwan's voice was alarmingly loud, shaking the chandelier on the infirmary's ceiling. Su Qingyuan's reaction was even more direct. The tiles beneath her feet were instantly covered with a thick layer of white frost. The frost crazily climbed along the floor, freezing the 4 iron legs of the treatment table. She thrust her frost spear forward, the spear tip barely 10 centimeters away from Lu Rian's back. Do you understand what shame means? Su Qingyuan bit down on a silver tooth, her cold peach blossom eyes filled with murderous jealousy. I wash his clothes by hand every day, and you on the other hand directly undress him. Get your filthy hands off his back. Facing these 2 fiercely competitive wealthy beauties from Jiangcheng, Lu Rian remained completely unfazed. She calmly dismounted from Lu Chen standing by the bed to adjust her disheveled nurse uniform. Lu Rian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, wearing a gentle smile that reeked of green tea. Junior sisters, have you misunderstood something? As the flower of the medical department, I am simply giving the junior a deep tissue massage after his match, which adheres to the school's regulations. Moreover, with Lu Chen's muscles so tense, your clumsy methods of care would only tire him out further. Lu Rian deliberately lifted her chin, her eyes gleaming with the provocation of a victor. Men need gentle relaxation, not to hear you two arguing every day. This remark was like adding fuel to the fire. Shen Wanwan stomped in anger, pulling the trigger of the Gatling. A series of pink star energy bullets sprayed across the floor by Lu Rian's feet, creating a row of charred bullet holes. Stop spouting nonsense here. My family is wealthy, though I can buy him 1,000 massage chairs. You are just lusting after his body, you shameless one. Su Qingyuan sneered, the cold energy from her frost spear turning into solid ice blades. Does medical therapy require you to dress like this? Do you need to straddle him like this? I see that this infirmary doesn't want to stay open today. Oh, I will tear it down. The 3 women stood face to face in the cramped infirmary, their high decibel screams and commotion intertwining. Outside in the corridor, male students had gathered to watch the commotion. A few third-year seniors peered through the door frame, their hearts breaking in unison. God, have you lost your sight? The gentlest Lu senior from the medical department is actually straddling a freshman. Su the flower and Shun the young lady are even competing over him. Which galaxy did this guy save in his past life? A jealous boy banged his head against the corridor wall, causing blood to flow from his forehead. The arguing in the room grew louder, almost tearing the roof off. You green tea BTCH, get out of this room. I'm a senior, ooh, I care about my junior, is that not my right? I will freeze you into an ice sculpture and throw you into the cesspool on the back mountain. The voices of the 3 women sounded like 1,000 high-pitched speakers bombarding Lu Chen's ears. Lu Chen had been sleeping soundly. He woke up when the door was kicked open, intending to roll over and continue pretending to sleep. Instead, these women began a market debate right by his bedside. The piercing screams drilled straight into his brain, causing his nerves to throb. The consequences of his afternoon nap being interrupted were severe. Lu Chen suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes, his gaze filled with a furious wake-up mood. He propped his hands on the treatment table, his back muscles tensing explosively. Bang! The solid wood treatment table could not withstand the sudden explosive force and broke in half. Lu Chen ripped off the white towel draped over his back and tossed it onto the floor. Bare-chested and wearing loose sports pants, he stood firmly between the 3 women. His bronzed upper body was adorned with perfect muscle lines, exuding a wild masculine hormone. The 3 women were startled by his sudden movement and immediately stopped arguing. Are you all mutated with your vocal cord? Lu Chen dug at his numb ears, his face displaying impatience. I just wanted to take a nap. Oh, why did you all have to come here for a chorus? Shen Wanwan pouted in grievance, putting down her Gatling. Brother Lu Chen, she seduced you first. We came to Su Qingyuan nodded in agreement, her frost spear releasing slightly less cold energy. She has ulterior motives. You must not come to places like this in the future. Lu Rian wanted to defend herself, but Lu Chun raised his hand, cutting off everyone's words. Everyone shut up. Lu Chun turned to glance at the heavy bulletproof window at the end of the infirmary. He didn't even bother to put on shoes, walking barefoot to the window. Without any unnecessary movements, Lu Chun lifted his right leg and aimed it at the bulletproof window, which was said to withstand a third-tier stellar technique attack. A ring of white sonic boom clouds exploded on the surface of the window. The indestructible bulletproof glass along with the alloy A ring of white sonic boom clouds exploded on the surface of the window. The indestructible bulletproof glass along with the alloy security net outside shattered into a cloud of powder. The violent wind pressure kicked a large hole in the entire wall. Bricks and cement blocks whistled down towards the lawn below. The 3 women in the infirmary were blown backward by the shock wave, their hair wildly flying in the wind. The boys outside were so frightened they all lay flat on the ground, fearing that the flying bricks would smash their heads. Lu Chun brushed the dust off his legs, stepping on the broken bricks at the window's edge, half his body leaning out. He turned back and shot a cold glance at the 3 women in the room. Lu Chun, disturbed by the noise, yanked off the towel on his back, jumped down from the bed bare-chested, and kicked the window, shouting, "You are noisier than 1,000 ducks. I'm going to the back mountain to lift stones, and whoever follows me will be thrown into the lake." "You all are noisier than 1,000 ducks. I'm going to the back mountain to lift stones, and whoever follows me will be thrown into the lake. Chen, bare-chested, stood on the edge of the window, half of his body leaning out. He left this ungracious remark and suddenly exerted his legs. Boom! A massive spiderweb-shaped deep pit was kicked into the wall of the infirmary on the second floor. Chen shot down like a cannonball, leaping directly from midair. He didn't even bother to cushion his fall, his feet crashing heavily onto the lawn below. The ground was stamped into 2 half-meter deep mud pits, and grass and mud splattered everywhere. Without looking back, he sprinted towards the secluded back mountain of the War God Academy. His speed was so fast that it left a white afterimage in the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the broken window of the infirmary, 3 stunning beauties were huddled together, staring at each other in disbelief. Su Qingyuan held her frost spear still in the air, the chill at its tip frozen in place. Shen Wanwan, with a pink Gatling gun, pouted, as if she could hang a soy sauce bottle on her lips. Lu Rian's alluring nurse outfit was covered in dust, her gentle face filled with astonishment. All 3 of them were cherished as high and unattainable flowers in Jiang City. Today they had fought over a man, even sacrificing their image. Yet this insensitive blockhead actually found them annoying and would rather go lift stones than spare them a glance. It's all your fault, you green tea. If you hadn't insisted on giving him a massage, he wouldn't have run away. Shen Wanwan angrily slammed the Gatling gun on the ground, pointing her finger at Lu Rian's nose. Su Qingyuan scoffed and turned to leave. He said whoever follows him will be thrown into the lake. I don't want to go home in wet clothes. Once he finishes lifting stones and gets hungry, he'll naturally come back to ask me for food. The icy beauty in tactical high-heeled boots angrily walked out of the infirmary. Outside, the male students watching had their hearts-shattering voices rising and falling. He would rather lift stones alone than have the 3 school beauties accompany him. Oh heaven, strike me with a lightning bolt. It's drought for the dry and flood for the wet. Several third-year students buried their heads in despair, hammering the walls of the corridor until they left bloodstains. At this moment, deep within the back mountain of the War God Academy, this area was designated as a dangerous isolation zone, rarely even tread by instructors. Surrounded by ancient trees thick enough for a dozen people to embrace, the sky was completely obscured. Chen stood barefoot on the thorny and leaf-strewn muddy ground. Those sharp thorns pierced the soles of his feet, leaving no mark, but instantly turning to powder under his weight. He came to a stop, panting heavily. That earlier commotion not only ruined his nap, but also left an unnamed fire brewing in his belly. His abundant energy surged wildly through his densely packed veins. These women are truly troublesome, chattering away until my head hurts. Chen rubbed his temples, turning to survey his surroundings. His gaze pierced through the dense forest, landing on a small, independent peak directly ahead. This peak was entirely made of solid black granite, barren, with hardly any grass. The mountain towered into the clouds, at least 100 meters high, by visual estimation, its weight impossible to gauge. Chen's eyes lit up. This stone looks quite sturdy, its weight should be decent enough. He twisted his neck, the joints cracking like popping beans. Chen took large strides to the base of this 100-meter peak. He didn't perform any flashy warm-up moves. With his legs slightly apart, the soil beneath him collapsed significantly. Chen extended his bronze-colored hands, his 10 fingers plunged into the hard granite, as if slicing through. With his fingers buried to the roots, he gripped tightly onto the internal rock strata. Lift, damn it! Chen roared from his throat. 100,000 tons of kinetic energy surged through his spine like a tsunami, flooding into his arms. The veins on his arms bulged like thick steel cables, instantly popping up. Boom! A 10-point earthquake erupted with a thunderous roar in the back mountain of the War God Academy. The underground strata were violently torn apart, emitting a terrifying wail that sent chills down the spine. Trees within a 10-mile radius shook violently, leaves raining down as if in a storm. Dust shot up into the sky in a cloud. That granite peak, 100 meters tall and weighing hundreds of millions of tons, was forcibly uprooted by the massive mountain. Broke free from the grip of gravity, hovering in midair. Chen held this colossal object aloft, standing tall and steady. The sunlight was blocked by the entire mountain, casting an enormous shadow in the forest that was suffocating. 2 kilometers away, on an ancient tree, a senior from the enforcement team in his 4th year tasked with patrolling the mountains dropped his star energy detector with a thud onto a tree branch. He had just felt the ground shake and thought it was the star rift opening again. When he peered out, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Is that a living person? Did he just lift the entire peak? Oh no! This 4th year student's legs went weak, and he fell headlong from the tree branch several meters high. He plunged headfirst into the muddy pile, unable to muster the strength to cry out in pain, shaking like a sieve. He had practiced hard for 4 years and struggled to lift even a 1,000-pound boulder. Yet that bare-chested freshman was lifting a mountain. Chen was completely unaware that this one action had shattered a 4th year student's martial arts perspective. He held the 100-meter peak, feeling the heavy pressure on his shoulders. This weight is manageable, just right for a muscle workout. Chen took a deep breath, his lungs roaring like a bellow. He bent his legs, his waist sinking down. 1. Chen squatted with the mountain, executing a perfectly standard deep squat. Boom! The moment he squatted down, the ground beneath him could not withstand the mountain's weight, exploding into a 10-meter deep pit. 2. Chen exerted his legs, pushing against the 100-meter peak to stand upright again. The air was compressed by this violent upward kinetic energy, creating a circle of white sonic boom clouds. 3, 4, 5. With each squat, the entire back mountain trembled. The dull thudding sound was like a massive hammer pounding on the crust of the War God Academy. Hiding in the mud pit, the fourth-year student pressed his hands tightly over his ears, blood dripping down his fingers. Is he using the mountain as a barbell for squats? Oh heavens, strike me down with a bolt to wake me up. The senior pounded the ground in despair, burying his head deep in the mud, refusing to accept this inhumane reality. Chen's squats grew increasingly rapid. Sweat poured from his bronze skin. But as soon as the sweat appeared, it was instantly evaporated into white steam by the terrifying heat generated from his muscles rubbing together. Large plumes of white smoke rose from Chen, enveloping him entirely. From a distance, he looked like a nuclear reactor operating at full power. 97, 98, 99. Chen's breaths became heavier, blood vessels crawling with red veins over his white eyeballs. Every muscle fiber in his body was tearing apart under this extreme pressure, then rapidly reassembling. The blood and energy brought by the 100,000 tons of kinetic energy surged through his veins like boiling magma. The sense of being stuck at some extreme bottleneck grew increasingly intense. 100. With the completion of the 100th squat, a crisp crack echoed within Chen's body. It was as if an invisible shackle had been forcefully broken by this unreasonable physical training method. A pure power, even more violent than before, erupted from his limbs and bones. Chen suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining terrifyingly. He grasped the 100-meter-high granite peak, his back muscles taut like a bow drawn to its limit. Get back, Chen shouted, using all his strength to throw it upwards. The massive mountain traced a terrifying trajectory through the air, accompanied by a howling wind, accurately smashing back into its original foundation pit. Boom! The earth-shattering sound reverberated. The mountain and rock layers rejoined, kicking up a dust storm that blotted out the sky. Chen stood amidst the flying debris. He felt the new power within him threatening to burst through his skin, desperately needing an outlet. Chen's feet were firmly planted on the ground. He looked up at the sky, obscured by dust. His right fist clenched tightly, the veins on his arms coiling like black snakes ready to explode. With the completion of the 100th squat, the muscle fibers in Chen's body reached a critical limit. He roared, throwing the mountain back into position, his fists raised to the sky, shouting, "Break for me." As the 100th squat was completed, Chen's muscle fibers reached a critical point of extreme limit. He roared, throwing the mountain peak back into place, and with both fists raised to the sky shouted, "Break for me." With a solid thud, his fist struck the air. There was no star energy glow, no martial arts effects. Just pure spine-chilling physical energy. This force, losing the cushioning of the earth, directly found an outlet. Boom! Two visible white high-pressure air columns erupted from Chen's fists. These air columns resembled towering steel pillars piercing through heaven and earth, carrying a destructive physical wind pressure that shot straight into the 9 heavens. The air was forcibly compressed, creating a series of sonic boom rings. Crack! A sharp sound of fabric tearing echoed from within the clouds. That white air column forcefully punched a large hole in the convective layer tens of thousands of meters high. At this moment, the atmospheric pressure completely lost balance. A strong physical cyclone forced the cold air currents from above and the warm air currents from the ground to blend together. The originally clear sky instantly changed its face. Large patches of heavy black clouds rolled across the sky above the back mountain of the War God Academy like ink. Rumble! A lightning bolt split the black clouds. A torrential rain fell from the sky without warning. The rain poured down furiously as if a bowl of water had been overturned from above. Raindrops the size of soybeans pounded against the leaves, causing the branches to sway precariously. The most outrageous part was that this torrential rain only covered the area of the back mountain of the War God Academy. Chen stood at the center of the downpour, looking up. The icy rain washed away the layer of grime, mixed with dirt and sweat from his body. Refreshing. He stretched lazily, his joints cracking like popping firecrackers. That earlier struggle left me all sticky and uncomfortable. Heaven knows I hate squeezing into the bathhouse with those guys, so it directly arranged a natural shower for me. Chen rubbed his hands over his body, scrubbing off large clumps of black mud. The heavy rain poured down on his skin, refined by 100,000 tons of physical energy, leaving not a single red mark. He felt immensely comfortable, even picking up a large tree leaf from the ground as a makeshift bath towel. The left side of my latissimus dorsi still has some dirt, need to scrub a bit harder. Chen muttered to himself, twisting his body to scrub his back. Nearby, in a muddy pit by a large tree, the senior law enforcement student responsible for patrolling the mountain had just been awakened from a stupor by the rain. He wiped the mud off his face and stared blankly at the hole in the sky. Then he looked at the shirtless junior standing in the downpour, scrubbing himself with a tree leaf. The star energy detector in the senior's hand had long been smashed, and he no longer needed that thing. Did he just punch the weather into chaos? Puncture the convective layer? He actually used this opportunity to change the weather. To take a cold shower. The senior tightly clasped his head with both hands, fingers digging into his hair in frustration. He had spent 4 years studying meteorology and couldn't even conjure a localized rainfall spell, while he merely punched the air, causing an artificial torrential downpour. The senior buried his head back into the muddy pit, also using the muck to block his ears. He felt that he could no longer stay at the War God Academy and had to apply for withdrawal tomorrow. Meanwhile, inside the central administrative tower of the War God Academy, an ear-piercing air raid siren suddenly blared throughout the building. Red warning lights flashed frantically in the corridor. Warning. High-level meteorological energy fluctuations detected above the back mountain of the academy. Suspected invasion by a high-level star abyss behemoth with the ability to alter weather. Old Dean Zhang Quang was sitting in the meeting room discussing the budget for repairing the arena with a group of department heads. Upon hearing the alarm on the broadcast, he slammed his palm on the pure steel conference table, splitting it in half. Too much. Daring to create storms on my territory. He tore off his tattered tang suit, revealing a musk. Department heads, heed my command. Follow me to the back mountain and chop this beast into soup. The old dean's eyes burned with fury, his entire body erupting with the terrifying aura of a duke. Just as he was about to smash through the glass and fly towards the back mountain, the mentor in the monitoring room tumbled through the door, crashing onto the splintered wooden floor. Dean, don't go. It's not a star beast. The mentor held up a tablet, his hands shaking like he had Parkinson. The monitoring array just captured footage of the back mountain. It's your direct disciple Lu Chen. He punched at the sky using physical air pressure to force the clouds into a torrential downpour. The old dean's foot suspended in midair froze. His wrinkled face twitched. Say that again. He punched the air and caused a torrential downpour. The other department heads swallowed hard in unison, feeling like their worldview had been shattered. What kind of reincarnated king of hell is this kid? Is there a nuclear reactor in that fist of his? The old dean silently withdrew his foot that was about to step out. He bent down to pick up his tattered tang suit and draped it over himself, coughing twice to mask his embarrassment. Ahem, I have long said that my disciple can break through all laws with sheer strength. Meeting adjourned. Turn off the alarm and don't make a fuss about it. The old dean walked out of the meeting room, hands behind his back, feigning an air of inscrutability. As soon as he stepped outside, he leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, his heart racing as if it were about to leap out of his throat. This disciple of his was becoming impossible to teach. In a couple of days, he might even punch through this planet. In front of the window of the infirmary's ruins, Su Qingyuan and Shen Wanwan stood side by side, gazing at the dark rain clouds in the direction of the back mountain. Lu Rian stood behind them, tightly gripping the hem of her nurse's uniform. It must be the commotion caused by brother Lu Chen, right? Shen Wanwan held a pink little umbrella, her big eyes sparkling with stars. My bodyguard brother can even control thunder and rain. He is truly invincible. Su Qingyuan snorted coldly, her frost lance poking the ground, leaving white dots. This guy makes such a big commotion every time he vents. His clothes must be soaked again. When he comes back, I have to make him change, otherwise he might catch a cold. The icy beauty grumbled, but the obsession in her eyes was hard to hide. Lu Rian, feeling sour behind her. With such a strong physique, how could he catch a cold? He probably just needs some good physical therapy to relieve the tension in his muscles. The three women exchanged glances and sparks flew in the air once more. The torrential rain in the back mountain came quickly and left just as fast. In less than half an hour, the clouds dispersed and sunlight once again bathed the muddy grass. Lu Chen scrubbed the black mud off his body and felt completely refreshed. This cold shower was really on point. It felt exhilarating even through my pores. He bent down to pick up the tattered school uniform jacket, wringing it out at random. This clothing was no longer wearable, so he simply draped it over his shoulder. At that moment, cheerful music suddenly blared from the academy's loudspeakers. Following that was the tremulous announcement from the academic affairs office. Attention, all new students. Due to the recent damage to campus facilities, the arena and teaching buildings need urgent repairs. After deliberation, the academy has decided to grant a 7-day holiday to freshmen. Students are asked to leave the campus in an orderly manner and refrain from excessive use of physical strength within the campus. The broadcast echoed in the back mountain. Upon hearing the words holiday, Lu Chen's ears perked up instantly. He stood in a puddle, splashing muddy water onto his calves. A holiday? That's great, or I won't have to eat the slop dished out by the cafeteria ladies anymore. Lu Chen rubbed his chin, suddenly recalling something. He turned to look at the wild boars he had thrown to the side earlier, as well as the pile of high-level star beast meat he had previously acquired. A satisfied smile surfaced on his bronze face. Just as the rain stopped, the academy's broadcast announced the holiday. Lu Chen put on his soaked clothes and rubbed his chin, saying, a holiday. Just in time to pickle the high-level exotic beasts I killed before and take them back to Jiangcheng to let my old man. As the heavy rain ceased, the academy's broadcast announced the beginning of the vacation. Perfect timing to marinate those high-level extraordinary beasts I killed earlier and bring them back to Jiang City for my old man to taste. On the day of vacation at the Battle God Academy, the scene was even more extravagant than a luxury car exhibition. Young heirs of noble families dressed in custom suits and wearing sunglasses squeezed into the back seats of luxury cars surrounded by bodyguards. As Lu Chun complained, he stepped into the cold and chilling large cold storage of the academy, ignoring the neatly cut premium meat pieces. His gaze locked directly onto the pile of intact star beast corpses at the deepest part of the cold storage. One fourth-tier armored cow and two giant rock birds the size of small helicopters. There was also a pile of miscellaneous high-level extraordinary beasts which he had just knocked out with a punch yesterday. Lu Chun rummaged through a corner of the cold storage and pulled out a special steel cable used for hoisting heavy containers. This steel cable was as thick as an adult's wrist, woven from high-strength dark silver wire. Lu Chun gripped both ends of the cable and wrapped the several extraordinary beast corpses, which weighed at least 5 or 6 tons in total, tightly together, like binding a bundle of cabbage. With a loud crack, he pulled with all his might, the cable digging hard into the frozen, rigid flesh of the extraordinary beasts, forming a tight knot. A hefty mound of star beast meat exuding a rich star energy fluctuation was hastily packaged. Lu Chun turned around, facing away from the meat mound. He slung the robust steel cable over his right shoulder and slightly bent his legs. "Let's go." The non-slip tiles of the cold storage shattered into powder beneath his feet. He carried the several-ton heavy mound of meat and strode out of the cold storage's main door. Outside the Battle God Academy's jade-white gates, a pink extended hovering sports car was parked in the middle of the road. Shen Wanwan leaned out of the sunroof, holding a pink star energy megaphone. "Big brother Lu Chun, get it? I had my dad clear the expressway in Jiangcheng City. We can get you home in half an hour." Next to her, Suqing Yuan also opened the door of her silver frost war vehicle. She was wearing a casual long dress today, exuding a cold beauty mixed with an irresistible purity. "Wouldn't head get in my car? It has a high-grade temperature-controlled sleep pod, and you can sleep all the way back." Surrounding noble young heirs preparing to board their cars were green with envy at the generous invitations from these. Someone pushed too hard and bumped their head against the car door frame, resulting in a large bump. While all the boys were turning red with envy, thud, thud, thud. A heavy footstep sound heavy enough to shake the ground echoed from within the academy's main gate. Lu Chun, bare-chested with a taut steel cable slung over his shoulder, dragged out a mound of extraordinary beast meat nearly 3 meters high, still dripping with blood and ice fragments. The hard bluestone road was plowed into a deep trench by the meat mound. Lu Chun walked between the two luxury cars, shaking his head in disdain. "Your car compartments are too small. They can't fit my food from these past few days. And the space inside is too stuffy. I'd prefer to walk back and get some fresh air, treating it as a post-meal." Lu Chun casually rejected the invitations of the two top-tier wealthy beauties. He didn't give the two girls any time to react. Lu Chun's thigh muscles tightened suddenly, and the tiles beneath his feet exploded. Boom. A circle of white airwaves exploded at the academy's gate. Lu Chun, carrying several tons of meat, transformed into a violent afterimage and charged onto the expressway leading to Jiangcheng City. Shen Wanwan, left behind, gaped, and the megaphone in her hand fell beneath the car seat. Suqing Yuan looked at the wrecked road with several black lines appearing on her fair forehead. The surrounding young heirs were left slack-jawed. Walking home with several tons of meat. Does he misunderstand the meaning of a stroll? Is this guy's foot bottom equipped with a nuclear propulsion device? On the main expressway from Jiangnan province to Jiangcheng City, an absurd farce was unfolding that would go down in traffic history. A red supercar worth tens of millions was speeding down the overtaking lane at 200 kilometers per hour. The rich second generation driving it had one hand on the steering wheel while the other wrapped around the slim waist of a popular model in the passenger seat. "Feel this pushback? Let me show you what flying feels like," the rich second generation boasted to the internet celebrity. Suddenly, a rapidly enlarging shadow appeared in the rearview mirror. Rumble. A sound more terrifying than a heavy armored vehicle echoed from outside the window. The rich second generation turned his head to look outside through the car window. His eyeliner-drawn eyes instantly widened like copper bells. A boy in tattered sweatpants, bare-chested, was sprinting alongside the emergency lane at a speed twice that. That boy was also carrying a small mountain of dripping blood. "Make way. Everyone make way. Don't block me from getting home for dinner." Lu Chin's loud voice drowned out the roar of the sports car's engine. With each step he took on the asphalt highway, he left a half-meter-deep pit. The several tons of meat mountain dragged behind him, making a whooshing sound. The winds it stirred up, cracking the windshield. Screech. The rich second generation, scared, slammed the brakes. Lu Chen slammed the several tons of exotic beast meat onto the entrance of his dilapidated courtyard, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Dad, come help me move the meat. I brought back the specialties from the War God Academy." This powerful shout shook the dirt walls on both sides of the old street, causing debris to fall. The mountain of high-level star beast meat weighing several tons created a deep pit with a diameter of 3 meters upon impact. Even the old underground water pipes were shattered, spraying a thunderhigh jet of muddy water. Creak. The old wooden door was pushed open from the inside with a dry, sharp sound. Jiang Dehai leaned on a chipped aluminum alloy cane, limping out of the threshold. He was holding a large ceramic tea mug inscribed with "Serve the People," filled with cheap broken tea leaves. "You little rascal, what are you shouting about? Where did this specialty come from in broad daylight?" As Jiang Dahai spoke halfway, his throat felt as if a large pebble had lodged in it, and his voice abruptly stopped. His murky eyes, clouded from injuries sustained on the battlefield in his younger years, were fixated on the mountain of exotic beast meat in the yard. The meat mountain was adorned with the distinctive black scales of the fourth-tier iron-armored bull. The claws of several azure sky rock birds were thicker than an adult's thigh. The unique, dense wave of blood energy from the high-level star beasts caused the few pots of withered scallions in the yard to sprout new shoots on the spot. Smash! The ceramic tea mug in Jiang Dahai's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The scalding tea splashed onto his plastic sandals, yet he did not take a step back. As a retired scout from the Star Army, the highest-level star beast he had ever encountered in the outskirts of the Star Abyss was only the second-tier cannon fodder. This fourth-tier star beast could only be taken down with heavy firepower in the battlefield news broadcasts. Now it was inexplicably piled up in his yard by his adopted son, whom he always regarded as an ordinary person, like scraps from a pork stall. Jiang Dahai opened his mouth, his jaw cracking from the strain, and his brain abruptly stopped functioning. Before Jiang Dahai could recover from the shattered worldview, a gust of wind more ferocious than a beast tide suddenly whipped up at the entrance of the old street in the slum. Wow, what a strong scent of star energy. Did that kid from the old Jiang family bring this back? We're rich. The neighbors' aunts and uncles approached like a pack of hungry wolves sensing blood. They even forgot about the food still cooking in the pot, rushing over with spatulas and fans. This group of aunties surrounded the already cramped entrance of the courtyard, making it impassable. Leading the charge was Aunt Wong, sporting big wavy curls, who stepped on the broken tea mug pieces on the ground. Her eyes sparkled as she stared intensely at Lu Chen's explosive bronze muscles. The broad latissimus dorsi, the chest muscles as hard as steel, and the wild masculine hormones radiating from him. How could this still be the frail lad who was ridiculed by everyone on the street for his low blood energy? Not to mention the heap of fourth-tier star beast meat behind him. This kid was now absolutely at the level of the richest in Jiang City, a top-tier golden son-in-law. "Little Chen, Aunt Zhang has watched you grow up since you were a baby. I always knew you would succeed." Aunt Zhang pushed aside a few people in front of her and squeezed her way to Lu Chen. She pulled out a large stack of thick photos from somewhere in her apron and directly stuffed them into Lu Chen's hands. "Look at this girl, the daughter of the owner of the meat processing plant in the east of the city, 3 houses in her family. Although she has been divorced twice and has 3 kids, she is bringing a dowry of 10 million star coins." Aunt Li unceremoniously elbowed Aunt Zhang aside, pulling out a large screen phone to display a QR code. "Get out of the way. How could someone who has been divorced be good enough for our little Chen? Little Chen, add Aunt Li on WeChat. Aunt Li will introduce you to a plump widow. Her husband just died in the Star Abyss, leaving behind a star energy mining company. You could go there and directly become the chairman, saving 100 years of detours. Look at this little Chen. 38 with 2 shops, a mature woman, knows how to care for people. She likes muscular young men like you." The aunties swarmed, thrusting photos and phones into Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen was bewildered by this sudden onslaught of romantic interest. With his physical body containing 100,000 tons of kinetic energy, he could crush a 5th-tier beast king with a single slap. Yet in front of the gossiping aunties who seemed capable of tearing clothes, he actually felt a tingle of nervousness on his scalp. "No, ladies, I'm only 18 this year, not at the age to rely on others for a living." Lu Chen retreated while pushing aside the photos that were almost poking his nose. "What do you mean by relying on others? This is called a strong alliance." Aunt Wong grasped Lu Chen's arm. Her fingers ached from the incredible muscle hardness, yet the fervor in her eyes shone brighter. This physique was definitely a hot commodity. "With your physical attributes, that widow would surely be satisfied. You should go get your marriage certificate tomorrow." The veins on Lu Chen's forehead throbbed violently. In school, he could at least threaten Su Qingyuan and Shun Wanwan with force. But these aunties were neighbors he had grown up with. He couldn't fight them, nor could he scold them. If Su Qingyuan found out he was being marketed to a divorced rich woman by these aunties, she would surely come over with a fry. By then, the old street would undoubtedly become an ice sculpture exhibition. Lu Chen hated trouble the most. The reputation of a hardworking person must not be ruined by these matchmaking photos. He suddenly gripped the door frame tightly, his thigh muscles tensing. "Dad, you can cut the meat yourself, but I'm going to take a nap inside. Don't open the door for anyone." Like a slippery mudfish, Lu Chen slipped into the house, escaping from the encirclement of the aunties. Bang! He kicked the heavy wooden door shut, pulling the rusty bolt tightly behind him. The powerful wind from the door closing blew several aunties' curls back. The aunties, unwilling to give up, pounded on the door and shouted loudly. "Little Chen, think about it again. That widow said she could throw in a sports car too." Jiang Dahai stood there with his cane, feeling the cold wind. He looked at the star beast meat all over the courtyard, then at the group of crazed women outside. The materialistic worldview he had built over decades shattered completely today. Was this really his adopted son who could do nothing right and had low blood energy? The aunties knocked on the door for a long time, seeing no response, and finally dispersed reluctantly. Jiang Dahai sighed and, dragging his inferior prosthetic leg, slowly walked into the inner room. The room was dimly lit with only a small dusty window letting in a bit of sunlight. Lu Chun was sprawled out on the creaky single iron bed, hands behind his head, staring at the water-stained ceiling, letting out a long sigh. Finally quiet. These women are more troublesome than a beast tied. Jiang Dahai limped to the bedside, silently watching Lu Chun. His rough, thin hands rummaged through the clutter under the bed for a long time. Accompanied by a painful sound of metal scraping, Jiang Dahai dragged out a rusted, old biscuit tin. He blew off the thick dust on the box and carefully opened the lid. Inside lay a military badge from the Star Army, stained with dark red blood. The edges of the badge were severely worn, yet the engraved six-pointed star emblem still emanated a chilling aura of iron-blooded slaughter. Jiang Dahai looked at the badge and hot tears welled up in his murky old eyes. He took the badge in his hand and heavily placed it on Lu Chun's broad chest. The cold metallic touch caused Lu Chun to open his eyes. He sat up, looking at his father's serious, almost tragic expression, scratching his head in confusion. "Old man, what are you doing? This broken iron plate wouldn't even sell for 2 dimes at the recycling station." Jiang Dahai ignored Lu Chun's nonsensical words. His dry palm pressed firmly on Lu Chun's iron-hard shoulder, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. Jiang Dahai looked at his son, tears brimming in his eyes, pulled out a rusty iron box from under the bed, and took out a blood-stained military badge. "Chainer, you've grown up. A man should go to the real place to see blood. Go to the first line of defense in the Star Abyss. That is your battlefield.